Okay, thanks ever so much indeed. So it is day 2 of the European Finals. Caves from Aberdeenshire, 60th birthday. So great way to celebrate your 60th. Funny enough, the second passenger, when he gets in the car, is also a 60th birthday. I'd just like to let everybody know it's my 60th birthday in April next year.
Your turn next year then?
Yeah, I've never been down the track in a 2-seater, so yeah, imagine it's pretty good.
Well, my mum has. And she said her legs were like jelly when she got out on the top end.
Yeah.
I believe her.
And then did she say I want to do it again?
No, I banned her because she's got a quicker time ticket than me.
Right, okay, fair enough. So there we go there, Paul Brown and Lee Caves, the first pair down the track, but in the same car. And just to show his form, 004 off the line. So 7.9, round about 168. Well, 790, 169 for that one. One of the most consistent cars out there, it really is. So here we go then, it is Pro ET qualifying session number 4. That is a big old burn out there. 11:48 dialing for Chris Orthodoxou with the Apocalypse Cuda, not the Viper that we normally see him in. Currently in the number 37 spot, Hans van der Speck with Taz, the pickup truck. He's currently number 39. We've got 50 cars in Pro ET this weekend, a huge field. And because we've got 50 cars that have now qualified, it will be a 64-car ladder. In other words, when we go round 1, it'll be 64 down to 32. Second round will be 32 down to 16. And then, as like a tennis tournament, we get down to the last 4, then the last 2. So the dial-ins then, 10:44 for Hans, 11:48 for Chris. 10:63, 11:45 breakout for Chris, a little bit too quick. No help in position either there for Hans, so they stay put.
Laura Bainton and Jack McClure. Jack double classing this weekend in Pro ET and Street Eliminator. Laura sticking with Pro ET because she's quite good at it. She's looking for a 10:36, currently sits in the number 25 spot. Jack looking for an 11:86. He's currently in number 15. So he hit his number then, or was he 100th off?
Can't remember. So much happened.
Across the line then, 10:43 and a 12.0. No improvement for either.
Right, Al Platt and Andrew Brook, your next pair. The Rainy City Racing Camaro going alongside the Appliance Dragster. Well, we've still got a little bit of a tailwind. It has calmed down from yesterday. It was a proper old gusty day down here yesterday. Some Good times being set as well, actually. Conditions pretty good for going quick yesterday. Still not bad today. $11.88 there for our Andrew Brook. Moves up from 30 to 20. 9.14 with a 9 on a 9.12. Well, that must be a JT burnout because I can't see a thing. Yep, he's down there. 9.05 for the Crew Killer Pop. Going alongside Billy Everett.
So Billy looking for 9.45, John looking for 9.05.
Oh, Billy just bumped through. He puts it into reverse. Gets himself set up again.
I think that meant no trans brake for Billy there.
Ah, right. Still goes 9.46 on a 9.45. John Tepperton goes 9.04 on a 9.05. Breaks up by 1/100th of a second. Right, next up then it is Vic Parsons sticking with that 9.75 he's been aiming for all weekend long. Going alongside Chris Waterhouse with the Audi S3, the Bad Habit car. Normally see him in VW Pro, but coming to have some fun at the European Finals. Well, conditions pretty ripe actually for Vic to get into the 970. He's currently number 29. And look at the top end charge of Chris with the Audi. It really does start motoring the second half of the track. Vic Parsons hits his number, goes from 29 to number 6. Phenomenal pass there. 10.76 for Chris, no help for him. But Vic into the top 6. All right, Bob Bolden, 9.47 with the White Noise Peugeot 205. And it's Anthony Mitchell with the Buick. He's another one that's hit his number, just been edged down a spot by Vic Parsons. So it looks like Bob is on one here, but how good? 9.52, 500ths off. Anthony Mitchell, 800ths off. So they stay put. A shout out, please, to Michael Jones from Leominster. If you can make yourself known to the two-seater Dragster team, please. That's Michael Jones from Leominster. If you can pop over to the two-seater Dragster area, please. They are at the end of the bike pits, and they asked for that to be shouted out after their first run. Well, I've given them a chance to get back to the pits as well. So Johnny McClure and Don Scott. Don got the perfect ET money, and then Ruben Dawson went in front of him and got an even better one. But there we go, that's the way it goes. So Don dialing in 9.69 for this one. Johnny 9.80. 9.79. Well, John should have just another 100th as well. 9.84 for Jack. He moves up from 37 to 32. So Jack McClure is 400ths off, and he's number 32. So that's giving you an idea where we're going with this. listening to Roy Michelle Walker tuned in. And should have been racing this weekend, but shall we say a surgical procedure on Michelle's hand stopped her from racing, so we'll see her, well, racing again next year, I thought now. Well, Simon Swarbrick makes it 51 cars in Pro ET. He puts a run in there, 1183, 977. Chris Newsom, no help for him, but Simon slots in at number 44. All right, Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb 55 Chevy, and Jason absolutely delighted the way this car is going now. And not only that, he has changed his profile picture from a Callum Pudge photo yesterday of the car putting a beautiful wheelie off the line. And yeah, the car looks well good. So Jason's in this predicament of lift and coast at 1,000 foot. Oh, he left it a bit late that time, but 10.19, 107, nicely judged. Actually moves up 4 spots.
Is he risking chassis tape?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I did wonder why.
He certainly is. No, he's going to be done before next year, obviously. Yeah. Right, next up, Bill Wilson, 1103 for the pickup. Going alongside Frankie Taylor. Now, you spotted it brilliantly yesterday to say that Frankie had gone into the field. I looked at the binoculars and estimated it was about only 30 foot. It was only 10 foot. She went in. It wasn't very far at all. But absolutely fine, no issue at all. Darling's End, 1103 and 990. $10.15, $11.12. Frankie moves up from 52 to 45. Well, actually, that would be 51 to 45. Mason Griffiths, he is on the bump at the moment. Going alongside Tom Herbert with the Corrado. 11.60 and 11.10 for this pair. Well, I'll say pair. Looks like we've only got Mason. I can't see Tom.
Yeah, being pushed back, unfortunately.
Oh. Fair to say that it's not going Mason's way at the moment. There is an issue with the car. I haven't got a clue what it is. The team keep working away on it. 12.76 at 105. It's plaguing them at the moment, fair to say. All right, next up there, Mark Huxley going alongside Mr. Qualifying himself, Dave Rudd. $9.79 dial in for Mark with the Can-Do 2 Toyota Corolla. Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. He's dialing 9.73. Sun comes out here at the European Finals Friday morning. A very good morning to everybody that's tuned into the live stream as well. Not too late to get your tickets unless you are in a different country. There might be a little bit of an issue, but if you're in the UK, it's going to be a glorious weekend here. It's going to be fantastic if you can get here. So currently Lee is, no change in position there.
So Tom Kay and Simon Innes, battle of the purple cars. Tom Kay's is purple, he's just got a black body on it. Tom looking for a 10.03, Simon looking for a 10.64. Just waiting for the timing. There we go.
So Simon Innes, one of those that hit his number yesterday. He's had a habit of doing that, hasn't he? Very, very good racer indeed.
Yeah, he actually went through a spell of he was always less than 100th off his dial-in, but it was usually too quick. But now he's back on the right side of the number. Currently sits in the number 3 spot. .10.04 and 10.67. Surprisingly, no improvement for either.
Yeah, but my goodness me, set their stalls out, haven't they? 04 light and 100th off. Race day, that's going to be excellent. All right, Tom Herbert and Ian King. So 11.1 dial in for Tom, 11.5 dial in for Ian.
Much better launch for Ian. Struggled with traction yesterday.
He's going to be chuffed to bits with that. Dials in 11.5, runs 10.68. That's his quickest of the car, obviously, 127 mile an hour. The car is now getting back to where it should be. 11.35 there for Tom. As we look down on John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda, currently number 16, and Marie Mills, currently number 33 with the little Ford 23 Model T.
Now, can anything JT, that JT, in the Greenfish, he had a Pro Charger on there. Those don't look like Pro Charger type ETs because he was in the 8th all the time. 971 gets bumped back by Marie in the other lane, who goes 10.34 on a 33, hundredths of a second off. Welcome to the top 16. Sorry. Yeah, the 32, the top 32 already 0.4. We're oh so close, only a couple of cars away from an 03 top 32 already, and we're only 3.5 sessions into 6, 7, 8 maybe.
So top 9 have hit their dial-ins.
Bang
wow.
on.
Brilliant.
Okay, Will Clark with the still for sale little junior contract. It's just a ridiculously reasonable amount of money to run in the nines, isn't it? Like that car.
Well, it's on Facebook at the minute for £12,000,
and that's I think that's with the trailer
with
as well.
the trailer. So it's a whole race package for £12,000.
Yeah,
you can't say no.
It's a great way to go and have a lot of fun.
And it doesn't matter if you're tall because Will's about 8'9".
He is.
Yeah, he's
8'14", I think. Or something like that,
yeah, the throttle is just in between the front wheels.
Right, Warren Watts starting in 890, which is his super comp number as well. .895 and 976, and bizarrely no help for either.
So yeah, if you fancy having a crack at Pro ET racing for an obscenely reasonable amount of money, then go and see Will. Okay, another car that's been through a number of hands over the years, but looks resplendent in pink down there. Susie McClure, the quickest of the clan as well, and possibly the most recent racer as well. Is she the newest of the McClures to start racing?
Yes, yes. Yeah, I think so.
Take it on. Go on. It's all right.
I don't think so. I think there was one driving at green lights in the big bracket who was new that weekend.
Okay.
I can't remember his name.
We got Johnny.
He was driving the Anglia, got to the final.
Dougie?
No,
I'll get it.
Whoa, big wheel stand for Tom Watkins there. Junior Dragster into the pairing lane, please. I'll say it again in a second. 9:09 and 9:59. In case you didn't hear me, that was Junior Dragster to the pairing lanes, please. Junior Dragster.
So too quick and too slow. When I say slow, I mean like a tenth of a second or whatever. But you know, this is drag racing. We don't go around in circles. We can't make time up. Okay, Sean Law dials the minimum you can. Pro ET 8.50. If this was another year, a few years ago, before they changed the indexes or the minimum index, he would have been in Super Pro, no doubt.
Well, that's sort of why this rule came in, because you can enter Super Pro now and still run the same numbers.
8.61, and for Darren Huxley, 11.25. 16, Sean Law moves up 4 spots, actually, with a 61 on a 50. See, I'm just about a tenth of a second off of his dial-in, which means he's literally a click of a finger away, and he's only just in the top 40.
It's because that's a space age in drag racing.
It pretty much
Unbelievably.
is. Okay, Neil Watkins, who's number 31 at the moment. He's one of those that if he gets a bit closer to his dial-in, the top 32 will be 0.3.
Well, this was Neil that broke up by 1/10,000th yesterday.
Oh, it was,
if you remember,
yes.
he went 11.34999 or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the tailwind isn't quite as stiff today, so maybe it'll be bang on. You never know.
Yeah, there's just a dragster on the track at the top end at the minute. That will be Sean. Just waiting for him to...
Yeah, the quad's gone out as well, actually.
Can take a little bit retrieving. Just a bit too long for them to sit there on the start line and wait, unfortunately. Yeah, so Dave Fulton is down there with the Nova.
Right, nice. We've got a little pause in proceedings just to let everybody know what's occurring today. It's Pro ET at the moment, obviously. We then go into Super Pro, followed by Junior Dragster, Super Gas, Street Eliminator, Super Comp. And then if we have got time, we'll put Pro ET in for qualifying session number 5. And then the show gets a bit loud, shall we say. At 11:30, we'll be kicking things off with the Jets, which will be Fire Force 3 alongside Firestorm. Going to Comp Eliminator, then it is round 1 of our FIA classes, starting with Pro Modified. Then into Top Methanol, Pro Stock Car, then Top Fuel Dragster, Nitro Funny Car and Nostalgia Funny Car. And then we'll switch over to the bikes, obviously with Pro Stock Bike, Super Twins, Top Fuel, Super Street Bike and Junior Drag Bike. And then that session will be wrapped up with Fire Force 5, the Jet Dragster. We then move into more Sportsman Qualifying, and then the afternoon will pan out after that. But the key thing is 11:30 is when we kick things off with the jet cars. All the information of what's going on and where it's going on, because obviously there's live action arena, you've obviously got the pits which you can go into as well. All the information is in your race weekend program, available from the pod shops on site. £5, a bit of a collector's item as well if you keep them over the years, but a great reference to everything that's going on site, so make sure you get hold of one of those.
As Colin does.
I kept every single one that I've... Only the events that I've commentated at, though.
Okay.
I don't keep all of them.
Oh, you're not that much of a... Yeah, just to remind you where you were on those weekends.
That's right,
Is that
yeah.
what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Lee Morris, currently number 27. Lee is leading the championship, but he could do with a few more Q points. And, I mean, with 50 cars entered, that's... So, there's 500 points difference between number 1 and number 50 in qualifying points, that is. How many rounds is that? Is that 2.5 rounds? Is it 200 points a round or 100 points a round?
100 points.
100 points a round unless you win.
So that's literally 5 rounds of racing between just in qualifying points.
Yeah.
Mad.
Well, Lee looking for a 10.04. 10.30, Neil Watkins goes down to 41. So Lee Morris stays number 27. He's having this battle with Nick Mugridge. for Nick.
There he is.
Oh, he's 21. Yeah, oh. Not a huge amount between them, actually.
Well, there's 60 points between them at the minute.
Yeah.
In qualifying.
And on paper at the moment, I think it's 300, was it?
No,
Colin?
50.
Oh, 50. Well, there you go. Nick's made that up then before we even start.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment,
Yeah.
that can all change.
Dave Sherritt and Brett Featherstone. Dave goes red.
Dave Sherritt races out, stays number 4. Brett actually moves up to 28 with a 64 and a 61. So yeah, 300ths off. Just squeezes into the top 30. So the accidentally air-conditioned Nova of Matt Dowdy, still without a rear window. Now, it just you guys all know. Is that something you can make out of Lexan or plastic or whatever? You can do that, can you? Is that well? The thing is, it obviously doesn't affect the car's performance and cause them any problems, so they've just left it like that. But I can't imagine finding an original windscreen one of those is going to be easy.
I think that's why they're waiting.
Up against Bjorn Tetjanitsa from Germany. He's 35. Matt Dowdy is 5. Bjorn goes 10.43, no improvement. Matt goes 11.22 on a 16. Everybody's just a tick off this morning. I don't know whether it's slightly higher density altitude, there's not so much of a tail breeze, whatever it is. So John Bean yesterday, well into the 8s. What was his quickest?
8.94 yesterday.
Is that his best run ever? I think it might be.
Yes, was, yeah. Right, Nick, brilliant text message from Nick Mugridge last night, and brought me up to date with everything we know talking about Junior Dragster. He's also brought me up to date on the Junior Comp. He says, just want to clarify why they call the Junior Comp. The class only runs in Division 7 now, but basically it's run as a Junior Super Comp. They run 690 to the 8th, heads up on a 5.5 Pro Tree. His car's manually shifted. And all 3 of the Junior Comp Dragsters are manually shifted. John Bean, wow, 9 flat with a 4 on a 9 flat dialing. He moves up to number 4. Oh dear, they're still shuffling this order now. Right, Doug McClure, and it was Matthew McClure, by the way, who was the
yes, that's it.
the newbie that made all the way through to the final in the big bracket at Greenlight Nationals. So yeah, Doug McClure with the 4 Pop Success 11.32 dial-in, and it's Reuben Dawson, number 1 qualifier, likely to stay there because he has an 8.83 with a 0 and another 0 after that.
We need to find out if anyone's ever qualified number 1 in both Comp and Pro ET or Comp and Super Pro.
Well, he's not going anywhere. What's happened?
I lost
got
fire.
a hold in it. Oh, 11.30 breakout by 200ths for Doug McClure. Well, Reuben has actually trickled the beams, so he's got a 12-second reaction time, so it's not going to mean anything when he does get going, unless they reset the tree.
That's going to go down well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Reuben 0-2 off the line.
That was very tame.
Very tame.
I suppose there's one good thing about what they call dial your own back race, where you pick your own number, is usually we say we don't think that's what they were looking for. Well, we know it wasn't because they dialed 883.
Exactly. So Dave Fulton dials 850 with the Nova.
No,
990.
990.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I read the scoreboard, not the back of the car. There we go.
Josh Duncan, however, does dial 850.
Yep. Josh Duncan yesterday had a terrific day. Probably his, well, definitely his quickest day ever. It's his first event in the car. Dave Fulton yesterday was racing the Roadster. Back in the Nova today, getting it teched early this morning. I can only think the Roadster's got some issue that can't be easily solved. Oh, look at that for Josh Duncan. Well Well, there you go. Your top 32 are 0.3.
Wow.
Sorry, 0.3.
0.3. Wow.
In the other lane, a 996 for Dave Fulton moved him up a bit, but still only 30 something. Hang on a minute. Let's have a look and see where we are, folks. Go on, see if I can do it. Okay. Pardon me, I said that out loud. Right. What we're trying to do is our timing system is fantastic, but getting it on the timing screen so you can see where everyone's.
Oh, we got this pesky little button.
I've given it to you. That it's so finicky. There we go. Go on then. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
There's only one more to go.
Yeah. So Laura Baton is number 31, and she's 0.37 off. 2 on the start line at the moment. Stevie Gates, he is in, and so is Amy. Top 32. Oh, Stevie Gates, 8.58.4. Breaks out by 6 thou. 9.62 for Amy. No improvement for either. Very good morning to Simon and Sharon Goff. Simon, the man that used to pilot that very, very successful Camaro. Hope you're watching it. Okay, Ronnie Mercer. I lost my train of thought there for a second because I was there. Anyway.
I thought we'd let you hang for a second.
No, it's all right. It's no problem. I was just
I didn't know where you were going.
Thinking about no. I looked that way by mistake. You see, that was the problem. Okay, so Ronnie Mercer.
So non-nitrous on this one. That sounds a bit weird, actually. Good enough for a 1039 on a 1029 dial.
Thank you much indeed for the message, Simon. Love you too. Sorry. Anyway, I think that is it.
Do you know what? He would have appreciated that one, though.
Sorry?
He would have appreciated it.
When I say... there you go. I'll show you Simon's response. Give me 2 seconds. There we go.
Okay, so that is a wrap for Pro ET for their qualifying session number 4. We're going to move on to Super Pro, a little bit of track prep. Also got to say a big thank you to the Santa Pod management for putting a huge screen up for everybody to see this weekend. You remember the main event we trialled a couple of screens, but this event we have one screen, but it is absolutely enormous. It's bigger than the screen that was up there back in May. It's I think that what they were saying is 50% bigger. So those of you in the grandstand, you can just look over behind Bankside VIP to see that screen, and everybody on the banking, you just look over your left shoulder and you will see the big screen up there. So very good indeed. The only people that can't really see it are the people on the Bankside VIP, but everybody else can see it. So a fantastic addition once again to the racing here at Santa Pod Raceway. So a little bit of track prep going on out there at the moment. We can see plenty of cars in the lanes as we get ready for Super Pro ET. In actual fact, whilst they're just doing a little bit of sledding, gives me an opportunity to list all of the 2024 sponsors in Super Pro, which are AJS Bodyworks, A-Lick Roofing, Alders Automotive, another small F Limited, the Bath Bloke, which is actually Bob Doyle, BG Motors, Copy Print Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Haas, and that's right, we haven't seen Thomas here we haven't seen him this year actually, have we? So best wishes to them. Good Vibration Motorsports, Giles and Hartley, Giles Services Limited, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing, Hydra Hose, JK Farzik Technic, Mersch Manifolds, MJC Property Solutions. I've had them down to do some work in my house. Many thanks indeed to Mark. Pete Walters Race Design, Plane Racing, Premier Rosettes, S&B Racing, Solo Precision, Swinney & Son, Team Times Money, Ultra Plastics, Walters Motorsport, and Windscreen Wizards. So huge thanks to all of those individuals and companies for sponsoring the Super Pro class as a whole. The prizes this weekend for the scheme. Number 1 off the trailer. So that was obviously already determined in round 1 qualifying. That was Ian Brown. And he's got 50 quid bonus and a medal for that one. Your number 1 overall qualifier will get £150. The bounty this weekend, so basically whoever knocks out Barry Giles or the Giles and Hartley team, but it's Daniel this weekend, whoever knocks them out gets 50 quid. And the prizes are best reaction time in qualifying gets a bottle of sparkling rosé from Kent Johansson's sponsor. That's the Love Spirit Gang. And the main prize in Super Pro this weekend is the best average dial-in difference in qualifying. 300 quid and a trophy. So, welcome me back into the tower. The rocket himself, Ron Bartlett. How are you this morning, mate?
Morning, Colin. Very well, thank you.
Good, good.
Yep.
Good night's sleep.
Ish.
Yeah, the world of Super Pro, even when you're not racing, can still be tiring, can't it?
It certainly can.
So first up then, Lee Huxley, the Dark Horse Mustang, dialing in 868, going alongside Kenneth Johansson with the Olds Cutlass 795. And it's a big thanks to them from their sponsor, who donated a bottle of sparkling rosé for the best reaction time in qualifying. So any issues from any of the teams that you've managed to sort of pick up on from yesterday? Or
a massive thank you to the French team, the Milwaukee team from the Walters. They managed to get the push rods what was required.
They have.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's going back together. Also, Jeff Hauser stepped in and helped as well. So they've asked me to say thank you.
Well, that's unusual. Lee left before the tree ran. Very unusual. 8:01 on a 795. 10th goes from 22 to 18. Nicely done.
But as we know, Colin, everybody else helps out. If
Oh,
they can.
it's across the board, isn't it?
Yeah.
But to have a set of push rods is pretty cool, isn't it? I still think one of the best ones ever, and I can't remember what the item was, but it was something off a bike, and it is we're going to put this one out. We haven't got a hope in hell of finding one, but just in case. And it was, I'm going to have to make something up because I can't remember what the actual item was, but it was something off like a Suzuki from way back when. And Alan Schofield had one in a trailer because he raced bikes.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, I've got one of them." And I went round to the pits to see the team goes, "What?"
Yeah, yeah.
But got it fixed. Unreal. That's when Alan was a spectator before he started racing.
Right.
Yeah. So Colin Morris, Tom Atkinson, 8:52, 8:46, 8:58 and 8:50. And they both stay put. So... Right, Kieran Astley. The car is deceiving because it doesn't look dramatic, it doesn't look fast, but when it gets to the top end, it really come on strong. And Kieran can run the numbers, absolutely no problem at all. There is an engine in there, it's just that you can't see it. It's an LS powered dragster with turbo.
I think he's just a bit concerned about getting out of class because it will go faster than the 750 tag of the chassis. Yeah.
And the big altered engine, I think it was the same engine that was in the Corvette, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think as we see Phil start to lean it out a bit, then the performance will start to get where he wants it to be.
So Phil Topping currently in at number 29. Kieran Astley in at number 13. So Kieran 776 goes. 783, 169 miles an hour. A 10:42 there for Phil. Pete Brown with the slingshot called Rebel. And I know we mentioned this a few times over the weekend, but he was one of the cars that represented the world of drag racing at the Silverstone Festival a couple of weeks ago. And we do know that there are some newbies here this weekend that came along to Silverstone and coming to see drag racing for the first time. So hopefully you will be having a fantastic time here at Santa Pod Raceway, Northamptonshire's other premier motorsport venue. So that was the thing we had to get across to people, is that not many people knew where Santa Pod was. They just thought it was in another country, and said, no, it's the same county, not even a different country.
Yeah, other sign.
Silverstone is junction 15A off the M1. Silverstone is 15A. Santa Pod is 15.
Yeah.
So in other words, you turn right instead of turn left.
I spoke to Alan and Brad yesterday, and they felt the reason the car was going a bit slower, just to really get more seat time, get a bit used to the car. The car was moving around a little bit when he was trying to get into the sevens.
So Darling's an 8.53 for Rob, 8.56 for Brad. That's a nice looking pairing, actually. 8.44 breakout. But whoa! Alan Bradley did well. 8.56 with a 7. Goes to number 4. Hits his number. Goes to number 4. Brilliant run.
Well done.
So Callum Swinchak with the King's Topolino. One of the best. One of the best thought out cars ever. I really do, because they live in Kingsbury, Northwest 9, and shall we say, space is a premium in West London, and he's got the shortest wheelbase car possible. And they take the wheelie bars and it fits in the back of the wagon that will fit on the driveway. It's very, very good.
It's actually a brand new set of wheelie bars, and he's got a spare set for them.
Yeah.
So
I saw both sets laid up.
Yeah. Just trying to tweak it to get it off the line, as it used to.
All right, Supergas, let's have you in the pairing lanes, please. Supergas, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Yeah, bizarrely, the Swinchak family lived 2 streets away from where I grew up.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Well, my first house until I was about 3 years old, put it that way. So Jack looking for 7.57, Callum 8.94. Oh, that's a nice one for Jack. 21 to number 5. Callum breaks out by 0.05, a little bit too quick. But nice move from Jack.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Joe Kellett. Going alongside your number 1 qualifier with a perfect ET, Mark Bailey. Brilliant. Pictures, those of you that are tuned in on the live stream, and you can still see the same pictures that the live stream can see on the big screen here. Well, he's getting a little bit out of shape on the burnout, but Mark's got that totally under control. But no, the live stream from here is phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal. The camera work, the quality of the picture. And it's all free as well.
I know. It's fantastic.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, thumbs up there from Ian. So Mark Bailey Well, he's number 1 already. Joe Kellett, number 18 at the moment. He'd like to move on up if he can. Target for Joe, 7:29. Target for Mark, 8:76. 7:26 for Joe, 300's too quick. And Pete Kellett scratches his head once again, saying, what have I got to do to tune this car right? We mean that in the nicest possible way, Pete. Right, well, Mark Courcell's gone a fair old way out there on his burnout with the ball breaker slingshot. Almost up to the 330-foot mark there. And John Sleeth with the LS-powered Chevy C10 pickup truck. Phenomenal bit of kit, that truck. It really is. Not only that, John knows how to drive it as well. Gets the best out of that machine.
I briefly spoke to John last night in the bar, and he said it will go quicker, but because obviously the 760 class is just sticking to what it's set for.
It's just the two of them run the truck, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just two of them?
Yeah. Yeah.
So John should get there first, looking for that 760 mark. Wants 846, 762, 845. Breakout by 100th. Steve goes, blast. But he's okay.
I think 2 at this level of sport, and that, the Sportsman is the right combination to have on the car. You don't want any more.
Yeah.
It's too easy for somebody to say, I thought you'd done that.
All right, next up then, that's Elodie Dubois. With the car they call Milwaukee Blue. On the verge of going into the 6s. Went 7:05 yesterday. The car went through before I had a look at the dial-in, actually, to see what they're aiming for. Going alongside, and we haven't seen him put a run in yet this weekend, Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl. 890 dialing for Andy. Elodie goes 7:03 on the dialing. More than capable of hitting it. It's one of those, it's that territory where if you hit it, great. But if you break up by 400s...
Even better.
Even better. it's a strange one, isn't it?
As I said, the Walters lot say massive thank you to the team for help. And it is good to see Andy out, because I think he did sustain some quite big engine damage.
Oh, if somebody deserves a bit of luck, it's Andy now. He's been through too much pain with parts on this car.
Yeah.
I mean, when it hooks and goes, it absolutely flies. It's a 180 mile an hour plus car, no problem. Lovely launch for Andy as well. Elodie going well. 2 great looking passes. Oh, Andy smoking a bit of the stripe. Elodie 7:07. Andy goes 8:59. Well, he breaks out, backs off at the stripe 104, but I don't know if he was forced to lift then. But yeah, car smoking a bit in the shutdown area. Tractor having a good look. But it went 106 to 60 foot.
It sounded like he didn't have top gear, and it just he stayed on the limiter for quite a way from sort of like a half jack onwards. Good news, guys. Good news. Track clear. So, side by side for the Milwaukee team, the custom gang from France. Let's hope Patrick Dubois with the big door car get off the start line, maybe even break out. How much would you like to have a go in one of those, Ron?
Oh, yeah.
How many
He
more
didn't even
daft-
hesitate, did he?
Yeah, how many more daft questions am I going to ask? The funny thing is, that car has got an 855 cube motor in it, and I just saw him vent the nitrous as well.
Yeah.
Now, 690 is, I'm going to say it out loud, soft for an 855 and a dose of nitrous in it as well.
Yeah.
Do you think? Yeah? Yeah. Well, bear in mind, 500 Pro Stock cars run in the 650s, normally aspirated with, no power adders at all. But they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're trying to get close to that number. Hopefully they've got the launch sorted. The wheelie bars do seem to be high from this angle.
Yeah.
It was unloading the tyres every time it left yesterday. And again, they run the car all the time. They absolutely know what they're doing. They just seem a little bit too far north, is all. Up against the wonderful Fabien Dubois with that dragster. See, there we go. That's why I don't race. Wow.
There you go.
Patrick all the way up to number 12 with a 692 and a 690. Fabian stays 2 but runs another excellent 697. 6 breaks out by 4 thou.
It really is a fine line with the wheelie bars. We found that with the car.
So obviously, if you have them too low down, the tyres can't squat properly, so it unloads them. If you have them too high up, the car raises the nose too much, and then they bounce, don't they? They kind of bounce back again.
It's a real fine line to get it right.
Yeah,
it really is.
And obviously, it depends on the, never mind the quality, feel the length of the wheelie bars, basically. So that, I mean, do you have Do you have the longer wheelie bars on your car, like the X-Pro mod car down there with Ian Brown, or are they a bit shorter?
No, mine are really quite long for the size of the car.
Yeah.
For that leverage, really. The longer they are, obviously, the less it is on the car.
So when you say like minute difference, how much are we talking?
It's massive, because if you've got the twin wheelie bars at the back, like obviously on Ian's car, the car, if it's not quite straight, all set up at the back, when you see him adjusting, it will steer the car.
Okay. And yours don't need steering; it does it on its own, doesn't it?
So it is really, it's the little things.
And does it make a difference whether the track's hotter or colder? Is that where you set them, or do you try and keep them exactly the same?
We try to keep them the same. Yeah. The car normally reacts the same. Well, last year, rubbish.
Well, it's because you were trying to step it up. Well, I mean, that tends to screw everything up a bit, doesn't it, really? Yeah. The other thing I'm always intrigued about is everybody sets them right on the start line. Can you not do it in the pits, or is it just not possible?
We do ours in the pits. That's probably why it doesn't go as straight as it should. So I think that's answered the question.
There we go. Well, there you go. There's a potential improvement for next year. Colin.
Can we please have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the Parent Lanes, please? Street Eliminator, let's have you down, please.
Daniel at the moment is number 22. He's going to want to be better than that for race day. 7:41 goes, 42 with a 1. Ian Brown breaks out by a couple of hum, but Daniel Giles up to number 6 with a 42 and a 42-1 on a 41. That was more like it.
Yep.
They test with that car endlessly as well. I mean, that's got to be one of the most well-used but immaculate cars out there.
It really is. I mean, how long has it been running? 35 years? It's got to be over 30.
It's a good 30, about 35, 36. I think it was about 88. It was the Wilkinson and Francham car. And it was built by S&W in the States. And it still looks as good
Immaculate.
all these years.
Immaculate.
Totally.
Immaculate.
Yeah. You wouldn't notice it was that. Talking of immaculate, Harley J. Derby in the family truck in the Kestrel lane.
That should go okay today. They've found the problem.
Any idea what it was, or can't you say it out loud or you'll be killed? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, sometimes a face is enough. Thank you. But they found the problem. There we go. Yeah. Do you know what? It makes me it's really funny what racers say. It's like, I remember someone years ago saying to me, well, we had a clutch problem on that run. Okay, fine. Then one of the crew blokes said, yeah, you've got to put one of the nuts on. Oh, okay, fine, thank you. You know, stuff like that, really. That was the clutch problem, anyway. Very sedate looking run for Nick, but it will be quick. It will be a 690, 193. Harley though, 885 with a 7. They look delighted with that, probably because it actually went, didn't it? It's all right, I'm always tired. It's just a state of mind most days, but there we go. That's why I get up and go for a run, try and wake myself up, and it works for about 10 seconds, and then my body just goes, nah, that's a stupid idea. Right, okay, next, Ashley Bell, who disappeared through the finish line in a cloud of smoke yesterday, but obviously it wasn't terminal. I mean, what could that be?
Could have been a breather. I didn't go around and ask him.
Okay,
actually.
fair enough. No, it's all right.
Sometimes when they're thrashing around with the car, it's best to keep out the pits.
Do you know something? It's really funny because I've been doing this and I've been doing like TV stuff for a long while now, and I was obviously a racer before, and I always remember the director and all the TV guys going, "Yeah, go and ask them." And I was going, "No, it's if they're working that hard, it's a really bad idea. Just don't." You know, and their answer was always, "Okay, well, you know, they need the coverage, they need the TV." I said, "Nah, they've come a long way to race. That's what they're here to do. Just leave them to it." You know, getting people at the right time is definitely
massively
the right thing to do, I think. Mainly because I've screwed it up a few times, so I've learnt the hard way, but, you know.
We've all been there.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, Matt Peters, Ashley Bell. Ashley in the door car. .59 with the 2 for Matt, up to number 7. Ashley Bell, much better though, back in the 8. Much better. Back in the 8s with an 894 at 152. Doesn't actually improve his qualified position at all.
A big shout out for Tony DeLuca who helps Ashley. It's his last year.
Okay.
Yeah, he's hanging up his sort of crew hat, so to speak.
His mechanics gloves, yeah. Right, 7:27, the dial in for Scott Hauser. 8:10 for Bailey Ashdown.
Yeah, Bailey was having a great day yesterday, wasn't she? Doing really, really well. Up against Scott Hauser. Scott is number 10. He's in the middle of that championship fight with Daniel Giles, who's just improved up into the top 10. So, what have you got, Scotty? Probably about a 7:27, frankly. It'll always be somewhere there or thereabouts, won't it, for Scott?
That's around his PB.
Yeah. It's those kind of. I mean, these conditions make you wish you hadn't left the car at home, I think, don't they? You know what I mean? It's very rare that we get days with tailwinds here, but then this year we've had loads. 32 for Scott and an 8:13 for Bailey. Stays 18, Scott stays 10. Bailey's got a race car though, that's really good. Loads of consistent low 8-second runs.
Yeah, last year it was totally the opposite. Bad air, headwind nearly every
Almost
meeting.
all the time,
And some real big headwinds, like 20 mile an hour coming back down the track like the reverse of yesterday.
It's so the thing is though, obviously it's an old airfield, so airfields are built. It's for that reason, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
And ironically, when they started racing here, they went this way. They went the other way around.
Wow.
Yeah, and then someone thought, oh no. Jack Brewster with a big blown door car. Do you know what? I never forget as well. I've got to tell you this if I remember. The late, very great and very funny bloke, but such a nice guy. Robert Houston. Robert Houston, who for many years ran the Pro Dutch cars.
Yep.
And I remember saying to him, why, you know, you've got all the power added choice you can have. You used to run you can run all sorts of different cars, like nitrous cars or turbo cars or whatever. Why'd you run a bloke car? And he just smiled his head off and he said, I can't say because there was a swear word in the middle, but basically it was the noise.
The noise.
The noise is lovely, isn't it? So Jack looking for 7.60 in the Baby Pro mod.
Oh, problems for AC, unfortunately, being pushed back. That's been really frustrating for the team this weekend. Really frustrating.
With both cars, really, unfortunately. So what can Jack do? He went for a bit of a wander again yesterday. Yeah, he gets past half track. The crew are celebrating already with a 7.39, 190 miles an hour. The car was always going to do that, I think, when he got down the track.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And even then, it's probably turned down quite a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, massively.
Yeah, but you see Martin Chapman there, he's like scratching. Yeah, thank goodness for that. He's very happy. Very, very good indeed.
Right, we're on with the two-seater. Ron, thanks so much for your time, mate.
No problem, guys.
Go and enjoy yourself. It must be... it always feels like a bit weird when you don't have your car here, doesn't it, when you're here? Do you think?
Yeah. Well, you get asked about 300 times, where's your car?
Yeah, that keeps you busy, doesn't it? Top man, Ron, thank you very much,
Thanks,
mate.
lads.
See you
Cheers.
later.
Right, it's your second run of the day for the two-seater dragster. Michael Jones is in the back of the car. He's for Liam Itzer, and as I said earlier on, it's another 60th birthday.
Another 60th birthday?
Yeah.
Why do
Well,
they...
not his. No, that's not 120th.
He's doing it again,
yeah, we had two guys celebrating their 60th.
Just so everybody knows, we're around about 10:30. We just finished Super Pro. The next class due round is Junior Dragster. Then we got Super Gas, Street Eliminator, Super Comp. Then possibly the next round of qualifying for Pro T, depending on how that goes. But definitely at 11:30, we will be kicking off our pro session with the Jet Cars, Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, Methanol, all the other really fast stuff, and that goes on for about... It's 2 hours of blasting your senses, basically, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but we don't mind that.
It's the plan.
So the car's been running pretty consistent 7.9s at around about 168, 169 miles an hour this weekend. And unusual to see the through ride in the Kestrel lane. Paul Brown showing he can pull a light in either lane, 007. .801, 167 on that pass. Right, so next it will be Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, and just as the juniors come round, just got to get this one out. Matt Isaacs has been in touch. He said, could I please get a shout out for Mum and Dad, Marie and Jim Isaacs? It's their 30th wedding anniversary this weekend. Lots of love for me, Charlotte, and the junior drag bike rider, Harry Isaacs. So I just wanted to slot that one in while I had the moment there. Also, a very good morning to Jeff Cowley. Gutted they're not racing here this weekend, but in the grandstands, give us a wave and have a great day. That's Jeff. Candy. Well, they're in the grandstand somewhere. I don't know if they're still there. I don't know. I bet they will be. So a very good morning to them as well. And actually, Matt's now just messaging me back. Just says thanks. Nice one. Right. Okay, here we go then. Junior Dragster for Lucas Oils. Qualifying session number 4 for the youngsters. Will the perfect light money go in this session? Because it hasn't gone yet, and the Junior Dragster racers, they could do with 100 quid. Well, they all want it. Pocket money, who knows?
Well, they've actually got more than 50 quid this weekend.
Oh, extra bubble.
It was is it 100 from Euro Dragster,
Yeah.
because the rollover, and the Green family are sponsoring the Perfect Light
of
and the
course,
championship
yes.
winner and runner-up. So they've got an extra £50 from the Green family.
Yeah. And of course, they sponsor the championship as well for £500, which is incredibly generous of the family. So, and of course, if the perfect light money, if it's not claimed at an event, it goes into the championship runner-up.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So Teddy Howe stays number 5, Lola Bell stays 12.
Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp into the pairing lanes as we welcome Dan Todd and Teddy Sullivan to the start line. Dan currently in at number 17, Ted in at number 10. Now, Ted is in the hunt for the championship this year, and he's got 6 places between him and Luke Mugridge. That's an extra 60 points difference in the championship, which can all be made up in this run. Ooh, 0.36. No improvement, unfortunately. Only just. Dan Todd goes 0.64 in the Kestrel beer lane. No improvement for either. So, 2 of our junior modifieds. Junior modified being the middle class. So, these 2 lads are between the ages of 10 and 13. Yes, that is between 10 years old and 13 years old. Tom currently sits in the number 16 spot with an 04 at 16 already.
I know, crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
Sam just outside the top 16 at 18. Sam goes 08. Tom goes 0.11. Oh, look at that. 892 and 898. They're right on the cusp of what they're allowed to. As you would if you were driving the cars.
All right, next up then, Gray Smith with the Boost Monkey Junior. I really hope Mum's car is sorted. We'll find out a little bit later on. They've been working very hard this weekend. And Frankie Kant, well, likewise, let's hope Dad's car really goes well today as well.
Well, I'm noticing Gracie's mum, Vicky, is in a fire suit, which is good.
That's good news.
And Frankie's dad, Kev, is missing, which is good.
Which is good, yeah.
Oh, 011 and 021. Good improvement for Frankie. In fact, Grace has already qualified with an 0110, and she just went 0114.
It's very consistent. Obviously, got the practice tree working away on that.
Yeah, Frankie moves up to number 6.
All right, Kai Cooper, Ada Cassisi. Well, these two new dragsters were at different events a couple of weeks ago. Kai's was at Silverstone. Ada's was down at Carfest. And all the kids there were going, Mum, Dad, can I have a go in one of these? Yeah, of course you can.
To be fair, Ada did a really good job of trying to convert some parents, because she was out there with the car all day, every day for the 3 days. Saying, it's safe. It is.
So what we need to do is go send Kai and Jake down to Carfest, and we'll have Mark and Ada to come to Silverstone, just to swap them around. Always a nice warm-up smoke coming from one of the funny car pits over there. Look.
So 090 and 026.
Oh, that's going to move Kai up. He's 16. Going to go to number 8 with that one.
So number 16 is now an 043.
Now, thanks again to Nick Mugridge. I'm going to go back to his message. It was a brilliant explanation. You know, we were talking about why they do their sort of like their practice launches. The motors that run on methanol, he says basically the methanol constantly trays to cool the temperature down. But doing dry hops, put the motor in the window it needs for consistency, and then it sits at temperature rather than cool off. It proved very effective last year, as the car doesn't move more than a couple of hundredths where it used to be a greater variable. And they also run in the groove compared to others that run outside of the groove, so slightly different than there. 013, Freddie Taylor. That's going to move him up to number 5 from 13. No help for Liam, so he's going to drop a spot to number 11.
So they do it basically to get the engine in the correct temperature window so it stays there and is a little bit more consistent. That clears that up for me.
All right, they're still trying to catch this young lady, Kendra Redshaw, number 1 qualifier, straight from the first session. Jake Cooper currently number 16 on that 043, but Kendra is on a 008.
Yeah, surprisingly only 100 so far. I know there's only been 3 sessions, but
Look at that. New cameras. Look at this. Screen in screen. It's the first time I've seen that.
ooh, I like that.
Looking at the crew. Brilliant idea. First time I've seen that. Get the crew reactions as well. 04 light there and a 0.15. No major help there, unfortunately. Oh, next up, Harry Peters and Emmy Crondwell.
Suddenly everyone in the pits have started doing their makeup now with the crew cams on. So Harry's currently in at number 15 with an 042.
Do you know what? I will never ever get in one, obviously because of my size and I'm too old than that. But I would love a junior dragster at home in the garage. I just think that's so cool. I think they're brilliant. I love them.
Make sure when you buy one you take the muffler off.
Oh, yeah. Now, you know I'd have to paint it metallic grey.
Oh yes.
And it will be shark themed.
Call it Bruceling.
Yeah. 09 and 09. No help either. Well, actually, Emmy, that's her first one. Surely not.
Oh yeah.
Must be at school yesterday.
Yes, I know we've had no Chevrolet check it either because I know she's at school.
Yeah, that's the only thing with the European Finals. It's the first week back.
Well, it's the reason they brought in the points drop.
Ah, right, okay.
So you don't have to turn up to the European Finals to be in contention for the championship.
All right, Eva Davis currently number 3, but Mackenzie Love, he's on an 010, currently number 2. And 05, both of them, but Eva's was red, Mackenzie's was green. And now I've had this explanation from Nick, I totally understand what the team are doing, and I really appreciate Nick taking the time to do that for me last night. So you look at the Nick's car, he launches and runs in the groove, and what Nick is basically saying, if they run outside the groove, like Jacqueline is on the other side, i.e. not in the middle of the track, Nick's tyres would certainly spin. So that's why they run in the groove. Jacqueline, she's currently number 8. Luke is currently number 4. So the Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, Luke runs a different style combination to what everyone else runs. You tend to see either a Mike Boss engine or what's called a Blossom, where he runs Nick Wood's and Nick Wood's recommended clutch as well, which is a bit more up to date. Ooh, 01 red, trying.
Oh 027, no movement for either actually. Well, Luke went red, so definitely no help there. All right, Neve DV and Daniel Weir. Neve currently number 12, Daniel 2 places ahead at number 10. Both of them totally to the left-hand side of their lane as much as they can be. Oh, 017 for Neve. That's going to move her up into the number 7 spot. From number 12. Going to put ahead of Daniel. Molly Openshaw, the evil tuned junior dragster, currently number 22.
Yeah, Emily got stuck on track yesterday in the Slick Tricks lane, so hopefully, fingers crossed, they've figured out what caused that. Molly already in stage. Oh, she's off. Oh, okay. I thought we were going to be waiting for Emily as well there, but no.
That'll be the next pair. I thought the same, to be honest.
Trying with an 01 red. Up next then, Chloe Conrell and Emily Moore. This is Chloe's first run today as well.
So yeah, so it'll be Chloe's first number as well. We've had Violet Hayes, now we've got Candy Hayes. Oh, 004. Oh, goodness me, that was almost the money on her first qualifier. But it was a red, unfortunately. Emily Moore, though, goes 24 to number 10 with an 0.25 reaction time. Very good indeed. Right, okay, that's a wrap for Junior Dragster. Going to hand over to Daryl now, who's going to be covering Super Gas with the one and only Dave Gibbons.
Mr. Dave Gibbons.
Good morning, men.
Looking very well indeed.
Thank you very much. You're not looking too bad yourself.
I was looking the other way at him, but okay, fine. Nice of you to mention it. Sorry, just kidding. Just kidding. Tony Morris Carburettor Super Gas. We already had, we scheduled for 4, had 3 runs yesterday. But still a great day nonetheless.
Yeah, everyone seems to be having a lot of fun. Dave Fulton unfortunately broke the Roadster, so he went home overnight and brought back another car.
Like you do.
Yeah, broke a rocker arm and he can't find the push rods, so he figured that was probably severe damage.
Well, the thing is, yeah, yesterday, so we're talking about Dave Fulton down there with the Nexon Nova. He yesterday he was running in 2 classes. He was running the Roadster, and it was just really off pace both runs. And obviously, yeah, that
might have been the problem.
That's the reason. Well, he's already qualified, so he's still in the show. He's just with a different car. So Andy Harrison out here, previous UK Super Gas champ in the Slick Tricks lane. The aim of the game in Super Gas is to run 9.90. That's the number you see on the board at the finish line. And it is absolutely cutthroat heads-up racing. The idea is to get as close to 990 as you can, but not go any quicker.
Of course, both these guys.
Look at that. Wide awake club, both sides of the racetrack. 009 for Dave, and he was second off the line. Andy Harrison with the 003. If that was a race, look at Dave Fulton, 9.89 with a 9. 1 thou from the number 1 spot.
Both Dave and Andy are TMC customers, I'm glad to say. Although
well, that'd be why.
Not on that car. He's got a TMC on the Roadster, so
we're going to have a word with him. Go on, you know.
Yeah, he could swap it.
You would, yeah, you could swap it out. Just Okay, Bob Molden and Stefan Raffletrath. Now, that car as well is always interesting. It's been around for a long time. That Nova. It's got a blower on it, but I think it's got carbs on top of the blower as well.
To be quite honest, I don't know. I think it has. Yes, I don't know the car well.
Just always, for me, putting carbs on top of a blower is a bit counterintuitive, really, but it looks good.
Personally, we find people who put carburetors underneath a blower or behind a turbo where it's a blow-through. That's counterintuitive, and that's very difficult to make work.
Why has
properly.
no one tried that? Okay, 9.95 that time round for Bob Molden. Much more like it, up to number 11, folks. Good morning, everybody down there. How you doing, okay? John Dalrymple yesterday was number 12. Don Scott, 14.
Yep.
Don Scott was... Yeah, he was 9.99 yesterday. He's been a lot quicker than that. It's good to see guys like Don, because the thing is, that car is in no way, shape or form built for Super Gas.
No, not at all. It's not the weapon of choice for Super Gas, but he seems to make it work.
Very well indeed. And obviously more racing for your money on a racing weekend as well.
Yep.
9.91 with the 3. What did you just say? He makes it work.
He does make it work.
Up to number 4 with that one.
Lovely.
John Dalrymple, little off pace at 10.17, but he's still got a couple more shots before eliminations. Could we have Pro ET back to the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET back to the pairing lanes, please, which will make these two go, oh blast, because they're in Pro ET as well.
Yeah.
But there we go. Have you ever double classed?
No, I
You haven't?
No, I haven't. No,
You haven't. It just sounds like a lot of fun, but a lot of hard work as well, I think.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
I've been involved with people that are double classed, and it's just as hard work for the crew. But yes, it is, and it is a bit of a scamper. And
well, the other thing as well that always comes up. This is Vic Parsons, by the way, and Mark Huxley with a Toyota. Is the different trees, because there's either a sportsman tree or a pro tree as well.
Exactly.
It's hard
Messes
to
with
do
your head.
both.
Yeah.
Really hard to do both. Well, Mark is away first with an 03. Both in the low 90s yesterday. Mark with a 992. Shuffles on up to number 6.
we've got Martin Kirbishley here, who I have to say I'm grateful to him because he paid for my ticket to come up here this weekend. So
Top man, Martin.
yes,
really
he's a
nice
lovely
guy.
man. We don't see him often enough, and the paintwork on that car is just gorgeous.
The car itself is fantastic. I'm so glad to see it back, actually, because I've known Martin for a long while, and he's very generous to us guys
Yep.
up here as well. So thank you very much again, Martin and Ruth.
And he's putting together another car.
Is he?
Yes.
That's what you do when you retire, isn't it? I think.
He's got a 34 coupe that he's building.
Because that's not good. Well, I was going to say, that looks great, doesn't it? Taking on Dave Cherrett. Martin at the moment is number 9.
That's a good light for Martin.
95 and a 91 with a 6 for Martin
Where's that
Kirbishley. If that was in eliminations, he'd be hard to get around, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
006 on the tree, 991 with a 6. He's pretty deadly.
Mind you, as far as Tony is concerned, unless he's got 2 zeros before the number, it's not a number.
Yeah, but he's not here, is he?
No. He was at Bristol yesterday.
I'm joking,
He
yeah.
was at Bristol yesterday doing the 50 grand fling, and he did 7 rounds and came away with 3 grand.
That's nice. 7 rounds.
7 rounds and came away with 3 grand. There's still a couple to go to get the big 50. They're doing it again today.
So that's a daily thing, is it?
Yeah.
I do know
He's
in the
there all
States.
weekend.
So it's still possible to race for a living in the US, basically.
There are people that do it. Unfortunately, Tony's not one of them.
Okay. Well, he sounds like he's good enough to do it, really.
Well, he's taken a 6-week break. He shut the shop up for 6 weeks and he's doing a short tour around racetracks. He's racing 2 or 3 times a week.
And hopefully coming home with more money than he left with.
Just to give you guys a heads up, we think we've missed it, but think we have a perfect light. We're just double checking the timing data now, so we think there is a perfect light. So just getting it confirmed.
Okay, hopefully it wasn't in Supergas.
No,
That means it wasn't. Fantastic.
we will
Wasn't our fault,
confirm.
no.
We will confirm shortly.
Yeah, I love the fact that's all we were worried about. Anyway, Tim Moore and Wayne Hiscock. Tim Moore's car's for sale. I think it used to be a comp eliminator car out in Germany, actually, that, and it's running the 7s. I think it's 7-second legal. Wayne Hiscock's car, running both comp and gas, and this time he goes 987. Just a bit too quick and slightly off pace, really, for Tim Moore with a 10.3. Okay, your points leader in Super Gas, the man down there in another roadster in the Kestrel lane, is Stu Doyney, taking on Pete Creswell. These two are so good. Pete's number 1 qualifier at the moment, the 990 with a 4.
And Stuart's another one of our customers, strong customer. He's changing classes next year.
Okay.
Yeah, so that car's for sale. He's changing classes.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep, he's going to America and buying a car and racing it over there and then bringing it back.
Top man. Well done, Stu.
So he's going to Bakersfield.
That's his slowest light of the weekend by some margin.
Yeah.
He was 00 every time yesterday.
Yeah.
So Martin's already run 90. He runs
Just
91
under.
with a 0. 985 at 158. Stu Doyney was absolutely deadly with the old Vauxhall.
Yep.
He's still in the points lead, but this car doesn't seem to be as consistent running the numbers. He's just as consistent on the start line. He's great, but the car, I think it might be. I don't know what the issue is, if there is an issue, but it's a little bit far out of the window from where he's used to.
I haven't looked into it, but I understand what you're saying. It's just not quite there. Maybe it could even be down to an aerodynamic thing.
Well, it is a new car to him, but he's had it for a while now. Big throttle stop for Stu Morris. Sorry.
Or whether the weather's affecting it more than it affected the other car, and he's not making adjustments to compensate for it.
92 with a 0 for Stu, up to number 8 for now. That is a wrap for Super Gas with Martin Kirby. She's still up the right. We've had 3990 ETs. The top 14 are in the 90s. I don't know who number 15 is. Let's have a look quickly. Sorry. Excuse us. There we go. Actually, Dave Fulton. That was yesterday with the Roadster. He went just a thou too quick today with the Nova. Very good morning, very early morning to Tony. So is Tony at Bristol still, did you say? He's racing again today,
yes, racing again today. So, when I need to speak to him, he's usually going, yeah, I've got to go, I've got to get in the car. So I'm having trouble talking to him over this weekend. But he's having fun, so that's the main thing. I wish I was there with him, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm here, but I'd love to be there.
Well, it's a hell of a trip to get over there, but certainly worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, so where's he going after Bristol?
Do you know what? I don't know.
Okay.
He just messaged me. We're on our way to. So I don't know what the trip is. He did give me a list, but they were just names in my head.
Fair enough. Well, they still have quite a decent amount of choice of racetracks in the US.
Oh
still,
yeah.
Even though.
And normally he watches while he's in the workshop. Watches this while he's in the workshop. So I don't know whether he'll be keeping up with us today.
Yeah. Well, as always, Tony, thank you very much, and thank you, Dave, as well for your support and help. And
absolutely.
Hopefully, we'll see you a bit later on today as well.
Maybe you will. I'm going to go off and do a bit of work on people's cars.
Top man. Thank you very much indeed. Dave Gibbons.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
As we do a little bit of track prep before we get into, thank you, Dave, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, qualifying session number 4. We should have had 4 qualifying runs yesterday. Due to weather and the like. You're just a dealer, aren't you? You are. He's a dealer, that bloke. He deals drag racing models, does our Colin, in quite some fashion. Good man. So, welcome up into the tower. Jamie, Billy, morning, Jamie.
Good morning, how are we?
What a gorgeous Friday morning it is.
Yeah. Bit of a contrast from yesterday.
Certainly is, because yesterday was, if you were here, obviously, it was chilly, it was overcast, it was very windy as well, but it was still a great day all the same. Now, before we get to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, Jamie, what you do for teams, and please just give us a quick rundown on what you do for everybody, or what services you offer.
It depends what you're after. So at Design by Binny, I do automotive design and graphic design. So anything from logo design, graphic design for artwork for T-shirts and that kind of thing, all the way through to bespoke design for full-on hot rod builds. Mainly in the US is where most of the hot rod stuff that I work on at the moment is, because that's those guys discovered me a few years ago when I started promoting myself. So I work kind of remotely. I work on US time, so it's very, very early for me at this moment.
Oh, good.
But yeah, it depends what you're after. If you're building something and you need it visualized, whether you know what you're looking for or you don't, that's where I come in and I can help you get the result you want.
So what's the easiest way to check out your stuff? Facebook, Instagram?
Facebook, Design by Binny. Instagram, Design by Binny. And designbybinny.com.
And also, again, very quickly, how is drag racing or hot rodding really your sort of venue of choice, if you will?
My father brought me here for the first time when I was 3 years old. The same day I drew a car and I was quiet for 10 minutes. So my dad said, we'll get him to do more of this.
What was that, drawing the car or coming here?
Well, both. I was stunned when I first came here, but then when I drew my first car, he was like, wow, I've had peace and quiet for a little while, so let's get him some pens and some paper and we'll see what happens.
And little did we know, however many years later,
here we are.
Yeah, absolutely that, mate. No, I really do. Big fan of your stuff, and please, if you're out there, if you're sitting at home watching on the internet or anything like that, please check out Design by Binny on both Facebook and Instagram as well. However,
we have some very good news, which is that Victoria Smith is coming round in the car that has been sitting in the pits all day yesterday. They've been struggling for parts. They managed to get parts very last minute a couple of days ago. I think they actually arrived yesterday, and it was some lifters, and as they installed the lifters, they found there was an issue with clearance. And with some magic help from people such as Nick Davies, they've got it running. The sigh of relief.
Well, the Boost Monkey Buick down here in the Slick Tricks lane. Nice to see Victoria's taking it easy. So, the Boost Monkey, which is the logo you designed, isn't
Yeah, that's
it?
correct, yeah.
Yeah. Go on, tell us what I'm going to ask you this a lot, but because I love it. Go on.
The brief for the logo design was, we want an angry monkey making a rude gesture whilst riding a turbo.
Nice.
Don't get that very often, so
they're the sort of once in a career ones. I challenge anyone to come up with more fun one than that anyway. But get in touch with Jamie if you do. Taking on Paul Morton with a mortified Zodiac. He had a great day yesterday. Let's see. Oh, he's on and roll through stage. I think Victoria's going to be allowed to go. That thing really picks up in the back half. Nice and straight all the way through. 8:33 at 183. That's a good checkout run. In fact, that's a great checkout run, actually. I'm sure they'd be happy with that.
Considering the issues or the stress from yesterday, I'm sure that's a massive relief.
Okay, Paul Morton. Down in the mid-8s yesterday, 8:62. Whoa, that was a little bit too much wheel speed off the line. Or spin, really. Takes it easy to a 975. We've got to say again, folks, what you're looking at, these are all completely street legal. They run on street tyres. They go out and do a 20-mile cruise tomorrow evening to prove, including taking on fuel. They do a hot start to prove that they really are 100% street cars. And not only that, to scare the local population.
Yes,
That's
indeed.
what we'd like doing.
It's the only class where the qualifying takes two separate entities, because if you don't complete the cruise, you don't race.
No matter what you did on the racetrack, exactly that. Ashley Cooper, these two are matched up against each other. I think they're having a bit of a match race, actually, aren't they? Ash Cooper with the Transit, and James Murray now in the 9.4s. 57 this morning and a 72 for Ashley Cooper. No improvement there, 14 and 15. Got to say as well, a massive congratulations to everyone involved in Street Eliminator for the reason of biggest field ever this weekend, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Biggest field we've ever had. On that subject, and proving you can do stuff better in your garage than main manufacturers can do, we have the Young brothers over there in the Kestrel lane with the Blackcurrant Beetle. Yes, it's all electric, and it goes like a scalded cat, basically. For a long while, I think he actually held the quarter-mile record for any electric-powered
with the
car.
old first.
That's right.
Yeah.
Taking on a bit of American muscle in the other lane. Well, from Stoke-on-Trent anyway. Rob Slater with the twin turbo 57. Rob had a great day yesterday too. Stop me if you've heard it before, but personal best after personal best. That 60 foot was about where it was yesterday. Great looking run for Sam Young again. 8:33 and an 8:14, even quicker for Rob Slater.
That's 8.14 seconds in the car that not only completes the cruise to qualify itself for the event, but also, as Darryl said, drives all the way from Stoke-on-Trent to and from the track in that car.
Absolutely fantastic to see. A new personal best again, knocking on the door of the 7s. Can you believe that?
We have Anthony Higgs, who missed all day yesterday due to a steering wheel issue. He got some help from Luke Robinson to weld the boss that was necessary. This is his first pass of the weekend for the Capri in the right lane.
7 second, knocking on 200 mile an hour, that Capri, believe it or not. Tony Higgs is on a great one here as well. That's a lovely looking run. 7:42, 196 miles an hour. The chutes come out just before the third turn off. 11:03 for Mr. Nigel Hale in the other
Can
lane.
I just add something
Go on
to
then.
that?
It's okay.
Jenny says, he said, look, you haven't put those twin chutes on for nothing. I want to see you actually use them for what they're intended for.
Well-
So in other words, they want to go over 200.
I'm pretty sure that's his personal best both ends, actually. 7:42, 196. He's been close before, I know.
Yeah,
He might have
very
been
close.
197.
I think he's been 197, but he hasn't hit the 200. But that's, Jenny's having to go. So come on, you put these twin chutes on, use them for what they're intended for, i.e., slow them down over 200.
But that was also his first run of the weekend
It
as
was,
well.
yeah.
Everybody else has had 3 goes at it, including these two. Graham Smith, Elliot Day. Graham Smith yesterday had a good sort of ET day, but not a good headache day.
No,
really.
had some issues. It turned out to be a relay issue, so it was bogging and cutting out at about 60 feet. They think they've found the issue. We're about to find out.
Against Elliot Day with the Plan B Willis. Wow, Elliot's car at labour off the line. Look at that 60 foot for Graham Smith. 125 and a set 8:43 at 160. I think it's fixed.
200ths off their PB with that run. That car, when it was built, the idea was 7s. They're still aiming for 7s. They're creeping up on it, and there's a lot more to get out of it.
On the subject of ETs, check out the car in the slick tricks lane. There's only one thing that's been built for, and that's sixes. Mr. Mark Todd, the one and only.
Mark had an issue yesterday in his he missed the last session of qualifying due to the previous session where he got about halfway down the track and had such severe vibration that he couldn't really see where he was going. So he thought at that point, you know, maybe back off this time. It was a tyre issue. He got some new tyre sourced from Billy at Automotive.
No, he went to number 1. He didn't back off at all, did he? Anyway, taking on Phil Druitt, who reached for the sky yesterday. Aston Martin against 4Pop. Where else could you see this in the world, eh? Mark's car walks off the line with a 126. It's been down in the 1.1s before. 747, 197 miles an hour. Phil Druitt with a 12-second pass. No improvement still. So, Mark Todd stays number 3. Tony Higgs is actually number 2 at the moment. But your number 1 qualifier so far, this has been so good, isn't it? So good.
It's a bit of a statement to have not made a pass all day yesterday while others have made 3 and then go straight to number 2 in qualifying from Anthony.
See what happens in the next pair as well.
Street weekend winner, Rob Carter.
And who's behind us as well. Yeah, absolutely that. Yeah, Rob Castle with Percy de Passat in the Kestrel Lane. Not only did he do Street Weekend and won it over here, went to Sweden and competed in their Street Week, which is a bit... what's the word I'm looking for? Lively, I think. Take it on. Andy Bond with the repaired, even uglier sister. 209 miles an hour yesterday for Andy Bond. Now you can see where these cars make their power. Rob Carter gets off the line first, but here comes Andy Bond to a 725 at 207 miles an hour. Rob Carter 750 at 182. Yeah, there's a tenth of a second between those two in the 60 foot. That's mad.
If you don't follow the Ugly Sister on Instagram, I suggest you do. Pretty much every week they take that car down to McDonald's and scare the locals. We will have no Michael D'Souza. I saw him earlier today. No car here. As far as I know, he was,
Right.
he was on the
Okay.
banking, so clearly some issues there. Al Mack in the left lane. They made their way down here last night, so they didn't do any running yesterday. In the Volvo, taking on Joe Stevens.
I just love these two cars. Why would you go drag racing in these? Oh yeah, they run nearly 200 miles an hour. That'll be why. Both with twin turbo big blocks under the hood. I still love Al's car because just simply for the fact that he shuts the sunroof with his hand every time he runs. It's great, isn't it? I'm sure that's the way Volvo engineered it when they built this car about 45 years ago. Softish launch for Al Mack. I think this is going to be a get it down the track one. Actually,
Looks like he may have clicked off there. We'll see what Joe can do. 887, 158.
I think Al's was more a test pass anyway. He's currently, though, number 17. One thing I'd really like to find out, if you can, very quickly before we move to Supercom, Jamie, if they run a 16-car field or they're all run. Because if they're 16, Al Mack's not in at the moment.
Indeed, I will. I'll do some digging. Yes, I'll do some digging and I'll get back to you.
Top man. Thank you very much for your help as always, Jamie. Don't forget to check out Designed by Binny on Instagram and Facebook.
There's
Thank you.
19 in Street Eliminator that runs it now, yeah?
Yes.
How many cars in the field? It's all run, isn't it?
Well, that's what I mean. Whether it's all run or whether it's top 16.
Ah, right, okay.
That's all. Sorry, mate. That's all I was getting at. Whether it is going to be that. So we shall see. Alternates for Street
Plus the fact
Eliminator.
they have to complete the cruise to actually...
Yeah.
So.
So even if you don't get in the show, still do the cruise. But we'll see anyway. Hopefully it'll be all run.
Well, just to give you good folks up there, 25 minutes before we get Fire Force and Firestorm down on the line to lead us into our first round of Pro Qualifying.
We are on with Supercom 8.90 racing. That won't be an 890 for Ronnie Mercer. Andy Clifford's number 3 at the moment. Went 892 yesterday. 906 this morning. Still good. Okay, Steve Hudson and Warren Watts, your next pair. Warren with the Camaro.
Yeah, finally ran the 8.90 he's been looking for. He was struggling to get it into the 8s on petrol, so he switched it to methanol, and now he's going too quick.
good problem to have. Is it the characteristics of methanol? Is that what it is, basically?
Methanol has its own oxygen in it compared to petrol, which doesn't. Basically, what that means is you can burn a lot more of it.
Well, I'm guessing he's got one of Tony Morris's carbs on there because Dave Gibbons is a very interested spectator down there. Against Steve Hudson, so their numbers 9 and 4 at the moment. Oh, look at that, 89 with a 0. Oh, so close for him. Watts. Steve Hudson goes 885. Again, what they're trying to do here, folks, is run as close as they can to 8.90, but not too quick, i.e. an 880 is what we call a breakout, means you've gone too quick. Now, they are qualifying to set the field, which means, like the run order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoever's closest to the 890 number at the end of qualifying, which will be sometime tomorrow, will go into race day as number 1 qualifier, and we pair them up and run them off in tournament-style eliminations as such. Paul Hudson, championship leader, actually, in the pension pot in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Ellie Mae Brown. Tracy, if you're watching him, very, very good morning. Hope you're doing well, feeling better. Don't close your eyes. It will be absolutely fine. She's doing perfectly well. I'm not sure about Lee, but definitely Ellie. 2 runs yesterday, or a couple of runs yesterday for Ellie. She was a bit too quick.
I've just noticed the sticker on the side of Paul Hudson's car. That's new. It actually says the pension pot on it
It does
now.
indeed. Yeah, so Ellie's car looking absolutely fantastic. It was previously a Super Pro car, so Lee's got to slow it down quite a bit. And like you said, because she's not 18 yet, she can't run over 150. So I think the closest she ran yesterday was an 8.7. Slowing at the top end nicely. 8.66. 9.09. So look, she's doing such a good job. You'll get it. So again, no help for either. That again is a perfect example of a breakout for Ellie that time round. Okay, I think this is going to be the last car in Supercomp before we go back into Pro ET before our Pro session.
And it is Leah Kellett. She was struggling all day yesterday trying to hit the number, and then hit the nail on the head. 8.900 with an 8. There is wiggle room. There is room in there for improvement.
Now,
Not much.
If you notice, her brother is standing right behind the car at the moment with the cap on and his fire suit on, and that's because this is another car they double class with. So when Leah's in the seat, it runs 8.90 with the throttle stop. When Joe's in the seat, it runs in Super Pro and runs in the low 7s. I wonder if Leah's ever tempted to accidentally leave the throttle stop off and go whee just once. Although saying that, she does get the speed through the finish line that Joe does pretty much as well. 897. Let's see the speed. Look, 176 miles an hour. Okay, not really much movement in that session of Super Comp. We are on to a run from the 2-seater and back into Pro ET qualifying for the second session of the day and the 5th of the weekend. I think if I'm keeping up right, yeah.
Yes, because we missed one yesterday, didn't we?
Sorry. So, Mr. Blackett, who's out there somewhere, I think. Was it fun? Yes. Okay, fair enough. Apparently, you had a great ride. Is that right? Yes? Good. Sure, Paula will be thrilled.
So, asleep was Paul Brown that time, 05.
Yeah,
Compared to
it
his
was perfect
usual.
yesterday.
Yeah.
789, 169 miles per hour. I'm sure he enjoyed that. Happy 50th birthday present. Okay. Q5 for Pro ET.
Right, first up, Hans van der Spek alongside Tom Herbert with the Corrado. After this, it will be the first of our Pro sessions. Going to be kicking things off with our jet cars, Fire Force number 3 and Firestorm. So Martin Hill will be taking on Roger Goring. But it is Pro ET. Got 50 plus of these cars to go through first. Watch the order shuffle again, as these two are 45 and 42 at the moment. Tom wants 11.10 and Hans Van Spek wants 10.50. $10.71 and 11.36, and they do not move one position at all. They stay put. All right, the two purple altered then. You got Marie Mills, currently number 14. Her target number for this one, 10.34. Frankie Taylor, 9.90 for her. Currently in the number 46 spot. They will all qualify. They'll all be racing. But it's where they end up. And, of course, qualifying points very important as well for those that are in the championship battle. Well, Frankie's going to get there first. Goes 10.05 at 10.43. Frankie actually moves up 2 spots there, 46 to 44. And no movement from Marie. Al Platt with the Rainy City Warrior, the Camaro. Dialing 11.89. And it's Simon Swarbrick with the 4 pop. So Al currently 34. Simon currently 47. Simon's only had one run in qualifying though, didn't run at all yesterday. So this is only his second run. $11.90 for Al, goes up from 34 to 12. That is a cracking move from Al, well done indeed. Simon stays number 47. Anthony Mitchell with the Buick. Mason Griffiths with the Javelin. 10.78 pays 11.60. Well, Anthony already in the top 8. $10.80. Anthony stays number 8. Mason goes 11.75. That's getting better. 50 up to number 44. Well done, Mason. Okay, it's the Thunderstruck Willis of Johnny McClure taking on the Apocalypse Cuda of Chris Orthodoxy. Johnny 34, Chris 39 at the moment. Down, off they go. So it will be Johnny that gets to the top end first. Goes 9.88 and 11.40 breakout. A little bit too quick there for Chris. Johnny goes 88 on the 80 on the dial-in. So no movement from those two. Don Scott, currently number 2 qualifier. Was the first to get a perfect ET yesterday, i.e. hit his number bang on. But then improvement from Reuben Dawson was even better on a perfect ET. In other words, the 10,000s were better. So Don number 2, dialing in 9.75 this one. Sean Law with the Wicked Lady Dragster looking for 8.60.
A little bit of wheel spin there for Sean.
Gives him a 64, puts him into the number 32 spot. Don, only 100th off, but then bearing in mind he's had a perfect ET already.
So your top 32 now is an 041.
Seriously impressive. Stevie Gates is number 21. Jason Pickett, number 46. Jason taking it right the way down to 10 flat now. We know the car can run it, it's how he judges it now. Car built by Keith Williams, with the help from his boys as well, but it was basically Keith's project and he ran that car for a little while, and Jason really wanted the car, so the boys parted with it. Oh, lovely launch for Jason as well. Jason so nearly got it. 9.9993. Oh, that was so tight. He backed off as well. Nearly got it. Brilliant effort. He's gonna snigger when he looks at that timing slip. He really is. Right, next up, Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing F100. And Lucille the Camaro. All the way from Germany. Let's see what Bjorn can do on this one. He's dialing in 10:30. Bill dialing 11:10. .10:43. Bill Wilson finds an improvement, goes 11:13, or 11:10 goes to number 31. So top 30, right, it's 037 now for the top 32. That's what we're monitoring, actually. Very, very good indeed.
You've got 4 spaces and it'll be an 030.
Well, I said 02, didn't I? So, well, we'll see. We'll see. Laura Bainton and Tom Kay. Laura is number 32. And can we please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Breakout for Laura. A bigger breakout, actually. So it's nearly a 10th. And no help for Tom either, so they stay put. From one Tom to another, this is Tom Watkins with the Charger 9.10. And for company, got Billy Everett with the Duster 9.43 for him. Tom is currently number 26, Billy number 14.
The Charger finally back doing the wheelies that it always used to before the wheelie bar.
Yeah, it's typical. You put a set of wheelie bars on because it starts lifting in the front end and then it doesn't lift as much. Oh, it didn't move at all. I mean, well, it sort of stuttered, but that was it. Didn't actually break the beams though. Billy goes 9.53 on a 43. Oh, it must have broken the beam. Oh no, it's just a reaction time. It's 10.69. 10.80, 1.05. All right, Chris Newsom with the MG dialing in 9.81 in the Slick Tricks lane. And it's the Goldilocks 100E of Jack McClure on to 11.86. breakout there, Chris, a bit too quick. And Jack McClure goes 12-12 on 11.86, so he stays put as well. Lee Huxley, John Bean. So 2 Mustangs, but from different eras. So the Dark Horse Mustang dialing in 868 here. Lee is currently in the number 24 spot. But at number 4, John Bean with a shotgun Mustang. And dialing in 903 here. So you can see the nitrous just been purged there by John Bean. Oh, 0007 red there for Lee Huxley. Doesn't really matter at qualifying, but goes 865 breakout. John Bean goes 908 on that 903, but he stays number 4. Right, Dave Fulton, 990 dial in for the Nova. And the other Nova, Matthew Dowdy, dials 1118.
Dave ran 9.8999 in Super Gas.
Oh, gets 9.89 with an 8. Oh, he's so close. 11.35 there for Matthew Dowdy. So no movement from Dave Fulton, no movement from Matthew Dowdy. Right, a much more sensible dial-in then for Guy King. The car is now starting to work. Goes 10.5 on the dial-in for the Chevelle. And it's Neil Watkins with a little Purple Express. So 11.41 dial-in for Neil. 10.50 for Ian. Ian nearly bumped through, but he's okay. .11.08 and 11. Oh, Neil Watkins does it again. Breaks out by less than 100th of a second. Not quite as painful as the one he did yesterday, but yeah, he's right on the number. Just 100th the wrong side. Right, Susie McClure, Andrew Brooks. Susie's really getting a good handle on this car now. Driving it for all it's worth. Dialing in 9.58. She's currently in the number 35 spot. 10 place ahead is Andrew Brook. Currently number 25, looking for a 9.10.
004 red for Andrew Brook.
Susie McClure goes to number 3. 9.58 with a 1. Phenomenal run for Susie. Absolutely outstanding. My goodness me, what a run. Next up then is Mr. Qualifying himself. He's going to have to work hard though. Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. Going alongside the Earth Met Nissan of Darren Huxley.
So there it is. There's the 03 top 32, 036 at the minute.
Expect that to change again. So 9.73 and 11.75. Sorry, 11.25. 9.77, 11.17. Breakout for Darren Huxley. Dave Rudd moves up from 41 to 35. Oh, they're coming through thick and fast at the moment. Chris Waterhouse with a bad habit, Audi S3, going alongside Doug McClure, who's just seen Susie go to number 3. What can Doug do? 9.43 for Chris, 11.24 for Doug.
I'm loving the message on the top of Chris's car, which just says, send it.
10.53. Well, Doug moves up 49 to 40. Chris just... .963 with an 8. Amy, what? She doesn't move. She stays put. Unbelievable. Oh dear. 972 for Dave Cherrett. God, they're good, aren't they? Well, they are good. Well, considering it's an 036 now for the top 32.
I'm just thinking as well, that's about to change, fingers crossed, because Will Clark on the outside of the 32 at 41, he's never usually that far down.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They'll all be racing. It's just something really interesting for us to monitor. Both of them with 08 lights. We can't read that in eliminations, by the way. Bob, 956, 980. Will Clark goes to 33. Bob stays 18. Yeah, so Will Clark was 400s off number 33. Mad. God, I love it. Warren Watts, 889 dial-in for Warren. I'm not surprised he's done that because he keeps breaking out in Supergas. So he's gone 889 on the dial-in then for the Camaro. Jed Guy just walks back. He's helping Warren out this weekend. That's where he goes 88, isn't it? No, 86. Curses. just saw Jed shake his head, but oh dear.
Ronnie Mercer.
Amazing how he just switches between the two. Brilliant.
Very, very difficult to set the car up to be able to do that. I know that's something Ron Bartlett was talking about during Super Pro. Brett Featherstone, 966 with a 1, goes from 30 to 3.
Nice. Almost a perfect ET. 1/10,000th it would have been a perfect, but it was good enough. Oh, Mark Huxley's wound it back to 992. He's normally dialing in the 97s, but 92 on this one. Nick Mugridge, 1002. Don't forget, Nick is in this championship tussle with Lee Morris. There's only 50 points between them. .983 breakout, 1008. Nick Mugridge stays 25. Mark stays 31.
Yeah, issues for Josh Duncan. I can see him getting towed back.
He's had a phenomenal weekend. Josh and the team, awesome debut of that new ride. We love that. And I say it is so stable, it's arrow straight. And I'll tell you what, I think they're going to be really enjoying running that car for the future. Well done, gang. A very, very good acquisition indeed for the team. Got to give them credit for that one. Right, we have underneath the tower Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3.
We've also got a couple of victims up here in the tower.
The way you say victims.
We've got Abby and Alex up here who've never experienced the jet car before, and they're doing it from on top. Nice. I think they're quite excited.
I think it's a good opportunity now to just have a look on the spectator banking. Let's just put your hands up if it's your first time here. Oh, we've got a few. Nice one. On all the grandstands. How many first-time visitors? We have a few over there as well. Excellent. Well, you're going to enjoy this because this is Martin Hill with what we comfortably call it, or nicely call it, the house jet. It's Fire Force number 3. It's quite tame. But going alongside Martin, just to ramp up the volume even more, Roger Goring's going to be running the Firestorm jet car as well. So side-by-side jet cars. And it's a show. You're really, really going to enjoy this. Those of you on Bankside VIP, good morning to you down there. I can see Barry's down there. We recognise a few people over there. But on Bankside VIP, are you first-time visitors? I know you're not, Barry, but any other... Are you all newbies or are you been here before? Show of hands for if it's your first time on the Bankside VIP. Enjoy this one. All the others are going to be pointing you at laughing at you in a minute. So those of you tuned into the live stream, you've got a perfect view there of Roger sat inside. There's Rog giving us a wave. Thank you ever so much indeed. And Helen just wiping the tyres clean, getting ready for the run with the Firestorm Jet Funny car. You'll see Roger is sat in the centre of the car. You've got the big air ducts either side of him, so that's what you call a centre drive car. And then if you have a look at Martin's car in a moment, he sits to the side of the jet.
There you go.
And there we go, perfectly orchestrated. And there's Martin.
Good news as well, if you're sat on the grandstand on the banking, grandstands you can see it perfectly. Banking, if you just turn around, you can see a big old screen hanging in the air. You can see exactly what we're talking about too.
Yeah. Well, as long as the Fire Force team remember to take the cover off the front, it'll be good to go. But no, they're all connected up and getting themselves ready. So our next part of the entertainment, next part of the show here is our jet cars.
So the Firestorm machine in the Kestrel beer lane, the Fire Force house jet in the Slick Tricks lane. As Colin said, two very different ways of doing very, very similar things.
As I said, we've got a couple of guests in the tower. Hope you enjoy this. Big plumes of smoke. It's all going to start happening now.
See, this is difficult because I want to watch what's going on over there, but I also want to watch the victims. Oh, good idea. So the bodies go down, support vehicles get moved out of the way. And no doubt Richard out front, ready to conduct the show.
Yeah, so both jets now up and running. Cameras all rolling.
I don't think that phone's going to stay
No,
there.
no chance. We'll soon realise. There we go. Let's look at Richie.
Final checks. Just waiting for the thumbs up. There we go. So here they come, pulling the cars forward. Oh yeah, we forgot to say they turned them up as well. The tower filling with smoke now.
Yeah, it's actually made a proper entrance, hasn't it?
Both cars into pre-stage. Two funny cars. The European Finals, your viewing pleasure. Side by side through the finish line as well. 5.15 at 230 for Firestorm. 5.12 at 239 mile an hour for Martin Hill.
That was amazing. What a pairing that was. Great race indeed. The the margin at the stripe was 0-3. Wow, so
I'll tell you what
in
I'm gonna
effect,
do.
it's a whole shot win, actually.
What? I might see how you
you're
felt
brave.
about that. All I'm going to say is, try just suppress your feelings a little bit.
Yeah.
Act calm.
So you're live, so please don't swear.
How was that?
I have never seen anything like that. Oh my god, that felt like the whole gantry was going to collapse.
So, you know when you put your phone against the window?
Yeah.
Do you believe me now when I said it wouldn't stay there?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That was insane.
And the best bit is that's not even the loudest thing you're going to see today.
Is it not?
No.
Oh no!
Oh,
no!
Wow.
I'll
I
tell
don't
you
really
what.
have a lot else to say other than that was insane.
If you hand the microphone over to Alex, we'll get his reaction as well. How was that for you?
I've never experienced anything like that before. Honestly, that was absolutely nuts. I actually think, I'm shaking.
So I'm guessing you've been around motorsport before, but not quite anything like this.
Not like that, and especially when you're up here and you're feeling, it honestly it feels like an earthquake.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel normal.
It's
Is
sensory
that safe?
overload, isn't it?
Is that safe?
Yeah.
Enough.
I suppose we get a little bit accustomed to it because we're used to it, but when you see first-timers and to experience it from where you've just experienced it from, it's just totally bonkers, isn't it?
It's when that first when you're getting that first thruster and it goes to about there and you're feeling that glass feels like it's coming through.
Yeah. Luckily, it's not glass anymore.
Oh,
it's
okay.
Lexan, so you're okay.
But yeah, absolutely crazy. Thank you for this experience. It's been absolutely nuts.
No. Well, say, as Darryl rightly said, it's not the loudest things we've got here because when you see the fuel cars run, that will blow you away. So enjoy the rest of your day, and then go and tell everybody about it.
Oh yes.
And bring friends. Brilliant stuff. Okay, so the Gluebird is just getting ready to go and stick some extra sticky stuff down out there, as the next class to come around the corner will be Comp Eliminator. And then we get into our FIA Pro classes. Going to be kicking things off with Pro Modified. And then, of course, Top Methanol and everything. Darryl's down there as well.
Yes, good morning. It's lovely and warm down here, isn't it? So, just a quick, because Colin, before we start, I just want to give everybody a brief background of what you have been doing this summer. So a couple of weeks ago, what was it you organised and what did you do?
We were at Silverstone Festival, which is Silverstone's, it's their second biggest event of the year after the Formula One Grand Prix. Basically 100,000 people over the course of 3 days go to Silverstone Festival. They've got live music in the evening, but it's a huge car show during the day of nostalgia racing and everything that goes on up there. It is absolutely phenomenal. Great event. And we were in our second year of organising, myself and a chap called Tim Hinchcliffe. And Tim was the mechanism behind the wheels. I was just the voice at the front of it. And we had a display of drag racing machinery. We had 28 teams that represented the world of drag racing, including we had fuel bikes there, we had Pro ET cars, junior dragsters, you name it. And very proudly, we got awarded the best off-track experience for the show visitors. So we're very, very proud of that. And hopefully, we've got some people that have come from Silverstone Festival that there 2 weeks ago. Come and visit us at Santapod this weekend.
Well, that's what I was going to say. We'll do it again tomorrow, but we do need to have a bit of a poll of how many people that were there are here. Yeah. So go on then.
Right. Well, we'll ask again tomorrow. But yeah, those of you that at Silverstone Festival a couple of weeks ago, have you come over? Show us hands. I don't think there'll be many, but put your hands up in the air if you're at Silverstone Festival 2 weeks ago and you're here today. It's top of the banking. Yeah, a couple over there as well. Yeah. On the grandstands, let's have a look over there. Can't see any movement there, but nevertheless, welcome. And welcome to our crazy world of allegedly straight line racing, because it doesn't always go straight, does it?
Yeah, that's probably the best way to describe it. Allegedly straight line, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, it's really funny actually, because there's a lot of people that it's almost like a hidden world when you come drag racing. And so many people say, why have we never seen or heard about this before? Well, it's not as if we don't have presence, like a worldwide presence, and it's not as if people haven't heard of the place before, but getting yourself along here and seeing it live, seeing it in real life, obviously is a completely different thing, and everyone's about to find out firsthand why. It's a good idea, aren't they?
Oh, most definitely.
So we've got Comp Eliminator coming up now after, again, a little bit of track prep. It won't be long at all. And they had 3 qualifying sessions yesterday. The great news for all you UK fans, not only have we got the biggest field of comp ever we've seen in the UK, but we also have Kyle Cox up there in the pits, well, down here now, round behind the start line, racing with us this weekend. And it's going to be a lot of fun.
Carl Cox, who's gained some orange stripes since yesterday. I've just noticed on the side of the car.
He wants to look like David Vector's car.
Oh, is that what it is?
No.
Is that what it is? It's
No.
Dick's introduction was to commentary.
Yeah.
He wants to be like.
That's it. He wants to be like the cool kids in the 570s, yeah? Is that what it is?
Yes, I think so.
Well, why not? Anyway.
Actually looks pretty good, that. I do like it.
So has it been, I'm just going to have a quick nose now, you said that. Has it been changed or just added to?
It's been added to.
No, I think it's a completely different color. I think it was dark grey last
It was,
year.
yeah. The car was painted by OCS, Williams Brothers. It's been over to their paint shop, and it looks absolutely beautiful. So well done to Nick and the gang over there.
So, Dick, while you're there and while you're talking, anyway, very good morning from a lovely, warm, sunny Sandsport Raceway. Yes, I said that out loud.
Good morning, everyone.
Pro Modified. We're going to get to Pro Modified in a minute. Yeah, that basically.
Yeah.
It's going to be just
Cracking.
The thing is, as well, it's always great fun here in September at the UK's favourite racetrack. But my goodness me, it's going to be even better. We've actually got 4 guys at least that could nab the title. I was really impressed to see Jari Rantaniemi not only win at Tiep, but come over here as well to take a stab at the title this weekend.
Yeah, and don't forget Stian Rouzanis. The first year doing the full FIA tour, and now he's also one of the 4 contenders to become the champion.
He's done so well, and that car. I mean, we'll talk about more about them when they come round. But that car leaves like an absolute bandit. If it was an 8th mile race, I think that car would win everything. Unfortunately, it's not for them. It's quarter mile. But and David's had a pretty good year. I think his first round exit at Tiep, at the first Tiep, that's the one that's probably going to be dropped. But that depends on how he gets on Sunday.
No, it will be Hockenheim.
It will be Hockenheim.
Yeah,
I beg your pardon. Okay.
He missed some qualifying points there, so that was his worst event in point score.
Okay. Well, he set the track record in round 1 as well. Didn't he?
Yeah, 579.
It's amazing what difference a bit of weather makes as well, isn't it? Yeah, because it was typical Hockenheim weather, really hot, sticky, and frankly nasty for most of the weekend. But Sunday morning was nice and cool, and I've seen that at that racetrack so many times. It's like Sunday is a totally different day, isn't it? And for whatever reason, the weather gods decided to give everybody a nice cool day on race day.
Yeah, so especially first round. It was crazy.
Yeah, and also Andre Arnover, the guy who's, well, I say hot on his heels. Once you deduct the worst points total, he's actually in the lead slightly.
6 points. Yeah, he's 6 points ahead of David.
How many points do you get in each qualifying session?
3. If you're the quickest in qualifying, you get 3 points. If you're second, 2, and third, obviously 1 point. Each qualifying round.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that means that traditionally, especially at this racetrack, David's been quicker than Andre in legal pro mod trim anyway.
Yeah.
So it's going to make it super fun. Yeah. So that those 4 names, Stian Rouzanis, which I can now say properly, thank you very much, Dick. Also, Jari Rantaniemi, David Vector and Andre Arnover. It's just going to be so much fun. 4 cars that can run easily in the 5.8s, maybe even dip into 5.7s on a number of occasions.
Yeah, well, except Stian. Well, his personal best is a 5.92 at the moment. Yeah, also done that at Hockenheim.
Till this afternoon.
Hopefully, yeah. I hope he goes in a 5.8.
Well, the thing is, it's a long old season, isn't it? But it makes it all worthwhile when you're in the hunt at the end of it, definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely that. So we are on with Comp Eliminator. They're just about to fire and come round. And once again,
We start off with Carl Cox.
indeed we do. The Pro Charge car. Colin said yesterday it's up for sale, believe it or not.
It is, yeah, 100%. As I say, got no idea on price, but it's definitely up for grabs.
It's half a house, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's where that house is.
And half of Buckingham Palace possibly as well. You never know.
And how about this for a introduction to Comp Eliminator? In the other lane, Chris Todd. I am liking the Dayglow Orange
Yeah.
on the CUDA. If you were here yesterday, the car didn't look like that.
Oh, they did it overnight. Oh.
Also got both lights working as well today. What did you run yesterday? 6.1, wasn't it? About 6.15. The way Comp Eliminator works, you're going to see a number come up on the board in the finish line in a couple of moments. Those are their indexes. The idea is they run as quick and as fast as they can underneath those times. So there's no breakouts. They're trying to go as quick as they can. So Carl Cox's index is a 6.70. That car has been 6.15. He's actually been down into the 5s. And now's kind of the perfect time to do that if you can as well.
And in the other lane is Chris Todd with the rear-engined flat 4 powered Ford Fiesta. I nearly called it a Subaru Fiesta then, but it has got a Subaru engine on board.
It does look like Chris has brought a knife to a gunfight, but let's not forget that this Fiesta is insanely quick. Will clock 170 miles at the stripe, will go 8.6. It is a quick little car, this. But then Carl Cox, as you say, 6.15 from yesterday.
I'm not sure how much weight he has to carry to be legal for the class. Obviously, Pro Charge cars are deep into the 5s in the US. They regularly run, well, at least it wasn't a doorbell, Colin. They run into the 5.7s and 5.8s on a regular basis, but Carl might be carrying a bit more weight than they do over there in the States.
Yeah, almost definitely, because he's running in the altered categories rather than the pro mod categories. He needs to get the 5s down.
That's a beauty. 6.08 at 2.37 for Carl. 8.91. Nice back in the 8s as well for Chris Todd at 1.59. Does that move him up at all?
No, stays 6. Chris Todd stays 10.
Yeah, that's a tough crowd, isn't it? So he's 0.62 under his index, and he doesn't move.
No.
Okay, side-by-side supermod cars coming up next. Rob Smallworth in the Doddy Dog 55. Now, it's not matte black, but that's still a very cool colour for a car. He's going to be coming out alongside Jordan Payne.
Yeah, Jordan. Also, a big shout out to Freddie Terza down there from VP. Last weekend, obviously, Freddie and pretty much everybody else is at the US Nationals, but Freddie's made his way over to the UK for this weekend. Jordan basically just wanted to say the story about the sponsor on the scoop of the car, actually. That's GSI. When Jordan went over to the 4-wides over at ZMAX in April, Freddie introduced Jordan to Eric Latino. And Eric was very generous with his time and showed Jordan around the incredible KB Titan Racing facility. Of course, that's the pro stock team. So the logo on the scoop is basically a big thank you from Jordan to them.
Well, Jesse actually make catalytic converters, and where every rule, typical of a racer, where every rule turns up, there's an opportunity. And I don't know if a lot of you guys probably know this, but California is one of the most strictly regulated places in the world when it comes to emissions. And what it means is a lot of cars that were previously not allowed to drive or run in California now can, if you've got one of those on the car. That's the whole idea behind it. And Eric Latino has really found a proper niche, not only in business, but running in pro stock as well. So, but it's good to see the name on the car over here in the UK too. So there you go, Sadiq Khan. That's your idea. Instead of charging everybody £12.50 to go into London, get them to put those catalytic converters on the car, and hey presto, it'll be fine. Said that out loud, didn't I?
You did.
Anyway, yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, but hopefully they're listening.
Yeah, well, you never know. Well, it might be more expensive to do, but it's a lot cheaper than £12.50 every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting the signal to fire up, so we're back on. These are prime time conditions as well for running quickly, and especially with the tailwind, a bit of sun on the racetrack, it's nice and warm, which is always nice.
Well, Jordan's running 7:47, then 7:47. He's running like clockwork. Would like to get it into the 7.3s this weekend. Let's see how this one goes. Rob Smallworth, another one of those. I mean, we're talking about 760 quite a lot this weekend. Rob Smallworth, another one of those that has a dabble in 760 heads up as well.
Well, Jordan's actually, they run a naturally aspirated combination in there, so you can kind of tell what the weather's like from how Jordan runs. So the air was pretty good yesterday with a hefty tailwind, and Jordan went 7.47. There's not a lot of, there's no power adder on the car, so they've got to tune it, playing with gear ratios and all kinds of things and fuel pressure to try and get it to run quicker. So depending on what Jordan runs here, will give you a good indication as to what the air, the weather and the track are like as well. But don't be surprised if he slows down slightly from yesterday for the simple reason it's just a little bit warm.
Yeah, the good thing about the combination in the Slick Dragster lane, he runs nitrous, so he makes his own air, he brings it with him. What have they got for us here? Running under the same index, 7.99. Rob taking a big old wander towards the centre line, but door handle to door handle through the finish line, 7.48 to a 7.54.
That's one of Rob's quickest runs in that car as well. Nicely done. Qualifies him well. Yeah, well, within a hundredth of yesterday for Jordan. That's good to see. Okay, we have an invasion of front-wheel drive cars in comp this weekend. One of those is Matt Davidson in the Kestrel lane. As we mentioned before, Matt and Rachel got married back at the Door Slammers just before the main event. They had their honeymoon here. And the great thing about having your honeymoon at the racetrack is you get to have loads of extra honeymoons throughout the year as well, isn't it? Taking on our good buddy Luke Stevenson down in the 11.5s for the first time yesterday in the Gulf. I'm sure he was absolutely delighted with that.
That's a better looking run for Matt. Yeah, he's taken it all the way through this time to a 960 at 135. There's still plenty more to come from that.
Yeah, speed-wise, it's a little down, but the ET is a little bit more like it. 1181 for Luke, slowing slightly from yesterday, but that's good to see. Okay, Dan Williams under the tower now. What was he Dan ran yesterday? Is he number 2? I think he is.
Yep, 1043 is where he ended up, as you say, number 2 qualifier as it stands.
But the man at the top of the pile had an exceptional day yesterday. Underneath the tower in the Kestrel lane, that is Reuven Dawson with the normally aspirated Copo. You're going to see 2 of these Camaros here today. One of them has a supercharged small block. This is naturally aspirated. That's why their indexes are different. Yeah. But my goodness me, 9.90 was his index, and he was down in the 880s.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see his index being hit next time he's out.
That all depends, obviously, how it goes in eliminations. They can run as quick as they want to and as far as their index as they want to in qualifying. On race day, if you run more than 0.5 under your index, you get walloped for the same amount in the next round of racing. I was watching comp from Indy last weekend, and my goodness me, it's hard to keep on top of in the US anyway, where they have like 64 car fields. We've still got 23, which is actually the biggest comp eliminator field in Europe this year, would you believe?
For a while. So 1 and 2 in the qualified order. They're probably going to stay there as well. But front wheel should lift for Dan. Yeah, nicely done. .891 and 10.59, both just a little bit off what they ran yesterday.
So both of these 2 front-wheel drive cars, the cars are sort of related. They're both Hondas, and so are the drivers as well. Ahmed Jamshed with the Street Racers UK Big Mountain Civic in the slick tricks lane, lifted early and still went in the 840s yesterday. Is that run still on the board, Colin? Because I doubt it is it?
It's on there, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Say no more.
Now, front-wheel drive race cars are so difficult to get down the racetrack, and that Civic you just watched go up there, 864 at 179. That's kind of what they were looking for, isn't it? 180 miles an hour.
Terry Newton didn't run at all yesterday, and that was basically because the turbocharger broke. So phenomenal story from Terry yesterday, but basically the sponsor managed to get a replacement turbo sorted out for him, and Terry went out to Birmingham to go and pick it up last night. So Enhanced Turbo, big thanks to them for bringing that turbo down to Birmingham, and Terry could go and pick it up, so that was fantastic.
He's after a bit of a record as well this weekend, the quickest Ford front-wheel drive car in Europe, which I think he's pretty damn close to already anyway. Off the top of my head, I think the numbers are, he's been in about 874, and I think the record is like 872. Taking on the four-cylinder, huge turbo Escort of Kev Jenkins.
Well, a 115 60 foot from the Fraudster. Crossed the line to a 757, a small improvement for him. Yeah, and a nice baseline for Terry with the new turbo.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he lost boost and then it picked up again then.
Yeah, still went 159 miles an hour, mine, through the finish line. So Kevin Perkins with the absolutely rolling piece of European drag racing. Cutlers. Cutlers in the slick tricks lane 31 years ago this weekend, ran Europe's first ever 6-second run in a door car. They're now nearly a second and a half quicker than that, would you believe? But there we go. Against the Copo of Nick Williams, supercharged small block in there, well down into the 7s yesterday. What was it, a 94,
yeah,
Colin?
94.
Well, Nick's car was actually creeping as he was going into stage. So knowing those boys, they may have the brakes apart between this round and the next. That's probably why he went 801 at 172, a 901 at 154 for Kev. Still a good run though.
Yeah, the issue with the Copos and the super stock cars running Eliminator, they can't run a trans brake. So they run basically a looser torque converter and a rev limiter. So they can bring it up to the RPMs, and it sounds like a trans brake, it's just not.
Yeah, but he was visibly creeping in the beams. Yeah. I could see it from down here, and obviously that's the reason he went red, because he probably left when he normally would on the tree, but he was further forward.
Someone we didn't see much of yesterday either, Dave Swift with the AM Express.
It's a cool looking car, that one, isn't it? I love the story about Dave, because he came from VW racing, and he had a nasty fire in his Beetle. It really didn't come out well, but I remember saying to him, why did you end up with this then? And he said, I love the look of it. That was it. That was all it was. I love the look of it. I wouldn't have a garage big enough if I bought everything I like the look of, but there we go.
I wouldn't have a county big enough if I did that.
Or a house.
Yeah.
Or a wife, but there we are. Anyway, so Dave Swift with the AMX. It's not running with nitrous, so it is, I think, a straight up A-altered 7.27 is his index. Up against Gary Carr, who is the championship leader. And I think, from memory, Gary's actually got a bunch on everybody, isn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
He really has.
Yeah, only sitting in at the number 3 spot at the minute. I'll say only because
Yeah, Comp Eliminator. Well, you know, it's 160 points difference actually between Gary and Nick at the moment.
Yeah, it's all about who leads at the end of racing in a couple of weeks' time, though, isn't it? Obviously.
Can we have FIA top methanol into the lanes, please? Top methanol into the lanes.
8.55 at 1:51 for Dave, no nitrous run. And 11.11 for Gary Carr. I think he's dipped into the 10.
Yeah, you went 10.95 yesterday, but Dave Swift, it is an improvement actually, 19 up to 13.
Okay. Young Mr. Duthie in the slick tricks lane with a Corsa. Again, one of the many front-wheel drive cars. I think maybe the last car in comp before we move on with Motorsport UK and FIA Pro Modified. We've got some very welcome returning racers. So let's see what Mr. Duthie can do. Well, the gears didn't like the tyre chatter. There was a little bit of something that came out. That was probably just a bit of rubber that was stuck up under there. So we're done with comp. We are on to Motorsport UK and FIA Pro Mod for the last round of the European Championship.
Oh yeah. All in all. Well, it gives me a very quick opportunity just to mention that Wayne Nicholson, and many happy returns to Wayne this week as well, actually. But Wayne is always raising funds for the air ambulance, actually, and he's actually written it on the back wing of the car as well. He's messaged me. Basically, those of you that don't know, the air ambulance is not government funded. It is supported by sponsors and donations, things like that. So it is a great thing to support, and Wayne does that from his pit area as well. So if you want to help support the air ambulance, and you know, even this year we've had a visit from the air ambulance, and we'll get to that in a little bit when that class comes around. But yeah, the air ambulance is always a worthy cause to support, and Wayne, Belinda, and the whole of the Lucky Devil team are constantly promoting the air ambulance. So pop round and see them in the pits. It's the Lucky Devil pits in Pro Mod, and they can tell you about ways of you can help the air ambulance.
Do you know something? I'm not sure whether it's Wayne's actual birthday or he considers it his birthday because he survived what happened 21 years ago. The reason Wayne supports the air ambulance, because back in 2003 he was on his way to this event at the European Finals, and unfortunately the motorhome and the trailer got rear-ended, and it was the air ambulance that saved him. Wayne was actually credited with, or credited them with saving him and his lad. And it was that bad an accident. There were so many people turning. I was racing that weekend, I remember. So many people said the M1's closed, which is obviously bad for everyone travelling down here, but that was the reason. And that's also really the reason the car itself is called the Lucky Devil, because that's pretty much Wayne, the reason Wayne considers himself to still be here. But it's so great they're back. They had, well, they haven't really had a 2024, unfortunately. They started out back at the Festival of Power, a couple of launches, but that was about it. Their parts failure, and then a huge delay getting everything. Dick, I'm sure you know more about that.
Yeah, well, he damaged his engine. And, well, parts at the moment is really difficult to get from the US. Of course, most of the parts are custom-made and have to come from the US. I'm sure there are European companies who can do the same or maybe better. But, well, you have the known brands that deliver the part, make the parts, deliver them. But they are all really far behind on parts, the production of it.
Well, that's one of the reasons why. I mean, so many racers are struggling throughout the year, throughout the season. I mean, ordering stuff last year, still not even getting it this year in time for racing. So Wayne did actually have a spare motor, spare stuff, and he did show, I think, at the main event, but didn't get the car to run because everything wasn't quite happy, shall we say. Anyway, so what I'm going to do very quickly, we've got about a 4 or 5 minute break or not break really, while the track could go out and do their thing. So keep your eyes on the big screen, and obviously if you're watching at home you don't need to do that, because I'm going to take you for a quick walkthrough of Pro Modified. So obviously we've just seen Wayne Nicholson round behind the tower over there. So it's so good to see all these, and that man there as well. So good to see all. No, I'm not going to see. Look, it's great, isn't it? Everybody runs away. It's like turning a light on with a bunch of cockroaches in the room, isn't it? They all just scatter everywhere. But anyway, so Motorsport UK and FIA Pro Modified. This is the last round of the championship this weekend, and as you can see, the staging lanes are absolutely full of some fantastic machinery. So first up, we have all the way from Germany, that's Wally Strobel. Now, Wally didn't have a great time back at the main event, unfortunately, but the supercharged Chevy that's in that car. Just tell us a little bit about that, Dick, as well, because that's a unique combination. That was the way to go, wasn't it, about 20 years ago?
Yeah, back then it was, yeah. He's the only one with a blown Chevy. All the Nitros cars do run Chevy engines, but Wally is the only one with a Chevy big block blown engine. And that's, it's difficult to tune. This engine does have not run with the magneto, but it runs with the MSD Pro 600. It's like a fuel tech, so coil on plug. He has 8 coils instead of the Pro Mag with 1 big coil. So he can do individual cylinder timing, and just a regular transmission, a 3-speed. That's also in the rules, not more than that. And it's not a real modern car, but still I'm very happy that he shows up at all the events.
Oh, you bet. And
we really need as many pro mods as you can.
Yeah, absolutely that. He does run into the 60s, but then, like you said, when the top runners are, the majority of the field now are in the 5-second zone, it is hard to keep up. But with him, his wife, his daughter, the smallest team possibly in Pro Modified. All 3 of them. Also, right next to him, we have another. We've got all 3 combinations right at the front as well. So this is quite handy to show everybody. John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang. John built this car. It's been around for about 10 years, and he's been slowly but surely creeping up on it, fighting various different things, various different issues. One of the things I love about this car as well is some of the engineering on it is totally different to your normal accepted way, I will say, of running a turbo car. Now, if you notice as well, along the body lines, along the bodywork, where the exhaust comes out is actually up here. It's towards the top of the bodywork, just in front of the door. John's actually mounted the turbos to give it a higher centre of gravity for balance. Now, on cars like Andre Arnovas and quite a few of the others, they're much lower down, aren't they? It's a bit, the jury's still out on which is the best idea, really, but John has run well into the 5s this year with this car after many, many years of trying. And he's a master fabricator. His workshop is actually at the main gate. You passed it on the way in, and it's really is a work of art. So the 3 combinations you're going to see, you've got turbo car here with John Webster, you've got the supercharged car of Wally Strobel, and we're just about to go racing again. So I can't show you Mike Raymond's nitrous assisted car, but we'll explain that when they come round. But I'm very happy to say we're about to go racing. Thank you.
Oh yes. Well, maybe we can put them on the track later on when we have a little bit of a pause. The 3 combinations.
Something like that. Yeah. It's always nice. It's always nice to find out about what you're watching. Definitely, because so many people I've come up here and they turn up and just watch everything run all day, and they don't realise each class is different, each car is different. Pro Modified is heavily restricted in each combination, and you basically go out there and heads up, run as quick as you can and win. So Wayne Nicholson, Lucky Devil, back here at Europe's favourite racetrack. I think that was 6 months of frustration in one burnout. That was.
Certainly was.
Certainly moved what was left of my hair around a bit. That was quite good. Anyway, so Wayne, Wayne's personal best. He was trying for years and years to get down into the 5s, I beg your pardon. And then all of a sudden, just hit the nail on the head with a run back in April last year. 588. It was just an absolute stormer. And no one could have been happier. I must admit, I did go and say to him afterwards, mate, if you quit now, I totally get why, because quit while you're ahead kind of thing, really. So we still haven't ever seen an all 5-second Pro Mod field. It might be a big ask to do it this weekend, but you never know. With the quality of cars here, there's always the potential for it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is definitely. Yeah, well, I think we have 18 cars left in the entry list. Unfortunately, Jean Doulemont is not here. He had a big bad crash at Hockenheim, and he's he really missed here.
He really is missed. He's been such a staunch supporter of not only the FIA Series but the UK Championship as well. And we've watched John. He debuted. Do you know what? He debuted the same event me and Colin did. We've been around as long as him. His progress to where he got to as well was just so much fun to see, but so much hard work.
Yeah.
Talking of hard work, good luck to Wayne and the team. This may well only be a checkout pass rate for around about 300 foot. We'll wait and see. Nope. Well, it certainly didn't leave like it was supposed to at all. Just bogged down off the line, but he still wanted to keep it flat through for the data. I can only think that something maybe went wrong with the timing map. What would cause that to happen, Dick?
To me, it sounded like the throttle wasn't opened fully. The hit you get when you leave the line, when you let go of the trans brake, is so hard that even your foot comes up from the throttle. And then he slowly went back on it. I don't think that was all timing, to be sure, but to be honest, but I will ask him later on.
Well, the good thing is, at least he's got a full run. He pulled the parachutes, he went 220 miles an hour, so as checkout passes go, that'll do.
Yep.
How can you do a burnout that straight and that good? I don't know. Lots of practice, I think, is the answer. So John Webster's been around in drag racing in the UK for a long time. And he's also a very accomplished driver. He won Top Fuel at this event in 2000, I can't even remember what it was now, about 2009 or 10, something like that. Someone will know better than me, obviously. But yeah, he was driving one of Bruno's cars with the McDonald brothers, and he won in Top Fuel as well. He hasn't won yet in Pro Modified. He's had the performance to do it, but the car has never been consistent enough for a whole weekend to get him down there. But what's really funny, I said to John about he's driven so many things. He's ridden fast bikes and all sorts of stuff as well. And I said, is it still fun? And he said, oh, God, yeah. He said, driving this is fantastic.
Yeah, this never gets old.
Well, he's been 5.90. He's knocking on the door of 250 miles an hour as well with this machine. So, turbos, you're going to hear the revs come up. Building the boost.
Oops.
Yeah, two unhappy race cars on the start line.
I saw a lot of smoke coming from the right front wheel, and that's about where the turbo is.
It was from the left front wheel too.
Oh.
So yeah, this is John's first time back in a few months actually, because he had some engine damage, didn't he, earlier on in the year. He went 5 one of the best moments of the year really was Andre Arnover was running 5.8s like clockwork, and John was in the other lane, so two turbo Mustangs together. And I remember John's account of it was like, okay, it left good, it left well. Hang on a minute, I'm still with him. Like, he's not pulling away. This is fantastic. Yeah, and that was when he went 5.90. So it's going to get quicker and faster as we go through the session. I think that could well be Wally Strobel fired up with the family car.
No, that's
Kim Christiansen and JT.
Excellent. Two blown cars.
It's nice to see Kim Christiansen back with the Firebird. He's been missing for a while.
A while.
Yeah, 5 years.
Yeah.
I had a chat with Jerry yesterday. I'm sure Dick knows as well, but yeah. Here we go. Two lovely burnouts for the blown car. So King Christensen's car in the Slipstreaks lane.
I think Kim was in the wrong gear because she has a burnout full of tire shape.
Well, that wouldn't be unlike JT. But yeah, King Christensen, they saved. Just tell us how much weight they saved on the car.
I don't know, but I think I have no idea.
Over 200 pounds.
Okay.
Which is absolutely massive on a car like this. I know just have a guess how much difference that makes for the performance really as well.
Well, then you can play around with the weight, and you can put the weights on the points where you want it. Because you don't always want the engine is in front, and that's the most heavy part, of course. But the way the car leaves, you get a weight transfer, and you have to resolve that by adding weight to, let's say, the left front, or even in the roof, some cars, and that's all balance of the car. And if you have it removable or replaceable, then you can do it the way you want it.
To make the car happy.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. But he also said that they were at the absolutely maximum, because I didn't know there was a maximum weight for Pro Mod as well.
That's
Yeah.
also the reason Mark Hartenveld had to buy a new Pro Mod car. His old car was too heavy.
Wow. So JT with Fabulous Lightning McQueen from the UK and King Christensen from Denmark. Here we go. A lot of clutch slip for JT, loads in fact. 653 at 227. That almost looked like a second gear launch actually. You don't normally see a Pro Mod car with that much clutch dust. Also, how did King Christensen drive through that without the rear end falling off?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I hear the pop down the 8 mile. So I think, and the chutes came out, so I think even a blower.
I can't imagine the short numbers are all anything to write home about really.
104 for Kim and 114 for John.
Yeah, John's car, it really did sound like it left in. Maybe there was an issue with the trans actually, because if the burnout wasn't in the right gear, the run probably wasn't in the right gear.
Yeah,
That's
I think they both had the same issue, because JT's car did exactly the same as Kim's car. So.
Quickie for me, can I please have FIA Top Fuel Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Top Fuel into the pairing lanes.
Well, always as well, one of the things that we end up finding out pretty quickly is the track is better than everyone expects.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you have to hit it as hard as you can,
Yeah,
don't you?
you have to give it all.
Talking about as hard as you can, NGK spark plugs. Oh, look at this. Both these cars from the UK fighting it out for the UK Championship. Bobby Wallace from just down the road in Bedford with the nitrous Camaro. Bob, I don't think has dipped into the 5.8s this year. He was there all the time last year. And Andy Robinson with the anger management Camaro. Longest burnout I've seen Bobby do, I think that one.
Yeah, and it's the best sounding burner that Bobby's done, because normally that car is popping and banging and it doesn't sound right. It clears up when it does its run.
Yep.
So bizarrely, that sounded odd for a burnout for Bobby, because it sounded so clean.
Yeah. Well, of course he does the burnout on petrol.
Yes.
And in the run it gets all the nitrous in it, so that will make the engine really awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, the engine what you just said there, the Kestrel lane, the car in this lane runs on petrol in the 580s at 240 miles an hour. However, it does have one of the 3 power adders we were discussing, nitrous oxide, which is what his dad's just leaning in the door, turning on the nitrous bottles, and it gives them an extra goodness knows how much horsepower. You can see it. That's purging the nitrous to make sure that the lines are clear, and it's liquid horsepower basically, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a bit intercooler actually.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah.
Calms it down.
Yeah.
So Andy Robinson with the blower on there, been in the low 580s this year. He pulled some fantastic 60-foot times. He was 0.93 a couple of events ago. So let's see if Luke and the team have stuck that tune in at this time. 5.82 was what he ran. Something around about that would be good now. 2 of the best from the UK. Looking to take the #1 spot for now.
One of the oldest Camaros against one of the newest Camaros. Oh yeah, here we go.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
601 for Andy at 235. I'm sure they were looking for more than that. 595 back into the fives for the Wallace family at 200. Bear in mind that's a petrol engine in there. 242 miles an hour. Well, not in a traditional sense anyway.
No.
But,
well, Bobby and team, that's why I understand why they're so happy. They were really struggling. They lost horsepower, but they didn't know why and where it went. So obviously they found it back now.
So I mean, the thing is as well is if the car doesn't have like maximum horsepower, everything else isn't happy, is it?
No.
The whole setup of it isn't happy. They look like normal cars, but underneath they've got suspension, they've got all sorts of things. We've discussed it many times, but all kinds of things that can be adjusted and fettled and moved and
manual shifted.
Well, not only that, great advantage there for Bobby. He's gone straight into the fives on his first pass. He's still got 3 more qualifiers. They can really fine-tune it. Puts them in a very, very good position for the weekend. And as Daryl's already mentioned there about the British Championship as well, it's going to be making points while they can. But a good run from Andy as well, 601, 235. So at the moment they are 1 and 2.
Okay, King Christensen. Sorry, not King Christensen. That was before. Mike Raymond and Wally Strobel. Okay, hands up everybody out there on the bank or in the grandstands that remembers one of the most jaw-dropping runs they've ever seen from 2003. A young man called Kim Raymond went 464 at 317 miles an hour in the top fuel car. And it was by far the quickest and fastest run anyone had ever seen. The good news was I was qualified number 8 and I got him in round 1. But there we go. Anyway, but anyway.
How did first round go?
I don't want to mention that because I like him a lot. We get on very well. Anyway, but Kim Raymond that's the man behind the car. This is his son, Mike Raymond, in the nitrous Mustang. Now, he's run this car in top door slammer. Have you any idea about the combination, Dick? I know it's a nitrous engine, obviously, but running over the quarter mile is quite different to running 8, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they can have less weight, and they can, they have to change, of course, the gear ratios and rear end ratio. But for the rest, it was quite the same. And actually, this Mustang, the white Mustang, is for sale. So, if you want to go pro mod racing or, well, whatever class, visit the guys in the
knowing the family, that only means they're about to spend more money and go quicker. But there we go. Okay, taking on Wally Strobel with the Camaro. Wally came over here for the Door Slammers, a main event back in May.
Yeah, and then went to Hockenheim, and now this will be his last event.
Yeah, they had big problems with the truck as well, didn't it? It broke down in
Yeah.
Metz or something like that. They just made it here in time.
That's a good one for Mike.
Oh yeah, 623 at 219 miles an hour in the right direction. Very, very quickly. Just quickly, Kim, just really, really quick. How are you, sir? That's a great number. Is that is that Mike's quickest run in that car?
No, we've been 6:19, but we just started out with Pro Mod, so we have to practice a bit, don't we?
Yeah, well, you still got 3 more. That's a really good opening run. You still got 3 more, and it looks like the speed's a bit down as well.
Yeah, well, I'm happy with it.
Good stuff. Great to see you back, sir. Thank you very much indeed. That's Kim Raymond. That's Mike's dad. And really nice opening run that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, very. Yeah, looks straight at arrow straight.
Well, they were here testing on Wednesday, so made the most of it. Right, 2 guys. One's never been here before to race anyway. That's Orca Pearson with the Camaro, but his longtime friend in the other lane and Santa Pod favourite. It's Fred time on Friday. Now, both of these cars are 5-second race cars.
Yeah.
Orca Pearson's Camaro really is one of the quickest cars in Europe, actually. He's been in the low 5.8s, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
And the car at one point was got a Johnny Lindbergh engine in there and was tuned by the man himself, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
I don't know whether, I can only presume Johnny still provides tuning advice or thereabouts.
I think so, because the Strompan is the guy in the back, pointing in the right direction. He is, good friends with Johnny, so he probably helped him out.
Well, if you remember, when they came along, they had the new generation on the car, and it was the man in the pickup truck that put a sign on the car saying the old generation. However, the old generation is still seriously quick. Freddie's been coming over here for so many years, keeps talking about quitting, and we keep bringing him back. And he keeps coming back willingly as well, so we can't help it. However, I can't help thinking the lovely tail breeze is really going to help that pickup a lot more than the stiff headwinds that we normally get as well. He's been as quick as 6:05 at this racetrack. He has run in the 5s at TF, but would dearly love to dip into the 5-second zone for his legions of fans here at this racetrack.
And the Orca Pearson's engine is not really happy. I think cylinder 3 is not working. Hopefully it turns on later.
Well, nice opener for Fred, 6:17 at 220 miles an hour. Sorry, 29 miles an hour. They look happy with that. Off the throttle early for Orca Pearson. I think you were right, Dick. The engine expired before the safety of the finish line.
Yeah.
But 6:57 at 179, and that's his first time down his track, I think, actually.
Yeah, the car kept going to the left side and you have to steer it to the center the whole run.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that too much here, do we?
No, that's true.
Well, that's why people keep the pedal down, because even when they get out of shape, they know as somebody said once, it's prepared wall to wall, and it's almost as good over towards the wall as it is straight in the middle.
Yeah.
Which is why one of the reasons why you see people making full runs like that.
And
Okay.
that's also the reason that everybody wants to race here.
Because you can always make
Yeah.
full runs and do well.
Yeah.
So, another one of the old generation. I could call him that, honestly. Slick Tricks Lane from Switzerland. Bruno Barder taking on another nitrous car. Peter Kuhn.
So last night, a lot of the FIA door car drivers came down and basically to say thank you to Ian. And when I say some of the door car drivers, I sort of mean all of them.
Yeah.
David Victor, Bruno, Peter were there. And I mean everyone. Fast Freddy, Roger Johansson. I'm not going to list them all because these guys would have finished before then. But Ian was very, very thankful for their kind words and hugs. And Ian just said, "Can I have 8th mile burnouts then, please?"
Spoken like a race fan more than anything else. That was good. You know what?
Even a couple of Pro Stock teams joined them yesterday.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes.
But Ian and Darren, Ian Marshall down there with on the button. This is his last season doing this. Well, doing the button at least anyway on the start line. Him and Darren Brent has been doing this for a long while. Also, Dave Warren down there on the start line. They work absolutely tirelessly to give everybody the best racetrack they possibly can. They know how much effort they put in. They know how much commitment it takes to do it, and they make sure that the place is top-notch every time they pull to the line. Which one of the reasons why a lot of the Scandinavians particularly used to make the trek over here was because, well, basically that's the reason. So current number 1 spot, Bobby Wallace, 595. Can either of these two take it? Bruno's got plenty in there. Peter Kuhn has run 599 a year ago this weekend, actually. That was his only trip in the 5 so far, but the car's got so much in it.
Oh, Bruno. Wow.
Well held there by Bruno. A flash of flame for Peter as he goes over the finish line. Still goes 625, but that was a save from Bruno. The thing just lit the tyres up about 300 feet out, and it turned hard across the centre line.
So you guys will probably be able to see better from up there. So was it shaking?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Was
Okay.
there really a question?
Just a very quick, explanation of what happened. I don't know whether the camera or my mic is going to make it this far, but if you look at the tracks down here, you'll be able to see them up. If you look up there on the big screen, you'll be able to see what we're looking at. So these are chatter marks. They're tyre shake marks. It's where the tyres aren't in sync, shall we say, with the racetrack, and what happens is that's drivable shake. That's the first bit, but as they get a bit further out up there where Ian's standing around about just after 60 foot, you can see it gets worse and worse, and the trouble is tyre shake then turns into tyre spin, and in a short wheelbase really high horsepower door car, well,
you lose it.
That's the result. There we go.
Yeah.
Well, Bruno's done this a long time. It's also a good job that Bruno wasn't in left-hand lane.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing, actually, because that would have hit the wall without a shadow of a doubt.
Well, he's actually had a similar thing happen a couple of years ago. I think it was at the main event. He took a hard left into the wall and still got it repaired in a couple of weeks to go to TIEP, which was fantastic effort. But anyway, so the little quad off to get Bruno, and Bobby at the moment, the UK, still at the top of the pile for now anyway. Who have we got left around the top?
Right, you've had 11 cars go through. Got Michel Turenne, Roger Hansen, Dave Vector. Jari's down there as well.
And Anders Arnover. And Stian Rouzanes, of course.
Yeah.
And then all the pro stock cars and all the top fuel cars and all the bikes as well. We've still got championships to decide for the FIM bikes as well. So I do hope everybody out there on the grandstand on the banking actually got to see that. I'll probably do that again because we're going to have top fuel car that's going to shake himself to death, aren't we? So,
And we get top methanol.
Well, that's the one good thing about having the cameras and having the live stream, and also having the big screen, is I can actually show you folks on, all you wonderful people that have joined us here on a Friday, what we're looking at, and hopefully it just gives a little bit more depth and a reason as to why that happened as well. Because just from the grandstands, it just looks like he got out of shape.
Yeah.
But
In fact, can we get a replay of that, cameramen over in the
hut. Yeah.
in the hut?
in the hut, in the TV building, as we like to call it. Let's see if we can. So if we,
Here we go.
So-
Look at the big screen, folks.
yeah, if we can get Bruno's.
Ooh.
Okay. I hate to say this out loud. You're looking at a different replay to the one we are, because we're not looking at that.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But never mind. Anyway,
Here you go. That's for you.
that is. Yeah. Anyway, we've got the track view up there at the moment on the big screen. So thank you very much, guys. But yeah, that was still a bit wild. Good to see you back, sir.
Yeah, Bruno's car was also pointed to the left, so it wasn't pointed straight to the end. It was pointed to the left, and that's also why he, started there. And well, of course the track is really, really, really good, but there is a groove, and if one wheel goes outside the groove, you still have less grip than the other wheel has. So
the
will
wheel
steer.
So the wheel or the tyre that's in the groove will steer the car the other way, because it's getting more grip.
Yeah,
So I know we've said this 1,000 times, but for a lot of people might not have seen these cars before, Dick. What causes that kind of tyre shape? What happens?
In this case, too less horsepower. If you do not have enough horsepower, you not get wheel spin, because you need a couple of percentage of wheel spin to keep the tire clean, warm, and not hook too much to the track. If it does hook too hard, then the rubber folds over each other. You get a strip of air in between, and that's that's the shake you will get.
Well, I think I'm sure there'll be, I'm not going to say a better example. We don't want better examples than that, but it will happen, won't it? I'm sure I'm going to get a chance to show that. But yeah, the tyre effectively, it has to spin a little bit, like Dick said, to release the pressure. I mean, you've all seen the photographs of big drag racing tyres with a big fold in them at the front. And if that fold isn't released by a bit of tyre slip, like you just said, Dick, then it goes into shape, because the tyre runs over the bump, if you like, and that's what unsettles it. And it's very, very difficult to drive through. It's almost impossible to drive through. You can kind of do it with a methanol engine car. You can't do it with a fuel car because it hurts like mad. But it's very difficult to do in a door car as well, because there's such short wheelbase, and they go out of shape at you click of your fingers, like instantly.
Yeah. Well, that's just what Bruno just showed. Sometimes you can try to solve it by short shifting it. So normally they shift around 9,800 RPM, and if you're in shake and in first gear and you hit it in second, sometimes it helps slowing you down the wheels. But your ET is gone anyway. Then
it calms it down a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. It's never easy to get right. So with the track crew doing what they do best, which is taking care of everything to make sure it's in tip-top condition, so that the next pair down will be able to go quick and fast. And I think, judging from what we've just seen around the back of the tower, it looks like, and who's standing down here, it looks like it may well be Michel Turenne against Roger Johansson.
It is.
Well.
Yeah.
So that's the great thing about. I use this analogy quite a lot, but Pro Mod racing in Europe is very much like Pro Comp used to be. Loads of different teams from different countries with different combinations, different types of cars, and it really is the most international drag racing series in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, especially now this year. Estonia, Norway, Germany, Holland, Sweden,
Finland,
France, Finland, you name it, we have it.
Did we get Switzerland and the UK in there as well?
Marcus Hilt. Oh, Switzerland, yeah.
Bruno?
You what? UK. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
UK, yeah.
Yeah, where we are, that sort of thing. Thanks,
Just
pal.
kidding.
Thanks, pal. Also, we've got the flags going on as well this weekend, which is what I was getting to. So the team are going to be distributing them in the grandstands and on the banking as well. So grab a flag for your favourite driver or favourite nation. We'll be getting into that quite a lot over the next couple of days. So this is the Netherlands against Sweden. So I've got to ask you, Dick, because you're the man to know. Michel Turen's team had a seriously quick race car. It was a low 5/8 second race car. Why change?
Well, this car you're looking at in the right lane is the first ever full EFI blown methanol Pro Mode car. It normally had the mechanical injection with just a fuel pump and some holes in the injector and in the ports, but this is all electronic fuel injection.
On here now?
On here now, with Dutch cylinder heads. They still run the same engine with the heads from Post and Pros in Holland. They work really well, and they like it a lot.
Yeah, I can see all the extra plumbing and everything on top of the blower. That looks fun.
That's all electronic fuel injection. And it's really difficult to tune.
Is it difficult to tune?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, of course, it's new. Normally, when you look at the data and you see some EGTs go high, then you just put some bigger jets in that cylinder. But now you have to all programming up front, and that's difficult.
Well, the car has been down into the fires. We're talking about the black Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane. The nitrous Mustang in the Kestrel lane still holds the European best for a nitrous car at 5.79.
Michel. Yeah.
5.99 at 238 miles an hour. They've had a lot of engine damage, haven't they, this year?
Yeah. The problem was because it's with the EFI.
Okay.
It's also measuring the boost. So if you have more boost, it needs more fuel. And there's a little valve in the fuel system that comes from the blower to the fuel rail. And so if the boost goes up, it needs more fuel. But that valve was leaking. So all the boost pressure, went through it and didn't measure it. So it didn't change the fuel compensation. So it got really lean, and then it kept popping the burst panels.
Which is why they had a lot of engine damage.
Yeah.
Can I just say, on a note, I wish I could talk another language as well as you. You just explained that perfectly in your second language. And I didn't understand a word. Did anyone else understand anything?
Sorry.
No, it's all right. No. I'm only only because it was technical for no other reason. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but I'm being serious. It really is exceptional. You can explain it that well for all of us, and I'm sure there's plenty of gearheads out there that know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think you're the only one who doesn't understand.
That's why I've got the job of questioning you. That's why. What was Roger's 60 foot just quickly before that?
101 and Michel 100.
Okay. So one of the guys in a hunt for the championship in the Slick Tricks lane. This is from Finland, Jari Rantaniemi.
Who was supposed to run with Stian Ruzanis.
Who knew?
Oh no. Now I know this morning they had some issues with their Electrimotion controller box. Did he shut off?
Judging by the sprinting race with people with fire extinguishers, I'm guessing that's a maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, I think...
No, it's running.
Still running, okay. Well, we just want to test them out, make sure they're fit for the rest of the weekend. That's what it was.
Well, that's an important loss for Stian, because again, when you're the quickest of the round, you get 3 extra points.
Yeah.
Well, he was in with a shout as well. Because this session, the low ET so far is a 5.95. Now, Jari Rantaniemi's got everything in the tank to make that a bit quicker. He came over here for the door slammers, the main event. What I really love what they did at the main event was he had a bet with his crew chief, and it was for beer. I like people that do things like that. However, that is a very Finnish solution to everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then drink it in the sauna.
There we
go.
go.
In the trailer.
Yeah, absolutely that. I was actually in Sweden over Christmas, and the only English bloke I met did exactly that, and then when he got out the sauna and went outside, he slipped over in the snow and broke his arm. So you can't take Englishmen anywhere. That's why we stay here. We like it. It's nice.
Yeah, Jere made quite some changes to the car for this event, because he wants to go low 580s or 570s, so he has way different gear ratios in it now. So hopefully it holds.
Well, hopefully it does. He's been here, I think he went 587 on his way to winning in TF. So good luck, Jari.
Wow, driving through a lot of shake.
Wow.
392 to the 8th mile.
Yeah.
589 at 250 mile an hour over the finish line. Your new number 1 qualifier.
That's exactly where you want to be. Very, very quickly. I'm just going to grab his crew chief if I can. Very, very quickly. Was that what you were looking for?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm nice smooth run at the beginning. It's good start, as you know. Yeah.
Very good start. Well done, and welcome back as well.
Thank you.
No problem.
But look at the track, Daryl.
What,
He
shaking?
left with loads of shake and long.
What was the 60 and the numbers,
right,
guys?
1 second flat to 60, 392 to the 8th, 589. So it was a sub 2 second back half. So,
That's
really good.
Really good. I had a really up-close view of him juggling the steering wheel then, because it wasn't going the right way. But what I really mean juggling, he was like this. So he must be an expert juggler at home. So in the Kestrel lane all the way from Estonia, the man who's got more runs down this track, I think, than the tractor this year, actually.
Yeah, I was testing on Wednesday. He ran
Again.
He ran a 580.
At 250 miles an hour as well. That's Andre Arnover in the Kestrel lane. So current number 1 with the points at the moment.
Oh no.
Well, yeah, Ian was just handed something that came off of David's car after the burnout, and Ian said, no, click it off.
Oh,
and just to show you what complete unbiasedness there is, his daughter is on the crew.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And
yeah,
he still told him to click it off. But David knows. David's been doing this a long time. He knows that that's because Ian's keeping him safe. Nothing else.
No.
No
exactly.
other reason at all.
I can see the fluid from here on the track.
Oh, there is some. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough then. Well, that's a real going to be a disappointment for Dave to lose that run.
Expensive loss.
Well,
expensive. 3 points.
Potentially.
Possible.
Potentially. Depends what Andre does here. So he was in the 570s at nearly 260 miles an hour at the door slammers. But that was, we're pretty sure that was unrestricted. They do have boost controllers on the turbo cars. Current number 1, 589, Jari Rantaniemi, with loads more to come out of everybody this weekend. He's such a nice guy as well, and he's such a serious racer.
There you go.
Almost too much wheel speed off this start.
385.
Oh, wow. 582, 250 miles an hour, 3 points in the bag, and number 1 qualifier for now.
The first 4 are in the 5 seconds.
Sorry, in the five. Sorry, say that again. First 4 in the 5 seconds.
Yep.
Oh, they're sorry, top 4. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, top 4. Sorry.
Yeah. Go on. Tell us his numbers.
0.98 at the 60 foot. That's really quick for a turbo car. 259 at the 330. 385 at the 8 mile with 198 miles. And then 582 at the end with 250.8.
That's good. Well, someone mentioned, I think you did, that the top 4. This is going to be the first time ever in FIA competition that there ain't going to be a Swede winning.
No, in the championship. No.
However, so one car's got a Swedish crew chief. The two turbo cars have got Swedish tuners, and the Dutch car, he has a Swedish wife.
Yes.
So,
Come on.
What a way to twist that one around.
my question from all of that is, has Ellen changed her nationality to Dutch, or is she still Swedish? No.
No, not yet. Not yet. But she speaks Dutch fluently.
Goodness me. Okay, well, David climbing out the car, dejected as you would imagine. That was a big chance to take some more points and claw some more points back on that pesky turbo car. But yeah, sorry, I was joking, but what I was getting at was the pretty much serious dominance of the Swedes in general.
Yeah. 1998. Well, since 1998, all promo championships are won by Swedish guys. Right. Well, David is not happy at all.
Yeah,
Well, I don't think anybody would be when you're in a fight for a championship and you lose a run.
Like this.
Yeah.
Well, especially at this time of day with this track, this weather as well, he had everything to be able to take the number one spot for now. So, like you said, a loss of points. And just to, like what you said, Dick, the tractor is out there just taking up the fluid. So now we're done with Pro Modified. Like you said, top 4 in the 5s. We're going to have plenty more of those through the rest of the weekend, don't we? Yeah. The session later today is going to be fantastic fun. So we've got the Methanol cars coming round now. Championship to decide for them as well. But Dave just getting the golf buggy hooked up to take it back. Hopefully that's an easy fix.
Yeah.
It was a little wheel of something that Ian was handed, and he immediately looked at it and said, "No, you can't be going anywhere with that."
Right, I'm going down. I'm going to help the German, the Silvio Strauch car.
Okay, thanks ever so much indeed to
See you
Dick
later
Costa, who's joining us for obviously Pro Modified this weekend. Always a very welcome guest with a wealth of knowledge up in the tower down there. Daryl, conditions out there, what's it actually like? I mean, obviously we're up here in the tower, but nice and warm, good?
Well, if I was from the Middle East, it's freezing, but I'm from England, so it's roasting. There we go. How's
Yep.
that? Yeah, no, it's really nice. It's nice and warm. It's pleasantly warm. It's not just, it's not too much, basically. It's not like this time last year, I think is what I'm getting at, really.
Yeah.
But give the team a round of applause. Come on, they're in the fight for the title. That's not David hanging out the car. David don't look that good. Write that down. But yeah, so we're getting ready to go with the Methanol cars. But yeah, it's really nice and warm. There's a lovely tailwind, which is one of the reasons a lot of the Sportsman cars particularly have been running really, really quickly. Also, when we get to the Nitro cars, they are going to be stupid quick in this weather, and tomorrow and Sunday as well. So, going to be fun.
Right, so just to let everybody know what's happening next. As I say, we got Top Methanol coming around the corner next. Danny Bellio with Sandro, of course, behind the wheel these days. Danny just stood beside the funny car there. And then, of course, we got the 2 dragsters as well representing Top Methanol this weekend. Then we go into Pro Stock Car. Well, basically, can anybody do anything to stop Jimmy Orland marching on to win absolutely everything this year? He's, won every event this year. It's been an absolutely phenomenal season for him. We then move into FIA Top Fuel Dragster. We've got 5 of them on the premises this weekend. Going to be very, very exciting indeed. And Top Fuel now making a bit of a resurgence. And we look forward to, obviously, the performances this weekend, but also setting our stall out for next year as well.
Very quickly, Colin, sorry. I
Yeah.
know you're going through that. I've just managed to get David Vegter, and he didn't threaten to punch me, so I'm going to make the most of it.
Go for it.
So, David, it's been a long, hard season, hasn't it? At least you come into this weekend with a really good chance.
Yeah, we had a really good season, but we had a horrible season with all those little things that go wrong. Like this one, we lost the filling cap of the brake, which is, we never done that. That's a new one. So,
At least it's Friday morning, not Sunday afternoon.
that's correct. So we're going to go for it still.
It's going to be welded on the next time it comes back down, isn't it? Yeah.
Glued on. Yeah.
Glued on, yeah. This kind of weather, this sort of racetrack, back in the 570s again, hopefully. I mean, you set the track record in Hockenheim as well.
Yeah, we ran 579 on Hockenheim. For sure, we can run low 7s in this weather.
Well, it's going to be fun, isn't it? It's one of these things that I actually feel for you because it's nerve-wracking watching. It must be just like your insides must be like a washing machine at the moment.
It's horrible. I'm so nervous for this run, and it's every run now counts for points. So we get 3 points for the fastest qualifier every run. So it now really counts.
Well, it does. Well, this evening's going to be fun anyway. And from all of us here, you've been doing this for so long. Everybody deserves it, but you seriously deserve it.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
No problem at all. That's David Vector, everybody. Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated, mate. Well done. And I'm amazed that he was going to talk to me because he had the right ump when he got out of the car.
Yeah, he had the cool down period, I think.
He did. I think he had he tried to hide but couldn't hide anyway. So coming up next, we've got the Bellio family who had big engine damage out in Hockenheim. They've made it here this weekend to run at Santa Pod, and we're very grateful that they are here too. That is a 5:40 second race car. Also, behind there we have the supercharged dragster of Silvio Strauch again, another guy who was going to quit after Hockenheim, but thought, you know what, while we're here, the car's in one piece, let's go. And behind those, the two A-Fuel cars, Tony Brinterson and Johnny Lag. One of those two is going to walk home with a big trophy from this weekend from Top Methanol in the championship. Anyway, we've got pro stockers to come too. And the top fuelers aren't far behind them as well. I can also see the Fuel Funny Car crew chiefs milling around, which means they're probably going to be about there as well. One guy I'm just going to catch up with quickly while we're doing some track prep, if he doesn't mind me having a quick word. He's having a chat with Freddie Terza, so I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Sorry, Jim. I didn't interrupt anything, Freddie. Down on the start line, or behind the start line with Jimmy Owen, sorry, I really didn't mean to interrupt. Jim, you've done it again. 13 is a lucky number for you, I guess.
Well, I don't know if 13 is a lucky number. The good thing is I got a promo championship as well, so I count 14.
That's a very good point. Well done, yeah. So I always wonder where you get the motivation to keep running in pro stock form, because there's nothing left that you can't do, really, I don't think. So you've won that many championships, you've won in the US as well. You know, what keeps you going?
It's so freaking fun to drive these cars and work on them and try to make it better, and you got to be perfect every time you drive it, and nobody's perfect, so you try to refine everything, you know, the clutch, the motor, the driver, the car. And I just wish we could run 10 races a year instead of 5. But they need to be closer to my home, though.
Sorry about that.
Move here.
We'll see what we can. Yeah, just move house. There you go. That's what it is. I don't think he's going to do that. What's everybody got to do to beat you, though? I mean, because it's... I don't think you've competed in a full season where you haven't won the title. Is that right?
Excuse me now?
Where you haven't competed in a full season and haven't won the title. What's everybody got to do to beat you?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I'm trying to be better every time I go in the car, and I guess everybody else is trying too, but there's small margins, you know. Just like you saw here with David Vector. He's in for the championship hunt. He's leading. He was leading basically when he got here. And they forgot the cap to the brake master cylinder. You see, now he missed one round. It can happen to all of us. So it's small margins, and we've been lucky enough to do good.
It's not luck, hard work. But you've been in pro stock now 20 years, more than 20 years. He looks pretty good for 35, doesn't he, don't you think? Yeah, but you've been in pro stock for more than 20 years now.
Yeah, exactly. It's been, first time I was here was in 03. We won the finals here in 03. We ran the first 6-second run in my career, 6:97 in the final against Magnus Hansson.
Yeah, that was definitely a fun time too. But from all of us here at Santapod, I know we'll probably talk more over the weekend, but thank you very much for making the trip. I know it's a long way. It's a huge trip for you every time, but we couldn't appreciate it anymore.
We love coming here and race, and we love all the fans in the stands and on the hill here. There's nothing better, I can tell you that.
Thank you very much.
Of course, the track as well.
And the track too, of course. And the commentators, Colin. Did you hear that? He said commentators as well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad he put a plural on it. That's really good. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks,
of course.
Jimmy.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. And thank you, Freddie, as well. Sorry, they're in mid. I always feel a little bit guilty about talking to anyone mid-conversation. Obviously, the clean-up out there in the slick tricks lane is taking a little longer than we thought it might do, which gives us a chance to go for a quick run. Anything you need to get in, Colin? Sorry.
No, absolutely nothing. All I'm looking at is what they're cleaning up. I think that just could be a little bit of brake fluid, actually, from when it came out of David's car when he stopped.
So the class that we're talking about, morning tour, the class that we're talking about is Pro Stock, which Jimmy races in. And we can see them all lined up back here. So we've got a Pontiac GTO there. We've got Dodge Dart over there, Simon Eckengren, with Michael looking, well, as pretty as ever, he says with his tongue in his cheek, obviously. Michael Malmgren, champion from last year. Another Dodge Dart, the VP Racing Dodge Dart as well, of Stefan Enrud, going to be coming around soon. Jimmy Orland's car, that pesky, unbelievably consistent Summit Camaro over there. And last but not least of the 6-car field this weekend is Robin Uren with a Pontiac at the back of the line as well. Now, they're very, very fickle cars, these. They very dependent on the air and the weather conditions and the track conditions as well. The track, as Jim said, is excellent. The fact they've got a tailwind as well today might really help because, as we mentioned before, they normally end up in a very, very blustery headwind. So that really might help the ETs as well. The warm weather is the only thing really that might hold them back. a little bit. And right behind them, we have the A Fuel Dragster of Tony Britterton. Over there, his first time here. I can't remember the last time Tommy drove here, actually, Tommy Happening. I think it was probably about 2007 was Tommy's last trip over here to race. Obviously, his wife Anita has been here many times and won many times. But my goodness me, how cool is it to see them back? And right behind them, we've got Lynn Egan Floysvik with the Nitro Vikings team. She got her license at TIEP, went to Hockenheim as well, and we're very glad she's over here with us for the finals. And next to her is India Urbacher, standing there having a nice chat with her crew, looking as relaxed as ever. And we've got the last two behind them, it's Susan Colleen and Duncan Mikulev. I'm not sure whether they're both there because I can't see round the corner, but I think they are, so we're going to see all 5 cars in this qualifying session. So we're bringing Danny's car forward. That's Danny Bellio's car with his lad in the seat, Sandro. We're about to go with Top Methanol.
Top Methanol is becoming a very, very, very good class to watch, especially this weekend. You've got Sandro Bellio with the funny car, and coming around the corner as well as Silvio Strauch with the Dragster. The combination in these two cars are very, very similar, if not identical. Screw-blown, supercharged Hemi V8, clutches, and then Elenco.
Yeah, this is actually quite a good pair to talk about because they've both got screw-blown Hemis in there, but the big difference between the two, and this is one of the leftovers from the old Pro Comp days, is the Dragster's got a much smaller 426 cube engine in it. The funny car's got a 526. So there's 100 cubic inches in difference between the combinations in these two cars. And the idea back then is that's how they were evened out. So the smaller cubic inch cars were the Dragsters. The funny cars were given bigger cubes to help them keep up. But unfortunately, the march of time and everything else as well meant that the Dragsters got quicker and quicker. The funny cars could only go so quick. And the easiest thing to do to equal them out in European top alcohol racing anyway was to give one a slight head start. So basically, this is Comp Eliminator on steroids. I think it's 0.22, isn't it, the gap between them this time?
Yes, I think it is indeed.
Another quick thing to talk about while they're lining the cars up as well with Silvio's, while Josie walks past the front of the car, you just focus on the front of the car, Josie. That is, thank you very much, when this car was built, this was a car built by the late, great Peter Scherfer. It's been a championship winning car as well. That nose on the front end, the reason it might look slightly familiar was it was part of a ground effects thing, and it was really copied from the Benetton Formula One car of the era about 30 years ago. If anyone remembers Rico's blowover, which I'm sure most of us do, when the car was rebuilt by Peter Lance out in Sweden, he put that type of nose on the Top Fuel car when he rebuilt it. And when Peter Scherfer and his team built this car, they thought, that looks really good, we'll do that. And it's actually proved to work out really, really well. So good luck to both of them. Sandro Bellio after engine damage in Germany, and Silvio Strauch after a pretty good weekend, actually. Good luck to both.
Silvio pops the blower almost immediately on the burnout.
Heard that scream, then went bang. The parachutes came out instantly.
Yeah, there's the burst panel lying right in the middle of the track. The revs went really high on that. That was loud. I mean, I've got my earpieces in, which normally blocks out most of the noise, but that didn't block out all of it at all. Hopefully, it will be a case of replacing the burst panel and not actually replacing parts and pieces, because the burst panel is a relief. When the engines, it stops any further damage or lifting the blower. That's the whole idea. It relieves the pressure. But it can mean that there's valve train damage and stuff like that as well. So I hope that's not too bad for Silvio. Oh, what a great shame. They had such a good weekend in Germany. They decided to come here as well. Oh, that's what all the restraints and the bags around the blower are for. So if the blower goes pop, it doesn't go flying through the air, because there's more than enough pressure to send it sailing through the breeze if it does. So it's going to be Sandro on his own. I've just picked up a very hot bit of blower burst paddle. That was not smart.
Brave man.
No, stupid. 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 So, good luck, Sandro, after all the work for the rebuild.
.94, 363 to the 8th, and a 555, 233 mile an hour. What an opener.
That flew. That was really on a nice run. Very quickly, the man himself, Danny. Very quickly, Danny, if it's okay, just real quick. Danny Bellio, owner, tuner, and dad, obviously. That was really nice. It carried the wheels really well. Was that what you were looking for?
Yes, we are always looking for a good run, because this year it's been a mess, you know. But we're happy.
Good. Congratulations, sir, after all the hard work.
Yeah, I think the relief in his voice there was very evident indeed. But yeah, 0.94 to 60. A little bit down on speed at the stripe, actually, 233. But nevertheless, 555. Nice opener.
Okay, needless to say, please put your hands together and give a big Santa Pod welcome to Silvio Struch and the whole team. Come on, you've got to have a good weekend here. They've been kind of snake-bit every time they've come over here to the UK. They put in some pretty good runs, but they had engine damage at the main event, which stopped them going to TEP, and yeah, all kinds of stuff going on. So just sweeping with the tractor, make sure all the bits are gone, apart from the one I picked up with my now burnt fingers. Okay, so we got the the A Fuel Dragsters coming up. You see Johnny Lag looking very at home and very comfortable, and probably quite warm as well in that car. Now, Johnny had an abrupt end to his season last year due to some engine damage. However, this season has been much, much more like it. The team, led by Christy Johansson and all of those guys, there is a warning in their pit area, like a pensioner sign saying beware of pensioners. Well, I think everybody needs to, because they've had a great season. He's taken on his good buddy, Tony Brinterson. Now, Tony was here 30 years ago, racing in Top Fuel Dragster in 1993. And I'm going to ask him when I see him a bit later, whether that was the last time he ran in Top Fuel here at this racetrack. And what their goal is for the absolutely beautiful Bill Sport NGK A Fuel car down there in the Kestrel Lane. What his goal is to try and run quicker with the A Fuel car now, which is an injected nitro car, than they ever did with the Top Fuel car, supercharged nitro car, 30 years ago. Now, he did run 5:22 at TEP earlier on this season. I'm not sure whether the last number was enough to get it under what he ran before, but it's still great they're out here and racing as well.
Yeah, and it just shows how world-class these drivers are when they're running in Top Methanol, because over in the United States of America, which are sort of, they're the standard.
They're not bad either.
No.
No, I mean, don't be rude. They're not bad.
We're definitely up with what they're doing over there.
Absolutely that. I mean, the 5:22 would have qualified him number one at Indy last week, so yeah, there we go. However, conditions track, I know, it's all completely different, but there you go. It shows them, though, that they are really, really that good. So what's going to happen is they're going to spin the engines over. Now, the starter motor on these cars is attached to the crank right down in the chassis at the front. They spin them over, fire them up on methanol first, and then it will change to a cackle when the nitro comes in. They both give each other thumbs up. Good luck to both drivers. Johnny Lag, Slick Tricks Lane, and Tony Brinterson in the Kestrel Lane. See, now that's the methanol version. And it's going to change a bit very shortly.
So these cars are the quickest and fastest naturally aspirated race cars on the planet. No turbos, no superchargers.
Just a power adder called Nitro. Yeah, that's the one. So, Tony ran a 5:29 at this event last year. Like I said, since has gone even deeper into the 5.2s. These are absolutely beautiful conditions. A lovely light tailwind, nice hazy sunshine. Johnny's been in the 5.3s for most of this season, but most importantly, he's got the most win lights. These two raced each other in round one back at the main event, and it was a tyre-smoking peddling affair from one end to the other, if you remember.
Yeah, it was just a shame. I think Johnny was blue line violated out of the race.
Yeah, he was DQ'd, unfortunately. It's a great race, though. It's fun. Like a proper funny car race, all over the place, tyres blazing. It was great.
So, Tony Bridgeson in the Kestrel beer lane. Johnny Lang in the Citrix lane. Your first taste nitro today.
Oh, Tony's not going to get an ET because he went before the tree was activated, unfortunately.
What a shame.
Yeah, that was a storming looking run. They'll still get the data. They'll still know what the car did, pretty much. He left before the tree. The tree didn't run. He left too quick. Oh well, 3 more goes. He'll be okay. So Sandro Bellio is your number 1 qualifier at the end of that. Okay, we move on to FIA Pro Stock, and having a chat with Jim is always good. And he's going to be coming around now in the Pro Stocker in a couple of moments. So, Simon Ekengren. All these drivers are from Sweden. The only one missing from the back at the main event is Richard Sundblom, who came all the way from Finland back then. But anyway, Slick Tricks Lane for CHM Machine. Michael Scherquist is Simon Ekengren with the Dodge Dart, taking on Lasse Britsmar with the GTO. So both these two, the way they run them in qualifying is based on, especially in the first session, is based on their points coming in. So these two are number 5 and 6 in the series. The Dodge is number 5 and the Pontiac is number 6. Now, Michael's stated goal at the start of the season was to try and get the Dodge Dart, the retro Dodge, down into the 6.5s, and so far this year, it's eluded them. This is, however, their happy place. He won the final last year on a huge hole shot. Massive hole shot. I'll tell you a quick funny story, I hope I'm allowed to tell it as well, is that final round, they'd packed everything away because it had rained. They really didn't think they were going to run. They were about to put the car in the trailer, and then the marshal came down and said, right, let's go, final. And they went, oh. A rather serious swear word in Swedish. And both him and Michael Malmgren brought the cars down without making any changes to them or anything at all. They just said, oh, well, okay, we've got to go. It's got fuel in it. Let's run it. And they came down around the final round like that. I hope I was allowed to tell that story. If not, my knees won't be here tomorrow, but there we go. Anyway, so Dodge against Pontiac. First pair, Pro Stock. Ooh. Big shake for both of them. Like, huge tyre shake. That was a little bit of a surprise, to be honest with you, because, well, it's nice and warm. This is sort of like perfect weather for Pro Stockers, really. But they both shook themselves to death as soon as they let the clutch out. Well, Simon trickles through with a 13-second ET and 18-second one.
That was very, very odd indeed. But, literally synchronised as they did that. Just a quickie from me, FIM Pro Stock Bike. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? FIM Pro Stock Bike. Let's have you into the lanes.
Now, I remember a number of years ago, if anyone else remembers Thomas Lindstrom and his fantastic driving job from about 10 years ago, I remember asking him, so his car did that once, and then the next run he went low ET. So what was the difference? And he said just a couple of grams on the clutch. That was it. That can be the difference between a record-breaking run and just doing what you saw there. So, Stefan Enrud, Michael Malmgren, your next pair. Well, that was bizarre. Again, unfortunately for Stefan Enrud, the car went up on the tyres, but then he didn't really keep the burnout going. It came down and gripped, which means he's probably warmed the clutch up a little bit too much, because you burn out in high gear just so the engine doesn't over-rev. Obviously, Mike Malmgren did that. You know, that's what it's supposed to look like in the other lane. But the only other thing is, on a warm day as well, it's quite a distance between the water box and where the Pro Stock cars start their burnouts. So they roll through the water box to get the tyres wet, but by the time they've rolled forwards, there's enough heat in the track to not only take the water off the tyres, but to warm them up enough so there's no water on them.
Yeah.
And then they start trying to do the burnout on a grippy racetrack, and well, that was what happens. So Pro Stockers are based on American production vehicles, 500 cubic inches of V8 under the hood, twin 4-barrel carburetors, racing gasoline, and tune it up and run as quick as you can. Basically, that's it. That's the formula. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Nah.
As you say, Darryl, well, it's the most fickle race cars going. You've got to hit the sweet spot in every single department for the car to work at its best.
Well, normally the most important part is 60 foot. It's the first bit. It's the launch with these cars. Once they hit second gear without shake or any sort of spin or problem, then they're home free normally. .671 at 2:08 is the opener for Stefan Enrud. 7:22 with lots of tyre shake off the start line at 1:85 for Mike Malmgren. There you go. Who'd have thought that, eh? The car that didn't do the burnout was the one that got down the racetrack. There we go.
Well, Michael Malmgren actually had a bit of shake as he left the line. It very
a lot.
quick.
He had to pedal it. That's big shake. He pedalled it and got back on it again.
I didn't notice him pedal it.
It didn't go. It went up. It didn't go forwards. Okay, your last pair, Robin Loren and the man I just spoke to, Jimmy Orland. I think as soon as he makes his run, that's it. Championship number 13 or 14 if you include Pro Mod. But Jimmy is one of those that's he's done just about everything there is to do in a Pro Stocker. He has won. This will be his 13th in Pro Stock. 13th. Started racing in Pro Stock 20 years ago, and he's had a few years off or part time in the middle of that. That shows you just how dominant he's been during that period. And he's also been out to the States to race. He drove one of the Summit racing machines as well. I think while Greg Anderson was off for a little while,
right,
and he won the 4-wide at Charlotte as well. So that's Jimmy Orland in the Slick Tricks lane. He's taking on Robin Loren. This was the car that unfortunately had an incident with the wall just over a year ago in Hockenheim. They ran around like mad, borrowed a car, made it to the European Finals, didn't have the greatest weekend, but we still respect him massively for all the effort. This year he's been back in his car and he's currently sitting number 2 in the championship. There's no chance of him catching Jim. I think the best he can hope for, obviously, is to keep that number 2 spot. That's what it's supposed to look like. Who's got the most horsepower? The answer is Jim, 665 at 2:08. A little bit off pace for Robin, actually. 6.77 at 2.07. Now, just over a tenth between them. You think that would be quite a good run. That's not really what they were looking for at all. But anyway, Jim is number one at the end of that session.
If that was a race, the margin between the two, if they crossed the line, was 0.08. So, an 0.2 light from Robin and 0.11 from Jim. But as you say, it's qualifying. There we go.
Okay, now if you people that have been here before plenty of times, you'll have noticed the orange blocks have gone out. You'll also notice a very big, long, pointy blue car is sat behind the start line, ready to go. Now, hands up anyone who hasn't seen a top fuel dragster before. Be honest, anyone not seen one? Really? Go on.
There's the same
You
guy
sure?
that hadn't seen the jet.
Yeah, that'll be it. Well, I reckon there's at least 5 people standing in that little pen right in the middle that haven't seen one anyway. But coming round to run, the team haven't been here for 5 very, very long years. I want you to give the most massive welcome back to Tommy Happonen and Anita Michaela, everybody. Come on. Now, this is Tommy's. They've got husband and wife top fuel dragsters. Is that the cool? You know, like we were talking. They were. I know Tony Stewart and Leah keep talking about them being the only husband and wife team. Sorry, you're some way late with that, especially in top fuel, especially the Hartmans as well. I was going to say both Rhonda and I'm sure he's here somewhere this weekend as well. John Smith. They've been at it a long while as well. So Tommy's first run here at Santa Pod, I think, for about 17 years. Now, this car is the car that Anita used to drive about 10 years ago, funnily enough, so they brought the new one out. Actually, 11 years ago, 2013, I think was the last time she ran it competitively. Now, they did run 2 cars at the same event a number of times, actually, most noticeably in Alastaro. And I remember I had a chat with Anita, I interviewed her, and I said, so what's the idea with 2 cars? And she said, well, sometimes you've got to let your husband have a bit of fun as well, which I thought was very Anita and very generous of her as well. Does sound like it's idling a little bit high. There we go. That's crew chief Sammy just bringing the idle back to normal, and the cackle resumes. So, over 1,000 foot. Tommy's been in the threes at over 300 miles an hour at TF last year. He ran a match race out at Mantorp and won that as well. He was in the 4 rows. This car is still as nasty quick as it ever was. I still love the bionic chicken on the side too. So, good luck, Tommy, from all your friends here at Santa Pod Raceway, and I'm sure everybody from Finland as well who's watching in online and is as delighted as we are that you're back. Well, that's what that's supposed to look like. Off the trailer, 398, 308 miles an hour.
And I don't know if you noticed that.
Tommy, we've missed you. We've missed you so much. Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that why it nearly leaned? I'm trying to find Sammy, but I think he's gone already. Anyway, however that works out with Sturger. I know what I'm going to do. Hannah, come here. Well, Hannah, it's nice to see you in warm weather. We know what we're talking about, don't we? That was lovely.
Yes, very lovely. We are so happy that we got to make this first run go good.
Well, a 3-second run over 300 miles an hour. Is your dad enjoying driving again?
Yes, he's so excited.
He's like a little kid again, yeah?
Yes, he said in Mantorp after his first run that I feel like a newborn baby again.
Well, fortunately, he doesn't drive like one, but it's so great to have you back.
Yes, thank you. It's been 5 years since we have last been in Santa Pod. It's so great to be here and see you all again.
It certainly is. Round of applause, please, everybody. Come on. all the way from Finland. Lovely to see you again, Anna. Great to see you.
The numbers, Daryl, the numbers. 60 foot was a 0.85. At the 8th was 3.19 at 266. And there go the team. Raise the rope form as they go to collect Tommy from the top end.
That is one kick-ass chicken. I think that's how you're supposed to say it, isn't it? Anyway, great news is we have more coming your way.
Yep, top end is clear already.
Okay, we have we got a predominantly female field? We have, again, all this diversity rubbish you get in other motorsports. Yeah, of course. All this diversity rubbish you get in other motorsports. We don't need that because we've had it for years, and two of the best coming your way next. In the Kestrel Lane from Norway, her first time ever at Sandpod Raceway in a top Fuel Dragster. She's the defending Methanol champion from last year. This year she comes back with the Nitro Vikings. Sandpod, welcome please for Lynn Floysvik, everybody, come on. And on the other side of the racetrack, your number one qualifier and final round participant from the main event and winner in Hockenheim. Only a couple of weeks to go for Monster Energy, Switzerland, for the legendary Urbacher name. It's India Urbacher, everybody. Now, India's already been down in the 380s a number of times. Tommy's already set the benchmark with a really nice 398 at 308 miles an hour. That's kind of how it's supposed to look. Smooth, no shake, no problems, no wasted motion. But didn't quite get the fuel pump on in time for Lynn's car. They're going to have to bar it over again. What they're doing is they've got to clear the cylinders if any nitro has puddled in there. If they spin it over and it ignites, yeah, stand well back, basically. I think they are going to be running side by side, actually. Although Urs and the team do look remarkably calm about it.
Yeah, waiting very patiently on the other side of the track as the Nitro Vikings work frantically trying to clear the cylinders out. I think they're going to give it one more go just about now.
That was a hold your breath moment.
It was, wasn't it? Well.
So, Lynn Floysvik, the young lady from Norway. She's got a young family as well. This is what you've got to do when you've got kids, isn't it? Well, what Urs Urbacher did was put his little girl in the top fuel car. And very good she is too. Nice to see, even though everyone in the pen down here has seen the top fuel car before, they all flinched. They're now all giggling at each other, which is good to see.
Yeah, no burnout in effect there for Lynn. The revs didn't come up at all, tyres didn't strike, didn't smoke or anything. But I still think there's probably enough heat in there.
Now this is Lynn's been here plenty of times. But not in this car. So she knows her way down the racetrack. Well, it's not difficult, it's a straight line, but you know what I mean. So, we've already had a 3-second, 300-mile-an-hour run. Can we have another one? Or two?
Interestingly, they've put India off to one side of the groove in a nice fresh bit with very little rubber on it. Hopefully, I'd say hopefully they know what they're doing, but of course they do. But hopefully it works out well.
Yeah, Conrad's having a bit of an issue there, but I think they had a leak and he's tightening it up. But they're only going to be given a certain amount of time because India is ready. No. Going to have to click it off, unfortunately. Bye run for India Urbacher. Almost instant tyre spin, instant. Again, not what they were looking for, obviously. Sometimes that can just be as simple as a clutch malfunction. Now, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do before. No idea where Josie has gone, probably run far away. There you are. Yeah. Just very quickly. Now, all you folks, you wonderful folks, this is an awesome Friday crowd, is it not?
Yes, fantastic.
I think it's a seriously good Friday crowd. But what I've got to do is I've got to show you the tyre tracks. Now, everybody knows how big and wide a top fuel tyre is. Hopefully we can get this right. So, if you look at how wide the tyre tracks are, okay, they're about as wide as that. Let's see if we can get the... there we go. Thank you very much indeed. Apologies about my legs, folks. It's a warm day. Can't do much about it. Right, okay, Josie, if you'd like to come this way... Oh, God, this starts to look like grooming, isn't it? Anyway, if you'd like to come this way. So the tyre track, now I've stuck to the track, is that wide, okay? So India managed to get from like a car length here, but then the car starts to spin the tyres, and you can see... I don't know whether you can come out here and see just how narrow that is, right? I have my foot on the entire footprint for the tyre. It's that wide. It's as wide as my foot, unbelievably. Look at that. So it's gone from being about, I don't know, 14, 18 inches wide to about 2. That's what happens when you lose traction in a top fuel car and the centrifugal force basically tries to take the tyre off the wheel, really. Thank you for bearing with me through the explanation. Lynn is just climbing out there. She's not climbing out the car, she's taking her helmet off. But the last two in the Kestrel lane for Slick Tricks Racing and Sweden and kind of England, if you know what I mean. Ladies and gentlemen, Suzanne Colleen, everybody, come on. There we go. Even her dad's giving her a round of applause. That's good to see. And also in the Slick Tricks lane, current points leader, but will he be on Sunday? All the way from the beautiful island of Malta. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet in all of racing, and one of the pretty damn quickest as well. He's the only one in Europe that's running the 370s this year. Duncan Micallef, everybody. Okay, we're just waiting for the signal to fire him up, which I think we've just got. So, Lowy T is still Tommy with that 398. Let's see what the two Runefield cars can do.
So just an interesting fact about Top Fuel Dragster this weekend. Each driver is from a different nation. We've had Finland, Norway and Switzerland, and up next we've got Sweden and Malta.
In case you didn't know by now, Top Fuel Dragsters have 500 cubic inch engines, yes, the same size as a Pro stock car. However, the difference is they've got superchargers on top and they run on natural methane. They produce between 10 and 11,000 brake horsepower, and they are the quickest and fastest accelerating wheel-driven cars on the planet. So, Suzanne against Duncan. If this is the final round on Sunday, Duncan will have won the title. Suzanne needs Duncan to go out early and her to go on and win.
So your final pair then, Suzanne Colleen for Slick Tricks Racing in the Kestrel B lane, and of course Duncan Micallef with DM Motorsport. He is in the Slick Tricks lane. Here we go then, your final pair in Top Fuel at the European Finals qualifying round. And that is
Suzanne to the number one spot, 396 at 309 miles an hour. Duncan had a cylinder out. I'm actually quite surprised that Runa let him go that far, to be brutally honest with you. But anyway, just very, very quickly, if we can have a camera somewhere nearby. Where have we gone? Josie, help. She's not going to be far away. Not you. No. Yeah, you don't get. Thank you. At least he took the advice about his shorts. Anyway, so Mr. Bartlett, wife number one.
Yeah, wife needed to be number one. It's a tough weekend because of what happened at Hockenheim. If she's to win the championship, she needs to qualify within that 5 points of anyone, and she needs to go all the way to the final, and hopefully the others don't. I'm being polite.
The only thing is, there's a lot of people that wouldn't do your job for the world. I can't imagine the atmosphere in your house on Monday if it doesn't go the way it's supposed to.
We have highs and lows, depending how the girls do it, depends how Suzanne does, depends how the event does. So there is highs and lows on a Monday. There's a good breakfast, a good dinner, or a pretty shitty one.
Well, anyway, anyone who knows Suzanne well enough knows exactly what I'm talking about, I think, don't they?
Yeah, and I'm on the receiving end.
Most of the time, anyway. But it's fun, isn't it? It's great. It comes down to the last race. Duncan's been so good as well this year in the 3.7s.
And of course, it's fantastic to have Tommy back. You know, I mean, everyone knew Anita, but you've got to remember, Tommy drove for me in the ETFA series before Anita. And Tommy's not a spoiler. He's here to win. He just won't upset. He's going to try and win the event.
It's so cool to have him back, isn't it? But so what about this Friday crowd as well? This is pretty good for a Friday.
Yeah, it is good, and I think if we have a lot more coming this afternoon for the night show, if the temperature stays like this, the track will have warmth, the air might improve. I think we're in for another, like last year, an blinding night show. And let's hope so, because I want to have a nice breakfast tomorrow morning.
And Sunday and Monday. Monday's the important one.
Yeah, very important,
Very important.
I'm either going to enjoy the banquet or I'll be hiding behind the stage.
Keith, thank you very much indeed. It's Keith Bartlett, everybody, promoter here and the boss at Sandspot Raceway. Put your hands together. Without Keith and the whole team, none of this would be happening.
Okay, can I please have FIM Super Twin Top Fuel into the pairing lanes, please? FIM Super Twin Top Fuel. But as we look behind the tower, it is the turn of the Nitro Funny car. We got Patrick Pers with the Speed Ghost car down there. And also got the Nostalgia cars down there as well. Now, Patrick delighted everybody yesterday with a couple of test passes. He managed to get one run in on the actual test day itself, on the Wednesday, and then, put two in yesterday. What has he learned from those passes, though?
Yeah, Patrick doing very well not to show his hand by lifting at the 8th mile.
I'm not entirely sure that's true. They still saw the short numbers.
Yeah, very, very, very smooth run, shall we say.
I'd love to know how that much fuel car. I think there's sort of half a gallon comes out the headers on the burnout of that car. So yeah, Patrick yesterday, really, really nice couple of test passes. Tuner for the rest of the season was Peter Lance. Peter was unavailable this weekend, so to join us, he's joined us here a few times as well actually, Terry Haddock from the US. Successful independent racer for many, many years. By independent, I mean normally skint, and I'm not being rude, it's just very expensive to do it.
So Terry tuning the car he probably raced over in the United States, the car you see in the Kestrel lane, successfully campaigned by Ron Capps. Now expertly driven by Patrick Pers over here in Europe.
Yeah, like we said yesterday, they've had trouble keeping all the cylinders lit to the 1,000 foot. If he does, it's been on record pace a number of times. Who can forget the run of the Bug Jam against Steve Ashdown?
Yeah.
But the trouble is, when it drops cylinders, it tends to drive the car. And that's what Patrick's been fighting for most of the season. But if it goes and it stays lit, hold your breath. Yeah, hole out again, straight for the centre line. That was exactly what I was. I didn't want you to give an example, Patrick, but you know that was it. Unfortunately, 489 at 175. It was doing okay till about 100, maybe 200 foot out, and then you saw the raw fuel coming out the cylinder on the right bank of the engine, and as a result, that was what drove him over towards the centre line. He tried to pedal it to pick it up, but this didn't happen. Unfortunately, he's still the first car down the racetrack, so he's got a run in.
Yeah, very good bit of driving as well, actually. 0.96 to the 60 foot, but say at the 8th it was, it was 362 at 193. Should have been around about 230, 240 there.
I think for him, unfortunately, he'd like it to go roughly straight for once, as opposed to having to soar at the wheel all the time. So, round the back of the town, let's see who we got next. I think
Nostalgia Funny Cars.
We have indeed Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars and a gorgeous new gel coat paint job. Well, it's a gorgeous new body, that's why. Tony Betts. It's in the dark venom. We'll call it the dark venom, shall we? Or venom black, something like that. Black venom, that'll do. Tim Garlick down here with Apache as well. Also, Paul Harris with the Dennis Priddle tribute car. Right behind them, we've got all of the FIM bikes as well, with the return of the Hope family, I can see. Alex sitting at the front of the queue, ready to go. Behind them, we've got a whole slew of bikes, including the Super Twins. We've also got the potential for 1 or 2 records here this weekend as well. I'm talking specifically about Marcus Christensen. And when I say record, him and his dad are within a couple of hundredths of a second of being the quickest normally aspirated twin on the planet. Shows you just how good they are.
So there's just a bit of work getting Patrick off the track out the top end. The issue with these cars is as soon as they stop, the clutches get that hot and they're that highly strung, they actually tend to weld themselves together. So the only way to move the car then is to disconnect the drive shaft.
The thing is that they got the nose through the second exit, but it's stopped there. So just got to do a little bit more work to get the car cleared from the top end. But what a fabulous day. What a fabulous day. Thoroughly enjoying this. As Zara alluded to, a fantastic crowd here this afternoon. Glorious weather as well. Very, very warm conditions out there.
Well, the good news is it's supposed to be nice and dry tomorrow. A little bit of cloud cover tomorrow, which may help things be even quicker, believe it or not. I mean, warm weather's really nice, but it's not good for not optimal for horsepower anyway.
Yeah.
But we'll see how tomorrow goes, and obviously then race day on Sunday as well. I had a look at the forecast because I didn't want to, but I did, and it's improved again. So you never know. Fingers crossed. We may be all right through the whole rest of the weekend. It would be lovely, wouldn't it? So, looks like, where is Patrick? Right down the end. I can see a few people.
Second exit.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen out there on the backing of the grandstand, who's enjoyed that so far then? First taste of proper, highly strung, big show nitro cars. How's that? I can see a few ways and a round of applause.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't go anywhere at all. You've still got loads of great stuff coming your way. I've just realised, though, it is about lunchtime, isn't it? I wonder why my stomach was trying to find its way that way, because I'm hungry. Anyway.
There we go, then that's the signal to the Apache team to fire the car up. You've seen the big show modern nitro funny cars. These are the nostalgia ones, slightly smaller engines, less blower, less fuel, but an extra gear.
Well, yeah, they run 2 speeds. They run clutches. But the whole idea is there is no affordable version of nitro racing, but they run a smaller fuel pump, smaller supercharger, single mag, and that was basically how it was 40 years ago. They're probably been 45 years ago now, something like that. And the speeds they run are comparable with what they ran back then too. Also, so are the bodies. The bodies on the cars are from a bygone era, if you like. So the Apache car has a 1979 Pontiac on it. The Venom car has got a 70 and a half Camaro, I think, off the top of my head. And the Monza from about 1980, or about 78 odd.
So here you go then. Here comes the Firebird and the Monza. You can see they do look a little bit more like they're supposed to compared to the more modern cars, but that's because they're a lot less aerodynamic compared to the new ones. Tim Garlick coming round into the Slicktrix lane. Paul Harris with the Dennis Priddle tribute car coming around into Kestrel Beer lane.
They still pound the ground though. That'll be because of what's in the tank. So, good elapsed times for Nitro Funny Cars are in the mid, well, I was going to say definitely in the low 6s and maybe even the high 5s. Tim Garlick, this is Tim's last weekend, apparently, with his trusty Keith Black. It's been in service in this car ever since he debuted it 11 years ago, and he's retiring it after this event. And I jokingly said, okay, time to lean it out. And he said, yep, kitchen sink.
So Tim in the race for the record with the Venom car round the corner.
Now Paul Harris is no slouch either as well. He's not that far behind in the low 6s. The car itself runs really strong to the 8th mile. It tends to nose over a little bit at the top end. If they can get the lean out sorted out, which they've been working on. Look for quicker stuff. So, first qualifying run, Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car.
Well, cracking side by side, and it's Tim Garlick with a 6:04. 227, 660 for Paul Harris, 161.
So Paul's car actually dropped a cylinder, but I think that was because it wanted to go in second gear. Can you give me the half-track number? Because I reckon they probably aren't that far off.
405 compared to a 398. Yeah, very close, actually.
Yeah,
182 for Paul, 190 for Tim.
Yeah, not as far apart as the ETs would suggest anyway, but still a couple of great opening 6-second runs for the pair of them.
Yeah, bizarrely, Paul Harris was quicker to the 60.
That's what I mean. That
yeah.
car leaves in the first half. It's really, really good. It's just the lean out in the second half, which, again, I'm sure they're working on to make it go quicker. Give the teams a round of applause. Great show, as always. And our bug of the year, everybody, on the back of the pickup truck as well.
The funny part there, everyone but who you were talking about celebrated then when you said that.
Yeah, it's no big trade secret, is it really? There we are. You can't miss a young lady in high heels and 6 foot tall with long blonde hair, really, can you? And ever-changing outfits. That's the other thing.
Yeah, totally different outfit every time.
Goodness me.
Paul Harris came down to the start line. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The only person that has actually defended a crown.
Yeah.
At Dragster.
Yeah, when I said of the year, I mean Dragster, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is first run with the new body for Tony Betts. Not him, the car, obviously. I'm sure Elaine wouldn't mind it if he had a new body. But.
So the funny thing was, when the body went to have the gel coat done, absolutely desperate. What is it? Tony said, just give it one coat, that's all I need. It went over to Bruce at WRP, and he did 3 gel coats, rubbed it down, and then did another 3. Unbelievable amount of work he put in.
It does look pretty. Now the body, I can't remember how much lighter it is, but it's significantly lighter, isn't it? That's the idea. So if you're used to seeing the Venom car with the fabulous paintwork, well, it's not paintwork, it's a wrap, but same thing, with a fabulous scheme on it. I think they took a mould from the body and made this. It's awfully labour intensive, and there's not just the body that they have to do, it's all the tin work inside the car as well, all the mounts on the chassis, the bracing, everything else.
Yeah, the reason why it's not actually in the full-blown Venom colours is they only got the body back late Tuesday afternoon, so amazing amount of work that went into it to get it even just to the track this weekend.
Well, these two have been trading blows, and by these two, I mean him and Tim. A couple of X6 boys going at it all year. Tim set the ET record, went 594. Tony then went 589 at 250 miles an hour. But unfortunately, they've had a lot of work to do all year, really. Took a trip into the field and the chutes didn't deploy. Smashed the front of the body up. And I think that's one of the reasons why they wanted a new body, because every time it gets repaired, it gets heavier.
Yeah.
So the number to beat, 6:04. What's Tony got for us this time?
Oh dear, he kept his foot in it when it went sour as well. 6:28 to 2:04. That was on a lot quicker run. What was the 8th mile number?
107 to 60, 4:06 to the 8th.
Yeah, the 60 foot it did look a little bit slow, but that was definitely the burst panel going through the finish line. So that new body might not quite look as shiny as it previously did. So the tractor is out there doing a very little bit of sweeping. The fuel cars put a fine mist of clutch dust on the racing surface, and a lot of the other cars bikes don't enjoy it. So we've got pro stock bike coming around, all the FIA bike classes. So if you're out there milling around, you've had your lunch or you want to go and have lunch, grab something really quickly and come back again, because you don't want to be missing this. We've got pro stock bike, we've got super twins, we have top fuel bike with the return of Neil Midgley as well, and super street.
Right, there's a perfect opportunity whilst the tractor is just clearing there, as the bikes are coming round. We may not get an opportunity when Super Street Bike come round, but I want you to cast your minds back to the incident that Boyce had, Chris Reed, when the bike literally went vertical at half track, and the net end result was that Chris ended up in a heap on the track, and the bike on its own still went over 90 miles an hour in the shutdown area, crossed the line and then just coasted to a stop in the shutdown area. That was a week before Hockenheim. That was 3 weeks ago. I'm absolutely delighted that Boyce is here this weekend on the spectator banking, and there he is holding the walking stick up in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, raise the roof for the gentleman that is mad as anything that I've ever seen on this planet, Chris Reed. Everybody's wondering how he is, and he is there. He is an absolute walking legend, and he's been looked after by Suze and Phil and everybody else down there. Chris Reed, love you, man, because you are basically the best out there. He was not going to miss this for anything. Rather annoyed that he didn't get to go to Hockenheim, but Stacey did. And, just absolutely phenomenal. So, Chris, great to see you, mate. Really, really good.
He must have had a bang on the head, because that looks like water.
But no, it's absolutely chuffed to see you, Chris. Really, really good, mate. Well done, well done. And that's definitely not water. But good to see you, mate. Really, really good to see you. Just in case we didn't get that when Super Street Bike were running, but Chris is supposed to use the walking sticks to aid your walking, not walking with the stick up in the air. But there we go. But that's Chris for you. Also very annoyed that when he went into the air ambulance, that he couldn't see out the window. That was the other frustration he had. So, but that's Chris for you. Right, let's have a look into the lanes. Actually, I think it's going to be Junior Drag Bike first, although they are last on the run order. They have appeared next on the screen. So we'll just get a double check on that. But what a first pro session that turned into for the cars. Let's see what happens with the bikes. After that, the pro session will be rounded off with the jet car, which would be Fire Force 5, would be the Jet Dragster. Then it'll be into another round, if time permits, of our sportsman racers. And then we get back into a part pro session, which will be just Pro Stock Car, Pro Stock Bike and Junior Drag Bike Cup. A continuation of Sportsman Qualifying, and then we get into our night show, where we have got entertainment, including Havoc versus Bradford's Topolino. So you've got a Fuel Altereds that we're running at Dragstalgia. And then, of course, another round for Top Fuel Pro Mod, Top Methanol, Nitro Funny Car, Nostalgia Funny Car. And then Super Twin, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, Comp Eliminator. And the evening will be wrapped up with Fire Force 3 versus Firestorm in the dark, followed by fireworks. So it's going to be a fantastic day. And also this evening, if we get the odd gap, we're going to have some fun. because last year, if you remember, we got everybody to get their camera phones out and switch the torches on. I'm going to experiment tonight. We had a little bit of fun last year, just see if we can elevate that a little bit. So it could crash and burn, or it could be a major success. We just have to see how it goes. But just giving you a bit of a prior warning for that one later on. But phenomenal day so far, blessed with fantastic weather out there. Don't forget, if you haven't already applied, it might be a bit late, but get your sunblock on, because it's a wonderful affliction to get, funnily enough, pod face. But anybody that's looking to feeling rather red could be it could be a little bit difficult. Okay, so let's have a look at the top end. Basically just having a bit more of a clean-up than I thought, actually. So our track crew working very, very hard at the top end. And, of course, we've got our fuel bikes that are pretty much ready to get themselves going over there as well. Okay, just for a quick moment, whilst we find out how long things are going to be, I'm just going to give the airwaves back over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll be taking it back very, very shortly with an update for you. So we'll be back with you shortly. For a Mexican wave at the moment, and I don't know how long the top end is.
Wow, so JT with Fabulous Lightning McQueen from the UK and King Christensen from Denmark. Here we go. A lot of clutch slip for JT, loads in fact. 653 at 227. That almost looked like a second gear launch actually.
That's a good one for Mike.
Oh yeah, 623 at 219 miles an hour.
Oh, Bruno.
Wow. Well held there by Bruno. A flash of flame for Peter as he goes over the finish line. Still goes 625, but that was a save from Bruno. The thing just lit the tyres.
On his way to winning in TF. So good luck, Gary.
Wow. Driving through a lot of shake.
Wow.
392 to the 8th mile. 589 at 250 mile an hour.
There you go.
Almost too much wheel speed off his starting.
385.
Oh wow, 582, 250 miles an hour, 3 points in the bag, and number one qualifier for now.
.9460 foot, 363 to the 8th, and a 555, 233 mile an hour. What an opener.
That flew. That was really on a nice run. Very quickly, the man himself, Danny.
In the Kestrel Beer Lane. Johnny Lane in the Citrix Lane. Your first taste Nitro today.
Oh, Tony's not going to get an ET because he went before the tree was activated, unfortunately.
What a shame.
Yeah, that was a storming looking run. They'll still get the data. They'll still know what the car did, pretty much. Ooh. Big shake for both of them, like huge tyre shake. That was a little bit of a surprise, to be honest with you, because, well, it's nice and warm. This is sort of like perfect weather for race stockers, really. But they both shook themselves to death as soon as they let the clutch out. Well, Simon 3 normally. .671 at 208 is the opener. That's what it's supposed to look like. Who's got the most horsepower? The answer is Jim, 665 at 208. A little bit off pace for Robin, actually. Well, that's what that's supposed to look like. Off the trailer, 398, 308 miles an hour.
And I don't know if you noticed that.
Tommy, we've missed you. We've missed you.
Right, here we go then. Your final pair in top fuel at the European Finals qualifying round. And that is
Suzanne to the number one spot, 396 at 309 miles an hour. Dunker had a cylinder out. I'm actually quite surprised that Runa let him go that far. Yeah, hole out again, straight for the centre line. That was exactly what I was. I didn't want you to give an example, Patrick, but you know that was it. Unfortunately, 489 at 175. It was doing okay till.
Well, cracking side by side, and it's Tim Garlick with a 6:04, 227, 660 for Paul Harris. 161.
So Paul's car actually dropped a cylinder, but I think that was because it wanted to go in second gear.
What's Tony got for us this time?
Oh dear, he kept his foot in it when it went sour as well. 628 at 204. That was on a lot quicker run. What was the 8th mile number?
107. First pair down the track, but in the same car. And just to show his form, 004 off the line. So 7.9 ran about 168. Well, 7.90, 169 for that one. And then, as like a tennis tournament, we get down to the last 4, then the last 2. So the dial-ins then, 10.44 for Hans, 11.48 for Chris. 10.63, 11.45 breakout for Chris, a little bit too quick. No.
So has he hit his number then, or was he 100th off?
Can't remember. So much happened.
Across the line then, 10.43 and a 12.0. No.
Still not bad today. Gets himself set up again.
I think that meant no trans brake for Billy there.
Ah, right. Still goes 9.46 on a 9.45. John Tevenon goes 9.04. Oh, my goodness me. 9.75 with a 5. Vic Parsons hits his number, goes from 29 to number 6. Phenomenal pass there. So it looks like one here, but how good? 9.50. So Don Darling in 9.69 for this one. Johnny 9.80. 9.50 9.79. Well, they should have just hit another 100th as well. But shall we say a surgical procedure on Michelle's hand stopping from racing, so we'll see her, well, racing again next year, unfortunately. Putting a beautiful wheelie off the line. And yeah, car looks well good. So Jason's in this predicament of lift and coast at 1,000 foot. Ooh, he left it a bit late that time, but 10.19, 107, nicely judged. Actually moved Darlin's end, 11.03 and 9.90. $10.15, 11.12. Frankie moves up from 52 to 45. Fair to say that it's not going Mason's way at the moment. There is an issue with the car. I haven't got a clue what it is. The team keep working away on it. 12.76 at 105. It's so currently Lee is no change in position there.
Respot. $10.04 and $10.67. Much better launch for Ian. Struggle with traction.
He's going to be chuffed to bits with that.
That JT, the green fish. He had a Pro Charger on there. Those don't look like Pro Charger type ETs because he was in the 8 time. 9.71 gets bumped back by Marie in the other lane, who goes 10.34 on a 33.
So you see his super comp number as well. $8.95 and $9.76. And Zali.
Dougie?
No,
It would have been Dougie.
No, I'll get it.
Whoa, big wheel stand for Tom Watkins there. Junior Dragster into the pale please. I'll say it again in a second. 9.09 and 9.59. In case you didn't hear me, that was Junior Dragster to the pale lanes, please.
Or the minimum index. He would have been in Super Pro, no doubt.
Well, that's sort of why this rule came in, because you can enter Super Pro now and still run the same numbers.
8.61 and for Darren Huxley. 11.25. 16 short.
Well, Lee looking for a 10.04.
Well, at the moment, that can all change.
Dave Sherritt and Brett Featherstone. Dave goes red.
Dave Sherritt breaks out, stays number 4. Problem, so they've just left it like that. But I can't imagine finding an original windscreen in one of those. It's going to be easy.
I think that's why they're waiting.
Up against Bjorn Tetjanitsa from Germany. He's 35. Matt Dowdy is 5. Bjorn goes 10.43, no improvement. Matt goes 11.22.
Runs in Division 7 now, but basically it's run as a junior super comp. They run 6.90 to the 8th. Heads up on a 5.5 Pro Tree. His car's manually shifted. And all 3 of the junior comp dragsters are manually shifted. John Bean, wow, 9 flat with a 4 on a 9 flat dialing. He moves up to number 4. Oh. So Ruben 02 off the line.
That was very tame.
Very tame. Dave Fulton yesterday was racing the Roadster. Back in the Nova today, getting it teched early this morning. You can only think the Roadster's got some issue that can't be easily solved. Oh, look at that for Josh Duncan. Well, there you go, your top 32. And she's 0.37 off. 2 on the start line at the moment. Stevie Gates, he is in, and so is Amy. Top 32. Oh, Stevie Gates, 8.58.4. Breaks out by 6 thou. 9.62 for Amy.
So non-nitrous on this one. That sounds a bit weird, actually. Good enough for a 10.39 on a 10.29 dial.
Stepped in and helped as well. So they've asked me to say thank you.
Well, that's unusual. Lee left before the tree ran. Very unusual. 8.01 on a 7.
Yeah.
But got it fixed. Unreal. That's when Alan was a spectator before we started racing.
Right.
Yeah. So Colin Morris, Tom Atkins, 8.52, 8.46, 8.58 and 8.50, and they both stay put. So that's a nice looking pairing, actually. 8.44 breakout, but whoa!
Get in.
Alan Bradley did. So Jack looking for 7.57, Callum 8.94. Oh, that's a nice one for Jack. 21 to number 5. Callum breaks out by 0.05. A little bit too quick, but nice move from Jack. So John should get there first, looking for that 7.60 mark. Wants 8.46. 7.62, 8.45, breakout by 100th. Steve goes, no problem. Lovely launch for Andy as well. Elodie going well. 2 great looking passes. Oh, Andy smoking a bit of the stripe. Elodie 7.07. Andy goes 8.59. Well, he breaks out.
Ian Dubois with that Dragster. See, there we go. That's why I don't race.
Wow. There you go.
Patrick all the way up to number 12 with a 6.92 and a 6.90. Daniel at the moment is number 22. He's going to want to be better than that for race day. 7.41 goes. 42 with a 1. Inbound. In brake. That was the clutch problem anyway. Very sedate looking run for Nick, but it will be quick. It will be a 690, 193. Harley though. Ashley Bell. Ashley in the door car. .59 with the 2 for Matt up to number 7. It's very rare that we get days with tailwinds here, but then this year we've had loads. 32 for Scott and an 8.13 for Bailey. Stays 18, Scott stays 10. Yeah, he gets past half track. The crew are celebrating already with a 7.39, 190 miles an hour.
Right, in the Castrol lane. Paul Bradshaw, he can pull a light in either lane. 007. .801, 167 on that.
Heads up racing. The idea is to get as close to 990 as you can, but not go any quicker.
course, both these guys.
Look at that. Wide awake club, both sides of the racetrack. 009 for Dave, and he was second off the line. Andy Harrison with the 003. If that was a race, look at that.
He seems to make it work.
Very well indeed. And obviously more racing for your money on a racing weekend as well.
Yep.
991 with the 3. What did you just say? He makes it work.
He does make it work.
Up to number 4 with different trees, because there's either a sportsman tree or a pro tree as well.
Exactly.
It's hard to do both.
Yeah. Really hard to do both.
Well, Mark is away first with an 03. Both in the low 90s yesterday. Mark with a 992. Shuffles on up to number 6.
You've got Martin Kirbishley here, who I have to...
Because that's not good. Well, I was going to say, that looks great, doesn't it? Taking on Dave Cherrett. Martin at the moment is number 9.
That's a good light for Martin.
95 and a 91 with a 6 for Martin Kirby. I think that's it used to be a comp eliminator car out in Germany, actually, that, and it's running the 7s. I think it's 7-second legal. Wayne has got cars. Running both comp and gas, and this time he goes 987. Just a bit too quick and slightly off pace, really, for Tim Moore. That's his slowest light of the weekend by some margin.
Yeah.
He was 00 every time yesterday. So Martin's already run 90. He runs 91 with a 0. 985 at 158. Stu yesterday. Let's see. Oh, he's on a roll through stage. I think Victoria's going to be allowed to go. That thing really picks up in the back half. Nice and straight all the way through. 8:33 at 183. That's a good checkout run. In fact, that's a great checkout run. Actually. In the mid-8s yesterday, 8:62. Whoa, that was a little bit too much wheel speed off the line. Or spin, really. I think they're having a bit of a match race, actually, aren't they? Ash Cooper with the Transit. And James Murray now in the 9.4s. 57 this morning and a 72 for Ashley Lane. Well, from Stoke-on-Trent anyway. Rob Slater with the twin turbo 57. Rob had a great day yesterday too. Stop me if you've heard it before, but personal best after personal best. That 60 foot was about where it was yesterday. Great looking run for Sam Young again. 8:33 and an 8:14, even quicker for Rob Slater.
In the right lane.
7 second, knocking on 200 mile an hour, that Capri, believe it or not. Tony Higgs is on a great one here as well. That's a lovely looking run. 7:42, 196 miles an hour. The shoot Aston Martin against Ford Pop. Where else could you see this in the world, eh? Mark's car walks off the line with a 126. It's been down in the 1.1s before. 7:47, 197 miles an hour. Phil Druitt with a 12. 209 miles an hour yesterday for Andy Bond. Now you can see where these cars make their power. Rob Carter gets off the line first, but here comes Andy Bond to a 7:25. It's his car about 45 years ago. Softish launch for Al Mack. I think this is going to be a get it down the track one. Actually,
looks like he may have clicked off there. We'll see what Joe can do.
8-8. Our first round of pro qualifying.
We are on with Supercom 8.90 racing. That won't be an 8.90 for Ronnie Mercer. Andy Clifford's number 3 at the moment. Went 8.92 yesterday. 9.06 this morning. Still good.
Basically, what that means, you can burn a lot more of it.
Well, I'm guessing he's got one of Tony Morris's carbs on there because Dave Gibbons is a very interested spectator down there. Against Steve Hudson. So their numbers 9 and 4 at the moment. Oh, look at that. 89 with a 0. Oh, so close for him. Watts. Steve Hudson goes. So I think the closest she ran yesterday was an 8.7. Slowing at the top end nicely. I wonder if Lee has ever tempted to accidentally leave the throttle stop off and go whee, just once. Although saying that, she does get the speed through the finish line that Joe does pretty much as well. 8.97. See the speed, look.
So asleep was Paul Brown that time, 05.
Yeah,
Compared
it
to
was
his
perfect
usual.
yesterday.
Yeah.
789, 169 miles per hour.
Tom wants 11.10 and Hans Van Spek wants 10.50. 10.71 and 11.36, and they do not move. Well, Frankie's going to get there first. Goes 10.05 at 10.43. So this is only his second run. Down, off they go. So it will be Johnny that gets to the top end first. Goes 988 and 1140 breakout. A little bit too quick there. So Dong number 2, dialing in 975 this one. Sean Law with the Wicked Lady Dragster looking for 8.60.
A little bit of wheel spin there for Sean.
Gives him a 64, puts him into the number 32 spot. And Jason really wanted the car, so the boys parted with it. Oh, lovely launch for Jason as well. Oh. 10.43. Bill Wilson finds an improvement, goes 11.13 or 11. Oh, didn't move at all. Well, it sort of stuttered, but that was it. Didn't actually break the beams though. Billy goes 9.53 on a 43. Bit too quick, and Jack McClure. Oh, 0007 red there for Lee Huxley. Doesn't really matter in qualifying, but goes 8.65 breakout. John Lee goes.
Dave ran 9.8999 in Supergas.
Oh, gets 9.89 with an 8. Oh, he's so close. He nearly bumped through, but he's okay. .11.08 and 11. Oh, Neil Watkins does it again. Breaks out by less than 100th of a second. Number 25, looking for a 9.10.
004 red for Andrew Brook.
Susie McClure goes to number 3. 9.58 with a 1. Phenomenal run for Susie. Absolutely outstanding. Expect that to change again. So 9.73 and 11.75. Sorry, 11.25. 9.77. 11. One vehicle just cleaning its final pass. You can see that one just disappear. And all of a sudden, bikes came around the corner. Our track crew walked forward and go, whoa, here we are. So there's me saying, oh, we'll let you know when we're ready. And the bikes did it for us. and it was just under half an hour, so well done to our track crew. Okay, so this is FIM Pro Stock Bike, and this is Alex Hope after how many years out the saddle?
Well, he had a go at racing Super Street Bike. I think that's still in the offing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, basically, this is putting the band back together. His brother's on the start line. His dad's on the start line too. Doesn't sound that sweet, but it's going.
Well, for the first time on the bike in however many years, 762, 175 to blow the cobwebs out. That'll do.
That will certainly work. It will make it an 8-bike ladder as well for this weekend. The championship is coming down to our friend from France and our friend from Germany. We've got a Buell and a 4-cylinder going at it. Okay, next up. Also from the UK, Martin Bishop, Europe's fastest gecko, as you can tell by the leathers in the Kestrel lane, up against Jérôme Rougemont from France. Getting a little bit of direction on the start line.
So you've seen the two, the 6 Pro Stock cars. These are the 2-wheeled versions. Run on race fuel, so petrol. Highly strong naturally aspirated engine, some 4, some 2 cylinders. And they all launch like bandits. 115, 60 foot for Martin Bishop and Jérôme Rougemont's bike trying to kick him off the back. 790 and 899 for those two. And Alex Hope still number 1.
For now, anyway. The last two are, one of these is going to be leaving with the big FIM trophy on Sunday. Will it be Jörg Lemont from France? Germany. With the twin-cylinder Buell, much bigger cubic inches for the bike in the right-hand lane, or the Slictrix lane. But 2 against 4-cylinder has been sort of the mainstay of Pro Stock Bike. It keeps going back and forth between the better combination. Bertrand Maurice, Kestrel side of the track, the guy that was born to either ride horses or Pro Stock bikes. He has the frame for it, shall we say. And he's really good at it too. Nothing in it side by side all the way up there. They'll be looking at each other over the finish line. It's a 7:21, 184 for Jörg from Germany. Takes the number 1 spot for now. Really nice run. 7:25 at 185 in the other lane for our friend from France.
Can we please have Junior Drag Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Drag Bike. Let's have you into the lanes.
And as quickly as that, we are into the Super Twins nitro burning. I think all of the bikes here are naturally aspirated machines. Oh no, we have a supercharged one. Okay,
yeah, we have the return of the beast. We've got one with a blower on it. Chasing PBs everybody this weekend.
But up first it is Marcus van der Boer and Chris van Nimmen, both from Belgium.
So both of these two now solidly in the 6s. However, the two guys coming behind them are solidly in the low 6s. Both of these two are normally aspirated V-twins running on nitromethane. Basically, they are the bike version of an A-fuel car. They are A-fuel bikes, if you will. Actually, they are A-fuel bikes, yeah. Why are they called A-fuel bikes? Anyway, whatever. So Mark in the Kestrel lane when the smoke eventually clears. Good looking run for Chris as long as he doesn't get the blocks. Oh, just at the finish line. Just at the finish line. He did a good job of trying to hold on to that, It was a really, really good job that Mark van der Boer was so far behind. That 7:11 at 1:91 isn't his time. That was because the guy in the other lane doinked the blocks and set them off for both riders. They will both not get any laps time from that qualifying round. I thought he was going to bring it back. You can see it.
Yeah, it was
here.
coming, but
well,
I think Marcus saw it coming and he pulled the chute on the bike just in case. So
interestingly, though, you can see the difference in reaction times and how much of a difference it makes. Because in one lane, Chris van Nimmen ran a 7:11, and in the other lane, he ran a 7:22.
yeah, good point.
Okay, so we're going to put the block back, maybe a new one, who knows. But the two gentlemen behind us, one who's been in Super Twin racing for pretty much as long as it's existed in Europe, for Red Lion Oil and Bentech Engineering, he's one that makes a lot of the gearboxes and things for these bikes. It's Per Bengtsson returning to the quarter mile here in the UK for the first time in a long while with the Beast. It is a supercharged Super Twin, and it's one of the loudest, nastiest bikes on two wheels that you will ever see. It also has half of a Brad Anderson cylinder head on it. If you look at the shape of the valve cover, it's exactly the same as what you'd see on a methanol car and an A fuel car, with the supercharger behind it too. Both the exhausts exit the front and are routed round that way too, and the thing is absolute. Well, it's a work of art, a work of engineering. And not only that, it is seriously quick too. He went 6:21, I think it was, a couple of weeks ago in Germany. They had a great time. And hopefully trying to dip into the 6.1s, which is where the man in the other lane has been many times before. Marcus Christensen, looking for that title, if there is a title, of the world's quickest and fastest normally aspirated Super Twin. He's only 0.02 of a second away from doing that. He ran 6.10 here last year. I think he was down in the 6.2s a few events ago here at the main event. They put a bigger fuel pump on the bike to give it a bit more oomph, if you will. And this is one of those bikes that when you see it run, well, both of these, when you see them run at night with the flames, are pretty cool.
So interestingly, what you were saying about Per's bike is it's the only one here this weekend that isn't a V twin. It's still 2 cylinders, so it still runs with the twins, but it's not a V. They're next to each other.
It's an inline, it's a parallel twin. As long as it's got 2 cylinders and it meets the cubic inch requirement, then it can run. See what I mean about the noise? Lovely, isn't it?
You were mentioning about whether you see these run at night. You will tonight, because they are part of the show tonight.
Rock and roll. Hold your breath collectively. So Marcus and his dad. Whoop. Marcus nearly runs his dad over. Now, I can't emphasise enough just how outstanding what these guys do is. Marcus and his dad are the team. His dad builds everything with help from his son, of course. They show up in a small van with an awning and have nailed just about everybody on the planet in T-wise. It's just amazing. Yeah. It's really, it's what it's about. I think I was listening to something the other day where people say money really ruins stuff because it means you don't invent, you just buy. They invent, they don't buy. Same for Per Bengtsson in the other lane as well. Yeah, Marcus has got a problem. It's going to be Per on his own. Nice and straight and strong. 4:13 to the 8th. 6:29 at 215 miles an hour over the finish line. That's a great start to the weekend. Put your hands together for the Beast team, please. It's great to see him back here in the UK. That's why we love seeing him. Unfortunately, problems for Marcus. Not sure what it was. He just clicked it off himself. Normally, when they do that, it's something like oil pressure or something like that the rider can see because there was no obvious problems anyway.
I may have got this totally and utterly wrong, but I'm going to go with it anyway. Wasn't it Per Bengtsson that had the homemade wind tunnel that he built and did some aero work?
Possibly.
I don't know if you remember, it was a long, long time ago, and they basically fabricated one themselves.
Oh, cool.
It wouldn't surprise me, though. He is an engineer.
Yeah.
He's Bentech Engineering. He's the company.
Yeah.
So it really wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, it literally was. They made a wind tunnel, and we're just experimenting with it. A massive, great big fan at the front.
So fans of bikes, especially Top Fuel bikes, are about to wee themselves right now. We have the return of Neil Midgley. There he is in the Kestrel lane after a, frankly, pretty horrible accident at Tiep last summer. So good that Neil was able to come out of that. And the team, particularly I'm sure Marius and everybody else as well, have been working their backsides off to get this bike repaired and back out here for this weekend. Going up against Jiri Lutz in his first ever FIM competition on Phil Bainbridge's triple. I also want to say a huge good afternoon to someone who is now no doubt watching. Pippi, we miss you, mate. We wish you were here. Basically, because he knew what we were looking at all the time. He could tell us that was what it was. So, Neil Midgley was testing here on Wednesday. This bike has been in the 570s. Don't expect a 570 just yet. But Jiri Lutz, again, first ever FIM competition. The bike's been in the 5s. He's been in the low 6s already on that machine. Well, good looking launches for both. Jiri actually got a little bit out of shape, but Neil will cruise through with an 8-second run or a mid-8-second run. That was possibly part of the plan. 105 to 60, 280 to 330 and coasting at 4.4 at the 8th. A nice 105 60 foot in the other lane as well, so I'll give him a good baseline for later on today. The thing with Top Fuel bikes as well is they ain't easy to steer, especially because the front wheels...
Well, they're impossible to steer with the thing on the front wheel on the deck, aren't they?
Well, no matter how you ride them, they tend to go where they want to, but there are some of the human race are superior at riding them, definitely. People like Ian King. I never saw Ian King ever get out of shape or abandon or, duck a run, ever. Because he kept the bike in a straight line. Phil Brackvogel.
Al Smith is another one.
Al Smith, definitely, yeah. Do you remember Lawrence Stolber with the twin as well? He was nuts.
But they're all brave to get on those things because that is the last thing on this planet I will do. Not that it is much of a choice, but I'd rather swim with piranhas than get on a fuel bike.
Well, if anyone's got any spare piranhas hanging about, you know what to do with them.
Oh dear.
Okay, there's an offer we've got to take up somehow. Stu Crane with the Walton Speed machine in the Slick Tricks lane. Stu had a first round date with points leader Rickard in round 1, and you'd normally expect that in the final or somewhere thereabouts, but Stu didn't have a great weekend. He was here testing on Wednesday, much more like it. Up against Phil Crossley with the Imperial Wizard. Yeah, that one from way back in the 90s. God, this bike's 33 years old now, at least, maybe 34 actually.
I mean, Phil's already ridden this bike to 6.2. Phenomenal. Won't be on this one, unfortunately.
Stu Crane with a great looking 6.35. Also a really nice speed for the funny bike. 224 miles an hour, 107.60, 411, 178 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Dale Leach is probably looking in going, I've been quicker than that, Stu, come on.
Sportsman classes. Can we please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes?
Okay, next up is going to be your winner in Hockenheim, Mark Smith. Yeah, first ever win in FIM competition. Against Thomas Pettersson from Sweden.
So one thing I'd like to say here, Top Fuel bike is made up of 2 different style bikes.
Yeah, quick ones and really quick ones.
Yeah? Pretty much. So you've got the funny bikes, which are these two here, the turbocharged methanol burning machines. They leave like bandits off the line, but they don't have the horsepower of the Top Fuel bikes.
They're a lot lighter as
well.
They're
a lot lighter.
That's a lot to do with it. A Top Fuel bike, you have to hit it super hard off the start line if you want to get it moving. But it's always the funny bikes that, like you said, leave like a scalded cat. But then the power of the fuel bike does well what it does really. So both these two are 6-second machines. Thomas gets a big pat on the back from Peter. So Smithy, a victory homecoming after his win out in Germany. Thomas is pointing towards the wall though, that's the only thing. Whoa! And blazing the tyre as well. We're really hit and miss session for the fuel bikes this time round. Well, Smithy nails it a little bit again, rolls through with an 885. Well, that's 635 from Stu Crane. He's looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, and good news this weekend, we're actually 5 for 5. 5 top fuel bikes, 5 funny bikes. Whereas usually we only get 1 or 2.
Well, 2 are going to DNQ. Yeah, 2 of them aren't going to be qualified, which is going to make life interesting, shall we say, going into tomorrow's last session. So, Mike Ollie, with the Turbo Funny Bike, ran his PB, I think, out in Sweden. He was down in the 660s or thereabouts, up against Eric Richard from France, part of the Team Brothers group from Hungary. Although before he was part of the group, he wasn't exactly slow either. So, he's been down in the 6.4s on this bike. So, it is a funny bike currently occupying the #1 spot. That's Stu Crane from the UK. Netherlands against France in the UK. That's what you call international drag racing, folks. Well, they're going towards each other, but fortunately they'll get to the finish line first. 6:51 for Eric. Again, a great speed, 222. A really nice looking 6:71 at 207 for Mickey. He was only a few ticks behind Eric all the way down on that one. 4:30 for Eric to the 8th and a 4:35 in the other lane for Mike. So 2 really good runs again.
One thing I'm noticing as well in the slick tricks lane, after Chris Van Nimmen's run where he drifted all the way over towards the centre line, the bikes are sticking in that line, and that's what's making them all now drift over towards the centre line. It's a bit like when you watch water droplets down a window. If one makes a path, all the other ones seem to drop into that and follow that path.
Yeah, but we don't want anyone follow water drops, do we?
No, not on the track anyway.
2 top fuel bikes to round it out.
Oh, breathe it in.
So, from the Netherlands, not had the greatest season by his own high standards. That is René van der Berg. Lots of breakage. Top fuel bikes can be real fickle things, and they have been for René this summer. He's taken on a man who's just been crowned FIM champ again, pretty much. I don't think anyone can touch him. He's had a fantastic season, and he's also run deep into the 570s. It's the second fastest top fuel bike on the planet.
He's the only person other than Larry McBride to have ever gone 260 mile an hour on a top fuel bike.
And he did it here twice in a row, I think, didn't he?
He did it whilst I was saying he was one of the only ones to do 250.
Well, we're talking about Ricard just starting in the slick tricks lane. He used to ride a funny bike and he used to give all the fuel bikes fits. And he thought, I know what I'll do. I'll build a fuel bike and give them even more fits. So hopefully a 5-second run from the man from Falkenberg in the slick tricks lane. Let's see what they've got for us. Last pair, top fuel bike. Oh, look at that from Ricard, a wiggle in the middle. 5.99 at 242 miles an hour. That was a get it down the racetrack kind of run as well. That was nothing spectacular by Ricard's normal high standards anyway. A really nice 668 though for René. 179, they'll be super happy with that. Ricard's numbers 104 to 60, 398 at 100. He's nearly doing 200 miles an hour by the 8th mile. And over the stripe, 599, 242. The interesting thing as well is that last weekend was Moston Race Day. I don't know if you've seen this. It's the single track
yes,
out in Denmark. And obviously the quickest of the weekend is Crown King of Moston, which guess who that was? Ricard. And he was running quicker than that to the 8th mile out there. So, yeah, I think that was just a nice banker of a run, get it down the track and make sure everything works.
Right, is everyone caught their breath? So they're ready? Because this is super street bike. The action comes just as quickly as the runs, I think. They turn around very, very quickly, these cars.
Just try and catch that there. You've got Chris Newsom that's just popped up to the tower, actually. there was a debate about the perfect ET. The perfect light. We'll get to that in a minute, actually. As it's Eric with the 10. The bike's called the 10-foot paint job. Oh dear.
Well, he didn't have a particularly pretty run for the first time down there. 10.18, 126. Good cop.
Yeah, what they're talking about there is the Perfect Light Award went, and we didn't see it because it was that perfect it broke the timing system.
Well, the timing system didn't show it. That was the problem, wasn't it? Anyway, Super Street bike, street tyre, everybody runs pretty much all of them, turbo methanol, and super quick, super fast, 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour runs, which, if anyone can remember John Hobbs and Henk Vink all those years ago, what they did with Top Fuel bikes to try and get them into the 7s, we now have street tyre bikes in the mid-6s, folks. Yes, progress, that is. So, Kostas Giannopoulos from Wiltshire. Sorry, I looked at that twice. Yeah, he is from Wiltshire. In the Kestrel lane against Johnny Hines. Or Mr. Boots, as he should be known. Bit of tyre slip off the line for Kostas that time round, but this is a low 7-second machine, and it was then as well. Look at the speed. Check that out. 7.26 at 2.04. Johnny, though, nice opening run. 7.86 at 179.
So the reason I went whoa when I heard the tyre spin is because the minute that tyre grips again, it has a tendency of throwing the bike up.
I wonder if Boyce is watching this cringing or laughing. Knowing him, laughing. Yeah.
It should be the right hands going up, isn't it?
That's the one. Okay, Clemens Vallier from Germany, both of these two from Berlin, against Ricardo Grau. Ricardo on the Quacker in the Kestrel lane. It's great that these guys come over here and join us in the UK. Thank you to all of the travelling Super Street bike riders. Good looking runs a pair, actually. 7.48 at 194 for Clements. Nice run, and a 7.58 in the other lane for Ricardo. Great opening runs. Okay, Eric Gruber. Now, if everyone remembers Eric, he ended up on his bottom, didn't he? A few years back in one of the qualifying sessions. I think it was Friday evening. I think we started Super Street Bike on the Friday evening with Eric having a lay down on the track. He was absolutely fine. Taking on Brad Head, who has done the full tour this summer. One of the JKE Works bikes.
Yeah, Brad's bike just trying to do exactly what you were describing there and flipping off the back, but caught it well. 7.45 for the Kawasaki.
I think they'll be happy with the speed as well. 196 at 9.20. Not the run Brad was looking for.
Up next then, Mogensland and Jake Michel. Jake Michel is the European record holder, off fresh from a win at Hockenheim where he ran 680s in the final. And Hockenheim is an amazing facility, but its track is not suited for these bikes at all.
However, they were still in the 680s all the time, and you can still race on it. What was great about Hockenheim was all the southern European Super Street bike riders showed up as well, so the field was double the size of what it was here pretty much. So, Mogensland and Jake.
119 to 60 foot for Jake.
That'll be number one for now. Yes.
Whoa, 673, 270, 698, 207 for Mogens, but it's Jake Michel.
It's a number one for now. I'm really, really pleased for Mogensland as well, because he made a number of trips over here where the bike just did not behave itself at all. So it's really nice to see it going well for him. Ross Morrison, Daniel Lentz, your next pair. Daniel has the outright quickest run in his pocket, but it was done at a national ACU race.
Yeah, it was, that's right.
Not a European one. Both of these 6-second capable bikes. Daniel has been quicker than the number one spot you see up there, but he's got to do it now. That's the most important thing. heard engine trouble somewhere. So it'll all be about Ross. It'll all be a 698. Again, look, check that speed out. 210 miles an hour. 11.08 for Daniel Lentz. He's only 11 at the moment. I think there's 13 bikes, so it will be, I'm pretty sure, an all-run field.
Yeah, Daniel was 118 to 60 foot compared to 123 for Ross. Different power curves on the bikes, but nevertheless, if Daniel hooks up and gets everything right, that's going to fly well into the sixes.
You bet. Also, as well, with with Ross making that run there, just want to say a very big hello to good buddy Lawrence, who I'm sure is tuned in from up there in Sweden. I know he helps out a lot of the bikes and the cars with excellent footage, unless he's at Schuyler this weekend. Might be, might not. Margot Schmidt, Al Morrison Jr. I think Al Morrison is leading the championship, but Margot's had a spectacular season. 685 she's been as low as.
I know, it's amazing. I saw Margot on Wednesday, and yeah, very, very happy.
122 and 123 to 60. Good looking runs on both sides of the track. 683 at 219. That will be your number 2 spot for now. And Margot clicked it early to a 714 at 174. I'm interested to see the numbers. She wasn't that far behind all the way down, but she was noticeably, obviously.
Yeah, it would have been, if she'd have kept it on all the way, that could have been just into the 698, 699 then. All right, that's a wrap for Super Street Bike Q1. On to junior drag bikes.
And just quickly,
there's Jackson waving to the crowd. Wave back at him. He's full of beans, that young lad. I love him to bits.
And
I
famous.
really do. Oh, yeah.
Very quickly, could Martin Pellet please go to his caravan to meet his partner Susan? That's what I've just been told to say.
Nice.
Someone's coming to Nitro FM. So Nuke Bergering and Jackson King kicking off junior drag bike for the European Finals. This is a dial-in class. Still runs on a Pro Tree, as you can see. But they've got to dial what they think they're going to run and not go any quicker than that. Jackson goes for a 13.27 dial-in, and Nuke goes for a 12.54, and over the finish line she breaks out with a 12.33 and a 13.24. Very close breakout for Jackson.
Considering they've been here, well, probably since Wednesday when they got set up, and they've been waiting all day long, and that was their first runs, and just to break out by, what, 300ths? Oh, it's tight. Right, it's the Morrisons, it's Brad alongside Leah. Brad is in the Kestrel lane, Leah in the Slicktrix lane. The dial-ins, 12.20 and 10.95 respectively.
Yeah, Leah Morrison was testing on Wednesday, and issues with the bike mate. She was only running 12s, but goes 10.96 and a 10.95 dial-in for the first run. And a minute breakout for Brad, 12.17 on a 12.20.
Yeah, but junior drag bike, to go 100th off on your first qualifier, that is very, very impressive indeed. Right, Richard Wilcox, winner last time out, wasn't he, at Hockenheim? Did he take that one?
Yes, I think he did.
And Holly King.
Holly has been European champion more often than not, I think.
No, we didn't get the full result service that we normally got. I think it was Richard and Holly in that final, actually. Apologies, I forgot that wrong, but I'm sure I saw photographs. Darlings, 8.30 for Holly, 9.41 for Richard. $8.40 and 9.53. So Holly goes number 2, Richard goes number 3. Right, the 2-seater Dragster coming around the corner. So that is a wrap for our bike classes. Actually, they get one more session later on this afternoon, but it is into the 2-seater Dragster.
after two-seaters. I think it will be Super Pro, but interestingly, none of them are in their cars yet.
Yeah. Right, okay. Do you remember the first thing this morning? The first passenger was Lee Caves. I don't know if it's a relation, but because Lee Caves is from Aberdeenshire, the lady in the back is Ella Caves. But she's from Dorset, so maybe not. But it's rather bizarre that we got the same surname. And she wants to just to scare herself. She's threatening herself here. I'm looking forward to the fifth passenger of the day. Actually, got a bit of a story about him, so that's really good. Can we have Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
I can see why none of the Super Pro people are in their cars yet, as we've got Martin Hill round the back of the tower with Fire Force 5. So don't go anywhere, folks. Yeah, interestingly, we just had Ian Blackett come up to the tower, explain about his experience in the back of the two-seater. I'm sure Daryl will catch him over the weekend. So, what is it? 7.90, 7.89, 795, 167 mile an hour, and the parachute blossoming beautifully into the shutdown area.
Right, so one of our good buddies actually from the world of VW racing, Russ Weir, has messaged and said, hope all well we are. Could we please shout out a 10th birthday to Ethan Vickers, here with his dad Paul and the Barry Geordie crew. So Russ, consider that one done, mate. Happy birthday to Ethan Vickers, 10 today. Right, we started the procession off with a pair of jet cars, with Martin Hill piloting Fire Force 3 and of course Roger Goring with Firestorm. And to wrap up the procession, it is Martin Hill once again, but this time with Fire Force 5, the Jet Dragster. And I'm absolutely delighted when the announcement was made that Martin Hill has been inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. What a servant Martin is to the world of drag racing. For 35 plus years, Martin has been the pioneer almost of jet cars, certainly here in the UK. And we know we jokingly say about the number of runs that people do. Martin is here at national championship events, European events, lifestyle events. I take my hat off to the bloke, I really do. It's absolutely staggering the career he's had, some of the innovations he's come up with. And of course in Fire Force 3, the world's world's fastest jet funny car as well. So Martin will have his Bootsy, which is the trophy that you get presented for being inducted into the Hall of Fame in November at the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Gala Dinner. So it will be a change to see Martin in a dinner suit instead of his boiler suit or his race suit. Donna's going to have to buy a dress. And later on, I know that Alexander is here from Germany with the model of Fire Force 3. I really look forward to seeing that. And we're talking about the passengers in the two-seater. Alex Clark is going to be passenger number 5 later on. So a proper weekend. So here we go then, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5.
So this dragster went over 300 miles an hour a few weeks ago at Ultimate Streetcar. It hadn't done it for a while actually. But Martin put the big tune up in it. Richard out front giving him the signals. Just turn around the back of the tower and I can't see anything. I tell you what, I can really feel the heat coming off the jet this time.
Oh, I can feel that as well, actually. And I can normally feel that, but yeah.
So here comes Martin Hill being brought forward by Richard. Turning up the jet.
Okay, so visor down, Martin is into stage. Here we go then, a 5-second pass coming up for Fire Force number 5. Clicks it slightly early, but still goes 5:49 at 238 miles an hour. That was a sub 1 second to 60 foot as well, 0.97. And at the 8th mile, get this, 3.63, 225 miles an hour. Ooh, that was warm. That was very, very warm. I know it's warmed out there, but nevertheless, that was very warm up here. Well, as Richie and the gang go and collect Martin from the top hill. From the top hill? Top end. There we go, give him a cheer. That's Martin Hill's team going to collect him from the top of the shutdown area.
So up next then, all the drivers finally in their cars ready for Super Pro ET. I can see Kiesley down there with the turbocharged Dragster. You can see Callum Swinch out with the altered. Tom Atkinson with the Cortina and Colin Morris with the Camaro. Just waiting to see who fires up first. It is Colin Morris and Tom Atkinson. And I'm going to run away because I crew for a car that's running in Super Pro.
Absolutely no problem at all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's a bit of a sportsman qualifying session coming up, and this is Super Pro ET. Those of you that have got your race weekend program looking to see when the second pro session is, was originally scheduled for just after 5 o'clock. We're a little bit behind on the run schedule, which is really good news because it's going to be darker when everything gets going. So our evening session, instead of starting just after 5 o'clock, will now start at 5:45. Yeah, so in your timetable for the day, it would have been 5 o'clock. But say now the evening session starts at 5:45. So Tom Atkinson, Colin Morris, your first pair here. 8:49 plays 8:58. Tom is currently qualified number 19. Colin Morris is currently number 15. They will both be here on race day, of course. It's just where they end up qualifying. 1962. Your first pair there. So Colin Morris stays 15, and Tom Atkinson stays number 19. Next up then, it is Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. 8.93 the dial in for him. He's currently in the number 24 spot. 7.76 for the Joker. That is Kieran Astley's Dragster, currently qualified in the number 17 spot. If you've never seen bracket racing before, basically what's happening here is they are qualifying and they tell us what number they think they can get their car to run. And Callum reckons that his car will run 8.93 and Kieran reckons his car will run 7.76. The idea is to get to close to that number as possible without going under it. And whoever is closest is the highest qualifier. But when it comes to racing, then the tree is staggered. So in other words, Callum would get a head start so that they then work on reaction times and whoever is closest to your number. 7.87 there for Kieran. Well, he drops a spot because Callum Swinchat goes 8.94 with a 1 on an 8.93, moves up from 24 to number 7. Very good run indeed. All right, Joe Kellett with the family dragster going alongside Bailey Ashdown. Joe dialing in 7.27, Bailey dialing in 8.12. Both away very well indeed, both with 0 reaction times. It's all about the ETs. Joe's going to get there first with a 7.29. 83. And Bailey Ashdown goes 10.25. Not the number she was looking for at all. And just coasting very slowly in the shutdown area. Right, I think she may have come to a stop, actually. Yeah, so the first exit entry gate is open, and they'll get Bailey just through that gate there. And that's right, you look on the live screen, and yeah, you can see where Bailey is actually stuck. Right, bit of an update for you on something that happened earlier. And it caught us all out a little bit, and it is because of the perfect reaction time money. As we know, it was set to £100 this weekend, as nobody had taken it since Bug Jam. And Chris Newsom in Pro ET with the MG this morning put in a run, and it was so perfect that although his timing slip says 0.0000, which is like quad zeros, the timing system didn't actually clock it, because this is a very strange one, this. He got a green light, but the number didn't appear on the scoreboard, and that's because it was the most, the only explanation that we can come up with, it was the most perfect light ever. So in other words, if it went to like, I don't know, 8 zeros, then that's what he got. So well done to Chris Newsom, making the perfect light money. We really did have to. We had to look at the video replay as well. But yeah, the most perfect light ever. His timing slip gave him the quad zeros. It looked perfect on the video replay, but the timing system although he got the green, it didn't actually register it because it was so perfect. Never happened before. Well done. Right, Patrick Dubois and Rob. No, it's Pete Brown. Sorry, it says Rob on the system, but it is Pete. Patrick looking for 687 on his dial in. Rob Brown looking for 846. I've said it again actually, because the way we tell the difference, the twin brothers, Pete has the boot crash helmet, Rob has the red. Rob is stood on the outside of the car as Pete with the blue crash helmet is inside it. The dial in for them is 846. Have run that already this weekend. Patrick 687. 7 flat and 838. Wow, where did that one come from? Absolutely phenomenal pass there from Pete Brown. 838, 160. Oh, so good to see Pete Walters out on track, who was desperate for a set of push rods and has managed to get some. And a huge amount of thanks going out to everybody that helps obtain those parts. I can't remember the long list of people that are involved, but very, very well done indeed. So Pete is finally out to put a qualifier in today, going alongside Milwaukee Blue. That is Elodie Dubois. So 738 dial in for Pete, 705 for Elodie. Well, and to the Maras, that was a cracking run. We like that one. $720 for Elodie, $751 for Pete. Elodie stays 23. Pink boots up one spot from 30 to 29. Lee Huxley up next with the Dark Horse Mustang going alongside Jack Williams with Evil Edna. Lee currently in the number 18 spot. Jack at number 5. The Darlings this time round. 865 for Lee Huxley, 757 for Jack Williams. Now Jack has already qualified with a 758, so let's see if he can hit the 57 this time round. And Lee, well, he's broken out a couple of times in the course of qualifying so far, but 865, good shout. See if he can do it. $766 for Jack. Lee Huxley, though, he moves up to number 11. 866 on the 65. Nice move for him. So Lee Huxley just 100th of a second off his dial-in, and he's only number 11. Very, very tough indeed. All right, Bradley Dibwell, currently number 4. Hit his dial-in earlier on. And Ian Brown. This time going for the 760, and rightfully so. That's where this car is aiming at. He's had a couple of dial-ins of 764 where it's around 762, so a 760. This is a class actually that getting a lot of interest and a lot of cars aiming for it as well. So Ian Brown currently number 13, Brad number 4. Both away very nicely indeed with 0 reaction times, but in qualifying it's all about the ETs. 768, 858. Oh, bizarrely, Bradley changed the dial into 863 and it stayed in the 85s. Well, somebody I don't think will move from the 760, that is John Sleeth with the Chevy pickup truck there. LS powered with turbo. Cracking job every time from John. And it's Fabien Dubois with Milwaukee Red. Part of the custom gang, we just saw Elodie go through. And we've already seen Patrick as well, so this is the last of the Dubois family, the last of the custom gang from France. Make their twice yearly trip over to the UK, come over at the main event, also to the European Finals as well. So let's see what Fabic, he's already in the number 2 spot. He has hit his number, 698. Let's see if he can shave just a few more thousands off. John Sleeth would like to hit that 760. He's done it before. Can he do it again now? He's number 14. $723, $768. No movement for either. So they sail safer. Harry Gibson with another small fortune. The 6-second dragster. When I say 6, sometimes different to the 5s. Had a fantastic meeting at the Green Light Nationals in August, running in Green Light Pro, and had a brilliant final round with Andy Robinson. Going alongside Ashley Bell. Started for the Olympic slug is 885. Hasn't been clockwork weekend actually for Ashley. It's been a little bit frustrating for him. Currently the number 26 spot. 885 is the target. Harry Gibson, of course, 6 seconds flat. That's one way to get a 632. Pedal it a few times. Harry stays number 9, and a 930 at 146 for Ash stays number 26. Still plenty of Super Pro cars around the corner. Also got Junior Dragster there as well. So the Swedish flag flying proudly there on Kent Johansson's Oldsmobile Cutlass. And for company on this one, number 1 qualifier, Mark Bailey with the CUDA. So the Super Pro sponsorship scheme in memory of Pete Nee. The number 1 overall qualifier will get 150 quid plus a medal, and at the moment it is Mark Bailey's money. Number 1 off the trailer, 50 quid. That was basically the end of Q1, and that went to Ian Brown. There's also a bottle of bubbly up from Kent Johansson's sponsor. And that is Love Spirit. There's a bottle of bubbly up for grabs for the best reaction time in qualifying from them. 16, 164 and a 7. And Mark Bailey clicking that one early there, just coasting to an 11.41. A shout out to our Super Pro sponsors for the year: AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, Alders Automotive, and another small F Limited, The Bath Bloke, BG Motors, Copy Print Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Haas, Good Vibration Motorsports, Giles and Hartley, Giles Services Limited, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing, Hydra Hose, JK Farser Technic, Mersch Manifolds, MJC Property Solutions, Pete Walters Race Design, Plane Racing, Premier Rosettes, S&B Racing, Solo Precision, Swinney and Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics, Walters Motorsport, and Windscreen Wizards. So many thanks to all those individuals and companies for supporting the Super Pro ET sponsorship scheme. Greatly appreciated. That's what helps put all those funds into the prizes and awards at each round. So this is Bob Doyle and Phil Toppin. Bob Doyle looking for an 8.58, Phil 8.99. And it's an 8.71 for Bob Doyle, goes from 30 to 28. And Phil Toppin still doing the development and setting up work. 10.04 at 134 for him. So Nick Good with the Dragster here. I only normally see Nick race twice a year, which is at the main event in the European Finals. That's when he gets the blown car out. He has driven the other team cars as such, but generally we only see the blown car twice a year. Going alongside Harley J. Derby. The Darlings, Nick Good, 686, and Harley is 8.40 with a DKM construction pickup. It's qualifying session number 5, the Super Pro. Well, Nick Good out in front as you would expect. Looking for that 686, gets a 694. Harley J, 859 at 159. That is a nice run. He was looking for an 840, but nevertheless, 859, very tidy indeed. Well done. Right, Scott Hauser and Mark Coulsell, your next pair. Scott Hauser part, obviously Hauser Race Cars based in Findon, just up the road from here. And Mark Coulsell is MJC Property Solutions. And yeah, basically Mark, anything to do with property, be it extension or internal work, he's your man. I know that because he hung all my new internal doors at my house. So thank you so much indeed, Mark. Almost had a moment with the parachute there, but all good. So 7.32 for Scott, 8.44 for Mark. 008 off the line for Mark. That was a lovely reaction time. Now Scott will get there first with a 7:35. Mark goes 8:45 on the 44. Mark goes in front of Scott there. Mark goes from 15 to 11. Nice overall run that. 100 off on his dial and 008. So as we look at the moment, it's Mark Bailey on the top of the pile from Fabien Dubois in the second spot. Nick Good is number 3. Bradley Dibber number 4. Jack Williams 5. Daniel Giles is number 6. 7. Matt Peters is 8. Harry Gibson 9. And Pete Brown is number 10. 33 cars have put numbers on the board. And one of them won't make a race day. All right, Daniel Giles, as I say, Matt Peters. So Daniel Giles dialing 7:41, Matt Peters 7:58.
Okay, so Matt Peters and Dan Giles. Dan moved way up to number 6 in the last qualifying session. Matt's currently number 8. Every point counts, championship-wise. 46.59 with a 9.
Ooh, didn't
move. Well, it doesn't move, yes.
No.
They're just that good, aren't they?
Yeah. All right. I think it's Al Schofield coming around the corner, and he will be the last to run in Super Pro. Fingers crossed he can get it all done. Ah.
There we go.
I knew somebody had made one. Thanks ever so much indeed, Hans, for...
Yeah, we'll mention that when they come around again.
Yeah, appreciate that one. I can now go on his Facebook page and find it.
Okay, so Alan Schofield makes it out onto the racetrack for the first time this weekend. Hasn't put in a run yet. Still sounds like it's missing a little on the way down, but 8:40 at 160. He's currently now puts himself on the bump spot. At least he's on the racetrack.
Gets in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the 32 car bump, does that make it 32 now?
That's 34, actually.
Okay, so he just bumped his way in on that session then, yeah? We've got the Junior Dragster now, mate, so
I don't know if
that will be
I don't know if it's still there, though. Oh, no, it's already changed. But, yeah, no, it's 34 cars now run in Super Pro.
So just let everybody out there know, we have a couple of hours of top-class sportsman racing coming your way before we get cracking with the evening session from around about 5:45 this evening. And don't forget, Santa Pod very kindly, if you're signed on we're the Sportsman team and you want to come and watch the pro session, there are certain numbered, I can't remember which ones it is, can you? Grandstand tickets, you can come and watch the night show.
Oh,
night
yeah,
session.
free of charge, 5 o'clock
That's
onwards.
exactly, 5 onwards, thank you. All right, Thomas, was that worthwhile?
It was close, I'll tell you that much.
It was a 008 light.
Yeah.
Good.
When Harley pulled the parachute pin out of the back of Mark's car, the actual pin that's left there was about a thumbnail's width from coming off the little tether.
We saw you going, whoa, hang on. Right, Teddy Howe, Liam McDonald, Teddy currently number 6, Liam number 12. This is Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Qualifying session number 5. You need to go 0.43 or better to get on our front page, which is the top 16. They'll all be qualified, it's just that it's easy just to monitor the top 16. No help for either of these two. Teddy stays 6, Liam stays 12, an 09 and an 06 light there. Oh, Jacqueline as far to the right as you dare go, I think. And Emily Moore with the Miss Hyperactive Dragster. Not quite as far over, but nevertheless out of the groove is what we say. Don't want to get stuck to the start line. Jacqueline number 9, Emily number 10, so they both need to go quicker than 02 to improve. And they both go red, unfortunately. Emily, big red actually. So they will stay put for the time being.
So Tom Peters and Sam Hiscock, I think they've only raced each other this weekend so far in qualifying. Sam doing very well this weekend. Cut a brilliant light in the last round. Currently in at number 20. Tom Peters in at number 18. Whoa, an 019 will improve Tom. Up to the number 8 spot. Sam stays number 20. Freddie Taylor, Lola Bell. Hopefully, we'll see her dad later on in the night show with his Nitro Funny car. Freddie currently in at number 5. Lola in number 15. Number 15 at the minute is an 036. And she goes red that time. 06 red. 04 for Freddie. No improvement. And here's Frankie Kent. So both these drivers, Frankie and Neve, in at number 9 and number 7, both in the top 10. Frankie with an 021, Neve with an 017. Still only one 00 light so far. Usually when you get to the Friday of the European Finals, 00 will get you maybe 9th. But that's because 9th onwards at the minute is all 01s. Oh, 010 for Frankie Kent. That puts him in at number 3. And an 02 red for Neve. Dan Todd and Ada Cassisi up next, both junior modifieds. So aged between the ages of 10 and 13. There are 3 classes in Junior Dragster, ranging from Junior Stock up to Junior Modified Advanced. Junior Stocks are aged 8 from 10. That's 8 years old. That's when you can start racing these things. Junior Modified 10 to 13 and Junior Modified Advanced Junior Modified is 7.90. Age 13 and upwards. So you get a little speed increase as you age as well. 057 and 067 for Ada and Dan.
Ada might move up a spot, but
yeah, but it'll only be one
how
spot.
tough. Oh, it's 2. Actually, just got in front of Daniel. That is so. Ada just gone 05 and she's 20th. Crazy.
It's very weird seeing Luke Fulton in jeans.
So much so I didn't recognise him. Well, he's one leg's trying to make a protest. Have you seen that?
Yeah, he's in between. He's got 1 3/4 length and 1 full length jean. With Eva Davis in the Slick lane. We will be seeing her dad later on up against Randy Bradford. Taking on Dan Weir. We've not seen Jason yet in Street Eliminator.
Got a funny feeling you won't. I don't know.
Oh, 008 red for Dan Weir. So close to the perfect light. And 027 moves Eva up to number 12.
Well, they're all aiming for the number 1 spot, but that's been held quite securely by Kendra Redshaw at the moment. And that was from the first qualifying session. She went 008. And although many have tried, they can't get close to her at the moment. If they have got close, they've broken out. As in, they put a red on the tree. Not broken out, but yeah, gone too quick. Luke Mugridge currently sat in the number 5 spot.
Luke's only job he needs to do this weekend is to stay ahead of Teddy Sullivan in points. There's only 1 round of eliminations between them. He goes 06, no improvement, and Kendra goes 0.12, also no improvement. It's hard to improve on number 1 spot. Next up then is Teddy Sullivan, the man himself. Can do himself a few favours by moving up the order. He's sat at number 15 at the minute. So there is a 100 points between him and Luke Mugridge, who's just gone. He's sat in number 5. And in the other lane, Chloe Crundwell. It says she's not got a qualifying position. Oh, yes, that's it. She went too quick in the last round. But that's okay, because I think she went red anyway. Goes red again, 0.11 red, and an 059 for Teddy Sullivan. His only job this weekend is keep up with Luke. Or if he can, beat him, claw back some points. That's for the championship chase, of course. Kai Cooper and Harry Peters. Harry currently in at number 17, just off our front page. And Kai Cooper, number 19.
These new camera angles we keep seeing on the live feed, I think they're just cameras appearing everywhere now, aren't they? Brilliant shot, that. That's going to be really good for the night show tonight.
I was trying to figure out where that camera was, and I've only just spotted it. It's just above trackside VIP.
Yeah, on that mast. Well, we both go red. I can't resist them any longer. Thank you to Job Hazen for dropping these up.
Grace Smith and Jake Cooper. Jake in number 18. Grace all the way at the leery heights of number 4. I think Kai actually got stuck to the track and he wasn't even in pre-stage yet. Yeah, that's why you see some of the cars do tend to come off of the racing groove at 0.55 and 0.10, simply because the cars don't have that much horsepower. The JMAs and the quicker ones at that have about 80 horsepower, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when the car weighs about that, they can go very, very quickly indeed. One of the things I was explaining at the car show at Carfest, and I'm sure all of the junior lot were explaining over at Silverstone as well, these cars are about as quick as most modern sports cars, the higher end sports cars. One of them a few years ago raced a Porsche Boxster and beat it quite considerably.
I wouldn't say beat it, as embarrassed it. I think is the best word to use. But yeah, you've got to consider these juniors, although they're only running 80 miles an hour and get there in 8 seconds, they're probably doing 60 in 2 seconds. They really, they hit their terminal velocity very quickly.
So Max Love and Molly Openshaw. Max goes 0-3, no improvement. He's currently in the number 2 spot. He has to go 0-0 to improve. Molly stays in number 24. I think this is our last junior. Amy Crundwell sits in at number 23. One of the drivers who went over to the States to race over there. 800 juniors entered. There's that many of them. They don't race in junior stocks. They don't race just the junior modifieds. They don't race just the junior modified advance. They race their age category. So all the 11-year-olds race. All the 15-year-olds race. But over here we race them all together. And it's as fair as you can get it. Many times I've been beaten by an 8-year-old when I was 18 racing a junior dragster.
You can imagine if we had 860 juniors here, my word. That'd be awesome.
I think the pits would be mayhem.
It would. Emmy Crunwell, 0.14, stays 23.
Wow. Thank you very much indeed, fellas. Not thank you to Colin for opening the street waffles.
That's all right.
You are
I noticed you couldn't resist them either.
Well, the trouble, you've opened them and left them in front of me. The smell, like, cheers, man. Yeah, put them over there to warm up or something. Okay. Supercast, thank you very much indeed, chaps. Tony Morris, Carburettor, Supercast. Qualifying session number 5. The only reason we turn the mics off now is to eat waffles. It's true. It's a true story. So, Tony Morris racing in Bristol at the moment. Thank you very much indeed for your support as always, sir. Very, very much appreciated. So, first pair with the 990 class. You can see the number on the board up there. Trying to get as close to that as possible without going too quick. Also, a very big hello to Mr. Andy Dibley, who should have been here this weekend, but he's done the honourable gentlemanly thing and taken the weekend off from racing to take care of his girlfriend, who hopefully will get well soon. So, Andy Harrison, Stu Dornick. Can we have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please? Street Eliminator, please, if we could have you down. So, Andy is currently much, much higher qualified than Stu Dornick. 005 on the Tree Dispute, and I'm much more like it. 991 with a 7.
And a 00 light as
exactly,
well.
That's what I mean. Takes him up to number 6. Anywhere on the planet, Mr. Joyny would be super, super competitive. Super competitive. However, we're lucky we get to see him here. Okay, Tim Moore, the still up for sale Tim's Toy. 55 Chevy. Car is legal down into the 7s, I think, something like that. But Don's rolled through stage, like way through stage. .10 for Tim, not quite on the money so far this weekend. No time or speed for John Scott because he rolled the lights before they came down. So effectively, when the tree ran, he wasn't there. Well, the computer system wasn't there. He was there, but you know what I mean. Okay, Pete Creswell, who is still the #1 qualifier. There is room though. He went 9.90, but the last digit was a 4. There is 4 thousandths of a second, which is a lot in drag racing. A lot of wriggle room anyway.
Well, you consider number 11 is 992.
There you go. So there's less than 200s covering the top 11. There you go. Vic Parsons, he is number 11. He's run 992. Now one of these cars is built to run much quicker. That's Pete Creswell with the orange Mustang. Vic Parsons though gets a red light. Doesn't matter because they are not racing.
Pete goes 006.
95 and a 96, not bad, but not any better than what they'd already done. Okay, Wayne Hiscock, currently number 3. I think he's only made one run that's really close though.
Yeah.
The rest of them have been a little way off or a bit too quick, really. Up against Stefan Raffletrap with the supercharged Chevy Nova. Just a great, cool car to go super gas racing with. Roll stop comes in for Stefan.
It's one of the most aggressive roll stops out there.
88 for Wayne, 10 flat for Stefan. Nobody moves. The only person that's made a move so far in this session, so far I said, is Stu Doiney. However, Dave Fulton wants to put play to that, coming round shortly. I could audibly hear Andy Dibley's jaw tighten when I said the words Dave Fulton then. Did you notice? Did you hear it from here as well? So Mark Huxley, number 8. John Dalrymple, 13. Huxley does actually improve his ET, not his qualified position, believe it or not. 984, a little bit, just a bit too quick, really. In the other lane. John Dalrymple. Okay, this is Dave Fulton. I'll say that again, Dave Fulton. Sorry. In the Slick Tricks lane, on his second car of the weekend, and it's only Friday afternoon. How cool is that? Against Stu Morris. Now Dave, he's only run the right side of the number, which yesterday, which was a 1071. However, a 007 light with the Nova. Dave, nice. Dave, just turn up with the Nova in future. Don't bother with the Roadster. Well, they both move up. Stu Morris, 91 with a 7, gets the number 7 spot. Dave Fulton only moves to number 12 with a 9.95. That's the entire field now in the 9.9 second range, which is exactly what we come to see.
Martin Kirbishley and Bob Molden. Now, Martin has ran 9.91. Unbelievably, you have to run within 800ths of a second of perfect to even get in the field at the minute. I know they all run, but Bob Molden in the other lane is currently ran at 9.95. Runs 9.98 and a 9.94. No improvement for either.
Just a minor point of interest. Martin Kirbishley is the first time we've seen him race this year, but it's the last time we're going to see the Roadster.
Okay.
He has owned that car forever, but he's going to keep it. they can't bear to part with it, but they're bringing a different car out next year. So, and he reckons it will fit in the trailer that they've just built. Those that know, I don't know if I can say which car he's got now, but because I don't know if it's common knowledge. But yeah, he's got a different ride for next year.
Very tame launch for Dave Sherritt there. Usually hikes the wheels up. Lifts over the line, goes 9.96.
And the reason he's changed car, and it's the same with me and a few of us that are getting a bit older, you can't climb over to get into the car anymore. So he's got a car with the door.
He basically, what you're saying is, like Junior Dragster, he has an age-appropriate vehicle.
That's correct. Yes.
Fair enough. I didn't know there was such a thing as an age-appropriate vehicle, but apparently there is.
Yeah. No, I've seen a few racers change cars because they just can't get in and out of them anymore.
Well, I remember a certain racer, you shall remain nameless, but everyone will know who he is when I say this, had to build a new car because he couldn't get in and out of the car. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. We move on.
Well, it's either going to be Pro Stock.
It is Pro Stock.
It is
it's
Pro
on the
Stock.
screen. Yeah. They were scheduled to run now, and pretty much bang on time for them actually.
Right, if anyone sees a small black furry thing, it's gone walkies again. I've just been sat here for literally 2 minutes and I've lost the damn thing again. Hang on, is it in there? No, it's not in there. Never mind. Anyway, Julian very, very kindly, gets me new ones all the time and I still manage to lose them. Oh well. Anyway, anyone that's had a microphone knows exactly what I'm talking about. So, yeah, FIA Pro Stock qualifying session number 2. No, I won't be that far. There it is. Left foot. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers, Scotty.
Sorry, from my perspective, that sounded really normal to everyone else, but
no,
his hands
really normal to everyone sitting up here, but no one else. Yeah. What I was actually doing was on the end of our microphones, we have like most microphones do, they have a baffle on them. The thing is, the baffles on these pop off at alarming frequency, don't they?
Yeah.
Like constantly, and I managed to lose mine twice in the last 5 minutes. And that was the latest escapade that you're all privileged, or not as the case may be.
I'm so glad we don't have a camera up here anymore.
Yeah, that's good.
It looks a mess.
I love that. Now we're all smart. The chairs are all smart. The place is all smart. We don't have a camera up here. Barney, don't get any ideas.
No,
I know you're
not.
listening. Stop it. The answer is no. Okay, yeah, so it will be FIA Pro Stock. We already had one qualifying session earlier, and to the surprise of absolutely no one, Jimmy Orland was the number 1 qualifier. He went 6.65. Number 2, 6.71. I think that was the Dodge Dart of Stefan Enrid. 6.77 was the number after that. That was Robin Noren. And then 7.22 and a couple of off-pace runs after that. It was a little bit of a shock and a surprise to see them take the tyre off, or square the tyre, as Mr. Reinhardt calls it, right off the start line. That's probably quite a good explanation, really, squaring it, because it certainly wasn't round.
I think the only ones that didn't was the last pair.
No, there were at least 3 of them that didn't. You can see 3 of them were in the 60s. Hopefully all of them will be in the 60s this time round. Now, in case you're wondering or thinking, which is what we don't do, obviously, we don't think, FIA Pro Stock, yes, they are part of the Pro Classes and Pro Stock Bike Car as well, but Pro Stock Car and Pro Stock Bike are running now, and the reason being is because this is, let's be frank about it, very un-September-like weather, isn't it? It's nice and warm, but they do the run order a long way before the event. And the thing is that they want to run in the conditions that they going to run in on Sunday, on race day as well. So these are much more like, hopefully, the conditions we'll get on Sunday. That's why they're running now. And the thing is with Pro Stock as well, it's all engineered horsepower. It's all about fine tuning, how much weight you put on the clutch, gears, gear ratios, all sorts of stuff like that. So, tractor moves out the way, Pro Stock cars roll forward.
I think one of the things that gives away how highly strung these cars are, one of the easiest parts to remove from these cars is the gearbox.
Because it jumps out on its own a lot of the time. It doesn't, obviously, but you know what I mean. Can we have Super Comp into the lanes, please? Super Comp into the pairing lanes. So, Lesser Britsmar, travelling companion of Robin Oren. They both come over in the same trailer. That is, do you know something? In today's world, where obviously travel costs are a lot, that's the way to do it. Pro Stock cars aren't massive. compared to other cars, or long pointy ones anyway, but it's not unusual for race cars to double up. People have done it for years and years. I remember Steve Reed and the Turners used to travel over to Sweden, and loads of Swedish racers have done it coming over here as well, so it's a really good idea. I always think it's a great idea, especially for bikes as well.
Yeah.
How many Super Street bikes can you... Well, Ian King, when Ian King used to run Top Fuel Bike around Europe, his bike was in Dave Wilson's trailer for the whole of that when he was winning championships. And what they did was they fabricated a table, like a really heavy-duty table, and the bike went on, sort of like sat over, that was strapped down and sat over the Dragster chassis. Perfect.
Brilliant idea.
And then at the start of every weekend, the team would fly in, pick the bike up, take it out, run it, give it back to Dave, fly home. So, FIA Pro Stock Q2. So the Pontiac GTO in the slick tricks lane of Lasse Britsmar. They've got the same basic engine in there, 500 cubic inch V8 Hemi. However, in the Dodge, it's got a Hemi. Really cool looking Hemi engine as well, with the way that the plugs and everything are spaced out. The man in charge, the man who built pretty much everything on that car, including the engine and loads of other stuff, that's Michael Sherquist standing out front, beckoning his driver forward in the retro Dodge. That car is a perfect evolution of a lot of drag racing, really. It's an evolution. The chassis underneath it was built a while ago, but in the States. And it's been updated constantly, including a new body, so that the what's underneath that car wasn't brand new when the body was. Not that that's a bad thing, but I spoke to Michael about it. He said there's nothing wrong with the chassis. The chassis is great. He said the shocks I've spent a lot of money on, they're great. I know how it works. I know what to do with all of it. I want to keep it. I just want a more up-to-date body style, because he had the Avenger on there before. I can't imagine how much work it is to rebody a Pro Stock car, but it seems like a lot. Anyway, hopefully 6-second runs a pair this time round. No shake before the Christmas tree would be lovely. Simon Ekengren in the Dodge and Lasse Britsmar in the Pontiac.
Well, the doors come open on Simon's car.
That's about as close to the centre line as I'd want to get in a Pro Stock car as well from Lasse there.
Yeah, well, he yanked it back quite well. It was a bit of shake, but it was drivable shake. But the 60 foot was 107, which tells you it really wasn't happy at all. 1.6 for Simon, and yeah,
the shake opened the door, I think. Look at that. There were tyre marks there. Well, proper flapping tyres.
Pro Stock is heavily regulated. Tyre size, everything else. Everything is optimised within a millimetre, or probably less than its lot of its life. They are highly tuned, highly worked on. And yeah, still 2 busted runs for those 2 on the opening day. They still have 2 more shots tomorrow. And they will qualify, because there's 6 cars for an 8-car ladder. So, Michael Malmgren and Robin Oren up next. So, Robin Oren, the comparatively new kid on the block, but 5 years ago this weekend, he won. Beat Jimmy Orland in the final round of Pro Stock in the European Finals in 2019. Really great lad, excellent racer, very successful one as well. He's got a young family at home too. If you're watching in, hope you're enjoying Dad watching racing. Or watching Dad racing even. The one thing that never ceases to amaze me as well is, well, 2 things. Great example both sides. So Mike Malmgren has been in Pro Stock for a long, long time. But now Michael Malmgren, if you look at Mike, he's the Pro Stock version of Dorian Gray with a portrait in the portrait in the attic, very much. Yeah, never really changes. Never looks much different. Now, the reason I have a hard trouble believing his age is because in the mid '80s, 1985, he was running in Comp Eliminator at Mantorp, right? So that's nearly 40 years ago. He must have been racing when he was 10. Seriously, right? But then you also get people like Robin, who I think Robin's in his 30s, and he's been racing Pro Stock now for not far off 10 years, which means he started in his 20s. How does a 20-anything... I know 20-something-year-olds who can't, you know, find their way to work, let alone fly one of these. Well, not perfect launches, but good enough. That's more like it in both lanes. 6.66 at 2:07 for Robin. Car was turning the tyre off the start line, and one flat 60 foot told the story there. 102 for Mike Malmgren, again with shake, but he drove through it to get a number on the board. So a 66 and a 74, and that actually makes, for possibly a brief moment, Robin the number 1 qualifier.
Only just though. 666 with a 4 compared to 666 with a 5. It's literally a thousandth of a second.
What normally gives away a lot about what they've got under the hood? Yeah, what normally gives away a lot about what's under the hood is the speeds as well. So you can see the difference between the two. Saying that though, Mike Malmgren at this event last year, everyone was stuck in the mid-60s and he went to 6.5 in round 1, which was exceptionally quick. Okay, Stefan Enrud, car dealer from just outside Stockholm in Sweden, a very successful businessman. Got involved originally sponsoring Thomas Lindstrom and thought, you know what, that looks a lot of fun. I want one. And here we are. Running a Dodge Dart.
Well, now Jimmy's got the same problem. I don't think his door's closed, is it? Or is it my...
No, it's not your eyes, mate. It's not closed. But don't worry. Somebody will be there to close it and snap the Zeus fastener shut. Now, a huge part of how that car runs is the man hanging by the door. That's Petter Grebhorn, who is Jimmy's co-crew chief, if you will. One of the widely acknowledged things is both him and Jimmy are so good at reading the racetrack. It's not what you've got, it's how you use it all the time. And they always manage, I'm going to screw it up now because he's going to shake the tyres, but they always seem to manage to find the optimal setting to get the car off the line and down the racetrack.
Well, all the other Pro Stock crews who've ran are waiting to see what Jimmy has to do.
Well, he's not number 1 at the moment. But that's at the moment, so shake for Stefan off the start line. Jim goes through with a 662, takes the number 1 spot back, and once again, check the speed out, 209 miles an hour, a good 2 to 3 miles an hour faster than anyone else. I bet Stefan's sitting in the car looking at Jim go down the racetrack, looking at the board going, probably swearing in Swedish, probably something like that. I don't know. I don't know any Swedish. Well, actually, I do know plenty of Swedish swear words, but I'm not going to say them out loud. Let's put it that way. But yeah, Pro Stock number 1, Q number 1. Stop if you've heard this before. Jimmy Oller, give all the Pro Stock teams a round of applause, please. A hell of a long way to come for your entertainment and their fun as well. That's Mike Malmgren's team going up at the end.
They're actually racing in the return mode now.
No, that's not the idea. Unless it's for beer, then it's on. Definitely on.
What was funny there was I was watching, there was Michael Malmgren's crew down there and Simon Ekegren's crew waiting to see what Jimmy had to put down.
Well,
And they all went, oh, when the car got to 60 foot.
Well, it's the 60 foot in a Pro Stocker. Although saying that, on that run, Jim was only 1.01 to 60. There were other cars, Robin of note, who was quicker to 60 than that. You want to be a 0.98, 0.99 for the real sweet spot in a Pro Stock car. However, you've got to get to 60 foot. If you don't get it into second gear, you're done. So, the next passenger.
Yep, Alexander Koch from Germany, which I believe is the owner of the 1/4 scale Fire Force Jet funny car.
Oh, superb.
Which is here this weekend. Absolutely delighted to know that is here. I'll need to see it though.
Works and runs as well, everything.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, he wants at some stage to run it to the 8th. We'll wait and see.
Wow.
792, 169.84 miles an hour there for Paul Brown and for Alexander. Very nice indeed.
Okay, top speed automotive qualifying street eliminator. I missed that bit, didn't I? Qualifying session number 5. Welcome back, Jamie.
Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. It's a wonderful. I mean, these are the best Friday afternoons of the year, I think, aren't they?
I can't argue with that. Not one bit.
Well, number 1, we're not at work. Well, we are, but you know what I mean. And yeah, nice warm A nice warm place to be with loads of race cars and bikes. Don't get much better.
For those of you who've not been here before, or maybe weren't here this morning at least, these are 100% street legal cars, taxed, MOT'd, insured. They run on pump gas.
And vans and pickup trucks.
And vans and pickup trucks.
And estate cars. Sorry, yeah, that basically, yeah. Basically.
Even an electric Beetle.
There you go. As long as it's street legal.
As long as it's street legal and can complete a cruise tomorrow evening. Qualifying for these cars isn't just based, well, it's based in order on their time. However, if they don't complete the mandatory cruise in the evening before eliminations, they are not eligible to compete.
Okay. Well, the telling thing at the moment is we don't have a bump spot on the scoreboard, which tells me, hopefully, it's going to be an all-run.
I was unable to establish that when my last trip round the pits.
That's really fine. But again, yeah, there is no bump spot up there. Waiting for it's a timing system thing, folks. That's what we wait for. Waiting for the timing system to be rebooted. These two are having their own lovely little match race, aren't they?
They are. They've come up side by side every run so far this weekend. James in the Kestrel beer lane, in the sleeper of all sleepers, now down into the 9.4s. And Ash consistently in the mid-9s in the world's fastest transit.
I think the only thing that gives it away on the Cortina is the sticker to the kill switch on the back. Because if you didn't know what SE461 means, it doesn't look like a race number, does it?
Absolutely not.
No, it's got original steel wheels. The thing that would finish it off, if you put the lovely pretend aluminium hubcaps back on or something like that, that'd finish it off nicely, wouldn't it? Give it that sleeper look. So, both cars have got turbos of differing sizes, I'm sure. Difference being is that Ashley Cooper with the Transit got a bit more weight to carry, and I'm not talking about him, I mean the van. Good run though, both lanes, 960 and a 972. Not their quickest of the weekend, but still really consistent and strong.
I think what James Murray needs to do is put a dog guard in the back. That would really fool everybody, wouldn't it?
I do think it looks... cars like that just... they're way quicker than they look, let's put it that way. Also, another car, well, both of these do really, the electric Beetle of Sam Young, his first, I think it's his first ever time in Street Eliminator.
It is indeed, yep.
And he's already down into the 8.3s, 8.32, coming and running on a fully prepped track at a big event. Certainly helps with that. Up against Joe Stevens with the Cresta. Well, Sam Young once again. No, unfortunately the power's cut out, I think, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Another nice looking 8-second run for Joe. 8.86 at 1:59. That's the first not so good run for the man in the Beetle so far this weekend. So, Tony Higgs, the one and only Tony Higgs, the irreplaceable, and frankly, would you want to replace him? Tony Higgs in Trigger's Broom. Lovely wife Jenny out front, bringing him into stage.
Having made no qualifying passes in any of the 3 sessions yesterday, Anthony went out this morning and went straight up to the number 2 spot, I believe.
Yeah, he's very, very close to personal best. Now, knowing Tony as we do, there's no way he's going to take it easy this time round.
Absolutely not.
So he ran a 7:42. Anything starting with a 7.3 will be a new personal best. He's trying to nudge towards 200 miles an hour. Other lane, Rob Carter with the Passat. Well, just a little bit too much for Tony off the line. It lifted the wheels and spun them. 769, 180 for Rob, and the 798 at 192 for Mr. Higgs. 7-second street cars. As in completely street legal street cars too.
I think that just showed that Tony had literally put absolutely everything, because that car shouldn't lift the front anymore because of the separation, but it still did.
All of them have still got too much. Do you know, I remember years ago, I think it was Ian Hook, actually put slicks and wheelie bars on his car just to see what it would do, and I think it broke everything. It was just the car just went, no, I don't like that, that's not good.
Well, Elliot Day in the Kestrel beer lane. So far, I think he's been 8.5, 8.6 this weekend, with a personal best down in the 8.2s, I believe.
Yeah, just not quite coming off the line so far this weekend. Take it on. Nigel Hale. That's more like it for Els.
Looking for another mid 8 second pass from Elliott.
10.50 at 1:32 for Nigel Hale is superb. And once again, as I say a lot, a massive big up and respect to the Hale family. They come into all of these events, I don't want to say outgunned, and certainly not outweighed with something that big, definitely outgunned. And they show up, they try their hardest, and sometimes they go rounds as well. So, big thank you to the Hales.
We have Paul Morton in the Slitrix lane and Rob Slater in the Kestrel Beer lane. Rob setting PB after PB this weekend, and I've been told they've put a little bit more in it this time, so we'll see if it sticks.
PB after PB normally equals bang, doesn't it? I said that out loud, didn't I? Whoops, sorry. Anyway, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Good luck, Rob. Oh, and the separation on the rear end as well. Lovely. 135 to 60 foot for Rob Slater. Will it be an 8-0?
It
is!
8:09.
At 174 miles an hour. Why? Well, they're probably thinking, why the blooming heck didn't we go to radials God knows how long ago, aren't they?
Again, they're looking better and better every pass.
Wow.
We have Mark Sheridan in the Cuda in the Kestrel Beer lane. Didn't make the first qualifying session today due to discovering an oil leak after their last run last night. The car wasn't put back together quite in time. Watch for this thing. If they can get the early numbers somewhere near where they want them, you can expect something in the 7s. But whatever happens, it seems it's impossible for that thing to do less than 190 miles an hour at the finish line these days. So
or 200.
Or 200.
Exactly. Up against Phil Winstanley. Great to see Phil in Street Eliminator. And that's no slouch either, that little moggy.
That's looking better.
Still a little bog at about 60 foot, but this will be a 7-second run. At what speed? 765, 199. He's on the brakes. There are the shoots. 926 in the other lane, though. Great run. Again for Phil Winstanley. He actually went 894 yesterday.
Wow. What a matchup.
Right, hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. The two quickest street cars in the UK, full stop. Side by side. It's only qualifying.
This reminds me of the Magic qualifying session a couple of years ago when they traded European records. Mark went 6.83 at 210. The very next pass, Andy went 6.82 at 212.
Well, that was on different tyres,
It was indeed. Their rules have changed.
That's right. So, who can do the best with what they got now? Andy Bond with the repaired, even uglier sister. Mark Todd with the Aston. Much quicker, 60. Well, actually, 200's
How's
quicker.
that for a drag race?
Wow, Andy's got the brakes on.
722, 204 miles an hour. Mark Todd back over 200 miles an hour.
Yeah. I just always get the sneaking suspicion with Mark. He's taking it easy.
Yesterday,
you know what I mean?
on his last pass yesterday, the car took off. He showed me the data logger, and at about 150 foot out, the wheel speed and the drive line just went through the roof.
Whee! Well, I've got to say on that one, Andy Bond was a tick behind off at 60. That's normal, but also to 330 he was. But knowing Andy, he was probably wanting to see what the side-by-side number was to the 8th mile. And Mark was quicker there, but he might have been off it by then. That's the only thing. Victoria Smith, Phil Druitt, your next pair.
Oh, I was hoping to see Graham Smith go alongside Phil Druitt, but it still hasn't happened. It'll happen eventually.
Victoria on her first pass of the weekend earlier on, over 180 miles an hour with some new parts.
Well, no big wheelie for Phil Druitt this time round, which is good news. Means you'll get to the finish line. Creeping up on it for Victoria, 835 at 182. And an 876 at 156 for Phil. He's found an awful lot of performance from somewhere, hasn't he? He really has. Right, that's not his crewman being rude to him. There we go. That's him saying vent the nitrous and make sure you're ready. There we go. This is the Grimhilda 57 Cherry. This car has been around for a long time in European drag racing. One of the most entertaining machines we've ever seen. He's still got bits of it in his workshop.
He does,
doesn't he? Yeah.
And this weekend, if you've seen the car before but not seen it this weekend, you'll notice there is a big old scoop on the bonnet now to try and get some more efficient airflow.
Well, it leaves really well now. It just needs to be picking it up a little bit down the racetrack. It's still no slouch. 8:42 is really good. But that was yesterday. There was some solenoid issues. 128 to 60 for Graham that time.
Will we see the first 8.3 from Grimhilda? No, not quite this time. 8.52, 160 miles an hour.
Still seems to be stuck at 160 or thereabouts,
Yeah.
but still lots of good consistent runs and an 8.52.
We won't be, well, clearly now that Street Eliminator is done, we won't be seeing Al Mack this session, as in the first session this morning, it completely destroyed the diff. So the car was stripped down, they have a new one, it's going in the car, and if there is the other session later, we'll see them later on today.
Fingers crossed that happens. Jamie, thank you so much for your time and knowledge as well. Very entertaining as always. Thank you.
Very welcome, thank you.
Notice I didn't say anything about black cars in that session, not one.
Maybe you managed to get it in the end, didn't you?
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, no, I didn't. I said it after they'd finished.
Andy taking his headset off.
Yeah, there you go. It's all about timing, fellas, all about timing. So, Supercom 8.90 is what everyone is looking for. Ronnie Mercer with the Anglia. Doesn't matter what car you run or how you run it, you've got to run 890.
I'll check it a bit later.
So, Annie the Anglia in the Kestrel lane. And Dolly Daydream, the lovely Leah Kelly. Yeah, Ronnie's not got a throttle stop. Something's not right. Leah's car will run about 890. 4. That's all right. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, interesting that it looked like they launched to do the same thing there almost, didn't it?
Ronnie's was weird though, because I know that he has to run nitrous to run 8s. Almost like it didn't. Something was really wrong though. Right, when I said it doesn't matter what you run to try and run 890, here's a perfect example. Art Putzmann with the Käfer Disaster. And Käfer in German means beetle. Pro ET into the lanes, please, for your next session, which includes the man down there, doesn't it? Warren Watts. So, Arndt's best run of the weekend was a definitely not breakout, 12.53. This thing really does go. It's just slightly on the temperamental side. That's a lot more like it, though, for Arndt Putzmann. Excellent stuff. 8.85 and a 9.31 with a big cloud of smoke through the finish line. That might have been just where he got off the throttle. 137 miles an hour. But the good thing is, though, Warren has got the lovely job of trying to slow it down now. It's much easier than trying to make it speed up all the time, isn't it? Okay, side-by-side dragsters up next. Miss Stig herself, Ellie Mae Brown.
Someone else who's got the inviting task of slowing down, but Ellie can't use a throttle stop in the traditional way. She could set up one that came in later down the track and cut the throttle at the top end, but that's a bit more difficult to do if you still want to drive at the finish line. And by that I mean all of these drivers are watching each other at the finish line. They like to lift, get back on the throttle, play a little game at the top end to try and give themselves an advantage, because she can't go over 150 mile an hour. Now, if you look at Paul Hudson in the other lane, his car will do the traditional thing of launch, die, and then come back to life just past 330 foot, and you'll see probably 40 mile an hour difference between these two cars at the finish line.
Yeah, Paul's come steaming past at the top end. So let's hope Lee has calmed it down enough. Hope Mum doesn't have a heart attack watching. She's very capable and she's doing very, very well. So there we go. Paul's throttle stop comes off. He's going to charge at the top end. Ellie's going to be slowing, but not enough. But North's getting closer. 8.78 at 1.42. Getting closer, Miss Brown. Well done.
Is there a bump spot in Supercom? the looks things they're in.
9 cars have run, and I think both gas and comp all run.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so anyway. So Steve Hudson used to run in Pro ET all the time, and occasionally dabbled in Super Comp, has now made his home in the 890 class with the Altered. Up against Andy Clifford, and Andy's another one of those who used to come along at the big events for just a bit of fun, really, just to come and run on the big stage with the slingshot. And now it's turning into a pretty damn good 890 racer. Okay. I think we are going to need to do some clean up in the Kestrel lane. We are going to send Andy Clifford on his own in the Slick Tricks lane though, so
oof, that's not what Andy wanted to do. Not entirely certain what the issue is there. I think because it had been sat for so long, it just loaded itself up, and as soon as he tried to give it any sort of throttle, all of that fuel that sat in the hot, was it? Is that what he said?
Yeah, a bit hot.
Yeah.
And that's just the crew. Just what you need after all that, and it pushing back after all that, dearie me. But if you like those kind of cars, and let's face it, they are pretty damn cool. Next weekend at the Hot Rod Drags is the place to be. Yeah, I think you're right, Tom. Just got a little bit too hot. So we've got a clean up to do in the Kestrel lane, which hopefully won't take too long.
Now, interestingly, Ellie Brown was the last person to go down that lane.
She was indeed, yeah. We have Comp Eliminator to come as well. Hopefully this won't take too long, but for a couple of moments, we'll hand back to Nitro FM if that's okay. We're roughly halfway through day 2, and we've got 4 days of it to do in total, so all good fun. Nitro FM, thank you very much indeed.
He needs to get the fires down.
That's a beauty. 6:08 at 2:37 for Carl. 8:91. Nice. Back in the 8s as well for Chris Dodd at 1:59.
That's a better looking run for Matt. Yeah, he's taken it all the way through this time to a 960 at 135. There's still plenty more to come from that. Yeah, nicely done. $8.91 and 10.59, both just a little bit off what they ran yesterday.
Fair enough.
Say no more.
Now, front-wheel drive race cars are so difficult to get down the racetrack, and that Civic you just watched go up there, 864 at 179. That's kind of what. big shake for both of them, like huge tyre shake. That was a little bit of a surprise, to be honest with you, because, well, it's nice and warm. This is sort of like perfect weather for pro stockers, really. But they both shook themselves to death as soon as they let the clutch out. Well, Simon 3 normally. .671 at 2:08 is the opener. That's what it's supposed to look like. Who's got the most horsepower? The answer is Jim, 665 at 2:08. A little bit off pace for Robin, actually. Well, that's what that's supposed to look like. Off the trailer, 398, 308 miles an hour.
And I don't know if you noticed that.
Tommy, we've missed you. We've missed you. Now, in case you didn't know by now, top Fuel Dragsters have 500 cubic inch engines. Yes, the same size as a pro stock car. However, the difference is they've got superchargers on top and they run on natural methane. They've reduced between 10 and 11,000 brake horsepower. And they are the quickest and fastest accelerated wheel-driven cars on the planet. So, Suzanne against Duncan. If this is the final round on Sunday, Duncan will have won the title. Suzanne needs Duncan to go out early and her to go on and win.
So your final pair there, Suzanne Cullen for Slick Tricks Racing in the Kestrel B lane, and of course Duncan Micallef with DM Motorsport. He is in the Slick Tricks lane. Here we go then, your final pair in Top Fuel at the European Finals qualifying round. And that is
Suzanne to the number one spot.
He has an index of 9.18, can go into the 8s.
I think.
But a new turbo, because the other one broke.
I think the record he is after, he's after the fastest Ford front-wheel drive. Yeah, and I think it's 872, and he's been 874, so he's oh so close to it. However, he needs a good clean run from one end to the other.
It won't be that one.
That looks like something.
He's lost one of the front drive shafts, I think.
I guess I'd say it was the right-hand one because it wanted to go right. Yeah. One of the great things about coming on running international events on a fully prepped track is the track is really good. One of the really bad things about coming to run at a big international event with a fully prepped track is the track is really good.
It'll find the weak link.
Yeah.
It tends to be the issue when you see all of the front-wheel drive lot coming over for door slammers. They go through many half shafts, as that tends to be the weak link.
Oh, CV joints are at a premium that weekend, aren't they? Yeah.
So Terry Newton just being pushed back. Matt Davison and Luke Stevenson, your next pair.
Well, Reuben Dawson, I'm not sure whether he was due. Was he due to run against Terry? Because Reuben's behind the tower, out the back there.
I think he's spending some time cooling down after the shutdown on the track before.
Okay. Well, he's due round in Pro ET straight after this, isn't it?
So Matt Davison, Mr. Boost.
Thanks to RTMG Performance 32 racing wheels and street races as well. That's from Luke. Ian the Golf, Ian the Kestrel Lane. Bit of a pet project for him, this car. To see how quick and fast he can get it to run with, well, spending a comparatively minimum amount of money. Great looking launch for Luke that time. Been in the mid-11s. Matt Davidson, much more like it. Let's see what the speed is through the traps. Well, backing off again, 967 at 123. Well, now Luke's in the 11s. They come all the time, but an 1180 at 103, I only presume they're looking for an improvement. Thank you for giving Terry Newton a round of applause. He absolutely deserves it. Your next pair, Jordan Payne and Alan Duffy. Alan's best run so far is a 1085.
Taking on Jordan Payne with the Supermod, naturally aspirated Supermod. So as Daryl said before, if you want to know how good the air is, watch Jordan. He's got no power runners of any kind.
Well, all the pro stock is picked up from earlier, but, there's a big but, Jordan ran quite a bit before them when it was still a bit cool, so we shall see. It's still a bit muggy out there, but lovely day.
So any improvement on a 747, 748.
You know the really funny part? When he enters bracket racing, it never does that.
No, because he's had 3 747s and 2 748s now. If he was in Super Pro, he'd be killing them.
Absolutely. Or in the big bracket at Door Slammers or anything like that. But there we go. Okay, Ahmed Jamshed and Amir Ashad. Ahmed's best. It's currently got him in at a number 5 spot. Yes, that little Civic is ahead of Carl Cox in qualifying. Can you believe that? Amir's best is a 1064.
Ahmed's biggest challenge is 1, not break chassis tag, and 2, keep the tyres on the rims. He goes that fast through the finish line.
Oh.
For example, 177 miles an hour. It tries to pop the wheels off the rims.
Well, Amir goes 1086, pretty close to what he did before, actually. Nice run for Ahmed, though. 8.49, 177. What Tom's talking about, by the way, is that the scrutineers, we have rules for how quick you can go depending, or how fast you can go as well, depending on your chassis, the type of chassis, and what the tag is how quickly it's tagged to. So Ahmed chassis is tagged to 850. There you go.
They're all designed to be safer than that. So an 850 tag chassis will be safer to run 7.5. It's just extra safe to run 850s, and a lovely wheel stand for Ruben Dawson.
And reaction time too. He went 8.79 yesterday. I doubt he's going to beat that today, but not far off. 883 at 152. It was much cooler yesterday, wasn't it? Like a lot cooler. Well, I mean, we've been here. Obviously, this is the second day. We'd have been doing handstands at that run from Ruben Dawson yesterday morning. But he's done it so many times now, isn't he? He's done it in Pro ET. He's done it in Comp as well. Just consolidating his number 1 spot. Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55. It was great to see Adrian Spencer. I was really shocked to talk to, well, number 1, to talk to Adrian, and 2, other than finding out how old he is now, but that's me too. But talking to him, he said he was like really nervous about getting the car and helping Rob and running. I said, "Hey, you've been doing this for donkey's years, mate. Seriously." And he said, "Yeah." He said it still gets him every time. He obviously settles into it as he goes through the weekend, and he got Rob down to a really, really good 7.54. Rob is actually in the top 8, in the top half of the field at the moment, which is really good news for the man from Aylesbury. Taking on Kev Jenkins, who does seem to have the 760 tune still in the Escort. See if they're going to push it any harder this time.
get qualifying. How about this for a race? 7:49 for Kev Jenkins, 7:54 for Rob Smallwood.
I love the story about how Rob bought that car as well. I remember asking him because he had the other yellow and white 55, and that was tagged to 750, and he was getting close to running that number with that car. And it's a gorgeous car. It's absolutely lovely. And he goes, I knew I needed to do something, and he said, I'd had a few. I was on Racing Junk, and that's where the new car came from. I know so many good stories have started like that. Yeah. No responsible decision has ever come from it, but we wouldn't have any race cars if people didn't do that, would we? Okay, Kev Perkins, Dave Swift, your next pair. Dave Swift, 7.27 for the A altered. A nitrous altered this time. Yeah, the nitrous bottles have gone in there. Yeah, it's still got AA on the board, so that is actually definitely going to be a nitrous altered this time round. Up against Kev Perkins with the Soulman Cutlass. Can we have Super Pro back to the lanes, please, for the next qualifying session? Super Pro, please. We're about to run Pro ET as well, actually, after this pair. So what's the last pair got in store for us? Quickest of the Supermods is still... the man with the Corvette. Look at that, nice looking run. 7:21, 189 for Dave Swift. That is his new personal best, nitrous or not, I think. Well done, sir. 8.90 for the Cutlass. I beg your pardon, we still have Chris Todd. Yeah, the quickest of the super modified cars is young Mr. Payne, but not by much.
It always interests me why Chris Todd runs the index he does. It's the DTA Turbo, so small engine, 4-cylinder with turbo, and it's in an altered door car. However, there is indexes for rear engine flat 4 cars, which is what that is.
Okay.
But they're Volkswagen indexes, and that runs a super engine. That must be the difference.
Nice run as well for Chris Todd, 8.73 at 159. Well, that wraps up that session of Comp Eliminator. We're on to qualifying session, or cycle, whichever you prefer, number 6.
Yeah, interesting. None of the Williams brothers team at all in that session. No Gary Carr, no Nick, no Dan. Obviously, we know Spencer's not going to be running at all now. Yeah. So, Pro ET for Q6 then. Hans van der Speck, Simon Swarbrick. Both of them are in the 40s, as in positions, not ages.
Simon, your new best friend.
68 and 12.06, they both stay put. Right, Mason Griffiths then with the Javelin. Finally started to come together in the last round. He's still in the 40s at number 45. Chris Orthodoxou, 3 places ahead at 42. 11.17, 11.40 on the dial-ins for these two.
Up next then, Mason Griffiths and Chris Orthodoxou. Mason goes 11.33 and 11.41 for Chris. Up next then, Al Platt and Andrew Brook.
Al Platt with the Rainy City Warrior, which I think is still up for sale. He's number 14 at the minute. Andrew, 28. Let's see where we are order-wise and everything else as well. If you know what.
Good luck.
The button was annoying, but at least I could find it then. There we go. That's why we have youngsters to help old people that can't see.
So Andrew looking for 9.10, goes 9.16. Oh, the smallest of breakouts for Al Platt there.
Okay, so number 32 currently we've got our top 32 0-3, and we're only 3 spots away from it being 0-2. So Andrew Brook, who you just saw there, sorry, 4 spots. Andrew Brook, who you saw there, is 0.29 off, and he's number 28. Outstanding.
Right, just had to double check that, but this is their penultimate qualifying session.
Okay.
They get one more tomorrow morning, and then they go into the 64-car ladder.
Woohoo! Sean Law and Simon Innes. Sean outside. He's one of these drivers who could help the 0-2 top 32. Looking for an 8.62. How many times can you say the number 2? And Simon Innes looking for 10.64. Oh, breaks out by just that
much. And a 10.71 for Simon Innes, a little way off actually, but slowing speed at the top end probably gives that away. Okay, the Baton family, currently number 36, 10.37. Now, Colin, I just said that we just had a quick checkout, and we're 0-3 already in the top 32. We are 4 cars away from it being a 0-2 top 32. And Anthony Mitchell is already in that top 32, he's number 10.
I mean, they'll all run.
Yeah.
But we just keep an eye on the top 32. Laura Bainton, number 36. If she can get between 10.37 and 10.39, I'll move her up. 10.42 stays put. Anthony Mitchell, though, 10.80 with a 1, goes up 4 spots to number 6. In other words, he just improved on his own number.
That's really good.
Really good.
Bob Molden and Darren Huxley, both of these two are already 0-2 off. Can they improve? Bob Styling has come a long way back from yesterday. It was down in the 9.3s yesterday. He's in the Kestrel lane. And Darren Huxley, the car that is a drift car. However, we're very glad he comes along in drag races too. So, these two, 20 and 21 at the moment. Oh, do you know something? This is the most hilarious part. 9.56 with a 9 on a 9.56. Number 13 spot.
Amazing.
So the top 13 at least are dead on.
Right, Dave Fulton and Chris Waterhouse. What can they do?
Dave Fulton having a bit more practice at that 990 number. That car can run much quicker than that, can't it? Like low
9.5.
Yeah.
007 off the line.
Against Chris Waterhouse, who's looking for a 9.56 with the Audi. 9.90 with a 3. The one-man burnout competition, I think that was, or the cloud making.
That was
machine.
a 100th package, wasn't it? 990 with the 3 and
look at
a 007. Very nice indeed.
Well done to Dave Fulton. That only gets in the number 7 spot, unbelievably.
Oh, I know, but yeah, but that's moved in.
Do you know the amazing part, Cole, is if he ran that in Supergas, he'd be number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. 030 for 32.
Yeah. So we've now got.
But there's 3 people who have gone 030.
Yeah. Unreal. Brilliant.
Well, we're going to have to wait a little while before we can run the cars, for obvious reasons, because we can't see them. Yeah, big thanks to JT. I don't think he can see where he's going either, let alone everyone up the racetrack. Okay, John Tebenham is 31. He's one of those that has run 300s of his dial-in. 907 or better, but not quicker than 905. We've got another one in the club. And they've only got one more session after that to set it like... I said 03, you said 02. .907 with the 4, JT's 26. Also, Tom Kay moves up to number 12 with that 10.15. We have another one. Hang on, let's have a quick look. Double O's go down to 14 now. Wow. So we could have the top 16. We could have a 16-car double O field.
Here we are then, Mr. Perfect himself. He got, and when I say all of the zeros, I mean all of the zeros.
We ran out of zeros to give him. It was that good, the reaction time.
And I know we only showed 3 numbers up on the board. We have many more than that up here in the tower that we can see.
Looking at Mark Huxley's arrow on the back window, it says Mr. Perfect, the arrow pointed over.
But Chris's car says Mr. Perfect on the back as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark Huxley's another one. Close to 988, please. Oh, wow. Top 15, double O. Mark Huxley up to number 8 with a 988 with a 4. Only 4 thou off. Where did he end up? Hang on. 988 with a 4. Where did he end up? Number 8.
Yeah.
004 off. So the top 31 are now 02 or better. The top 15 are 00 perfect. I would say or better, but you can't get any better than that. Okay, Ian King, Jason Pickett. Ian King with a much more realistic dial-in, let's be honest.
Yep. Jason Pickett, he went 999 with a 7 on his last run. On the bump, we're almost there. Right, here he goes. 1024, 1091. They both stay put. All right, Mr. Qualifying is only number 39.
He's had some engine problems as well. I did see a post on Facebook asking for some parts which someone has obviously very kindly provided or lent. So Dave Rudd, 39. He's normally bang on the money, but the car has not behaved itself. He's been here, he's come down here from the northeast, he's tested, he's done everything he possibly can. It's just still not doing what he wants it to. Up against Marie Mills, 009 on the tree for Marie. Nicely done.
So 1038, 977. Breakout for Marie, too quick. And 988 on that 77 for Dave, so he stays on the 39. Right, these two pit together. They were side by side at the Silverstone Festival a couple of weeks ago, and they're here side by side in qualifying. John Bean, Brett Featherstone. Both of them have run their numbers. Brett currently number 3, John number 9.
Yeah, I mean, there's still room at the top, but there ain't much of it left, is there?
Top 15, 00, unbelievable.
Yeah. And it's not like we've had 9 sessions yet, is it, or anything like that?
Oh, 8 10,000s break out for Brett Featherstone there. But then you've already run 966 with a 1, so yeah, he's going to be one to watch. Well, they all are. They're all good.
So Ronnie Mercer, well, very quickly round after running in with issues in Supercom. This time, no nitrous at all. Let's see if the car behaves itself this time round. He's at the Kestrel Lane, 1036, and Bill Wilson.
As I say, if Bill runs anywhere between 11:11 and 11:13, he'll move up.
We've got a 0-2 bump,
yeah. We're heading that way.
Who is on the bump?
What, the 32 or the 64? Or
The 32.
Nearly 11:14.
Well, the good news for Ronnie, though, it ran pretty much what it was supposed to. So that's good news. Now it just needs to do it with the gas on. Okay. Thunderstrucker, Johnny McClure in the Kestrel lane for the Old Time Willis. And Matthew Dowdy.
Matt, another one of those cool kids in the 00 club. 11:12 with a 4 is where he is at the moment. Does 11:25 for this one.
And graduate of the Junior Dragster School of Drag Racing.
Yeah, former champion, don't forget. So Johnny goes 87 on 84, moves up to number 34. Nice move. Matthew, 11:23, breaks out on that 25.
300s off, 34 qualifier. Okay, Vic Parsons and the one and only Frankie with the Banshee. Frankie's another one that can make a dent in that top 32. Or are we going to have the top 16 all 00? What we mean by 00 is absolutely bang on their dialing. They run their number right on, bang on, and it's so difficult. It's a hundredth of a second. You know, number 30 qualifier is only 0.2 off of their dialing.
It's so difficult, yet almost half the you know, fantastic.
Frankie's going to get told off or someone. Is 970, breakout by nearly 0.3 of a second. Vic Parsons goes 979 on a 75. That will be no improvement either. Still a great run for Frankie though. Okay, Mr. Billy Everett. How long was it since Bill's been around in competitive racing? A while now, I think, isn't it? Down there with the Duster. Both these two are in the top 30. Josh Duncan. I bet he thought when he was 100th off yesterday, he'd be fine. He's number 28. Or 200s off, I think he was. For Just Duncan, 950 with a 5 in the other lane will be a breakout for young Mr. Everett. Stevie Gates with Ziva the Duster. Only 200s off, number 26. Yeah, we thought you needed to look, less like you're on the beach, really.
What you trying to say?
Okay, so Bjorn said... right, I'm going to try it again. Bjorn Sedzina. There we go. With the Camaro. So, actually, just about the same vintage of Camaro side by side here. One in the 8s, one in the 10s. .860 and 1041 with a 9. Bjorn just misses a perfect run.
Now, Tom Watkins in the Slipstreaks lane is number 32. So if he improves, we have our O2 top 32.
Have we got 31 at the moment then? Or is it... hang on 2 seconds. Let's have a quick nose.
Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please, for Lucas Oils. Junior Dragster, let's have you into the lanes, please.
Yeah, it is. You're dead right. Tom Watkins is the last man standing in the top 32 that's only been 03. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm only joking. I really am. It's just so good. It's ridiculous. They got one more session after this before they go into racing tomorrow. Lee was double triple 07. So 67, 911. Right, go on. Tell us what the fist bump was for.
I said 02. We've now got an 02 field. 911 with a 6 on a 910, darling. Pro ET, top 32 are now 02 something.
I don't mind being wrong. That's awesome. That's superb. Really, really is.
Unbelievable.
Well done, everybody. Let's have a quick look as well.
And there's still one more session to go after this. So we've still got more cars to come.
Hang on. I'll get there in a minute. Right, 1, 2. There we go. Okay, so all the way down, like, number 40 is 04.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's if this was a 32 car field, Lee Huxley would not be qualified with an 03.
Well, Neil Watkins, don't forget, he has broken up by less than 100. See if we can get one in here.
69 and 11:43 with a 9.
Oh, he does up 2.
Yeah. He's number 39 with that one. Okay, Amy Watkins with the That's a Bird. The Pontiac down there in this Litrix lane. Amy's got a really fetching new line of t-shirts. You want to go check them out? Please go and see Amy or any member of the team down there in the pits. They really are cool. She dials a 964. She's already number 14. Susie McClure.
That's outstanding performance from Susie. I am chuffed to bits for her. I really am. So 964, 958 are the darlings. 58, 75, no help. Breakout for Amy. And just a little bit of a drop off on pace there for Susie. Right, Doug McClure and Will Clark. If these two can move on up.
We're used to his doorbell, mate. I mean, a phone ringing is nothing, honestly.
Thing is, though, when my doorbell goes off, the whole country, all the dogs go barking. they'll leg it to the front door.
Because it's broadcast, people are watching it on their TVs, so everybody thinks their doorbell's right. Well, everybody's canine does, at least, anyway. Doug McClure and Will Clark, both of these aren't in the top, I say top half, 32. That is a bit of a shock. Right, Will Clark, 981. Anything 02 or better for either of them. 974, too quick. Oh. Right, numbers wrong way round for Doug McClure. 36 with a 7 when he was looking for 37. Thing is, don't count them out on race day, though. They're still in the show. They're still just going to be as lethal as they always were.
No, we're just having fun with this because it's fun.
It is,
but it is just staggering how good all the races are. They're really unbelievable.
I think one of the things that really helps them as well is the conditions have been fairly consistent.
They have, yeah.
Well, yesterday all day was the same. It was kind of the same. Today's been pretty much the same all the way through. So it really helps them tune the cars. Also, we've only had a tailwind. We haven't had any sort of headwind, which is frankly most unusual. So Nick Muggeridge going to be the last car down the track for this qualifying session of Pro ET. He's number 30. 30. He wants to get closer than he is, though. Not just because, I mean, he's 0-2 off, which is pretty good. Qualifying points are very important. No, too quick. Couple of hand offs.
Staggeringly good. Well, it is the biggest event of the European drag racing season. The European Finals here at Santa Barbara. All of our sportsmen really want to put on a good show here. And they have proved the point.
Just want to see what the bump is in Super Pro. So we do have a bump. It is Jack Brewster. It's a rather what's the word I'm being
Soft
bump 1 second off, but that was because he broke out massively on his other run, wasn't it? Andy Tetford, I hate to say it out loud, I'd be amazed if we see Andy after after that run he made earlier on today. That wasn't pretty.
Right, first up, Tom Atkinson, Pete Brown. Tom Darling in 8:55, 8:37 for Pete. Well, that's basically what he ran. Well, he ran 8:38 in the last round. Car working really well. Oh, 8:37, Rob. Sorry, Pete Brown goes to number 3 with that one. Excellent run. Breakout for Tom. I bet Ron is really frustrated seeing all these great qualifying runs, all of these numbers being running. You think, why am I up here?
Good question. Yeah.
Yeah, joined once again by Ron Bartlett, the driver of Sweet FA, the 105E. We'd normally see him run in Super Pro. We'd normally dial around about, what, 8.2 if you're not running the gas, something like that?
Yeah, 8.2. Yeah.
I think it's more important to get the consistency than just going flat out, isn't it?
It is in this class.
Yeah.
You've got to be repeatable.
.858 breakout there for Colin Morris and a 762 breakout there. Surprised Jack took him all the way down to 768, to be honest. So who's your, I mean, obviously Ron, you've raced in the class for quite a few years. Who has been your nemesis? Who's the one that's like,
Yeah,
you always beat
myself.
yourself, I know that, but is there one in particular you think, oh no, I've got him, or one that you love to beat, shall we say? I know you want to beat them all, but
I think with most of us, our generation, it's sort of approaching the 60s, and in the young whippersnappers, is the ones which we try probably a little bit too hard.
Right, that's because they're so killer on the tree. Because
There's junior dragsters, they just kill a tree.
Do you notice he dodged the question completely then? He didn't come up with a name. I like that.
One in the right lane.
Yeah, I thought you could say that. Can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas. Let's have you, please. All right, Callum Swinchat, Joe Kellett, a couple of graduates from the Junior Dragster Hall of Fame. .894, place 728 on the dial-ins. Improving their point there. 0-1 off the line for Callum, 0-6 for Joe. Joe at the top end goes 728 with a 7, moves up to number 6. Callum goes 897 on that 94, just drops a spot because Joe moved on up. Finally, Pete can smile. Yeah, little fist pump from Pete. Ian Brown with the Camaro, and it is going to be Pete Walters with the Dragster.
Going back to that question, Colin, you've got to say Billy Gain. He's always hard for me to get round, especially as we've both gone into the 760 class.
Yeah.
Giles and Hartley, they're always on it. They're very, very difficult to get round. But, you know, some days it's your day.
Right, 763 for Ian Brown and 732 for Pete Walters. How many years have you run in Super Pro? That's as long as I can remember.
10, 12 years? Yeah.
Right, at the moment, Ian Brown is qualified number 15. Pete Walters is currently number 29. Ooh, lots of smoke from the top end of Pete Walters. Goes 48 on that 32. Ian Brown 68 on a 63. But there is the concern, obviously, with the engine in Pete's car. Hopefully it hasn't expired. I know they were looking for push rods and everything. They got that all fixed. But, yeah. Well, he's cleared the top end. He's gone around the corner straight away. But, yeah, our spotters out there having a good look, just making sure. In the pairing lanes, still got the rest of Super Pro ET down there. Kieran Astley with Joker, young Mr. Didball. Oh, hi, Kieran's hearing us as well. Look, he's waving in the cockpit of his Dragster. You've also got Elodie Dubois down there with Milwaukee Blue. And tucked next to her is, that's Jack Brewster's car. Can't see Jack, but we can see the team. Oh, there they go, just emerged. And there we are, side on view. You can see John Sleeth's truck there. You can see the ball breaker of Mark Corsell and the rest of Super Pro ET. Now, again, likewise for Super Pro ET, they get one more qualifier tomorrow morning. So this is their penultimate qualifying session. So the field will be set tomorrow morning. And the way tomorrow works out, I'm just looking for the schedule, but basically Pro ET, well, basically all of our sportsman classes get one more qualifier in the morning. And then Pro ET, Super Pro, they all go into eliminations. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed. I think Street Eliminator get one more qualifier as well, but then they go out on the cruise tomorrow evening and they start their eliminations on Sunday.
I see Darryl mentioned Andy Thetford. He won't be coming round.
Okay. Have you actually caught up with Andy?
Yeah.
How's it?
Yeah.
Shall we just say not pretty?
Yeah, it's pulled a few of the main caps off, and yeah, it's got a few score marks and stuff.
Right.
And it's a new build, so rather than risk it, take it home.
No, very sensible indeed. Very sensible.
Have a thorough check.
As I say, if somebody deserves some good luck, it's Andy, because he's tried so hard in that car.
100%.
And when it works immensely well. I mean, the car, Andy said that, I think 7.3 over 185.
Yeah.
And it's just getting some consistency together and not having any issues with it. Right, it's the custom gang are taking over the track, and it's Fabien Dubois with Milwaukee Red and Patrick Dubois with Milwaukee Top. Both of them been in the 6s, and their dial-ins then. Fabien 697, Patrick 690. It's going to be interesting looking at the pairings when Super Pro eventually get into eliminations to see where the Dubois family end up, because they're going to meet somewhere along the line.
Yep, that's how it works.
Well, right, that wheelie all the way out there for Fabien. 701 and 695. They both stay put, but very entertaining runs. Right, here's the third of the custom gang. This is Elodie. Looking for a 705. Kieran Astley. We saw him waving a moment ago. 782 for the Joker Dragster.
Yeah, 3 killer cars for the French guys.
It must make. I mean, I don't know if they, in inverted commas, part share. It's difficult because one's a door car and the other two are Dragsters. But I would have thought the two Dragsters are set pretty similar, aren't they?
Yeah, seems to be the same setup, running roughly the same numbers. So Nice to have two of everything.
Yeah. Well, it's good that the whole family are interested in drag racing. There isn't one that isn't, which is good. .706 for Elodie, goes up from number 22 to number 7 with that one. Very nice indeed. Kieran 785 on a 782, but drops a spot because of Elodie's movement. So 300 off number 20.
Yeah.
Very good, strong burn out there for Jack Brewster. Darling, 725 with Just Mustard. And Mark Courcelle, 844 with the ball breaker.
I spoke to Mark earlier on and asked him why the performance has slightly dropped off. Different converter. He broke his previous one, so
Yeah.
he's got a new one in it at the moment. Or another one in the moment. It's not quite working the same.
That's the up-to-date one.
Problem for... got it. Well done. So 725 plays 844. Jack Brewster and Mark Courcelle. Oh my goodness me, 721, 196, and it's a breakout for Jack Brewster. I don't care what the boys think. Awesome.
Fantastic run.
871 for Mark Courcelle, but my goodness me, Jack Brewster on the verge of 200 miles an hour there. 721 with a breakout. Well done, gang. And it's pretty straight as well, which is what they're looking for as well. So, excellent stuff. It's a car that needs to stay in the groove, fair to say, and it did. All right, young Bradley did well. 857, dial in for him. The championship winning car with Alan last year. Alan on the outside looking in this time. Well done to the Just Mustard team, going to pick Jack up from the top end. That was awesome. We like that run. .856. Oh, breaks up by 100th. Alan, never mind, mate. The boy's doing good. Boy's doing very good. Right, you know what? Qualifier then. Mark Bailey with the Cuda taking on Kenneth Johansson with the Oldsmobile Cutlass, making the trip from Sweden to join us here this weekend.
Where's Mark now?
He's still number one.
Still number one.
I don't think he'll move from there actually with the perfect, but It can happen. We saw it happen in Pro ET when Don Scott took number 1 and Ruben Dawson managed to get in front of him. Right, give you a time check now. 5:20 here on a Friday afternoon as we approach the evening. The fun is going to start at 5:45 for our evening session. Oh, getting all over the place, very close to the wall, but manages to keep it away. Still goes 7.89, and it's a 10.59 off the gas at the stripe for Mark Bailey.
That was a good driving job.
That was very good. All right, John Sleeth with the S10 pickup. No prizes for guessing the dial-in. He's stuck with it all weekend long. He's stuck with it all year long, actually, no matter where he is. 760. We keep mentioning the Class 760 heads up. That's where he runs, but if he comes into Super Pro, he'll stick with that 760 dial-in. That's what he's tuning the truck to run these days. Does a very good job of it. Does help when you've got one of the best rolling road dynos in the country as well at home.
And you're clever as well.
Yeah. The intelligence level is very high there. Phil Toppin, 8.99 the dial-in for Grandad's Toy number 2, the Ford Model T. But with the big blown engine inside in there, 540 cubes to play with. Straight and true, 762 for John Sleeth. 79 miles an hour, stays number 17. Phil Toppin, 1001 at 136. Okay, that's Bob Doyle's crew, so it's got to be Bob underneath the tower. Indeed it is. And just getting into position to actually get to the lane. That's Matt Peters. Little 3-point turn just to get around the corner there, I think. Alan Schofield looks like he's been towed back to the pits, unfortunately. So 864 dial-in for Bob. Car absolutely flew earlier on. That went in the 8.3s in qualifying.
Yeah, it was 100th off his PB.
Any idea why they backed it down to where they are now? Or
to be fair, no.
Maybe just experimenting. And well, yeah, that's good. Right, let's get it back to where it was. Matt Peters, 759 with the Lucas Oil's Dragster. He's currently number 11. Bob currently number 27. Well, 005 red for Matt, 006 green for Bob. Matt gets there first with a 7.59 with a 3, goes to number 2. What a run there for Matt Peters. Excellent job. 8.76. Bob Doyle moves up 1 spot for that one. But big move for Matt Peters. All right, next up then, another small fortune, the Dragster of Harry Gibson. We're going alongside Ashley Bell, the Limpy Slug Firebird, 885 dial-in. And of course, we all know Harry's dial-in 6 flat It's as quick as you can dial in the class.
I have spoken to Ash, and it was a breather pipe what came off the oil down. It's a new setup running on methanol, and he's not impressed with it. It's not going as quick as his last engine, which is obviously where you want to be, not slower.
Yeah, but then methanol's a lot cheaper than race fuel, so there's advantages and disadvantages, aren't there? Mind you, I've never bought any methanol. It's just what I've been told.
None of it's cheap.
No, it's not. You're right. Oh, it's just the way Harry Gibson drives this car.
Oh yeah, superb.
Unbelievably. He's got a natural flair for it.
Yeah, I talked to Crunch yesterday, and I said exactly the same. It's just...
Well, he breaks out this time, 598, but he pedalled it again, 237 miles an hour at the strike, 941, 142 for Ashley Bell, but they got it down Broadway. Smoking at the top end.
Yeah.
Track crew having a look, just making sure. Right, we go from Ashley Bell to AC Bell. 899 darling for him, and it is Harley J, 885. Darling for the Decan construction pickup truck.
Yeah, he had the nitrous on earlier on. He went faster than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, less said about that, the better.
And the reason for the performance dip yesterday, it's a 7.4 swap cam, and somebody didn't put the leads on the right way.
So a different firing order, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
happened before. Tom Atkinson, a few years ago.
Oh, he's going to thank you for that one, isn't he? Well, they're both off the line brilliantly. AC with an 01, Harley J 03.
Someone's come off the car.
Yeah, just by the 330 foot. 889, that's better for Harley J. AC goes 915. Well, he's not picking it up, so that looks like
exhaust.
Yeah, I was going to say. Nick Good with the Dragster going alongside Bailey Ashdown. Nick 691, Bailey 812. Nick has already run his number today. He's number 5. Bailey currently number 21.
I spoke to Nick earlier as well, and yesterday his car did go for a bit of a wonder, which was very unusual because he said that car's like on rails.
Yeah. Well, the top 7 of 00 on their numbers. Then you got all the way down to number 16, 019. All very, very good this weekend. Make the run, so Bailey Ashdown on her own, being pushed back actually. No idea what happened. Oh, 8.13 on an 8.12 darling for Bailey Ashdown, 21 to number 12.
Well done.
Very, very good run indeed. Nicely done. Very well judged. restart the car by the looks of it. Yep. .691 is the target. 697 is the run there for Nick Goodstace, number 5. As we look down on the Giles and the Hartley Dragster of young Daniel Giles going alongside Scott Hauser. These two are coming into this event 1 and 2 in the championship. And of course, a big points on offer this weekend, and then in 2 weeks' time it's the national final, where we decide who wins the national championships in all of the classes.
Yeah, 2 of the top drivers in the class as well. They really are.
So Daniel Giles dialing in 7:41 with the Dragster in Kestrel Lane. Scott Hauser looking for a 7:34 in the Slick Tricks lane. .744, no change. Oh, breakout for Scott Hauser by 1/100th of a second. It is so frustrating. Right, we move on to Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Ron, nice to see you. Nice, as they say. No, thanks ever so much indeed. We'll look forward to seeing the last qualifier tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we go into eliminations.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll try and get a bit more information for you.
Nice one, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Rocket Ron Bartlett there. Right, Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. My goodness me, what a tough bunch of youngsters this lot are. Number 16 qualifier is 036, so it's going to be really, really tough to move on up, but they can all swap around. We've seen it so many times, but it ain't going to happen in this pair. 09 for Liam McDonald, 0.1 for Tom Peters, so Liam is going to stay number 14, and Tom Peters is going to stay number 9. Is it cooling down a bit out there now? Was it still very warm?
It's still
did
quite
you notice
warm.
it?
It's a lot colder in here than it is out there.
Yeah. Right, Emmy Crundwell and Frankie Kent, your next pair. Emmy is currently number 23. Frankie is number 3. We are getting closer and closer and closer to our evening show. It's 5:30 in the evening. We're not that far away at all. It keeps shuffling around in what order we're going to run things, but we'll keep updated as best as we can.
So Frankie currently in at number 3, a really good 010 last run out. And Emmy Crundwell in all the way at 23. but she's only just been here today, so 0.27 light for her and an 07 red for Frankie. Next up then, Teddy Howe and Samuel Hiscock. Sam at 22, not against Tom Peters, but this time he's against Teddy Howe. Teddy in at number 7, one of the 01 club, of which there is 8. Still only 100. Kendra sits at the top. No improvement for Teddy. And no improvement for Sam. Freddie Taylor and Jacqueline Bartlett. Jacqueline sits in number 10, Freddie in number 6. Freddie a member of the 01 club. Jacqueline just outside with an 022. Ooh, 024, no improvement for Freddie, and a 0.10, no improvement for Jacqueline.
Trouble is, when you've got the top 16 on 036, it is going to be super tough to move on up.
Eva Davis and Luke Fulton, who has traded in the jeans for shorts, taking on Daniel Weir.
Yeah, Luke Fulton looking more like Luke Fulton now.
That's because each leg of his shorts are the same length this time. That's all.
Former... Wait, he won the COVID Cup and then did take the national championship as well in his few short years running in the juniors. 0.62 for Eva, 0.17 for Daniel, so no improvement for those two.
Ooh, 790, very, very close to going too quick. Lola Bell and Emily Moore. Emily in at number 11 with an 025. Lola in at number 16 with an 036. She's the gatekeeper of our front page.
I like it on the back of the board. It says, I live my life 1/8 of a mile at a time. Oh, dear. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Darryl Bradford heading to the top end. As you see him cycling up the old Paterno there. And he's just about to get overtaken by a couple of youngsters. There we go. .040 for Emily, stays put. And 07 cherry on the tree for Lola Bell. Right, next up, Daniel Todd and Jake Cooper.
Dan currently sitting number 21, Jake number 18, which means they're probably both at 04. Jake's going to move up with an 011 light, joins the 01 club, puts him in at number 5. No improvement for Dan.
Yeah, well done, Jake. Tough to move up in that order. He found a way of doing it.
Teddy Sullivan and Grace Smith. Grace in at number 4. Still only one 00 light.
And that was in Q1 as well.
That was in Q1. I'm saying this like it's easy to pull a 00. It's not. It's difficult to pull a 00. But the kids are really, really, really good at it. That's why it's shocking that there's only one. There's plenty of 01s, there's plenty of 02s. But let's see what...
Actually, a real surprise. We've only had one perfect light today. It was a very good one.
05 red for Ted and 0.11 for Grace. We've had plenty of perfect red lights. I think we've had more of those than I've ever seen before.
We have actually, you're right.
Harry Peters and Chloe Cronwell. Chloe in at number 25, Harry in number 18. That number 1 spot is still very much up for grabs, but Kendra is holding on for the minute.
We're talking about perfect lights. If any of the junior dragster drivers get it, don't forget that the Green family very kindly are supporting our juniors. They get a 50 quid bunce for a perfect light. Only the first person to get it. It's not everyone that gets one. And they are also supporting the Junior Dragster Championship with £500 for the championship winner. And if there are no perfect lights in Junior Dragster at each event, the £50 that would have been awarded gets put in the pot for the championship runner-up.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, so say for example, if you do 6 events and there are no perfect lights, that's 300 quid that goes to the championship runner-up. If there are 2 perfect lights throughout the season, obviously that's £100 of it gone. There's only £200 for the championship runner-up. So
cool.
It's a brilliant idea. The Green family supporting it. Thank you ever so much indeed. And it is highly appreciated by all the youngsters and the drag racing family in general. So the Green family, many, many thanks indeed for your support.
So your number 1 qualifier then in the Kestrel beer lane, that is Kendra Redshaw. This is her first event here at Santa Pod Raceway. She's driven the car on plenty of other tracks like Melbourne and clusters in France, but never here at Santa Pod. And in the other lane, Ada Cassisi, driven here plenty of times with the Cherry Bomb.
I mean, I remember Ada before she could even drive this car. And very eager to get behind the wheel of a junior since probably age of 3.
001 improvement for Kendra Redshaw.
No way.
There has been another 001 and she's closed the gap.
Wow. She goes from 008 to 001. She's the only racer that's got a 00 light in Junior Dragster this weekend, and she's got 2 of them. Can we please have FIA Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Modified. Let's have you into the lanes, please. Right, Molly Openshaw and Mackenzie Love, your next pair. Molly currently number 25, Mackenzie number 2, but has just seen the goalpost move a little bit out, even tighter. .4, no improvement. Well, Mackenzie was already .01.
So when I said there was wiggle room at the top, there now isn't. You pretty much have
to hit.
Well, you have to go
light.
perfect, yeah. That was a 0010 from Kendra.
Goes to show the first one wasn't a fluke. Well done. Yeah, I've had a perfect light.
I've had 5.
Wow. Well done. What about on the drag strip instead of on the computer?
Oh, no.
No, well, you can get 5. That's pretty good.
I keep reminding Harley because he never got one.
Oh.
That's my
Did you win the
reaction.
money at all, or did you...
Only ever once.
Only once?
And that was because there was 2 that weekend.
Right.
So Neve Deavy and Luke Muggeridge, both these drivers more than capable of going perfect. But it's an 0.27 for Luke. He stays put, and a 0.10 for Neve. She stays put as well. Kai Cooper up next on a solo. He will be the last junior dragster before we move into Super Gas. Again, Kai, one of the drivers who's more than capable of going perfect. I think he's already had 4 or 5 perfects.
Yeah, so it's unusual to see him at number 21 at the end of the day. Let's see where he ends up. You've got one more qualifier tomorrow. Oh, he tried, but it was an 09 red. Keen to get the job done, but stays put.
So that's us done for Junior Dragster. I believe they will have one more go tomorrow.
It is one more tomorrow morning, yep. Oh no, sorry, it's Sunday. Yeah,
2
one
more
more qualifier tomorrow. Sorry. Cool. So we've got to see how the day pans out, but yeah, they are scheduled for 2. Right, it is Tony Morris Carburetors Super Gas. Tony obviously resides stateside in Florida, but we do have representation of RDR, that is Rough Diamond Racing, here in the UK. And we did see Dave earlier on. Right, this is John Dalrymple taking on Andy Harrison for this pairing in Super Gas. Every single car has run 9.98 in qualifying. It's whereabouts they are. Number 1 is 9.90, number 15 is 9.98. Andy Harrison goes 9.91 with a 0, but he's already got 9.90 with a 6, so bizarrely no improvement. Next up, Tim Moore with Tim's Toy. He's currently on a 9.98. He is in the number 15 spot. Going alongside Martin Kirbishley, 9.91 with a 6. He's currently number 5. Well, 0 likes the hair, but it's more important on the EC. 9.75, big old breakout of Martin Kirbishley. 9.99 for Tim Moore. Right, Stu Doyney and Mark Huxley, your next pair. Stu currently number 6, 9.91 with a 7. Mark is number 9, 9.92 with the zeros after it. Amazing camera angles from Fox Lane, who cover all of the broadcast content on the internet for us. Fantastic coverage. 9.89 with a 7, 9.88 with a 5, double breakout. So again, no movement from those two.
It's actually easier to count the runs that Stu hasn't gone 00 to the ones that he has.
Wayne Hiscock, Pete Creswell. Wayne Hiscock, number 3 qualifier, but he'd like to take the spot that Pete Creswell owns, which is number 1. They both run 9.90.
I think Pete took that in the first qualifier as well.
.988 breakout, but it was a 004 line for Pete, and there's a 10.03 for Wayne. So no help for you with those two. Right, Dave Fulton, Stefan Raffletraff, your next pair. Stefan is number 8, 9.91. Dave Fulton, number 12, 9.95. Dave Fulton goes 9.92 with a 1 and moves up to number 10. That's how tough this crowd is. Breakout for Stefan there, 9.87. So obviously no improvement for him. Right, Bob Molden, number 13. He's on a 9.95. Stuart Morris currently number 7. 9.91 with a 7. Aim of the game, as you well know, is 9.90. How close can you get to it? Well, no home free. The Stu Morris breaks out, 9.85. And Bob Molden goes 10.01. The Dark Revenger of Dave Cherritt, 9.92 for him at the moment. He is in the number 11 spot. I tell you what, whoever wins Supergas this weekend is probably going to have to go 9-9 all the way through eliminations to win it. I can't see any other way because everybody is just so good. It's going to be extremely tough to take the win without going 9.90 every round. Lift and coast to a 9.85, only 111 miles an hour, but it's a breakout. So too quick there for Dave Cherritt. As we are now getting prepared for our evening show here at Santa Pod Raceway. That's qualifying for our Sportsman Class is done for today. As we look into the lanes to see Pro Modified are all ready to go. But first up, to open up, it will be Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. So Martin just getting himself suited and booted. Well, he's suited and booted. He's strapped in the car. He's ready to go. We've got Darryl Bradford right at the top end, and he's going to be catching the races when they come round the corner at the top end. Well, folks, we're going to have a fantastic evening up here. Really looking forward to absolutely every single thing that goes down the track this evening. Likewise for the whole of the day, to be fair. Been a brilliant day indeed. So it's Fire Force number 5 that's going to be kicking things off. And following that, it will be FIA Pro Modified qualifying session number 2 for them. That will be followed by Top Methanol. And then you will have a pairing of funny cars. It's going to be Patrick Pers and Kevin Kent. And then we go into our bikes, between Top Fuel, Super Street Bike, Pro Stock Bike, and the junior bikes. And then, oh boy, I can't wait to see this. It's going to be Havoc versus Bradford's Topolino. Yeah, you got the Fuel Alters are going to be running. Then the other 2 funny cars are going to run. It's going to be Steve Ashdown on a solo. And it'll also be John Hale on a solo. Then Nostalgia Funny Car, Comp Eliminator, and then we're going to wrap things up with 2 jet cars side by side. It should be Fire Force 3 and Firestorm, and that will lead us into the fireworks. Dick Costa joins us for Pro Modified. Obviously that'll be the class coming around the corner next. But he couldn't resist the opportunity to be up here for a jet car.
I don't feel really safe here up here.
Yeah, safest place to be here. So Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5 opens up our evening show here. Great day into a wonderful evening. Still got that tailwind, still very warm outside as well. Enjoy this evening, folks. It's going to be wonderful. Don't forget, all of our race teams, you are welcome to go on to the grandstands. Just show your racer tickets. And you can head up to the grandstands courtesy of Santa Pod Raceway. You will need to go to the access gates 112 to 248. I'll repeat that after Martin's done his flame show. as a reminder to all of our race teams.
This makes it nice and warm up here.
So it's getting a little bit darker. The flame is really bright now. All the pops, all the bangs lead up to this moment here with Martin Hill with Fire Force 5 about to take a run down the quarter mile here at Satterpod to open our evening session here at the European Finals. Day 2 of 4. Enjoy. Clicks it and goes 5:38 at 265 miles an hour. A brilliant opener indeed. Lovely flame show as well. Well done to Richie and the gang down there, to Ed. Very, very good indeed.
I'm so happy I'm not in the Nitro FM studio. Right behind the flames and the smoke.
Get some good shots from down there actually for a
Yeah.
photographer.
Yeah, just smelly up there.
Yeah, just a reminder to all of our racers, the Friday evening session. You are invited to go into the grandstands. You need to go to the entry gates 112 to 248. You basically show your racer ticket or your start line pass, and that will give you free access to the grandstands. So if you want to enjoy the evening show with us here at Satterpod, that's open to all the racers. So show your crew entry, your crew pass to get onto the grandstand. So come and join us. Come and have some fun.
So talking of fun, we're just about to get cracking with Pro Modified, presumably.
Oh, yeah, and the temperature is down. That means, well, prepare yourself for some very low ETs.
Well, I don't know whether you can see the
We can see.
You can. Okay, you can see Martin getting out of the car. There we go. That's the good-looking guy that drives that car.
He's going, what? Get that camera out of my face.
Yeah.
You're talking about me?
He's not actually going to be enamoured with me talking to him. One of the problems they've been having up here as well is, you know, the tailwind that I've been going on about. They don't quite like it as much as we do. Let's put it that way, because when the cars come around the corner, it recatches the parachutes and pulls them backwards. Martin, sir, if you mind facing that way, believe it or not, that little thing there is a camera, and we are on. So sorry about that. You bet. Well, you know, is it still fun to drive after all this time?
Of course, everything's fun to drive.
What did he run on that run, chaps? Just out of blind curiosity.
5:38 265.
5:38 at 265. Was that about what you were after?
Yeah, we're clicking off around about 1,000 foot. Probably we'll run it through tomorrow. We'll let the top fuel guys run 300 to start with.
I've got to ask you this while I remember. What is it about Yorkshiremen that makes them want jet cars? Because there's loads, just about every car in this country is from Yorkshire.
I'm not too sure. Maybe we just can't find anything else to do.
Is that what it is?
I think so, yeah.
That makes perfect sense, sir. But thank you for the entertainment as always. And again, all those good folks down there on the start line now can see you in all your, look at that magnificent, handsome splendour, sir.
Thank you very much.
He did mean that, honestly. Thank you very much, Martin and the crew. So what they're going to do now, obviously, you can actually see the routine they go through at the top end as well. Martin climbs out like it's just any other run, whether he's done 200 and something miles an hour or 300 and something miles an hour with his car. Also, of note, skinny front tyres on the front with disc brakes on the front just to make sure we can slow down as well. The crew just disassembling. Normally you wrap the parachutes up round everything, but on this car, everything's a bit hot. So the best thing to do is take the chutes off, put them in a box,
and tow the car back to the pits. Anyway, back to you fellas up in the tower, because I'm sure Dick has got some news about what's coming up.
Yeah, just before you do that, ladies and gentlemen, on the banking, on the grandstands, Daryl's interviews at the top end are all visible on the big screen. So those of you on the banking that were looking at the track then, if you hear Daryl Bradford at the top end doing an interview, just look round at the big screen and you'll be able to see what Daryl is up to.
Yeah,
As the track lights have actually just come on, Oz has just got a couple of quick shout-outs and then we'll go to Dick. Brilliant stuff. Well, we knew we had an opportunity then because the Bluebird was going out to put some extra traction down. So Dick Costa joins us for FIA Pro Modified round number 2. We've got a chance to actually just have a chat for a few minutes before the fun starts. Anything to report is the first question.
Yeah, quite a few things. Well, David, well, you already explained it. There was the filler cap from his brake fluid reservoir came off. So when you brake after the burnout, the fluid came out. And the same thing happened with Bruno Bader. That was maybe also the reason he went to the left.
Oh, right.
And Stian is back, luckily. And he had that issue with this electric motion controller, the command module that sends all the ignition curves and fuel timers. Dave Smith wasn't here, and I'm afraid he's still not here. I looked at some data and some other issues he had, and then I discovered that the battery is broken. He only had 6 volt left in the battery, so he probably won't be here now.
Right, okay.
And for the rest, well, everybody was pretty happy, not too bad.
Good. Well, the pairings, very interesting to look at the actual order that they're going to be coming round in.
Yeah.
Stian and Bruno will be first round. Obviously, we did mention Dave Smith not coming round there. I don't know
See Mick Payne is in the lanes now.
Yes, he is. Good. Then it'll be Dave Vector and Roger Johansson in the third pairing. Wow. But then that's what's happened after the first session. So that's almost, it does. It determines the run order for the second session.
Yeah, well, the running order, don't know if everybody knows, the one who qualifies the quickest in the round before has the right to be.
Yes.
So they have the.
So can they choose where they go then? No, they just have they are then the last pair.
Yeah.
Got it.
And
okay.
The same with the left lane or right lane.
Yeah.
You're one run on the left lane, and the next run must be in the right lane.
Got it.
During qualifying.
Okay. Then obviously when you go into eliminations, the quicker of the two cars in the next round have lane choice. Got it.
And also the first qualifier for Sunday can choose when he wants to run, if he wants to be the first pair out or the very last pair.
Yeah. Okay. I can feel the tension at the moment, rather bizarrely. We got a lot of our racers that are going onto the grandstands, which is really good to see. Looking down on the live feed pictures, I'm just going to check on the big screen. Indeed, it's the same. And you can see all the pro mods and all the bicycles from the crew lined up against the fence so they can cycle back to the pits. All the pro mods are in the lanes. They are all ready to go.
Look at what a line.
Oh, it's just perfect. What an amazing sight that is.
All beautiful cars.
And there's not many the same, to be fair. We got a few Corvettes down there. But yeah, it is a total mixed bag. They're not all the same body styles that everybody seems to go for stateside.
Well, most cars are still Camaros.
Yeah.
Because they're just the most aerodynamic, maybe. But it goes from 67 Camaro to a 70 half up to Bobby Wallace's and Michel Torrent's brand new style model Camaro. So it's a great mix of all vehicles.
Look at that front line though.
It's just
a Willis, a split window Corvette, a Plymouth Duster, and a '67 Camaro.
The only odd thing there, that was 4 blower cars. Earlier on we had a mix, but that time it was 4 supercharged cars. But there we go. If you look on the big screen, folks, you can see what we can see. And that is Mick Payne with the Duster, Bruno Barda with the '63 Corvette. They just... the Gotham City vet, my goodness me, what a car that is. Stan Rosinis with the Willis.
The Guatemala Express.
Yeah.
The one thing I love about that car is the frog on the grille.
Yeah, that's just so cool, isn't it?
Yeah, the extension you see in the front is there's a rule that the maximum length of your car from the center of the front wheel has a certain distance. So the Willys has a very short front. So he is allowed, just like Freddie has, to put that extension on, because normally when you go over the quarter mile, the rear wheels are growing so much, they go so high, so they break the beam with the front of the car, not the front tires, but the front bumper. So then you are allowed, when you have such a short front end, to put an extension on.
Such a phenomenal looking car as well. Looking
great.
at the TV screens at the moment, it is absolutely gorgeous.
Inside and outside. You really have to take a look at the car. They have, well, you can always walk in the tent, have a look, talk to the crew, buy team shirts, of course. That helps them.
So one thing you may notice, being sat there listening to us mumble about how cool the cars are, we're motorsport fans first, or drag racing fans first, and then we just come and commentate.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it's been my work for ages, but I'm still a fan.
Yeah.
Orca Persson, the 70 half Camaro, and the 69 Camaro Peter Kunz next to it.
Okay, there's the supercharger on the front there. Fabulous looking car. There is something, okay, you have your 3 different power adders, you have your nitrous cars, you have your turbo cars, and your supercharger cars, but there's nothing more dramatic than a supercharger sticking out at the front of the bonnet. I'm not saying they're my favourites, because I love all 3 of them, but it's just the look of a blower
ridiculous
sticking out the front. It's just like, it's so Hot Wheels, isn't it?
Yes. yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You see in the Rogers car that most of the nitrous cars now changed to the headers. Before they had one exhaust on the left and right, actually. But now they also have the stacks like the blower cars have.
Is there any particular reason for that?
Better flow.
Yeah.
To take the exhaust gas out of the cylinder heads.
Yeah, because the whole idea behind the collectors and the bullhorns was to get a little bit of back pressure, wasn't there? And they've just decided, meh.
Well, that's Roger Hansen's office there, the cockpit area of the Mustang.
In the US, the nitrous cars, some of the nitrous cars even have the injector head like the blower cars have on the on the engine.
Yeah, obviously all the pro modified cars have twin parachutes. That is obviously a requirement for the class, and obviously all of them are capable of going over 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, in that picture you see in front of the parachutes there's an air cylinder, and so before they do the burnout, they put the air on that cylinders, and when they pull the pin on the back, the air cylinder pushes out the parachute. We also have them with a spring, so you have to load them, but most of them use the air launchers.
So it really does make sure that the parachute comes out instead of just relying on the drone chute to pull it out. They're actually fired out,
Quick shot of Silvio Strauch coming down the pairing lanes too. Ready for top methanol.
Wow, the Pontiac body. Wow. It just looks like it's the right colour as well.
Yeah.
But then you know me, I like dark grey cars. But no, that is just gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, this is Mark Meijhuizen's old car, or his first
I
car.
I recognised it.
And Mark has the idea to come back. Maybe not the whole series, but he's
been away for a while, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, quite long, because Kim has been running since 2019, and then he still already had that car. But he's planning on coming back, not for the whole season. Just wants to do a couple of events, and he's joined up with Mark Harteveld.
Yeah.
Because Yuri is Mark Harteveld's tuner, Kim's tuner, and then will also tune Mark Meijhuizen's car.
Okay. And are we going to see Mark back next year? Because we know he's taking the year out, but so he's definitely going to come back. Yeah?
Yeah. Maybe not the whole tour, but
So
definitely.
that's the
definitely
Voodoo
some
Hemi
races.
squad.
Yeah.
We miss you, Mark.
Well,
we really do.
We miss him, but he's watching us.
Yeah, but Mark has this habit of when I go and see him, he gives me the big man hug, and he goes, "Oh, come in for a beer," you know, and he can't say no to it for some reason. And then he says, "Have another one." So Mark and the squad, all tuned in. A very, very good evening from Santa Pod to the Voodoo Hemi gang. There's John Webster with the car built just outside the gates here with the Fast Company Ford Mustang. So it's been a while now that John's had this car, but he has really managed to get all the performance figures that he's ever wanted out of the car. He's been 590 at 247 miles an hour. He set those numbers at the Festival of Power earlier on this year.
Yeah, that was
and,
great.
when he was alongside Andre Arnever.
Yeah.
Andre went 581 or 582, and John was staying with him, and it was like, oh, hang on, John's on a hell of a pass here. And then obviously the 5.9 appeared on the scoreboards there. So, fantastic numbers there for John Webster. Talking to John, there's another one. That's John Tebenham with the Corvette Lightning McQueen. We've seen John Tebenham plenty of times over the course of this weekend already with the Crew Killer Ford Pop running in Pro ET. But this is his other race car. This is Lightning McQueen.
John is waving to the camera. Yeah, hi, John.
No, he just opened the supercharger.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
there.
He's sort of waving to the camera.
Oh dear, he's always one to milk it for any particular reason whatsoever. If he has a chance to be on camera or just being John Tebenham, basically, there he is. Johnny, be good. There he is. Oh, you're going to get a proper close-up of John. Don't risk it, cameraman. Don't risk it. What's that the red line set at?
10,000
RPM.
Why not?
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Yeah. Don't do it, John.
Well, to be honest, normally the most blower cars hit the 10,000 RPM over the finish line.
Yeah.
It's crazy. These big engines.
It just sounds too much to me.
Yeah, it is.
But
it is.
no,
they
these
shift at 9,600 or so.
Yeah.
Mike Raymond's car, I told you this morning that it was for sale. It's already sold.
That didn't take long. Did you get it on commission, were you?
It's going to Poland.
Right.
The complete car with a trailer, everything is going to Poland. So
What, to run on airfields and unprepped, or are they going to try and do an FIA tour?
Probably, yeah. Hopefully they come to some promo races. But.
Well, if it's going to Poland, then it will probably come back for door slammers because they like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then we'll keep them here for the main event. So, basically we kidnap the cars at door slammers. They're not allowed to leave for a week. So, no, well done. That is fantastic.
What you'll be noticing as well is some of the cars have the bead locks on the back of the wheels and some don't.
No, they have the liners.
Well, the man that needs no... Oh, there's Freddie himself, look.
This is not the promo.
No.
Should be.
There. Sir Freddie Fagerstrom, of course. And the most famous pickup truck in the world.
Hello,
Good evening,
Freddie.
Fred. Yeah, that's what he looks like in real life, folks. He looks just as cool as his truck. He really does. A crowd favourite here at Santa Pod. We absolutely love him. And just as we're about to get a good look at the truck, the engine's fire up, and we are ready.
Oh, yeah.
For round 2 of FIA Pro Modify. Thanks ever so much indeed to the camera crew for walking around the lanes there. That was fascinating. Really enjoyed that. Hope you all enjoyed that as well. It was a little bit of a gap fill whilst we're getting ready. But here we go.
So now you've had the car show. We're going to make it a rolling one for you.
Let's see what they can do.
Talk about hot rods.
Steve Rosales and Bruno Barda, the Guatemala Express, taking on the Gotham City Corvette.
One thing must be said about Stian. He was at Hockenheim and he was missing performance. So they checked the whole engine, took everything apart, and then at the end they checked the blower, and then they saw the blower was completely destroyed in the back of it.
Oh.
So, well, there you are at Hockenheim, coming from Norway, and then they went to Michel Toren, talked about it. Do you have a spare blower? Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, take mine.
Wow.
So Stian was able to run the Nitro Olympics with Michel's blower, and that's still on the car.
Oh, that is phenomenal.
Yeah, the blower is almost the most expensive piece of the car, and Michel just said, okay, take mine. We want to see you run.
That's what the drag races do at the end of the day. I mean, it's not like any other form of motorsport where everything's a secret and cover everything. Well, I know they do it in the States, but you know, they'd rather have an opponent out there racing with them than be one car down, and it's because you never know when you're going to need to help yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, everybody knows how hard it is to do. Everybody knows how much it costs, and it's damn difficult doing it on this side of the pond anyway. So what have they done to fix it? Did it go back home to be fixed, Dick?
No, it's still on. Michel's blower
is
still
on the
spare
car.
Blower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the blower he went 592 with in Germany a couple of weeks ago. So these are prime time conditions now. The air's cooling off. It's absolutely gorgeous out here, and that with that tailwind, which I promised Andy I wouldn't mention anymore.
Side by side, all the way through. Bruno's going to get there first to a 6.07 and a 6.03 for Stian.
Very good baseline for Stian.
It's always the short. Give us some short numbers as well, because that car runs like a bandit to the 8th mile, and then it comes up against aerodynamic resistance.
Well, Bruno 0.99 to hit Stian was one flat. 8th 397, Bruno 394, Stian. So 603, 607 at the stripe. The Guatemala Express, the slightly quicker at the stripe.
Well, I'll try and catch a word with them. You can probably see him on the big screen coming around the corner. That's it, Angie doing the pushing.
This is what you don't see normally, folks, but live from the top end.
Absolutely. So what they're going to do now is wrap the chutes up, pack them away. The drivers will get their gear off, and I'll try and get a word with them in a moment. Back to you, fellas.
Right. So that noise you can hear there is Mick Payne coming around the corner.
Unfortunately on a solo.
Lovely to see this car back out this season. He's been struggling to get the car on the track. He's brought it to the track a couple of times. He's never been able to run it.
Nice straight burnout.
Yeah, it sounded good.
Sounds powerful.
When this car was first built, it was a turbo car.
Yeah.
Which Chris Isaacs and Spencer Tran ran with Chris behind the wheel. Then eventually the car was sold, and Mick Payne took it over, and as you know, going to the supercharged setup that he's used to running.
So, Dick, is there much difference in chassis setup that you need to change when you go from turbos to superchargers?
Not so much from a turbo to a supercharger, but there is a lot in nitrous to a supercharger.
Okay.
Because the nitrous cars can be a lot lighter than the blower cars, more gears, other stuff. But so the tubings are all thinner than on the blower car.
Got it. Yeah, because I know plenty of people have gone from turbos to superchargers or vice versa, and I know Fast Freddy did it.
Freddy did it overnight.
Just setting the wheelie bar height. Obviously that is a tuning aid as well as a safety device at the same time.
No, that's disqualification. We'll explain later.
So the number you see on the top of the boards, that is the bump spot. Very, very, very achievable for everyone, a 15.54.
Oh, well done, Mick. 683, 216. Well done, Mick Payne.
Wow.
Very, very good run indeed. Nice to see that car out there.
This run probably won't count because there's a rule in the FIA that the starter who brings him to the start line is not allowed to put his feet in the pre-stage beams. He does that to find where it is, the pre-stage light. But there's a rule now since 2 years that you are not allowed to break the beams.
Okay, guys, very quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt it, but I've got Stian up the top end with me here. A 6:03, probably wanted a little more than that, but that's still a good start.
Yeah, of course, I wanted a little more than that, but we had some electrical problem in Q1, so this was our first for this event. Hope for better times, but that's the way it is.
And you're in the championship chase as well. That must be fun in your first full year.
Yeah, I guess I'm fighting for between 4th and 6th place. If I'm really lucky, maybe in 3rd, but let's see how it goes.
Welcome back to Santa Pod and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
From Stian Rutsons, everybody. So, Stian Rusanis. Sorry, I'll get it right. Rusanis, here we go.
Well, this is a value for your money pairing earlier on in Pro Mod. Dave Vector, Roger Johansson.
Yeah, it's not one David wanted because obviously the run order is dictated by where they ran in Q1, and Dave didn't. So that's why he's out early, isn't it?
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah, well, Mick Payne, I'm trying to grab a word with Mick in a couple of moments as well, fellas, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
How nice is it to see Roger Johansson back in the UK? He's not been here for a long old time with the Mustang. I think one of the last times he ran here, he ran the record for the nitrous car.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, they were actually here last year, but they haven't really come close. The engine in that car at that point, that's the I think that's the engine in Bobby Wallace's car now.
Yeah, and
he had a new one. It's not quite got close since, but he has been in the 580s this season. It's always good to see him here at Santa Pod.
So Dave Vector in the Kestrel beer lane and Roger Johansson in the Slick Tricks lane. Q2 then.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, straight to number 2 there for Dave Vector, goes 588 at 242. Roger Johansson 644 at 173. Dave Vector, though, 0.977 to 60 foot.
Yeah, that's not spectacular for David.
No, that seems a bit too safe for Dave,
Yep.
to be honest with you.
Yep.
I'm up the top end with Mick Payne, a proper size racing driver, I might add. Check that out. Look, see, look at the height thing going on there. There we go. Proper size racing driver. That was a 6.8, but like you said, that's a pretty good start.
I think so, yeah. You know, I mean, we haven't been out in the car really this year, and last year was a bit of a disaster for us. We had a few electrical issues, and you know, hopefully now we've overcome them and we can move on.
Well, the good thing is you've got to run in on day one. You've got 2 more chances tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that's the plan. We did want to do this morning, but we found a little issue with the engine we wanted to sort out first. And I think that's more important.
Good stuff. Thanks, Mick, and back to you guys at the start.
Yeah, congratulations, Mick Payne. The
Thank
new
you.
PB on speed, 216.9. Yeah, you just found another 3 mph of what you'd run before. Well, Mick.
Oh.
And I think we agree with all the crowd when we say, oh. I think there's a car stuck on track at the top end. I think it's Roger, but there we go, he's just cleared the top end now, actually.
Daryl will be able to see it, I think.
No, I won't. I can't see over a 25-foot bank. I beg your pardon. Yeah, it's all
You're a
right.
bit small. You're a bit short, right?
Well, no, I love racetracks where you can stand at the top end and you can see all the way back down the starting line.
What do you mean you can't see over a 25-foot bank? You can't see over a 5-foot bank.
That's a very good point, actually.
Love you, Daryl.
Yeah. No, it's quite okay. Very valid point as well, really.
Look at the tow car from Stian.
Yeah, that's absolutely beautiful. And I'll try and catch a word with Dave in a couple of moments. But, yeah, he's all right. He looks happy. I'm getting a thumbs up. I must admit, a 588 wouldn't normally get him that excited. But I think after what happened earlier today, it may well do. Really quick, have we got a moment, chaps, or not?
John Webster about to do his burnout.
No problem. No, it's all right. We'll leave it for a minute till the next pair comes through. Back to you guys. Go on.
Okay, so John Webster.
Kim Christensen in the other lane.
Yeah.
They're just working on the car to try and get it fired. Obviously, when you shot one of the keys.
Yeah.
There we go. When you shot one of these cars down, the last thing he wants to do is fire back up again.
That was a proper burnout for Kim now.
So I've noticed a couple of changes on Kim's cars. Mainly the mounting place of the parachutes. They seem to be right up at the top and spread apart slightly and in the air.
Yeah, well, with those rear spoilers, the wind goes so strange that it will push the parachutes down. So
Okay.
then they push it down on the ground, and they might even get tangled up in the wheelie bar.
I assume that's the reason for the single wheel wheelie bar as well.
No.
Oh, is
no,
that-
no, that's just a tuning.
Okay.
Tuning thing. What they prefer.
Yeah, but then I was still always perplexed by the fact that when Max Ericsson bought the Green Goblin over, he had a single wheelie bar, but it was like the double wheelie bar with one missing.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
a very... But then, obviously, if the torque's, pulls it on one side, yeah, I get it. It just looks odd. Well, we have a bump spot of 7:07 at the moment, and that's what's on the scoreboards. John Webster and Kim Christensen are on the outside at the moment.
John Webster and Kim Christensen, one blower car, one turbo car. John spooling up the turbos, about to pump in. There we go.
Oh, this is a great looking pass. John Webster
Oh,
on
yeah.
the flyer.
Wow.
592 for John Webster. 243 miles an hour. Take that into number 4. Kim Christensen goes to number 16 and takes the bump to 682.
Yeah,
But John
Kim was-
Webster, wow.
Was that the pop we heard? So that was 592 for John Webster,
Yeah.
was it? Yeah. Well, I'm up the top end with a man who just went 588 and just went, really. David Vector, you said that you tried to play that one a little bit safe, though.
Yeah, I wanted to get it down the track and not spin the tires or go in the wheel. What do you call that? Tire shake. Yeah.
But the good thing is you've got a number on the board. Where is he at the moment, chaps? Number 3, that I think put him, but only for the moment. Obviously, we've got a lot more cars to go.
Number 2.
Yeah, of course, and they will go faster, and we can step it up tomorrow.
I was going to say it's going to be a bit cooler tomorrow as well. You're number 2 as well, Dick just said at the moment, but again, that's at the moment. But like we said earlier, these kind of weekends are nerve-wracking, aren't they?
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, we said that before. No, I don't like it. Like I said, I'm absolutely not nervous for qualifying normally, but now, with the points, I'm really nervous. Yeah.
Everything counts, doesn't it? Well, you've been coming here for an awful long time, and it's been a pleasure watching you racing Pro Mod, but this is kind of what you've been working towards. It just, it took 17 years to get here, something like that, I think?
Yeah. Something, yeah, like that. Yeah. It's a long way, and I think, Pro Mod's so hard to learn. So many really good guys here.
Good luck this weekend. Back to you fellas in the tower.
Thank you.
No problem. That's David Vector, everybody. Back to you guys. There you go.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, the Parts Company team going to be picking up John Webster soon.
What was his speed? 243.
Yeah, Darryl, 243.86. Right, next up, Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil.
A burnout to the 8 mile.
Yeah, that was a bit of a long distance one, that.
Yeah.
And, of course, Wally Strobel. So, bump spot 682. Well, the top 6 are all in the 5-second zone. This is only Q2, don't forget.
Yeah. 2 more to go tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.
So Wayne capable of running into the 5.8 second zone. That would put him up to at least number 3.
Yep.
And a new personal best here would actually put him up to the number 2 spot. Well, that is a tall ask for someone who hasn't raced all season.
Yeah, no, as it stands, Wally is number 18, Wayne is number 19, so obviously they need to go quicker than 682. Ideally way quicker.
This can be an interesting bump spot. Looking at those numbers.
Yeah, definitely.
Sounded like no 2-step for Wayne Nicholson. Still running it through to a 696 and a 709 for Wally Strobel.
Okay, guys, up the top with a very happy John Webster, who has coming to terms with another great run with the Mustang. Johnny, sorry, I'll let you screw that in first. 592. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that's like been since May. We've been waiting for that. So yeah, we're really pleased with it. It felt like it was really good. I think I lifted early though because there's something going on. A warning light come up or something. I'm not 100% sure. It was all happening a bit too fast. So, but yeah, really pleased with it. It felt good. So.
Is it fun driving this now? It's in the fives.
Oh, I love it to death. It's just so much fun. I'm glad I stuck with it. You know,
for all that time, it looked like the Pop was the car you were really enjoying, but now this is doing what it's doing. It must be great.
Yeah, the Pop was a great little substitute because it was easy to run. It was pretty fast, and we always had grins on our faces. Like, you know, this is a little bit more serious. Still have fun, but it's just a little bit more serious, you know. So, yeah, we love it. Thanks.
And faster too. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
John Webster, everybody. A very happy crew just come up to get him. So what was that, 6-9 for Wayne?
All right, Peter Kuhn and Aka Persson, your next pair.
Sweden versus Sweden. Aka Persson had, as I mentioned, one cylinder out in the run before. Checked some things, checked the coil wires and some other wiring, and then we changed the coil, and now it's running good again. So he must be, he's also capable of running 580s. I think its personal best is 588. Yeah, 588 too.
Well, Aka is currently in the number 15 spot, 657. That is not safe, not at all. But we know the car can do it. Peter currently on a 625 in Q1.
Yeah, he's also capable of running into the 5 second zone.
Interesting, he's only ever done it once here on a whole shot loss in round 1 year ago this weekend.
It was his first 5.
To date, the only one as well.
.626 for Aka Persson. Moves him up to number 13 only. And Peter stays number 12. So 625 is where Peter is.
Massive tyre shake for Peter Kuhns.
Well, that did sound rough from up here, especially when you guys went, oof. Right, I'm at the better end of the racetrack with Wayne Nicholson. It seems like it's been way too long, buddy.
Well, a long time, yeah. We came out east to hurt a motor, then put the spare motor in for the main event, didn't like what that was doing, and we've just sat the rest of the year out, really.
Not on purpose and not, not for that.
No, but I've purposely kept away from the track. I'm not a very good spectator, I don't think.
Okay, so just for those of us that wonder, so your spare engine that went in for the main event, what was the issue with it? Because obviously it was your spare, so it was something that you guys built, I guess.
Yeah, but tracing back, what I should have done is checked it after the last time we used it, and I didn't. So, self-inflicted really, but you kind of forget where you are with things.
Well, it's still great to see you back, mate. That was another 6 second run, just by the sounds of it. You had trouble with the two-step on the line.
Yeah, it crept through the line on the two-step, so we just need to adjust the band, I think, on the Bruno drive. But and it's not as quick in the 60 foot as it should do, but it's okay.
Well, considering they're virtually your first runs of the year, you'll get there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's all in one piece. Touch wood.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thanks, Daryl.
Back to you guys.
Okay, so our next pair, John Tevenham. We saw him milking the camera earlier on, as in waving to it and getting the supercharger to wave to us as well, with Lightning McQueen going alongside Mike Raymond.
Yeah, we're suffering from the same problem we had last year, which is more Pro Mod drivers than there are Pro Mod on the start line. I can see Kev Sligo down there helping out John Tevenham.
Yeah, well, we spoke to Kev this morning, and he's coming back next year.
You gotta be kidding.
With the Thunderbird. Good lad.
Yeah.
I think Carfest was too much fun.
It was a very short retirement.
There's no disease like drag racing, and there's no known cure.
No.
Even retirement doesn't work.
Yeah, see Mark Meijhuizen also coming back. Jeff Slijveld coming back. Hopefully Mickey Gulquist is coming back next year.
Anybody else want to come back? Let us know.
I think there's even more. Yeah, I think everybody's looking at it thinking this looks like fun until they actually get here, and it isn't. But anyway.
But who doesn't want to join this class?
Ah, yeah.
So
definitely.
crazy.
Nick Davis, I know he's here with the Alta this weekend. Come back, Mick. Just trying it out whilst you can.
Yeah, come on, quick think. Anyone else?
Well, Mark Hartveld coming back.
Good point.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah, there'll be a Dutch Pro Mod Championship next year.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at the header flames coming from Mike Raymond's car. John Taberner moves over towards the wall, both off it before the finish line, I think. And a 6:03 at 237. And in fact, I think John Taberner did run that all the way through.
Yeah, well, the fact that Mick Raymond's chutes came out so early doesn't look so good. There's a safety device on it, and when a burst panel goes, then the chutes get deployed, the fuel's been shot, and the ignition goes off.
So that was 6:03 for JT, was it? Yeah,
6:03 flat, actually.
Ooh, okay.
Puts him number 8.
That's still not bad going at all. I'm going to try and catch a very, very quick word with Mr. Åke if I can. I'm not sure how good his English is.
Good luck.
Okay, fair enough. No. I just want to say, welcome to Santa Pod. It's been too long. It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. We love the car. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. There we go. That's Åke. There you go. Kept that nice and... Thank you. Get that nice and straightforward. There we go.
Right, it is Sir Freddie Fagerström going to entertain the crowd with one of his traditional burnouts, going alongside Andy Robinson.
Fast Freddy's burnout in the first qualifier was pretty tame. He didn't even make it to 330
no,
foot.
It was sideways.
That's more like it. Well done, Freddie. Freddie has rolled to about 1,000 foot.
Yeah,
well, he's between the 8th and 1,000 there.
You mentioned Mickey Gulquist. He's actually here tuning Fred's truck.
Yeah.
And he probably has his head in his hands every time he does that, doesn't he?
Yeah. This is when you see how fast the crew guy can run. I love this. That's why he's got such a fan base. He's a cool dude. The truck is cool. His track antics are super cool. And I just want him to run a 5 here. That's the only thing missing from his locker, isn't it?
Fast Freddy, of course, is world renowned. People in the States think that they can do big burnouts.
Yeah.
No, Fast Freddy can do big burnouts. And of course, taking on Andy Robinson, representing the UK. Andy more than capable of running into the 5.8 second zone. Freddie representing all of the cool hot rods around the world, I think, in Pro Modify this weekend. Again, more than capable of running to the 5s. He just needs to do it here. And if there's a time to do it, I think it's in the cool with the tailwind.
Yep. The time is now.
6:02, Andy Robinson. 6:09, Freddie Fagerström. 242 miles an hour for Andy, 230 for Freddie, and neither of them, I would say, was straight.
Well, that'll have the crew scratching their heads, because I'm pretty sure, I mean, a baseline run for Andy now is a high 80.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I'm up the top end with John Tebbenham. Andy just pipped you. You went 6:03, you just went 6:02, but that must be fun to drive. Why didn't you lift? Go on, from a driver's perspective.
We get so few runs. It's just, like we mucked up one this morning. I wasn't allowed to do one on test day, only allowed to do an 8th, and you just got to stay with it, and you got to drive them.
Well, yeah, I'm taking your word for that, obviously, but it sounds like fun. You seem like you're a happy boy again.
Oh, I'm brilliant. Oh, yeah, fastest run of the year. What else do you want? Yeah.
Yeah, UK all the way.
You know it.
Back to you guys.
Oh, this is so entertaining this evening. I'm absolutely loving this tonight.
But look at this pair. Exactly the same cars. the brand new Dragster. And both from the same builder. They're both old the Bahrain 1 team cars.
Only difference is the power adder.
Yeah.
So we are talking of Michel Turenne and Bobby Wallace.
Please give Fast Freddy's team a round of applause as they come past. I can see you're already doing it.
No, you don't give a round of applause, you bow to them. Yeah?
And throw money at them.
You got that right. You got that right.
So what did Fred run that time? Sorry, chaps. Was that an 07?
6:09.
Oh, it was an 09, was it? Okay. I'll catch a word with him around in just a moment.
So Bobby Wallace went 5.95 in Q1. Michel Turenne went 5.99. That is a stunning looking car. Well, they both are, but my goodness me.
Dude, they're both identical. Even the rear rings are identical.
I think the only difference in the cars themselves is the parachutes. Michel's are slightly larger.
No, I don't think so. There's a minimum size you need for these cars.
So Michel Turenne for the Netherlands, Bobby Wallace for just down the road in Bedford. Both cars capable of running to 5.8 second glory. What have they got? Wow. They're side by side. Michel's going to get there first. 588, 241 mile an hour.
Oh, into the number 2 spot.
Oh, he'll take that. Thank you very much indeed.
Quickest
Bobby.
run in the new car as well, I think, isn't it?
Personal best in his new car.
Fantastic stuff. We're just going to catch a quick word with Fred. We've got to do a bit of car shuffling, though, because Fred was stopped in the way of everybody else. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but Fred was a bit upset because Andy beat him.
There's the banter between them there as well.
No, they're all like that. The great thing is they get out the cars or trucks. Oh, yeah. They get out the cars or trucks, and the first thing they do is they always make sure each other's okay. At least I think that was what Freddie was doing. Freddie, yeah, great to see you again. That was a 6:09.
6:09, it's better.
Is that good?
But no, and it's good. It's not good enough
yet.
We're hunting a 5-second round, like always. But we are closer and closer. But tomorrow.
And very quickly, because we're live everywhere. Have you got a message for all your fans?
Okay, you are the best fans in the world. You're always happy, and I love you. Thank you very much.
The one and only Freddie Fagerström. There we go, fellas. Back to you.
Oh, we love Freddie as well. We certainly do.
He is a cartoon.
Oh, he's the best.
That's why it's called. Even on his old bus, it even said Circus Fagerström. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Do you know what? I feel like a school kid today. I just feel like giggling all afternoon. I don't know why. It's just so entertaining. I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
But you say you feel like I just am.
Well, yeah, that's true. Thank goodness we've got Dick Kostrop here who's been Sense and Sensibility this evening. But mind you, you're enjoying it as well. Okay, last pair in Pro Modified, and it is your number one. Well, yeah. Number one qualifier, Andre Arnever, 582 at 250 miles an hour. He went 580 flat in testing here on Wednesday. That seems like an eternity
Wednesday?
ago. Yeah. It was ages ago. Going alongside Mr. Ratanemi. Wow, what can he do? 589. He's currently in the number 4 spot.
A turbo pair. It's going to be interesting who's going in stage first. Normally, when the blower cars run to a nitrous or the turbo cars run to a nitrous or a blower car, they have a gentleman agreement that the blower car goes in stage first after pre-stage. So he can spool up his turbo and then go in stage. So now it's the question who goes first.
I think they probably listen to each other as well. Hear them spool up and try and bump in together. So Finland against Estonia. Yeah, they're both building up together. Yeah, they're both bumping together. Perfect. Oh, beautiful. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful. 590, but 578 for Andre Arnover.
Wow.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 578, 254 miles an hour. 590, 250 for the Chevy. But it is the Ford that takes that to number one.
I'm up the top end with a very, very happy Michel Turenne and crew. We'll get a chat with Andre in just a couple of moments. But Michel, that was fantastic. That's what you've been looking for, isn't it? 588.
Yeah, but it's a hard way with a new car, a new fuel system to find out sweet spot and then it's all different than a mechanical fuel system. So we have still a learning curve.
Is this car much different to drive to the other?
No, only the thing now we drive with a converter. Just for me it's very different. But it's just more that normal I let my foot off the clutch and now it's on a button on the steering wheel, so that's all different.
Well, you're just doing very well at it. So 588, I think you're probably about number 3 or 4 at the moment. So not bad for day one.
No, nice.
Very nice indeed. Thank you very much, Michel. And you just saw we had come round the corner, both Andre and Jari Rantaniemi. We'll get a chat with those in a minute.
Yeah, that was certainly one of the fastest races, like side-by-side pairs, I think we've had in a long while. 250 to 254.
Right. Have I got a moment? No. If it's no, it's
fuel
fine.
car's just fired, actually.
Okay, no. I'll leave it till after they've run.
So FIA top methanol. And we have Silvio Strauch down there with the supercharged car, the blower car if you like. And you have the A fuel car of Mr. Johnny Lack. I'm still trying to get my breath back from the Pro Mod session. That was worthy of a bump session in Q4, and that was just Q2 of the night show here at the European Finals. Johnny Lag, well, let's forget what he ran earlier on. I'll just mention 12 and say no more. It wasn't a representative run whatsoever, but at least he got down the track, which Silvio didn't do.
Issues for Silvio on the burnout. The burst panel went, and on these cars there's an electromotor system that if it pops the burst panel, it will pull the parachutes as well. So chutes came out, engine turned off. That was his attempt done.
Yeah, and that was when Darryl made his only mistake of the day. Actually picked up the burst panel. It was a bit hot. But yeah. Well, it's the number one spot that they won, but we do have 2 cars coming around the corner after this pair, so it will be Dragster and Funny Car. So this is heads up the 2 Dragsters, even though they have different engine combinations. At Silvio Strauch to a 551 at 259, 779 and on and off the throttle there, which is brave with an A fuel car, to be fair. 111 miles an hour at the strike there. So Silvio goes into number 2. Johnny Lag drops to number 3.
That was a lovely sounding run. Someone was on and off it like a fiddler as well.
It was Johnny Lag,
I just got the biggest bear hug in the world just as his team arrived as well. This is Andre Arnover, not only number 1 qualifier in Pro Modified, but 5.78.
And 254. And 254.
Without swearing, was that good?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It moves. Really. I'm happy. We changed a couple things in the car, and now it really works how it's have to be. I've been looking like that all this season, but couple changes, converter and things. Now we get where it's have to really be. So the car is there now.
Well, and you had your first ever FIA round win in Hockenheim a couple of weeks ago. So at the moment, everything's in your favour, but who knows who's gonna do it this weekend?
Never know how it ends. Yeah, exactly. as we know, one moment everything works. Now, the first run, I broke the third member. Now I broke the third member. Again, in the finish line, it sort of goes. So we have to fix it again, but we try tomorrow and even faster.
Well, from everybody out there, thank you for the entertainment, sir. He's a happy boy. Or a happy bear, actually. There we go.
Yeah, as you say there, 254. His previous best was 253 in FIA. He did run 259, but that was a door slammers where he was restricted.
I thought he was going to walk off with me. Seriously.
Right, we have another pair for you, and the reason I said it was heads up between the two dragsters, there is a handicap with the funny car here.
Just very quickly, what did Silvio run again? 50?
55.
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, sorry, no, 51, apologies. He's number 2.
So the difference between the funny car and the dragsters is 0.22 of a second. That's the handicap that's given for the funny cars, which means the 555, which currently sits in number 1 qualifier, turns into a 533 for Tony Brinson to try and beat.
Just to remind everybody out there, straight after this, it is Top Fuel Dragster. So if you like the A-fuelers, then let's put a supercharger on and run them on nitro. Give them about 11,000 plus horsepower. But that's next. Here is Top Methanol. You have the supercharged Chevrolet funny car of Rebellio. Went 555 in Q1. But Tony Brinterson has not got a number on the board yet. He needs one right here, right now.
I was just thinking, Andrei Arnov is going back that way. I reckon he's going to get taken through tech on the way back just to make sure. You know?
Well, look at Tony Brinson go all the way through to a 5:39, 266 mile an hour. And I think that's only good enough, and it is for number two.
Yeah. He needed to go 33 to take number 1, but Tony Brinterson, 5:39, 266. Issues for Sandro on the run there. Eventually coasting across the line at, well, just under 60 miles an hour there, 12:33. But those header flames.
Well, there is.
Beautiful.
I mean, it's between Johnny Lag and Tony Brinterson for the championship. And Johnny Lag hasn't got down the track twice in a row now, unfortunately. So Tony's picked up some bonus points there for the quickest run of the session. I'll try and get a word with him in a couple of moments. I'm guessing you're pushing long cars around, aren't you?
Yeah, we have the Monster Energy car of India Urbacher lining up behind us, and she is going into the Castrol lane.
So, header flames galore coming your way.
Oh boy. The evening is just going to get even better. They're pretty much ready to fire it up, to be honest. Here we go. Just waiting for the nod from start line, but the fuel bottle is ready. The starter is attached. They've turned the engine over.
I think they've just been told to hold on a second as Dave runs for the tractor.
Ah, right, okay. So you do have a moment, Darryl, actually.
Thank you very much
anybody
indeed.
up there?
Okay, I'll go and get Tony to go and straighten his hair and have a chat with him. So, Tony Brinterson is wrapping the parachutes around the wheel ring of the absolutely beautiful Bill Sport A Fuel Dragster. And Tony went 5 5:39 on that one, 2:63. Probably looking for a little bit more than that, though.
Oh yeah, we're looking for more, but we had some trouble in the first round. We burned ahead and tried to save the engine, but okay, 5:39 is decent, but we should go down to the high 20s.
That would be good. Well, you've still got 2 more runs to do that tomorrow, and it's always fun having you here.
Thank you. Love to be here. Santa Pod is awesome.
Well saved. Very well saved. Thank you very much, Tony. Back to you guys.
It is so good to see the drivers at the top end and Daryl interviewing
That's
them.
great.
I'm loving
Santa
it.
Pod is a lovely place.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I don't know what you're seeing, but hopefully that looks as cool from up there. Yeah?
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And not only that, everybody here can see it on the big screen as well. Just to remind everybody on the banking, if you hear Daryl's voice and other strange voices from people at the top end, just look over your left shoulder at the big screen and you can tune into Daryl's interviews at the top end. Right, on a solo pass then, it is India Erbacher. Don't forget, we've got 5 top fuel dragsters on the premises, and 2 of them are in the 3s already from Q1. So India Erbacher, well, she went 11.5 on the first run. It's Suzanne Kalin that leads the way on a 3.96, Tommy Happenin on a 3.98, Duncan on a 4.75, and then India down there looking to improve. And, well, she's capable of running into the 3s. The former European record holder in the 3.8s, but that's when the record kept moving around a fair bit. The record now in the 3.7s. So the monster. Whoa, that was huge off the line. The parachute came out literally straight away. Big head of flames, loads of noise, and
straight up in smoke, I'm guessing,
was
from
indeed,
that. That sounded very much like the run before, actually. So that can only be clutch coming in just that little bit too quickly, and too much going for it, too much wheel speed. India made some really, really good runs down in Hockenheim a couple of weeks ago, and they were hoping to pick up where they left off, mainly because they won. But yeah.
It's pretty much carbon copy from what you said earlier on, Darryl, from your legs astride to show you the width of the tyre to the width of your foot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's where it was basically. So the car has stopped literally 30 foot away from the 1,000-foot marker, and the quad is already there, but they do have to pick the parachutes up, as obviously they blossomed when the electromotion
not much
kicked
chance
in.
I'm going to get to chat with India then.
No.
Unless they very kindly drag her all the way down here, so I can, but there we are. Okay, that's cool. So the next pair will be, go on fellas, only for us at the top end that can't see.
Yeah, Duncan Micallef and Lynn Floysvik.
Well, Lynn didn't get to run earlier, so this will be her first timed effort of the weekend. And what a time to do it as well. I must admit, a long time ago, when we were building our fuel car in the winter, when it was raining, when it was freezing cold, and I was fed up and all the rest of it, the one thing that kept me going through all of it was rolling around behind that wonderful tower at this time on a Friday night. This event, and I did actually get to do it a couple of times, and it's amazing, especially coming around and seeing all you beautiful people sitting in the grandstands or on the banking. It's definitely something to experience. If you think it's cool from the outside, try it sitting in one. It's amazing. But Duncan Micallef is in a real bum fight for the championship with Suzanne Kalin. Suzanne made a good run earlier today. Duncan's wasn't too bad, but the car started dropping cylinders down track and he clicked it off. Hopefully Runa can keep it lit all the way through this time, and Duncan is the only car in Europe this year who has been in the 3.7s. He went 3.79 at TIEP back in June, and that still stands as low ET of the year so far.
Well, there's only Ida Zetterström that's actually been quicker in Europe when she took the record last year.
Yeah, well, it's both of Runa's cars that are in the 370s. Suzanne isn't with the other car, isn't exactly far behind. She's been 384. I beg your pardon. But Ida set that record back last year and a half ago, actually, back in May.
Main event, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and bizarrely
377 with a 3.
That's the one. And she's only just gone quicker in America. Unreal.
Yeah, did very well actually at the US Nationals. Had a very good showing over there.
Yeah, both events. A debut in Brainerd shocked everybody. Beat Steve Torrance in round 1 on a hole shot. She was actually the last qualifier. She got to race number 1 in round 1, and she beat him on a hole shot, which by virtue of the odd ladder, got a bye in round 2 to go through to the semis. So either if you're watching or any of Eda's fans, thank you for tuning in. This is where it all started with that young lady. So Lynn Foysvik and Duncan, your next pair.
Fingers crossed for Lynn and the team to get a pass in this time. Fortunately, had to shut the car off after the burnout in round 1. Very, very tame burnout indeed from Lynn there. Duncan's car's all fired up. Just waiting for the push forwards.
It's taken a while to come forward actually, considering Lynn's already backing up from the burnout.
Here we go. Yeah, very respectful short burnout there from Duncan.
And he can't get reversed at the moment. Oh, there he goes. So Lynn Foysvik with the Nitro Vikings top fuel dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. And of course, Duncan Mickelin. The dusk well and truly comes in now. Just watch these header flames as these two cars get out. Lynn's car billowing out, plenty of fuel out the right side bank of headers here. Hopefully that will straighten itself out when she gets the loud pedal.
The car just lights the tyres and Duncan goes all the way through to 330 feet before he lifts off the throttle, cruises over the finish line to a 473 at only 160 mile an hour.
Well, it puts him in the number 3 spot. Yes. Well, he was already in number 3 anyway. He went 475 in Q1, goes 473 in Q2.
So Lynn blew the tyres off, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think she's got enough momentum to coast to the 1,000 foot, so she is going to remain without a number on the board.
I think if they've taken the tree, I think it will still count, but subject to clarification, obviously.
Yeah, but she gets no ET, though.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
So
well, I don't think Duncan's going to... We're looking forward to talking to Duncan, but I don't think Duncan's going to make it this far. Because I'm right down the top end, and the thing is...
No, I think he will, actually, because he's gone past the second exit.
Okay.
No, sorry, he's gone through the second exit. Sorry, no, he has turned left early, so he has already cleared the track.
Yeah, we're right down the end, mate, unfortunately.
And, Lynn is now hooked up to the quad, and will be towed off the track shortly.
Okay, what have we got coming up?
We have got Suzanne Kellin in her own lane, the Slick Tricks lane, and Tommy Happonen in the Kestrel B lane.
I sure hope both of them make it down here as well, because I want to talk to the pair of them, even if I know Suzanne won't want to talk to me, but there we are. And after Top Fuel?
Sorry, just on Fuel Funny Car.
Sorry, Fuel Funny Car.
Yeah.
And then?
It's the bikes.
Excellent. Starting with?
Super Twins.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to stay up here for as long as I possibly can. Batteries and light dependent, obviously. That's the main thing. So, we'll try and squeeze as much out of this as we can before we have to pack up and go back to you.
So, interestingly, I've just seen Suzanne's crewman strapping her in, and as Daryl explains quite often, the drivers get strapped in around the corner, and they get strapped in tight, but not race tight. The minute you pull around behind the tower, that's when you get pulled in race tight, and he really, really was leaning and jumping on the belt.
Well, it's quite cramped in that cockpit, to be fair, to actually reach in and do that. You almost need a hole in the floor so you can actually get underneath it and pull them down. But yeah, I think they've been given the signal to fire them up then. So our last pair in Top Fuel for this evening is Suzanne Kalin for Slick Tricks and, of course, for Santa Pod Raceway. In the Slick Tricks lane, of course, and Tommy Happonen. It's so good to see Tommy back here at the pod. Really, really good indeed.
I'm actually a little bit starstruck being able to be up here for one of Tommy's runs because I never thought I would.
Let's just double check the top end. It is clear. So we're just waiting for the nod from the teams. It's even good when the Sanapod staff come and join him. Max Frost, a very good evening to you down there, mate. He's enjoying it down there. Good evening, Max. Hello. Don't normally see him come out to actually enjoy some of the events that he well and truly gets involved in. I want to say hello to anybody out there. Yeah, good evening, Callum. Good to see you, mate. Julian is down there as well, getting ready to point the lens in the direction of anything that moves. And, of course, Ian Blackett with Blackett Photography. All of our photographers on the left-hand side as well. They do some fantastic shots and coverage for the Sportsman Drag Racing. But here we go then. Our final pair in Top Fuel. Tommy Happonen and Suzanne Kalin about to roll forward into the burnouts. Well, I think it's fair to say that both of these two would like to leave this session with the number one spot. And is it going to have to be an improvement on 396 for either of them to ensure that? Tommy went 398. Suzanne went 396. They're both capable of going quicker. They would both love to get into the 3.8s. Great conditions. You've still got that little bit of a tailwind. I don't think it's enough to make any difference to the performance of the cars in this session here. But it is still warm out there. You've got the dust, so the air has got good. And I think fair to say this is probably the best conditions of the weekend to run quick. And of course in the dusk as well, the header flames are going to be mighty high, mighty proud. So down to the crew chiefs just to do the final adjustments then. Laurie Bamford looks over. They're both ready. Top Fuel coming at you from Sanapod for the European Finals. Last pair in Q2. Hold on tight, because here we go. Beautiful pairing. And it's a 4 flat for Suzanne, but it's Tommy Happonen that goes 389 to take the number one spot, 302 miles an hour at the strike. Suzanne goes 301 side by side, 300 mile an hour passes, but it is Tommy that goes to number one.
Well, there's every chance I'm going to get to talk to him now then, because I can hear a Top Fuel car coughing and spluttering. Oh, it's actually Suzanne coming round the corner. But Tommy probably won't be far behind as well. Yeah, Tommy's just coming round as well. So what was that for Suze? Was it
Suzanne, 4 flat, 301. And if it was a race, she got there first because she treed Tommy.
Yeah.
But then I think Suzanne thinks, well, I might have got that. But no, Tommy, 389, 302. Tommy was 0.85 to 60 to Suzanne's 0.87. But Tommy was almost a tenth ahead at the 8th. Wow.
That was pretty awesome. Excuse me.
And in fact, look at the replays now.
Well, there goes the teams. Suzanne Kalin's team heading up to pick up Suzanne from the top end. Wow, what a replay. Wow. But I hope we can get back up to Darrell, actually.
Oh, we will, don't worry. I can. Well, it depends. What's coming next? Fuel Funny Car, yeah?
Yep, they're lined up, but they're not far just yet. So.
No problem. Well, I'll see what I can do about breaking the news to and what they run. Tommy Happinen climbing out of the top fuel car. Suzanne's just getting us her stuff off as well. So that was a fantastic run for Tommy. That is his new personal best. Both these cars, incidentally, as well, I'm looking at the top of them. Blower belts have broken on both of them. They lasted exactly 1,000 foot by the looks of it. Because quite honestly, at 302 miles an hour, it was just about expiring then. So, Tommy, there we go, and your MSD cap as well. There we go. One of the marshals has just returned that to him because that obviously came off somewhere down the track. Yeah, one of those is missing. So, Suzanne hopefully is happy. She's busy putting her parachutes back in. Well, Tommy, how you doing? It's so great to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back with a 3.89.
Fantastic, my new personal best.
It's wonderful to have you back. We've missed you so much.
We miss this English audience. Yeah. Of course, it's good to be here.
Well, a 3.89, your number one qualifier. What a day.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm almost pensioned age, but I feel like a young boy now.
You certainly do. Good luck for the rest of the weekend, sir.
Thank you.
That's Tommy Happinen, everybody. Absolutely overjoyed. Absolutely.
He looks like a young boy as well with that big smile. Well done. Right, it is now. So, Patrick Pers, Kevin Kent.
This is exactly what you've just seen, but on shorter chassis and with the fold-down flopper bodies. We call them funny cars, and we want to see 300 miles an hour.
Yeah, there is a bit of a bun fight in Fuel Funny Car at the moment because Kevin Kent is Europe's fastest at 296.8. They also won the ET record back off Steve Ashdown, who went 4.18 on his chassis braking running the field, dare I say it. But more on Steve Ashdown later on because he will be making an appearance later on in our evening show here. But having said that, Patrick Pers, he's not here to make the numbers up. He wants to go quick. He has already beat 489 on an early shut-off pass. He wants to go quick. Patrick has a best of 440 and 284. But they both want to be the first to 300. They would both love to be the first into the threes. And they want that ET record. So Fuel Funny Car, same power output as the top fuelers, but in a short wheelbase with the driver behind the engine, cloaked in a carbon fibre body. What can these guys do? Kevin Kent and Patrick Pers. Right, so it's Kevin Kent that clicked it off. I thought he was on one there. Patrick coasting to a 1069, Kev coasting to a 598. Oh, it promised so much, but we didn't get they didn't get what they wanted out of that session, but goodness me. You could feel the build-up, though. They were both really, really wanted it so much. But it's going to have to happen tomorrow now. Okay, a sharp intake of breath as we get ready for the next part. I'll tell you what, I'm really looking forward to all of this now. Well, you've got Kevin Kent has actually made it right to the far end, so he's just turned around the corner at the top. But it is bikes up next, and it is the Super Twins.
These things really are the hot rods on two wheels.
Can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, let's have you into the lanes. So there goes the West 10 Motorsport crew going to pick up Kevin Kent from the top end. And, of course, the Speed Ghost team. Heroes a couple of weekends ago over at the Silverstone Festival. I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for everything you did up there. And those of you that have come from Silverstone Festival to see the event this weekend, it was the Speed Ghost team that the noisiest thing at the Silverstone Festival. And yeah, full respect for them for going to do that. Love them for it.
Well, round the corner at the top is Kevin. He's actually made it all the way down to the top end. I'm not quite sure how, if he clicked it off early. So what did he run, fellas?
598.
Okay, fair enough. So it was to a certain way out, and that was about it. So what's coming around behind? Is it bike time?
It is bikes, but I've got the tractor on track at the moment, so
No problem.
over
Okay.
to you. If you
Well,
can
I'll
catch
try
him.
and grab. Yeah, what I'm going to try and do is try and grab Kevin. Can we just get a very quick shot of an unbelievably happy Tommy Happinen? That's why he's called Tommy Happinen, because he's always happy. Well, he is now anyway. There we go. With the bionic chicken on the side of the car, he's absolutely delighted. There we go.
Yeah, Tommy Happy Man. There we
Yeah,
go.
that's the one. Absolutely that.
Brilliant.
So everybody in Finland, everybody in their hometown, I'm sure, was rooting them on this weekend. And wow, how cool is it to have Tommy back in European Top Fuel for the first time in Guinness? I think it was 2007 last time he was here competing. I do. I really think it was that long ago. And yeah, dearie me. Well, I'll tell you what. He's creeping up on his wife's best elapsed time as well. Now, I think Anita's run as quick as a 382, but Tommy's in the 3.8s now as well. He's run 389, and that's with her old car. Well, their old car, anyway. So Kevin's just getting his gear off over there. Yeah, I know. It's all right. Angie just landed there going, come on, Kev. There we go. He's out. Let's go and have a quick word with Kevin, if we have the time, do we? Yep.
Yes, you do. Yeah, track's
right?
still on track.
Okay, no trouble at all. So the man who pilots the GSI West 10 Motorsports. Evening, Squire. Evening. I'm surprised you made it this far, to be honest with you. Also, that's not a bad. Actually, that's a good point, because you only had 3 wheels at this time last year, didn't you? Hard work today, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, we had some gremlins with the ignition and a bit of wiring, and we was putting parts on, and we was just chasing it. It was just a headache, and basically just called it, went back to basics. It's always the 2 bob part that lets you down. And you found it? Well, yeah. And here we are.
Well, was that what you were planning to do? You planning to take? Well, no, you weren't, were you? You were planning to run quarter mile, but
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to run it all the way tonight. To be honest with you, I don't get too many chances of running tonight. And I've been pretty crap the last few years, so yeah. But no, as you know, everyone's running for that number, isn't they, and that miles per hour. So that's what we're aiming for. It just got out there, it just shook a little bit, got it out of the groove. I don't know if it dropped a cylinder or not, but
well, it's better to save it anyway. You still got a couple more runs tomorrow.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to be working all night, so I've got the rest of the weekend to do that.
It's one way to put it. Anyway, buddy, good luck for this weekend, and I think you're still undefeated this year, aren't you?
Yes, I'm going to keep it that way, mate. Just a couple of few things I need to get back. One definitely.
Yeah, that'll be the ET record. Back to you guys up there. Thank you.
Okay, Marcus Christensen and Marcus van der Burr then. Here we go. It's the Super Twins. They've already done the burnouts as they come up to the line. Now, there are no representative numbers on the boards for anybody yet, basically, so this is where it should and will happen. That's Marcus Christensen with a 6.24 at 224. Marcus van der Burr goes 8.69 at 121.
Well, Marcus takes the number 1 spot for now, anyway. But what did Per Bengtsson run earlier? Because he was in the 6.2s as well, I think, wasn't he? Just a slight tick slower than that, actually.
Yeah, I haven't actually got a number on the board for Per Bengtsson, to be honest. And here he is.
He went 6.21. What you're about to see, if you're watching the live stream from the top end, you see Marcus push the bike round the corner. What all the bike guys do is they come up here on their pit bikes before they run, and they leave little canisters. It's only water. But to cool the clutch down, that's what the first thing Marcus is going to do, is squirt it with fluid just to make sure that the clutch cools down so they can take it apart when they get back. But anyway, back to you, Colin.
Per Bengtsson with the beast. That is one of the most thunderous burnouts I think I've ever felt in the tower. I thought the rocket in Top Fuel was bad, but my goodness me, the beast lived up to its name. Chris van Nimmen with the Overkill Super Twin from Belgium. So these two are ready. The bike's up to the line. Now, well, Per Bengtsson's got a run in. It's been removed because he doesn't have a number on the board at the moment. Both in stage, here we go. Oh, flames like bullhorns coming from the side of the bike all the way through. 6:23 at 220 for the number 1 spot. Chris Van Nimmen goes 7 flat at 160. So Per Bengtsson takes the number 1 with the 6:23.
That sounded awesome from up this end. I mean, I know it sounds
awesome.
pretty good down here, down from there, but he takes the number 1 spot from Marcus Christensen. I'll try and grab a word with Marcus very, very quickly. So what did Marcus run? 6:24?
6:24, yeah.
Well, Marcus, sorry to interrupt while you're doing your... while you're doing your usual job, cooling the clutch down, but Marcus Christensen, you went 6:24. Per just went 6:23.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's nice to have a good competition here. So
Really, really good competition. How much quicker do you think you can go?
we'll see. We can push it a bit for tomorrow. So hopefully quicker. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to hear. I don't mean to interrupt. Good luck this weekend. Thank you very much. That's Marcus Christensen, everybody. Back to you, Cole.
Okay, so it's Dewey Lukes on the Rocket. I absolutely love that bike, and I love the other one as well. That's Phil Crossley on the Imperial. The bike owner, Keith Edwards, stood behind, as it is Phil Crossley that pilots this machine. Has been in the low 6s on this bike. The Rocket has been in the 5s, but can Dewey get it into the 5s? Top Fuel bike, Q2. Oh, Jerry got just past 330 foot and backed out of it, and unfortunately Phil Crossley, although the bike is still going, it was drifting towards the right wall, and the sensible thing is to come off the throttle, otherwise the bike will continue on that trajectory.
Well, I don't know if I've got
the wall
time.
itself.
I don't know if I've got time. But
No, the next pair have been told to fire.
Oh, okay. Very, really quickly. I just got to tell Per Bengtsson, I don't know whether he knows what he ran. First of all, welcome back to Santa Pod, but 6:23, that one.
Okay, that was a nice one.
That's really, really good. We haven't seen you here for such a long time, and it's really good to have you back.
11 was the last time. Late this time. Yeah. So
The bike is...
So when I defended the championship that time.
The bike is much quicker now as well.
Yeah, it's much stronger. But the rider is much older. So he has to get used to it.
It doesn't show, but great stuff. You're number 1 at the end of day 1.
Ah, that's really great.
Thank you very much indeed. Back to you, Colin. Thanks, Pete.
Okay, it is Mark Smith and Thomas Pettersson, your next pair in Top Fuel. Thomas was number 8 at the moment, Mark Smith number 7, but as I say, it's irrelevant what they ran earlier on, it's what they run now. We have a bump spot in Top Fuel bike of 9:28, but we expect that to change quite rapidly through this session, to be fair.
Whoa, both bikes drifting over towards each other. Mark Smith backs off the throttle as he sees Thomas coming towards him too. And Thomas rolls off the throttle a little bit, still goes 767. Got my numbers all mixed up, and Mark goes 901.
Yeah, they were actually. It was almost like the bungee cord between them was pulling them together. Yeah, it was quite. What's the word? It wasn't a close call because there was distance between them, but nevertheless, if one of them didn't back out of it, it could have been a different story.
Up next, then, already is the Canon Motorsports machine. And there we go, switching it over to Nitro. Neil Midgley.
Sorry, chaps, the last pair was? Oh, Mark Smith and Thomas Pettersson.
Yeah.
What'd they run?
901 and 767.
Ah, nothing to speak. I'll try and get a word with Mark, though, obviously, after winning.
Okay. Right, Neil Midgley and Mike Ollie is your pairing here. Oh, lovely, crisp, sharp burnout there for Neil Midgley with the Canon Motorsports Puma. But, Neil and the gang have done an immense amount of work to get this bike back together. So Neil on an 8.58. That was purely a checkout pass earlier on just to make sure everything was working. Mike Ollie coming number 5 on a 6.71. So bump spot 8.85. These two are both inside that, so no issue there for tomorrow. Get 4 qualifiers in total. So this is Q2 or 4. The other 2 taking place tomorrow, obviously. Well, 8.27 and 7.82. Neil Midgley, it was all a bit weird, actually. Both of them went 1.0 to 60 foot. But I think you heard all the noises yourselves there, folks. So, yeah, a bit of a bizarre one.
Sounded good to start with from down here, but I'm up the top end with the most recent winner of an FIM Top Fuel Bike event in Germany. How good does that sound, Mr. Smith?
It sounds absolutely amazing, and no one expected it, to be totally honest with you, did they? Yeah, great weekend, great weekend's racing. Yeah, I can't thank Stuart and the rest of the team enough, because it was just like a little Swiss watch. It was just absolutely fantastic.
Well, not the greatest day today, but you still got 2 more goes tomorrow. And Top Fuel Bike this weekend, 10 bikes. So I didn't even know whether you're in at the moment. That's the problem.
We'll find out, but I don't think I am now. But we've still got tomorrow to play with.
Of course you have. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Actually, you got it. Cheers. Thank you.
Okay, next pair. Doesn't matter what angle you look at a Top Fuel bike, they are just unbelievable machines. René van der Berg with the Top Fuel bike. And going alongside the warp speed machine of Stu Crane has been 6.35. After this pairing, I'll give you an extra. You might be able to hear this now, but I will repeat it after this pairing. And Super Comp and Street Eliminator teams, listen out please. Get ready to be called, but do not move yet. If we keep going as well as we are with no downtime, we will run them before the fireworks. So Super Comp and Street Eliminator, get ready to be called, but do not move out of your pit bays. I'll repeat that after this pairing.
Some bizarre sounds coming from René's bike as he pulls it forwards.
Normally a twist of the right wrist to open the throttle will clear it, but let's see. So 6.35 from Stu Crane at the moment, 6.68 from René.
Both the riders on absolute flyers. Over the line, 6.28 for Stu Crane, 218 mile an hour. And a 6.84 off the throttle, slightly early for René. But a 6.28 puts Stu Crane, or solidifies him in the number 2 spot.
Well, that's a much better weekend for Stu Crane and the whole Warp Speed team. I'm up the top end with Jerry Lukes, everybody. This is the guy that rides the rocket. As Stu just comes cruising around the corner. Jerry, we were just talking. How much fun is it to ride this machine? Because it's amazing.
It's absolutely awesome to ride something like that, and it's a good experience. And I'm very happy with people who surround me, and it's mental, it's mad.
So, how much different is it to riding your funny bike to riding this? What's the main difference?
Like bicycle and R1.
That makes perfect sense as well. But I think you might be in at the moment, but we've got 10 bikes this weekend for an 8-bike field.
Yeah, that's see what we can do tomorrow. It's not easy, we have some problem with the fuel pressure today, so that's why I shut it early this run, and we see what happens tomorrow.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Jerry Lukes, everybody. Thank you, Colin.
Okay, your final pair in Top Fuel, and it is your number 1 qualifier, Ricard Gustafsson. Going to be taking on Eric Ricard, the Team Brothers High Booster from France. So Eric has run 6.51. And of course, Ricard into the 5s, only just though with a 5.99. After this, it is Super Street Bike. And Pro Stock Bike. That's right, it's Pro Stock Bike lined up. Also see the Fuel Altereds are in the lanes as well. Bradford's Topolino and of course the Havoc machine. But this is Top Fuel Bike. Ricard goes into pre-stage. They're both in pre-stage. This is your final pair. Well, this is the Ricard show. The flames are lit all the way down to a 593 at 239. Problems for Eric there. 11.29 at 95. Though he had got the whole shot off the line. The 123 to 60 foot tells a story, and the bike wasn't happy.
Well, that's another nice run in the evening gloom for Ricard. But I'm up the top end with a much happier than a couple of weeks ago anyway. Stu Crane. Stu, again, a much better day than Hockenheim.
Yeah, no, definitely. We were fighting so many issues. We got through them. We just never got enough laps. Today, we're making good progress. Slow progress, but we're going to chip away at it and keep going.
Well, slow progress back in the 6.2s is, getting towards where you want to be again.
Yeah, that's not where we want to be. We want to be a bit quicker than that, but we've got the tune-up for this, which at the minute is slower than what we'd normally run. So we've got 2 more runs tomorrow and 2 more the next day. Fingers crossed.
At least 3, hopefully.
Yeah, at least 3.
That's a very good point. Thanks very much, Stu.
Thanks very much. Take care.
Cheers, Stu. Right, back to Colin.
Tell you what, we are rattling through this so much, I could hardly get this announcement out. My goodness me. We've got Pro Stock Bike coming up to line. Before we stages, important message for Super Comp and Street Eliminator. Please get ready to be called, but do not move out of your pit base. If we keep going as well as we are, with no downtime, we will run them before the fireworks. So that is Super Comp and Street Eliminator. Be prepared to be called if we continue as we are with no downtime. But do not move out of your pit bays. Right. Jerome Rougemont from France in Pro Stock Bike went 8.99 in the Q1. He's got the track to himself. And it just sits up on the rear tyre, and he's clicked it before he's got to the tree. So, yeah, just coasting, and we'll pull over to the left. There's no way he's got any motion to even get to half track, let alone the finish line. What a phenomenal evening session this is. I feel like the cat that's got the cream tonight. I really do. It's just unbelievable. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I hope you all are as well. That's Alex Hope. He's having a great time. He sat on the bike there, just waving to the crowd, and yeah, happy days. But I think they're just going to get the quad's coming down from the top end, and Jerome will be towed back to the safety of the return road at the top end there, so he can get back to the pits. So. Just a slight pause, and we will be back with you very, very quickly. So, still to come, this is Pro Stock Bike, to be followed by Super Street Bike, and also we've got the junior bikes as well. They're going to be putting in a session this evening. They are all there, tucked to the right-hand side if you look on the live stream, and also if you look on the big screen there. In actual fact, you can really see the big screen really well, because obviously it's got darker. That screen is super, super bright over there, so you can all see what we can see from here. So all of the bikes, and then you look to the left-hand side, you can see the body propped up there on the Bradford's Topolino, and that is having a match race with Nick Davis in the Havoc Fuel Altered there. There they are. And then tucked in behind them, we have the Nostalgia Funny Cars. I can see the Apache Funny Car with the body up, and then obviously I can see Paul Harris's car there as well. So it's all getting very exciting down there. I can see Comp Eliminator in the lanes as well. In actual fact, they are all down there. They're all eager to put on a show for you this evening. The question is, though, do they want it to get even darker for more dramatic effect, or do they just want to get the runs in, get back to the pits? No, they want to win it darker. Right. Is that you being selfish, Thomas? You want it darker.
I know what I'd be like if I was in the car right now.
Okay.
Darker.
That's the Bish. That's Martin Bishop. And an all-UK matchup here, actually. Martin Bishop. And, of course, young Mr. Hope. Alex Hope, of course. So long since we've seen Alex on the bike, but a 762 in Q1, and that was his first run in goodness knows how many years. But really good to see them back out on the machine. So Q2 then. And we were saying it earlier on, but now the call is been made. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes.
Look at that, side by side all the way through. Alex Hope goes 768 and a 785. The crew look ecstatic with that for Martin Bishop.
Yeah, so they say 3 and 4, but they put in good runs in the night show. We were saying, look at that. I can hardly see them because it's so dark. But you can see them on the screen. So you got the Buell from Germany with Jorg on the bike, and you got Patron from France. He is in the slick tricks lane. 721 and 725. So the number one spot is going to stay between these two. But who is going to be your overnight leader? Jorg Lamont from Germany on the Buell. And Bertrand Maurice from France on the TLR. I say both of them went 7.2s in Q1. Going to take, well, if they both improve, he's going to take a 7.1 to be the overnight leader, or better. It's not going to be Bertrand, so Jorgi's going to be your number one overnight, but what's the ET? 7.18 at 183 miles an hour. And, well, yeah, Bertrand, they're trying to lift the bike up and literally carry it off the racetrack. Right, it is now Super Street Bike. And, my goodness me, what are we going to see in this session? We have got 4 of the bikes already in the 6-second zone. This is Daniel Lenks. He's number 13 qualifier at the moment. We should be into the 6s here. Issues in Q1. $117 to 60 foot. 454, 175, and let's look at the number at the top end. Number 2 qualifier, 675, but look at the speed, 224 miles an hour at the stripe. What a superb run. 675, 224.61.
And every team looking on just went, oh, he's back.
Yeah. But that tells you conditions are ripe for Super Street Bike right now. Eric Janis and Margot Schmidt. Now Margot, she's already been 685 this season. Could do with another one of those now, maybe even a bit more. Capable of doing it. She went 714 earlier. Eric went 1018 on the Hayabusa, the affectionately calls the 10-foot paint job. So Margot 124 to 60 foot. And a good looking run for Margot, 7.05. Good speed, 208.97. But bizarrely stays at number 6. She finds a good performance increase, but stays 6. Eric goes 8.97 at 1.46. And moves up to number 12. Right, next up, both from the UK. Both in Berkshire, actually. One from Reading, one from Basingstoke. You got Johnny Hines on the Morrison and Hines Booster. He's currently number 11 on that 786. And Brad Head on the JKE Raceworks Booster. He's on the number 13 spot at the moment, but obviously looking to improve. Here we go, next pair. Side by side, all the way up the track. And it is 7.53 for Brad, goes to number 10. Johnny Hines goes 7.68, 189. Clemens Walliat and Ricardo Grauer. So both these guys from Berlin in Germany. Clemens is currently number 9, Ricardo number 11. 7.48 and 7.58 are their current numbers. Let's see if they can find an improvement here in Q2.
Well, Clement's bike trying to chuck him off the back. No issues at all for Ricardo. 7.50 moves him up to the number 10 spot. Clement stays number 9.
Yeah, good speed though for Ricardo. 195. 8.16, 156. Right, your next pair. Costas Giannapoulou on the Busa. Another one of the JK Raceworks bikes alongside Eric Gruber. Costas has already been 7.26. Eric has been 7.45. It's getting darker and darker and darker, more moody. Just better and better. Love it. Pretty much side by side. Maybe Costas just out in front. 7.31 to a 7.49. They stay put though. Costas stays 7. Eric stays number 8. Right. The first of the Morrisons in this session. And that's fact, we got both of them. We got Alan Morrison Jr. and Ross Morrison in this pairing. They've both been in the 6s already today. Ross is currently number 5, 6.98. Alan is number 3 on 6.83. As I say, conditions absolutely spot on. Still a little bit of a tailwind. Not going to make a huge amount of difference on the bike, but at least they're not going into a headwind. 19 for Alice Morrison to the 60 foot. And it's a 6.93 for Ross, 6.80 for Alan Morrison. Ross moves up to number 4, but Alan stays put at number 3. Good speed though for Alan, 219 miles an hour. Ross goes 213. And as quickly as that, we get to the final pair. Mogens Lund and Jake Michel. Well, Jake is your number 1 qualifier with a 6.73. Mogens is number 5 on a 6.98. Well, one of these two is going to be your overnight leader. It's going to have to take a huge run for Mogens to take the number away from Jake, but could Jake go into the 6.6s here? Both of them in the 1.2s to 60 foot side by side all the way up. Oh no, Jake's back out of the run. Mogens goes 7.18 at 2.03. And Jake Michel coasting to a 10.14 at just 72 miles an hour. Wow. That was Super Street Bike just done. I can't believe it just shot through. I think that probably took about 5 minutes to get all the Super Street Bike. That was unbelievable. Right, we next up have our junior bikes. The time now 20 to 8, and we just got the junior bikes to go. Then we got our Fuel Altereds, and then we have a Nitro funny car, Nostalgia funny car, then Comp Eliminator, and we have actually called a Street Eliminator into the lanes as well. So that's good because they've all got headlights, brake lights, tail lights, the whole lot. So we'll be able to see absolutely everything with them. Right, Jackson King and Anouk Bergering putting in their runs. Jackson King dialing in at 13.19. Anouk dialing in 12.32. $12.36 from Anouk, goes from 6 to number 2. 13.36 for Jackson. He actually moved up a spot, but then Anouk moved up more, so he ended up going back a spot and stayed put.
So Holly King and Brad Morrison up next. This is going to sound really strange, but Holly's bike is the only one that sounds like a big bike.
Yeah. That's probably because you've got 400 cc's to play with compared to 125 of Brad or whatever.
So Holly looking for 8.40, Brad looking for 12.10. Come race day, this would be a little under a 4-second wait on the start line for Holly. It's difficult when you're running not a sportsman tree, let alone a pro tree. Ooh, 8.21 breakout for Holly King.
That's a huge breakout. Wow.
And a 12.27 for Brad. Everyone stays put for now.
Right, next up then, Richard Wilcox and Leah Morrison. I think it's got. The dialing board's quite difficult to see. 9.49 dialing. Was it 49? Yeah, 9.49, not 9.48 for Richard. That's it, well spotted by Kieran as well. Probably going to do a 48 now. Well, I mean,
always the way, isn't it? Leah looking for 11 flat.
'87 in fact, and 11.05, but Leah Morrison stays number 1, Richard stays number 4. Well, I think the TV pictures and the live stream pictures that you are seeing, it's a lot darker than what the images are making it actually look like.
Looking around the back of the town now, how about this? Steve Ashdown in the new to him Undertaker.
Yeah, he's literally just doing a 100 or 200 foot pass. That's all it is. It's a acclimatization run, because he has never driven this car before. He's driven Nitro Funny car before plenty of time. He's a European record holder for 18, but this is a new car to him. Literally, what was it, 4 or 5 weeks ago, he was driving his old car to that European record, but unfortunately no parachutes, and he went all agricultural on us. So much so that at trophy presentations he was given a John Deere cap. Was it a John Deere cap? I can't. Massey Ferguson cap. That's right, which he wore with pride, believe it or not. But then it was a plan to see if they could get anything together in time for the European Finals, the last round of the Funny Car Cup. Steve Ashdown was going through all sorts of different ideas, and the option to go over to Sweden and pick up Patrick Purse's old car, well, that was the best option available to him, and the most sensible one, to be fair, as well. So they went over, bought the car, got it back to the UK, and for the last week, 10 days, 2 weeks tops, have been flat out getting this car ready with all of their own equipment inside it. So it's Steve's engine, Steve's everything into this car. Last time I saw this car run was on a highway in Sweden. Well, I wasn't there myself, but that was when Patrick couldn't travel. So he thought, I'll go and do a run on a highway in Sweden. But it is the new Undertaker car. It's a lighter body than the old Undertaker body.
Here we are then, a shakedown for the Undertaker. And no burnout, unfortunately.
From that, I don't think he has actually got a throttle. Because the engine's fired, but I don't think he's got throttle movement.
No, there he goes. But that is struggle number one, getting the car to the track in the first place.
And sorry, a quick addition. I know Steve Ashdown has just rolled through, but how cool are the 1,000-foot markers lit up?
Oh, yeah.
That gives you an indication of where the finish line is for Fuel Funny Car and Top Fuel Dragster. But yeah, that was literally Steve's first experience actually behind the wheel of the car as they now clear the markers away. Well, it wasn't what Steve wanted, but he has now got a bizarre feel for the car. He knows where everything is inside it. I know he's had a chance to sit in it, but that was the first time with the engine running. It's a different feeling than just being sat in the car. Right, let's ramp up the excitement level as the last time we saw these two was at Dragstalgia, and my goodness me, what a show they put on. Nick Davis with Havoc. What a phenomenal car. Took the ET record for Fuel Altereds at Dragstalgia. And I can't believe I'm doing this. Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes? I've just got to take my hat off to the Undertaker team. Guys, I know you have been working so hard. Raise the roof. Give them a huge round of applause. I know that wasn't what Steve wanted, but the Undertaker team, you are all heroes for working so hard just to get the car to do that. Tomorrow's another day, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get some runs in, but huge amount of respect for the amount of work you guys have put into that. I think the whole team are on the back of that pickup truck, to be honest with you. But yeah, going back to Dragstalgia, when we saw Bradford's Topolino with Randy Bradford and, of course, the Havoc Bantam of Nick Davis. They are here for exhibition this weekend, and I think they're actually racing for a trophy, the Transatlantic Trophy. I think they've named it.
Yeah, they've got a score. It's not a match race. It's not an
Best of
exhibition.
three,
a
isn't it?
Score to settle is what it's called. Especially if you talk to the pair of them. However, both cars were prepared in the same workshop.
Yeah.
So, Nostalgia AA Fuel Altereds. The Bradford Sphere all the way from the northwest of the United States of America. Taking on Nick Davis with Havoc. These two are absolutely fabulous at Dragstalgia, so we brought them back for you. Now these cars are both powered by supercharged Hemis on nitromethane, but they are the shortest wheelbase things you will ever find a nitro motor in. On four wheels at least, anyway. Nick Davis, though, stunned everybody, including himself, running in the 6.0s back at Dragstalgia in July. The quickest that car's ever run. He said he didn't mean to do it. They had a problem with a fuel line, which let the car out on the top end, which made it go quicker, and it really liked it. Probably a bit too much. Then again, so did the driver. So Randy Bradford rebuilt this car after a massive supercharger explosion up in Canada last summer. He rebuilt it, put it in a container to come over here, and the first time it saw the racetrack since then was back in July here. So good luck to both of them. They're two absolutely great friends, but not for about the next 6 seconds, they're not. The USA versus the UK at night at Santa Barbara. Nick is long gone. 6:03. 239 miles an hour. Resets his own European fuel-altered record again. Nick Davis, you are a barefaced liar. You said you were going to go slower. You said you weren't going to do that again.
Yeah, nearly 240 miles an hour there. Yeah, that's new record on speed and ET.
Well, he was the one that held the record with the other car, but he's reset the record again. And also, what's even more impressive, it was in the dark. Look at that. That replay kept it nailed, pinned all the way through the finish line. I did actually talk to Nick before this weekend. I wasn't going to give it away. But he said that, the fuel line came off, it let the car out and it really liked it. So I said, what are you going to do, calm it down? He said, oh, no, I've just ordered bigger jets. Okay, there we go then. And that was the result. So raised the roof for both teams. Randy Bradford gave it absolutely all he could, blazed the tyres off the start line, but still kept it going for as long as he possibly could. That is the Havoc team from the UK taking one for the home team in the first of the best of 5, I think, for the Transatlantic Fuel Auto Challenge. And Randy Bradford's team, please give them a round of applause as well. They do get the long distance award this weekend. Although I think they'd rather beat that pesky green car, though.
Oh, I've just messaged you. Oh, dear. I was about to show him that, and he's popped up. Okay, so it is the Paul Harris Racing tow truck coming around the corner, which must mean it is Paul Harris coming around with the Dennis Priddle tribute car, and I can see the header flames of Apache down there as well.
Oh. Whoa! No, we can't do that. Dearie me. Everyone can see us. That's a terrible idea. Hang on a minute. Ready? Everybody make a funny face. There we go.
Trouble is, that would appear on social media. Somebody would have got that. Oh dear.
So, Tim Garlick with Apache. The Pontiac Trans Am.
Look at the flames coming out of the exhaust of the Apache car.
Oh, look at Eva doing the burnout backup routine here. Oh, lovely that
with
she's
another
out there
outfit,
tonight.
obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Her budget for outfits must be more than running the car for the weekend, I think.
This is really, really cool.
This is what people come to see. It's just too cool. The only thing is with the smaller pumps on the nostalgia cars, they don't tend to produce that many flames, and because they can't put as much fuel through them. Yeah, I know, but you can see them on Tim's car. So Paul Harris earlier went 6.60. He was with Tim Garlick to half track. Now the European ET record is 5.89. Tim said he's chucking the kitchen sink at it this weekend, and now's probably quite a good time to do it. Well, Tim blazes his way through the finish line. 5.96. Only 227 miles an hour. He was 3.92 at 193 at the 8th mile. And what a terrific run in the darkness for the funny cars. A great run as well for Paul Harris, a 6.33 at 209 miles an hour. But do you see what I mean, though? Because Tim's car had header flames, but weirdly, they both run nitro. They both got blowers. Yeah. They both got Hemis. But Paul Harris's car didn't really, did it? You know?
No, he was in stealth mode in the dark.
Kind of like, that's the way to put it.
Yeah.
Because I've watched those cars race in the dark in the States. Give the teams a massive cheer, folks. What a show they put on for everybody every time they come round. And setting the record for people in a pickup. I'm sure that's still owned by the Gladiator team, but you never know. Yeah, give Paul Harris's team a wave.
Yeah, and of course, Eva Romanowska in the back there. Fantastic. Nice to see you once again. I know we have bugs all over the world, but we've got the best one here.
Yes, to answer your question, Darryl, I think most of the difference between the header flames in the cars, especially those nostalgia cars, is down to the ignition timing and the cam style that they use inside those Hemis.
All right, we move on. We have Eliminator.
And first out, it is our good buddy Luke Stevenson in the Don taking on Maddie Davidson. Luke's been in touch to say that he's got this in the national finals to go in the golf, but his daughter Lily, who's up there in the grandstands watching, will be driving from Das GTI Fest and next year in competition as well. Well, Luke, your worst nightmares come true. Your daughters are into drag racing. Well done. Actually, that'd be mine as well, but there we are.
Come on, Matty. All you've got to do is keep it in through the quarter mile. Your mile an hour's not there, but the times are. What can you do here over the finish line? 9:47, 156 mile an hour. That's much more like it. And an improving 11.75 for Luke Stevenson.
Yeah, well, Maddie finally gets one in there, 156. I mean, he has been as quick as 9.1. He wants an 8 out of that car, but yeah, best this weekend, 9:47.
Up next then, Kev Jenkins and Chris Todd. Two very, very good friends. In fact, they're that good, Chris Todd tunes for Kev Jenkins.
Nice to see Freddie Terza from VP Racing has just popped up. Say hello. No, you just push it, mate. It opens.
I'll tell you what, if you want to see flames, have a look at the back of the Fiesta in the slick tricks lane and the side of the Fraudster Ford Escort in about 20 seconds time.
Well, it's not very often you see a little Ford Fiesta like this and a Mark 1 Escort tuned to this limit, shall we say. And Kev has been in the 7.2s, 190 odd mile an hour, 8.6 at 170.
Both of them on absolute fly. Jenkins.
tail lights disappear in the distance, and a 7:47 again for Jordan. And 10:47 for Dan Williams, so they stay put. What a bracket car Jordan's got. It really doesn't matter what conditions Jordan runs in, it's a 7:47 car. Unbelievable. Amir Akram Ashan with the Dark Knight, the Honda, going alongside the Dirty Dog 55 of Rob Smallworth. There it is. It's such a great looking car, that Dirty Dog. The clear Perspex hood as well, so basically Rob can see around it. And of course Amir with the 2.4 litre Honda. So Rob Smallworth heading off into the night sky. Into the darkness at the top end. Goes 7:57 at 178. Just 300ths off what he ran earlier. 10:75 at 134 there for Amir. All right, next pair. Nick Williams with the Copo. He's just waiting for Dave Swift to come back from his burnout, as Nick doesn't do one of those monstrously large burnouts. Nice to see, actually, Dave Swift's got the interior light on so he can see everything inside the cockpit. See what's going on. I thought, what's going on in there? Somebody left a strip light on, but no, he's interior light to see what he's doing.
In fact, that interior light is really, really bright.
Yeah, you see, Dave wants to think it's still daylight, but yeah, you'll switch that off in a moment.
There we go.
So here comes the burnout from Nick. As you say, he doesn't do a burnout across the start line. Hence the different process there. Big shout out actually, because Nick asked me to say this when they were running. Everybody at OCS Paint and Williams Brothers Racing, they are all here on a special day out today. So a big shout out to the OCS squad. And actually I can see Jamie down there. Jamie runs the office there. And obviously the rest of the team are here, but yeah, Jamie down on the start line. I think the rest of the squad are here as well, or have been here. So it's Nick Williams with the Copo. He's currently number 4 on a 794. Dave Swift currently number 10, 721 on a 727 index. Nick's index 867 on Eliminator. 789 there for Nick Williams, moves up from 4 to 2. That's a big move at this state of play. So Nick goes from 4 to 2.
Well, also, I think that is his PB in the Copo as well.
Yeah, first time in the 7.8s.
Wow, this is the time to be doing it. Nice warm racetrack. Cool air. We're just getting the sign to click it off.
Oh, Nick has gone number 2 with a 0.77 under. Dan is 0.76 under. Gary Carr is 0.76 under. That is, it's less than 100th between all three of them. I think there is a little bit of concern in the slick tricks lane, as I think Dave Swift was dropping a little bit of fluid there. So just need to have a look at the lane there. But what a phenomenal evening session this has turned into. Probably one. I know I keep saying it, I have the best time at the drag strip, but this evening has just been phenomenal.
I think...
Can I just say, I loved your top-end interviews and having the camera up there, you chatting to people up there, and it's been relayed on the big screen.
I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Brilliant. Absolutely
Well, the
brilliant.
thing is, you can hear everybody up there
Yes.
normally, but being able to see them too, and at the racetrack is just fantastic. I think the moment of the day for me was managing to get none of them swearing. Right?
Well done.
That was an effort, I tell you.
I think there could have been a couple of close ones.
There was a very, very close one or two, which was quite noticeable as well. But there was one or two that were a little bit on the close side. But they fortunately stopped themselves. There we go.
Yeah.
I do have to remind everybody that the thing is as well. The other thing as well is that normally when people are live on any sort of TV or broadcast, they have a TV camera. But on the cameras that they use for the webcast, they're the small drones. They're really high quality. They're fantastic. They're the things that everybody watches at home. But a lot of the drivers haven't seen what they are. They don't think that someone walking like a little handheld drone. They don't think is a film camera.
Yeah.
So I have to say, that's the camera. Say what you want to say over that way, sort of thing. You know. And hopefully it did actually work out really well. But this actually looks like the cleanup looks like it's based from up to about a couple 100 foot out.
Yes. Right, quick, a few shout outs actually, and all for Comp Eliminator, bizarrely. Alan Kenyon, sorry I'm a little bit late getting this one out. But Alan Kenyon, sorry to bother you, mate, but for the comp guys in the stands, can you give us a big shout out to Chris Eade, who crews for Terry Newton? And then Terry's added to that, or can you announce over Tannoy we're all in the grandstand? Where are all the comp guys? The thing is, I can't see a thing because there's not much light up there, but Terry Newton and the gang, they're all up in the grandstand watching comp. Also, I mentioned the Jacob Bailey one. Obviously, he said, if you get a chance, could you say big thanks to my crew for a sterling effort they put in trying to get my car back on track today. Loads of racers getting in touch as well, which is really good. Roy Wilding says, day off today, watching the coverage on the TV. It is just fantastic, and he'll be here tomorrow.
Well, hopefully, by the way, anybody sitting at home watching this and thinking that looks pretty cool, well, guess what? It's even better in real life. That's why all these people are here. And there are still tickets available for this weekend. And as we say, yes, you've got to pre-book them, but before you get here. So you can do them now for tomorrow. You can do them tomorrow morning for tomorrow before you leave home. You don't have to do it like weeks and weeks in advance. You can go, okay, actually, that looks like a lot of fun. We need to go and see that tomorrow. So please do come along and join us. It's the FHRA used to have a saying, drag racing is better at the track, and it absolutely is. That's why thousands and thousands of people turn up for the whole weekend. It is pretty packed, to say the least. However, we can always cram more in. It's always worthwhile.
Right, I'm just going to look at the tractor to see what it's doing. Wonder if I've got... Is it going round? Yeah, it is. Right. Shall I try it? Shall we try the phones just very quickly?
Let's do it.
Got a gap.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, everybody on the banking, everybody on the grandstands, get your phones out now. Get them out. And switch the torches on. Let's try this. This isn't the official one that we're going to do, but there we go. They're all starting to light up now. Everybody get your camera phones out. Get the torches on. Everybody, come on. Oh, look at it. It's so pretty on the grandstand. Everybody, come on. Oh, yeah, let's get ours on as well. Sorry, forgot about that.
This is the bloke asking you to do it, by the way. Look,
Yeah,
I've lit him up
thanks.
for you,
Thanks
so you
very
know
much
it's all
indeed. Right,
there we go.
We're on this well.
That's a good point. Actually, yeah, we'll do that. We'll just do that.
Oh, no.
Blimey.
Switch it off. Switch it off.
Deary me, that is... sorry, folks.
I can't see what's going on out there now.
Oh, look. Look, you can see someone's joined us. There we are.
Right, now then, that's better. Right, now, everybody, keep your phones still. This is just like a dress rehearsal. Now, everybody, in one motion, swing your phones to the left, to the right, to the left, and to the right. Very, very good indeed. To the middle, to the middle, to the middle, to the middle. Everybody go up, down, up, and down. To the left, to the right, up, and down. Right, now then, stop there, folks. Now what I want you all to do, if you can, you all need to stand up for this one because this is a new move that we're going to try this evening. Everybody is going to spin around on the spot and do a 360, see what this looks like. So just be careful on this one, especially on the grandstand. You may have to swivel your phones. Right, let's try it then. 3, 2, 1, turn around. Let's see what happens.
Oh, it goes all flickery. I quite like that.
That's good fun. Right, okay, so now then, when we do this proper, I'm going to have a word with Nitro FM, and we do this before the fireworks, but we're going to do it to music.
Okay.
And I haven't told Nitro FM what the tune is yet, but I know they've got it, so we're going to experiment. I know you've got it.
Is it Reach Up for the Stars? Is that what it is?
We are not having S Club. No, you're being silly. Right, okay. Right, so, ladies and gentlemen, let's just do your left, rights, ups, downs once again. So get your torches back out. Come on, switch them on. Switch them on. Right, so we're going to do it a little bit faster this time. Okay, it's to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, up, down, to the left, to the right, and it's up, and it's down. Stay down. Oh, no, caught you out there. Okay, folks, right, so that's that bit over. We're going to do it to music for our second session. Switch them all off now, save your batteries, and we'll try that again in a little bit. And do you know what? I didn't move my phone once then.
There's one issue with what we've just done. Everyone knows where we sit now. Yeah, everyone knows where we sit now. We were hidden before.
No. I think they did anyway, mate. Don't kid yourself. I think everybody pretty much knew. Last bit of track prep before we run.
Yeah, just a little bit of glue going down there as well.
Absolutely. No one's got out of the cars. Carl Cox is still in the Monster Cuda down there, as is Gary Carr. In fact, actually, this is the quickest car in the class, and I think the slowest car in the class as well. However, they're both incredibly competitive, and there is not much in it qualifying-wise. Gary Carr at the moment, I think... Where is he? On the 1095. He's number 4, bizarrely. And Carl Cox is currently number 6. He went 6:08 earlier on today.
When Daryl says bizarrely, he means bizarrely that low. He's usually number 1 or 2.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly right. He's normally like way under his index, but then these are perfect conditions to run quickly. And I mean, my goodness me, the track is absolutely outstanding as always. Still got a lot of heat in it from earlier on in the day, but cool air because the sun's gone down. Obviously, it's dark, and it's just it's a great time of day to be racing. So we're approaching 8:15. We have the last pair of comp to run. We have Super Comp, Street Eliminator, and then I think we're going to wrap up the evening with the jet cars.
I'm very, very happy to see Street Eliminator coming round. Then with their lights on, it's going to look awesome.
Okay, I've been advised that we are not quite there with the clean-up yet, so
we
are now going to have some proper fun, because now it is time to get your phones out, and I will tell you.
He's going to nick your ideas. Carl Cox is sitting there watching what you're doing.
That's okay.
He's going to nick your idea.
That's all right.
Oh, okay. I'm just concerned for you, mate. I'm just concerned for you, mate. That's all it is.
Right, get your phones back out, because we are now going to do this to music. Okay, so get your phones out, and now then, when you'll know the tune as soon as it starts, and it goes. When you hear that, your phones have got to go down, down, down
with the beat.
With the beat, yeah. And then it's like dum, 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 and then when the rest of the track comes in, it's side to side. Every time the bass goes dum, 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 you know exactly what I mean. And all I need to do, you should know the track. So just give them a little teaser, please, Nitro FM, of what the track actually is. Yeah, you got it? Did you do it again, Nitro FM? Just give them a little teaser again. Okay, so that's the beat you're going to work to. Of course, it's Queen. Another One Bites the Dust. Okay, so get your phones on, folks. And obviously, on that dum, 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 you drop your phones down. So in other words, it's 3 downward movements, and then it's side to side after that. Okay, everybody's phone on. Come on, let's see those lights. And I'm not going to try and talk over everything, but let's see all those camera phones on. And let's hear it. Queen, Another One Bites the Dust. Lighting provided by the Santa Pod crowd.
It's like a bunch of glowworms jigging about in the distance, isn't it? It's great.
I absolutely love it. Oh, perfect. I love you all.
How long are you going to get him to do it for?
Oh, till the track finishes. The thing is that everybody's filming it as well. We'll cut it after this beat, actually. Okay, Santipod Raceway, your own light show there. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. That was fabulous. Well done, everybody out there. Good bit of fun whilst we're doing that. Thoroughly enjoyed that. I was talking to a few people in the pits about that. I thought it's either going to crash and burn or it was going to work. And thank goodness it worked. Thank you all. Yeah. Thank you ever so much indeed. We love you all for that one. That was great fun.
And thanks, Colin, for getting another one bites the dust stuck in all of our heads for the rest of the evening.
Oh, that's a fine. It's a pleasure, mate. Absolute pleasure. Oh, dear.
Okay, we still have, unfortunately, a few more minutes. If you can see, sadly, the start line's done. But if you look through the finish line, you can see flashing lights on the racetrack up there, which means even though this end is ready, we need the shutdown area ready too. So we do apologise. Thank you for providing your own entertainment. Feel free to do that in the camera.
No, we can extend it if you like. We can do a Mexican wave with the phones if they want to.
Ooh, that
haven't done that yet, have we?
I think you might be pushing your luck.
No. They love getting their camera phones out and their torches. So let's just do one more. I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you to switch your lights on your phones. Right, let's get them back on again. Oh, we need to do ours as well.
See, I'm cheating because I'm filming, so my light's not on.
Well, I've got mine here. I'm in the tower. Right, come on, get your torches on. Get them all on. And those of you that remember, we start the Mexican wave at the... Nah. Oh, yeah, I can join in. Yeah, countdown. Oh, dear, so the timing crew want to get involved as well. The tree is going to run for us as well.
So the tree's going to start the Mexican wave.
Right, so
then.
basically, no, you're going to have to do one because then we give them the signal to fire. Just a quick one. 3, 2, 1, go from the top end. Right, okay. We actually started engines. So we'll hold on to that thought for a little while as they started quicker than we thought. Right, we'll hold it. Racing's more important. Here we go then. Comp Eliminator continues with Carl Cox and Gary Carr. Well, I thought they still had a fair bit of work to do in the shutdown area, but that was pretty quick.
Well,
so,
no, we were
done.
just told 5 minutes right then.
Yeah.
So, obviously, it was quicker than we thought, which is always a good thing, anyway. So, this is the one and only Carl Cox, last seen entertaining quite a few 100,000 people on Brighton Beach. Now here for your viewing pleasure late at night. Well, it's dark, not that late, at Santipod Raceway. Earlier on today, Carl went 6.08. This is a pro-charged Hemi underneath the hood of that beautiful Cuda. Like Colin said, the car's up for sale. If you fancy selling your house, I'm only kidding. They're not really that expensive. Just depends in which part of the country you live in.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Might be a couple of houses in Scotland. Might be
a room in London.
There you go.
Yeah, a shed.
And that's nothing against Scotland or London.
No.
That was just an example. So Gary Carr looking to get in the tens again. Now, what's he got to do to go around Nick?
100th.
Is that all?
Yeah, it's 100th.
So 1094 should do it.
Well, yeah, let's say 1093 to be safe.
Okay.
Because he's on a 1095 with a 1. I mean, it is so tight. 775, 768. Well, yeah, no. It's less than 100th.
Well, so running in the dark must be great fun. I can't imagine what it's like in a pro-charged door car at 240 miles an hour.
Oh, the parachutes come out. Wow.
Well, the chute actually shook out. He was 0.97 to 60 foot as well. Left like an absolute bandit. Not the 10-second run Gary Carr was looking for, or the 6 or even 5-second run that Carl Cox was looking for, unfortunately. The car really did leave. 0.97 is the quickest he's been to 60 foot. I'm not sure whether the chute fell out or it shook out, actually.
Or did something pop and it caused it to come out?
That's a very
don't
good
know.
point.
Don't
It did
know.
go silent almost straight away. Okay.
We move on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. That was the last pair in the Comp Eliminator. And we've now got some sportsman racing for you. More sportsman qualifying. These are our street legal cars. They'll be out on a cruise tomorrow night.
So we
this
got
evening is quali.
Couple of classes to run through, and then it's fireworks, jets,
fireworks,
yeah.
All right, first up then, James Murray. My goodness me, he is absolutely hauling.
That's wonderful. Look at that. Look at the beam through the smoke in the dark for Tony Hicks.
Well, they're street cars. They've all got
Yeah,
headlights.
of course. I was going to say, James hasn't got his on.
Yeah, I think he has now. He's got his lights on. Just it's an old car, so he hasn't got those bright lights.
So Tony Higgs been 742, looking to dip into the 7.3s, I'm sure. It's the first time James Murray hasn't raced against the van. No problems that time for Tony Higgs. A really nice 122 to 60 foot. Will the headlights hold up at 194 miles an hour? 7.45. James Murray with a 9.53 at 141.
Parachutes blossomed in the shutdown area for Tony Higgs, so he'll be stopping safely down there. And James Murray finally catches up with Tony Higgs again.
They're all coming around with their headlights on. Of course, I mean, they are street cars, I know, but it's still...
It's dark.
Yeah, it's still good to see, isn't it, really?
And there's Els, of course. Elliot Day with the Willis. And Rob Carter with Percy, the Passat. Rob's been 750. Elliot's been 865.
So Rob Carter looking to dip into the 7.4s again. Elliot trying to get back into the low 8s. There's a turbocharged small block in Elliot's car, where there's the LS with Rob Carter. Look at that thing, 60 foot, 1.15 for Rob Carter. Leaves like a bandit, but he's coasting, I think he is, yeah. A little bit off pace for both of them. 9.05 for Rob and 9.23 for Elliot at 160. Traction issues off the start line for him. So let's see if Graham Smith can get that big old 57.
Oh, look at these moody shots from the camera. Look,
That's what I mean.
Oh,
It's great,
fabulous. There's Victoria Smith. Only got two headlights because the other two lights are actually the intakes for the turbos.
That's a good problem to have, that is, isn't
it?
Well, Graham Smith venting that does look so cool, doesn't it? If you're watching this at home, seriously.
The race pack is so bright in all of his switches. He's got the blue haze inside the car.
I think he's actually got like little LEDs the whole way across the bottom, isn't he? For moments like this, of course, just to look cool. So good luck to Graham and Victoria. Currently 8.33 is Victoria's best, 8.42. They're the closest together, right in the middle of the pack at the moment, actually. Well, Victoria's on the boost, but the car's not moving.
Yeah, the car's not building boost.
129 to 60 for Graham. Can he break that poxy 8.3 second curse? Not quite. 8.49 at 160 miles. 160 miles an hour every single run. Yeah, going to let Victoria have another go when Graham's cleared the top end of the racetrack. Here we go.
Yeah, not full boost off the line, unfortunately. Still goes 171 miles an hour. Got there in 9.43 seconds.
Still quicker than she went yesterday. So, a pretty good productive day for them. Okay, Andy Bond with the even uglier sister. Look at that. It looks moody as fill in the blank. Especially with the headlights on. Look at that. With the tyre smoke. With that car. I mean, the film Christine's got nothing on this lot, I don't think. So, Andy Bond is still your number one qualifier by just 0.02 of a second. He's having a bigger margin than that.
So usually the cameramen have a competition for the best shots, and I think I know who's winning.
Yeah, that was good. Although it's sort of a right place, right time kind of thing, though, really, isn't it? Let's face it. .122, that's super quick for Andy to 60 foot. Will it be even quicker? It is, it's a 7.01 208 miles an hour. What crash? When? When did that happen? Consolidates his number 1 spot. And nearly back in the sixes. Well, that wraps up day 2 of qualifying for Top Speed Automated Street Eliminator. They've probably got one more tomorrow, maybe 2, and then the cruise tomorrow evening. Okay, our last class to be qualifying this evening, Super Comp, 8.90. Ronnie Mercer with Annie hopefully cured the issues that stopped the car running anything close to its usual potential. Come on.
Oh dear. Sorry. I'm trying to think, catch up with this. Rachel Smith said, me and Tom were in the stands, has had a drink as we thought we finished for the day. Graham had Stuart and Roxy looking after him for that run, so that's quite amusing.
Oh, if he'd have gone quicker, you know where you'd have been banished to on every run.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You'd have been banished to the grandstands to watch.
So Ronnie Mercer and Warren Watts in the dark. I think this is Warren's first time racing in the dark.
It's probably the first time for a lot of them, really. Because we race mostly during the summer where the obviously the lights in the evening are a lot lighter. Clearly see their reaction times. That's much better from Ronnie Mercer.
Oh, Warren gets one the right side for a change, 8.93, 151.
And Ronnie and the team delighted with an 8.98. Yeah, delighted with an 8.98. Back in the 8s, back where they want to be. Okay, two dragsters up next. These two were against each other earlier on today. Paul Hudson and Ellie Brown. So, Tracy, mum. Oh, Ellie's mum. If you're watching, Trace, you thought it was nervy running in the daylight. Ellie's about to make her first run in the dark. However, the strip lights are really good. It's no different whatsoever, to be honest with you. It's just that bit cooler. She can still see where she's going. She can still see what she's doing. It's fine. Okay, so let's hope the crew chief, her dad, has slowed the car down enough to run 8.90. The slowest she's been is 8.78. 9.02 is Paul Hudson's best run the right side of the number. He's the leader in the Super Comp Championship. So Paul's car will go much faster through the finish line. Ellie will try and run the right side, which she does with an 8.96. Finally. Actually, number 6 qualifier as well. Paul Hudson with a 9.02 again. It's only a matter of time, really, before Eddie got the hang of it.
Oh, yeah.
Well done, Lee. Well done, Ellie. Okay, the last side-by-side pair for qualifying of the evening before we have 2 jet funny cars to round out our evening. Down in 9, have you got the music for the fireworks queued up, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think this is James, isn't it? Yeah, I've got a James. Yeah, we've got a James.
Okay, so Leah Kellett, Steve Hudson. Leah is your number 1 qualifier, 8.900 with an 8. Likely to stay there, but we've seen it in one class already. Could happen again. As Steve Hudson with the intravenous 4-bottle T, 8.92 at the moment from him. $8.88 for Steve Hudson's breakout there. $8.91 for Leah Kellett. Cements that number 1 spot there. Right, okay, just a pause as we get everything set up here as we get towards the end of our evening here at the night show for The European Finals, Friday evening entertainment. It has just been so good tonight.
Yeah.
Just to pause for a moment, and we're just going to get everything into place for our final bit.
Okay. Yeah, so we're going to have side-by-side jet funny cars to round out the day here. So, whenever we're ready. Yeah, okay, no problem at all. So, before we actually get to the jets and before we get to the full firework display, we have a little display to start you off with in memory of a gentleman called Tim Harris, who was a great supporter of Santa Pod Racer, who sadly passed away in March this year. There's going to be a mini display in his honour prior to the jet cars running and the main display. So please keep your eyes up to the sky. We've got a quick display to do before the jet funny cars. Well, thank you very much indeed. That was in memory of Mr. Tim Harris, and to all of his family, thank you very, very much indeed. So we're going to be firing up the jet funny cars to run side by side, and then we're going to be kicking off with a big firework display to round out the evening as well. So down on the track, we have Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3 in place. It was always nice to chat to Martin earlier up the top end, and I don't know how much you guys saw of that, but it never ceases to amaze me just how unbelievably calm he is.
He's the only man I know who can tell the absolute truth and be called a liar by everyone.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, I wasn't trying, I wasn't going fast, I wasn't doing this, I wasn't doing that, but there we go. He's going to be going alongside, and one of the things I did say is, why are all the jet pilots Yorkshiremen, right? It's true, because him, the man in the other lane, Roger Goring, is also from Yorkshire as well. Julian Webb, from Yorkshire. So there's a number of them hanging around. Okay, side-by-side jets to finish out the evening's entertainment here at Santa Pod Raceway. We hope you've loved it. If you're watching at home, come and join us tomorrow. Be here. Do not be at home on the couch watching. Come and experience it for real.
Don't forget, the jets lead us into our big firework display. I hope you all enjoy that as well.
Look at that, we've even got lights on the 1,000-foot blocks as well.
Yeah. Yeah, of course you didn't see that earlier, did you?
No.
Yeah. So as the body is lowered over Roger Goring's Firestorm.
Curses of the tailwind, it takes all the smoke down the track, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's what gave us the moody shots for the headlights, so
it was
we don't
great.
mind it.
Fantastic.
Now
Anyway.
we've got one with a transit van.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. Like a spooky transit.
How about that for a shot as well? The Firestorm jet funny car coming out of the lit smoke. Awesome. You thought the flames were big during the day. Wait until you see them right about now. Here we are then. Turning up the jets. The flames are almost blinding, but
The best flamethrowers in Yorkshire. Right. So they're coming into stage. Give them a massive wave. Last run of the day. Side by side jet funny cars to 1,000 foot. I think they've gone. Okay, Martin's through the finish side there. Okay, go.